Prologue. Poisoned to death. Lin Bing disregarded her appearance, wolfing down her food. Xu Shuowei sat beside her, her skin fair, her face beautiful, her hair black, and her white dress striking and beautiful in the apocalypse. She gently patted Lin Bing's back and said, "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. I know you've been working hard outside, this was specially made for you. Slow down, slow down." Lin Bing ignored Xu Shue's words. She hadn't had a proper meal for 5 whole days. She could only curl up on the ground, her stomach aching from hunger in the suburbs. A feeling she still couldn't forget. Since the zombie outbreak in the apocalypse 3 years ago, they had escaped to the Chaoyang base with the main force and had survived until now. Xu Shuo was Lin Bing's best friend. They had known each other since childhood and were very close. Xu Shuo possessed a spatial ability, and even more impressively, an upgradable growth space with land for planting. After the apocalypse, Xu Shuo became known as Xiang Bobo. Before the apocalypse, she was as delicate and beautiful as a white flower, but after the apocalypse, even more people had designs on her. Xu Shuo also had a secret. She could heal. Originally, only Lin Bing's fiancé Chu Fei knew about this affair. However, Lin Bing discovered it when Chu Fei and Xu Shuo secretly met to treat Chu Fei. Afterwards, Lin Bing quietly left, afraid the two would find out. Indeed, the two had been having an affair for some time. But what could Lin Bing do? She possessed ice-based superpowers, but she also had a sickly mother. Living in the Chaoyang base required points, and ordinary people needed even more. Her mother's health had always been poor. Although she had superpowers, they weren't very strong. Later, she even suffered from malnutrition, and her mother's health deteriorated further. Lin Bing could only join the team to fight zombies and accumulate points. Each month, the points were barely enough for her and her mother to survive. She spent most of her time in the suburbs, and her mother had to be cared for by Xu Shuo. As for Chu Fei and Xu Shuo's little affair, what did it matter compared to life? She didn't understand why Chu Fei, who clearly loved Xu Shuo to death, wouldn't mention breaking off their engagement. Did these two just enjoy the feeling of having a secret relationship? Lin Bing died halfway through her meal. The food was poisoned. As Lin Bing died, she thought it was such a waste of that meal. After she died, she floated in the air and clearly saw Xu Shuo expressionlessly check her breath until she was completely dead before calling Chu Fei over. Afterwards, Xu Shuo stood guard at the door while Chu Fei smashed her head open with a stone. The white brain matter disgusted Lin Bing herself, but Chu Fei seemed unfazed. Wearing white gloves, he reached into her head and pulled out the energy core. Just then, Xu Shuo walked over and saw the white energy core in Chu Fei's hand, her eyes smiling. Chu Fei rinsed the energy core with water and handed it to Xu Shuo, saying with a smile, "Now your space can be upgraded." In front of Chu Fei, Xu Shuo lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Xiaobing," she sobbed, looking pitiful. Chu Fei lovingly hugged her. "There's nothing to be sorry about. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't be alive today. Don't worry, she won't blame you." The two of them hugged and kissed. After that, Lin Bing lost consciousness. Chapter 1. The Lin family is one of the wealthiest families in H City. Wealthy families often have their share of troubles and illegitimate children. Lin Bing's father, the second son, is a ruthless businessman. A handsome and refined man even in middle age. Lin Bing's mother also comes from a good family, though her maternal grandfather's family is far from H City and involved in politics. It's rumored that her parents' marriage was an arranged one. However, Lin Bing's mother stubbornly believes it was a love marriage. Yes, she loves her father deeply, is a model wife and mother, a simple and kind woman, and treats everyone well. Lin Bing's personality seems to have inherited more from her father. When she woke up, she found herself lying on an Italian leather sofa in the living room. The room was luxurious, with a flat-screen TV on the wall playing a melodramatic TV series. She sat up abruptly, her mind racing, trying to recall if she was dead. Wait, why is the room so clean? Where are the zombies? The sun was bright, and Lin Bing unconsciously looked out the window. Lin Bing's room had a large floor-to-ceiling window on the north side. Outside, the sky was a clear blue, and white clouds drifted lazily by. Lin Bing's heart pounded, and her eyes widened involuntarily. She slowly walked to the window, opened it, and the noise of cars instantly filled her ears, exceptionally loud. In the distance, a large screen in the square was playing the latest advertisement, the music intermittently reaching Lin Bing's ears. The streets were bustling with cars and people, a lively and vibrant scene. In that instant, tears welled up in Lin Bing's eyes, seemingly unstoppable. She was alive. How long had it been? 3 years. 3 whole years since she had seen such a lively scene. When the apocalypse came, the streets were a mess. Wrecked cars, blood-stained trees, and filthy streets. Most of all, there were human corpses, slowly rotting under the sun. The city was mostly silent. Heaven knows how terrifying a silent city is. Lin Bing's heart pounded fiercely. Had she returned to before the apocalypse? Reborn? She grinned, a smile spreading across her face. Usually so composed, she was overjoyed. She pulled out a tissue and wiped away her tears. Her stomach felt empty. She must be hungry. She could finally have a proper meal, she thought happily. Across the square, the large screen had changed its advertisement again, seemingly promoting a movie, supposedly releasing in a month. It boasted several big-name film stars, a top-notch director and screenwriter, and was highly anticipated. One of the male actors was one of Lin Bing's favorites. But when she saw that actor, Lin Bing froze, her face turning pale. She clearly remembered that the apocalypse had broken out on the very day the movie was released. That night, she had been in the cinema, and when she came out, the sky was ablaze with red, a sight that astonished everyone. After midnight, rain and fog began to fall, filling the world. Lin Bing had developed a high fever after returning home, a frighteningly high temperature. Her father was out of town on business, and her mother had come to Lin Bing's apartment to take care of her. It took Lin Bing 3 whole days to wake up. She had lost a lot of weight. By then, zombies were rampant, and the Lin family's main base had long since been evacuated. Lin Bing had wanted to take her mother to find her father, but it was too difficult. What was terrifying at the time wasn't just the zombies but also the human heart. The bad people were getting worse and the good people were becoming fewer and fewer. For a time, some people who were starving even dared to eat human flesh. It was terrifying. Later, bases were established in various regions and rules were set up which improved things a bit. Thinking about all this, Lin Bing felt a chill in her heart. Her phone was on the coffee table next to the sofa. It had a time displayed on it. Lin Bing walked over, picked it up and pressed a button. The screen lit up. July 15th, Tuesday, sunny. Lin Bing smiled bitterly. Damn it, what kind of suffering had she endured? She would have to go through those terrible days again in a month. The phone rang at that moment. The caller ID showed it was her mother. Hello, Mom. Bing Bing, why aren't you home? You've already graduated, and I haven't seen you for 2 months. Lin's mother complained on the other end of the TV, and Lin Bing could tell that she was mostly worried. Axu said you've started dieting again. Bing Bing, you're not fat, why are you dieting? It'll ruin your health. The Axu her mother was referring to was Shu Shui, the adopted daughter of the Shu family. She had been with the Shu family since she was 3 years old. She was always good at interpersonal relationships, had a sweet tongue, and was beautiful, delicate, and charming with 2 dimples when she smiled. She and Lin Bing had a good relationship since childhood. Because Lin Bing didn't get along with Shu Yu, who was a year younger than Shu Shui, Lin Bing and Shu Yu had never gotten along. They would argue whenever they met. Since their families were old friends, they inevitably ran into each other, and their relationship deteriorated. Shu Yu especially disliked Shu Shui. The enemy of my enemy can also be my friend, so Lin Bing had a good impression of Shu Shui. She couldn't remember why she and Shu Yu had fallen out. Mom, I'm coming home tonight, Lin Bing added. Don't worry, I definitely won't be dieting anymore. Diet my foot. I can't even eat enough. Lin Bing is graduating from university this year, receiving her diploma in June and officially finishing in July. However, because she didn't want to go back to the Lin family's old house, she had been lingering in her small apartment for a few days. Hearing that Lin Bing would be back soon, her mother hung up the phone with satisfaction. After hanging up, Lin Bing started packing her luggage, turned off the TV, and as she walked to the door, she saw a gift-like box in the entryway. It was a light-colored box, and Lin Bing remembered that it contained her dark green jade bracelet, a birthday gift her mother had given her when she was little. Lin Bing didn't like wearing things on her wrists, so she had never worn it. Besides, this kind of thing was for middle-aged and elderly people, and she had never seen a young person wear it. What was this for? Lin Bing thought carefully. Oh right, Xu Shue's birthday is tomorrow. She clearly remembered that Xu Shui had been hinting to her that she wanted this bracelet before her birthday, hinting at it many times. This bracelet was accidentally found by Xu Shui while she was looking for her necklace, and Xu Shui had been eyeing it ever since. Lin Bing gave a mocking smile. After the apocalypse, she and her mother had been traveling with Chu Fei and Xu Shui. If it weren't for her alertness, she probably would have died more than once. She felt she owed Xu Shui nothing. Every time she took food from Xu Shui, it was in exchange for something else. Xu Shui could treat her mother's illness, but she never mentioned treating her. Before the apocalypse, Lin's mother had always been good to Xu Shui, but Xu Shui seemed to have no recollection of it. For the past 3 years since the apocalypse, the roads were impassable, and she had been unable to contact the Lin family or her maternal grandfather's family. Lin Bing had been holed up in this small base in Chaoyang City, enduring 3 years of hardship. If it weren't for her mother, she would have risked her life to find her relatives. However, Lin Bing vaguely remembered that Xu Shui had never worn this bracelet. A year after the apocalypse, Lin Bing occasionally mentioned it, and Xu Shui panicked and said she had lost it. The reason she remembered it so clearly was simply because Xu Shui had spilled a bowl of porridge because of it. Never mind, she didn't want to think about it anymore. Lin Bing stuffed the gift box containing the bracelet into her suitcase. She'd come back tomorrow to sort through everything, then sell the house and get the money. A month later, the money would be worthless. She needed to train. Even though she only had a month, it was better than doing nothing. It was a real shame she didn't have any special abilities. However, she still needed to buy some food, water, and daily necessities to store in the underground warehouse. Surely that would hold enough. She also needed to talk to her father and grandfather to make sure they were prepared. A month felt like too short a time. Right, her mother had always enjoyed yoga and a healthy diet, and her health had never been bad. But after the apocalypse, she was extremely weak. Despite having water-based abilities, she couldn't level up her powers because of her poor health. Suddenly, Lin Bing's eyes lit up. She remembered. Perhaps she could convince her mother that the apocalypse was imminent. Chapter 2: Bracelet Space. During the apocalypse, Lin Bing's mother was busy caring for her. Lin Bing remained unconscious, and they couldn't contact the Lin family. The mother was anxious and had little appetite, eating very little. She later learned that she had accidentally fallen and bled, realizing she had miscarried. At that time, zombies roamed everywhere, and hospitals were among the most overrunning places. Finding a doctor was incredibly difficult. When Lin Bing woke up, the baby in her mother's womb had already been lost, and because there were no doctors, the blood clots hadn't been properly cleared. The mother hadn't known she was pregnant, and losing the child filled her with guilt. She often cried secretly at night. The apocalypse was harsh, and the group rushed to Chaoyang City. The journey was long, but the mother never complained. Later, her health deteriorated. Lin Bing vowed to make sure her mother recovered this time. During the apocalypse, her mother was 2.5 months pregnant. Now she was only 1.5 months along, with no obvious symptoms, and the family was completely unaware. Lin Bing sighed inwardly. If her mother knew, she would definitely keep the child. But with the apocalypse upon us, it's uncertain whether this child will survive. Even if she does, without protection and food, she won't live long. When Lin Bing returned to the Lin family's old house, she smelled the aroma of chicken soup, a rich fragrance that almost made her mouth water. She had to resist. So many people were still at home, she couldn't lose face. Her third uncle and aunt were there, as were her parents. Her mother was waiting for her at the gate. Upon seeing Lin Bing, her eyes lit up. Seeing the large and small suitcases in Lin Bing's hands, she quickly called to Zhou Sa. Shaoli, come here and help Zhou Sa carry Bing Bing's luggage upstairs to her room. Lin Bing greedily inhaled the aroma of the food, inwardly regretting not thinking to find a place to have a proper meal on the way. A restaurant, a private room, a hearty meal without a care for appearances. That would have been so much better. Dad, third uncle, aunt. Looking at these familiar faces, yet having not seen them for 3 years, they seemed somewhat unfamiliar. After the apocalypse, with no news, she had no idea where her family was, or even if they were alive or dead. Although they had their share of disagreements, they were family, and those little squabbles seemed insignificant in the face of the apocalypse. Bing Bing's back. Her aunt greeted Lin Bing with a smile, asking with concern, "Have you thought about what you'll do in the future?" Finding a job after graduation was what the adults cared about most. "Not yet, I'm still thinking about it," Lin Bing said, but in her heart, she was thinking that her job in a month would be fighting zombies. Now she needed to train, and making money had to take a back seat. Seeing Aunt Jo coming downstairs, Lin Bing was really hungry and couldn't help but ask, "Is the chicken soup ready? I'm starving." It was only 4 in the afternoon, still a long way from dinner. Right now, all Lin Bing could think about was eating. Hearing this, her mother started nagging. "I told you not to diet, but you wouldn't listen. Look, you're hungry now. Shue said you only eat 1 apple per meal. How can you not be hungry?" "Mom, okay, I know," Lin Bing said helplessly. "Aunt Jo, there are still dumplings in the refrigerator. Have them make some, and quickly. The Lin family has many servants, and Aunt Jo is practically a housekeeper, handling all sorts of chores. They also have several people in the kitchen, some specifically for cooking, others for making pastries, and still others for both Chinese and Western dishes, each with their own tasks." Hearing about the dumplings, Lin Bing was very excited. If her father and the others hadn't been there, she would have rushed to the kitchen to cook them herself right now. 3 years into the apocalypse, she was no longer the pampered young lady she once was. "Aunt Jo, have them cook a lot," Lin Bing specifically instructed. 3 years ago, she had a very small appetite, and in her pursuit of beauty and thinness, she had wasted countless amounts of food. Thinking back on it now, she felt ashamed. Lin Bing sat obediently in the dining room, trying to appear ladylike, but her eyes were fixed on the kitchen. The dumplings were ready quickly. The dining area was adjacent to the living room, and there wasn't a clear distinction between them. The aroma could be smelled from both areas. When a large bowl of dumplings was placed in front of Lin Bing, her mouth practically stretched to her ears in a wide grin. However, she still noticed her mother frowned slightly at the smell of the dumplings. "Mom, are you pregnant?" Lin Bing asked casually. "What nonsense are you talking about, child?" Her mother glared at Lin Bing, thinking, "She's almost 50, how could she be pregnant? This child is getting more and more disrespectful." Actually, Lin Bing's mother is only 45 years old. She married at 21, had Lin Bing at 22, and now Lin Bing is 23. To be honest, when she learned that Lin Bing was a girl, her mother was slightly disappointed. She had always wanted to carry on the family line for Lin Bing's husband, and she had always been bothered by the fact that she hadn't given birth to a son. But as the years passed and she grew older, she had given up hope. Lin Bing's words startled her father, who was reading the newspaper. He put down the newspaper, glanced at her mother, and remained silent, but secretly noted it down, intending to have the family doctor come and check on her later. Lin Bing ate very quickly, yet still elegantly. "Aunt Jo, another bowl." Lin Bing handed over the large bowl, letting out a deep breath, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Aunt Jo was stunned. How many days had her young lady been without food? She was starving. By the time Lin Bing finished her 3 large bowls and felt full, the living room was empty. Her aunt had gone to a beauty salon, her uncle seemed to have a dinner party, and Lin Bing's parents had gone out. Lin Bing went upstairs. The elders' rooms were on the 2nd floor, while Lin Bing's and the younger generation's rooms were on the 3rd floor. After returning to her room, Lin Bing turned on the computer and started browsing the internet. She checked online for zombie apocalypse rumors, and of course she also carefully searched for information about bracelets. Many bracelets in novels have spatial abilities, and Lin Bing stared intently at her own bracelet. Could it be that it did too? Lin Bing was very intrigued. Generally, ancient jade bracelets are bound to their owners by blood, right? Lin Bing went downstairs to the kitchen and got a fruit knife, along with some sliced watermelon. She was going to eat it. Crystals were expensive in the apocalypse and the soil was polluted. Not many crops could be grown, let alone fruit trees. Lin Bing cut her left thumb, and a drop of blood came out. She dripped the blood onto the bracelet. The red blood against the green bracelet was particularly glaring. The blood dripped down the edge of the bracelet to the ground. No reaction. Could it be her hand? Lin Bing cut her right hand and dripped blood, but it still didn't work. Could it be her palm? She cut her palms on both hands and tried, but it was still no use. The bracelet didn't react at all. Lin Bing realized she'd been daydreaming. The bracelet, though old, was just an ordinary bracelet, not a spatial artifact. Lin Bing was still somewhat disappointed. She placed the bracelet on the coffee table, then went to the bathroom, washed the blood off her hands, wiped them with paper, and since the wounds were small, she simply put on bandages. Could it be blood from somewhere else? Lin Bing's imagination ran wild, and she was still pondering this. Should she try again? Lin Bing glanced at the bracelet on the coffee table. Wait, where's the bracelet? She clearly remembered putting it on the coffee table before going to the bathroom, but now it was completely gone. Gone. Could it be? Lin Bing silently chanted in her heart. I need to enter the space, I need to enter the space. She was just being reckless. A second later. Clean stream water, small fish playing, occasionally leaping out of the water. An open piece of land about an acre, all black soil and an antique-style house. Lin Bing looked at all this and laughed. A loud laugh. So the space was real. Chapter 3, Telling Mother. Lin Bing wandered around the space. She appeared next to a house, shaped like an ancient courtyard house, built of blue bricks with red tiles, looking very old. The house surprisingly had 4 doors, all opening from the outside, each with a different pattern. Lin Bing tried them all, and only managed to open the south door. Inside was a simple rustic room, leading directly to the hall. On the wall opposite the door hung a magnificent landscape painting, below which was a long table with writing brushes, ink, and a dusty blue-covered old book. Looking around, besides 2 chairs, there was a bamboo futon, a meditation spot. Not far from the south door was a clear stream, its banks lined with trees. The other side of the stream was shrouded in mist, obscuring the distant landscape. The black soil lay to the west, through which the stream flowed. To the east was a mountain, but only its base was visible. The area above was completely shrouded in thick fog. Lin Bing mustered her courage and walked towards it, only to find that she couldn't enter any part of the fog-blocked area. Lin Bing also discovered that the room she could access had a huge warehouse in the basement, larger than a football field. Thankfully, there was a place to store things. Lin Bing had been worrying about where to store the supplies she bought. Space existed in the apocalypse, but the size of that space depended on the strength of an individual's mental power. It seemed everyone's space was different, and those with spatial abilities would never tell others what was in their space. There were fish in the water. It seemed the water was drinkable. Now she didn't have to worry about water. Lin Bing was very satisfied. But what about the bracelet? She thought to herself. Exit the space, that should be it. She wasn't entirely sure after all. She had never used a space before and wasn't very familiar with it. Bingo! She guessed right. After thinking about exiting the space, she returned to her original room. Afterwards, Lin Bing's lips curled into a wide smile, looking like a fool. She searched her room for a long time but still couldn't find her bracelet. Undeterred, Lin Bing went to the bathroom, locked the door, and carefully searched her reflection and body in the mirror. Finally, her efforts paid off. She found a green dot on the palm of her right hand. Could it be this? Then Lin Bing tried holding the wash cup, thinking, put it in. Instantly the cup disappeared. Lin Bing then tried touching the towel with her fingers, thinking, put it in. No reaction. The towel remained hanging on the hook, unmoved. Lin Bing understood. It seemed that to store things in her spatial storage, she had to touch them with her palm. Sure enough, the bracelet was in her palm. That dark green dot was the bracelet. If you didn't look closely, it looked like a small light-colored mole. Although it wasn't easy to spot, Lin Bing was still a little uneasy. She needed to prepare some gloves, practical ones. Lin Bing went into the space again, and finally confirmed that the items she had stored there were in the underground warehouse. The wash cup sat alone on the floor, the space quite empty. Lin Bing thought she needed to buy some cabinets and divide the warehouse into sections. Otherwise, it would be difficult to access things when there were too many. She wondered if the warehouse in this space could keep food fresh. She would have to try it. If not, she would have to buy some easy-to-store and vacuum-packed foods. Instant noodles were a must. As Lin Bing was leaving the space again, she heard a knock at the door. Opening the door, she saw her mother standing outside. Lin's mother's surname was Zhang, and her name was Zhang Ruoxin. Since marrying Lin's father, She had lived a comfortable life in the Lin family. Originally, she had her family protecting her, and she lived a simple and happy life. After marrying Lin's father, he arranged all the big and small matters in the family. Apart from having a somewhat troublesome daughter, Lin's mother's life could be described as smooth sailing. As a result, even at this age, she still retained a somewhat romantic and naive nature. Lin's mother was doing well and well-maintained. Her skin was fair and smooth, with almost no wrinkles around her eyes, and her smile was very clean. Having seen many shrewd and capable women in the business world, Lin's father preferred a simpler life in his personal life. Perhaps this was why the two of them had rarely argued over the years, and had always lived a loving life. Lin's mother, however, seemed slightly embarrassed and awkward. Seeing her mother's expression, Lin Bing knew what was going on. The two must have just gone to the doctor and confirmed the pregnancy. "Mom, come in quickly," Lin Bing said, half joyful and half worried, inviting her mother in. She wanted to take this opportunity to reveal the truth about the apocalypse to her mother, so she could be prepared. Although such a thing was absurd, and saying it now would inevitably make her seem crazy, Lin Bing had to tell her. She was only 50% sure her mother would believe her. After Lin's mother entered, Lin Bing locked her own room door and carefully led her mother to the bedroom. She closed the window and partitioned the room, had her mother sit on the edge of the bed, and stood, her face serious. Lin's mother was startled by Lin Bing's actions. "Bing Bing, what happened? Why are the windows closed in broad daylight? What's going on? Mom, are you pregnant?" Lin Bing asked knowingly. She had to start with this topic and then gradually tell her mother about the apocalypse. She had to take it slow and not rush it. "Yes." Lin's mother blushed slightly at the mention of this, feeling a little embarrassed. At her age, it was such a surprise to find out she was pregnant. However, Lin's mother wanted this child. "Mom, I had a dream yesterday, and I knew you were pregnant from the dream." Lin Bing looked earnestly into her mother's eyes and said, word by word. Lin's mother looked at Lin Bing with suspicion. She opened her mouth to say something, but Lin Bing stopped her. "Mom, don't say anything now. Listen to me, okay?" Lin's mother nodded. "I dreamt that the apocalypse would come a month later, on August 15th. I was watching a movie that day, and when I came out, the sky was full of red light. Then it started raining heavily, and the rain contained chemicals. People who got rained on that day underwent mutations. Some turned into zombies and some gained superpowers, though only a very small minority did. Later, I contracted the virus. At the time, I was living in an apartment and had a high fever. You came to take care of me. 3 days later, I woke up to find that you had miscarried, Mom. There was chaos outside, zombies were rampant, and the Lin family had already evacuated. Father was doing business out of town and wasn't in the city. We couldn't find Father or the Lin family. Because of the miscarriage, your health had been poor, and it got worse and worse. Zombies are all transformed humans. Most of them turned into zombies on the first day after being caught in the rain. At first, their families thought they were sick and sent them to the hospital, which is where the most zombies get infected. They only eat people and don't die. They're like living dead. Only a blow to the head will kill them completely, just like in Resident Evil. Mom, have you seen this movie? As she spoke, Lin Bing felt nauseous just thinking about the shapes of the zombies, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. She figured it was better to let her mother watch the movie to understand, since it was pretty much the same anyway. After hearing this, Lin's mother sat silently on the bed, unsure whether to believe her or not. Lin Bing continued, "Mom, I'm only saying this in case of emergency. You absolutely mustn't let Dad leave H City, and you mustn't leave the old house. You must stay with them. Also, if possible, Mom, sell everything you can, the stocks, the house, everything, and buy supplies. We're planning to open a supermarket, so we need to stock up." The house was still appreciating in value, and selling it now would incur high taxes, so it wasn't a good deal. Most people would probably think the same way. But that was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, what does a house matter? Mom, what are you thinking? Do you believe what I'm saying? Lin Bing was unsure of her mother's reaction. Lin's mother frowned, then sighed deeply, looking at Lin Bing. "I'll prepare some supplies." She then fell silent, her heart heavy as she left Lin Bing's room. Before leaving, Lin Bing specifically instructed, "Don't tell Dad. He definitely won't believe it." Lin's mother hesitated, but finally nodded slowly. Lin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her mother was soft-hearted and couldn't keep secrets. Her mother would definitely tell her father what she said, and her father, being a cautious man, would definitely inquire from various sources. She didn't need to worry about the Lin family for now. She needed to plan for herself. Stockpile supplies, train, and incidentally post online, mentioning the apocalypse situation. Whether they believed her or not was none of her concern. That was all she could do. She looked at the clock. It was 5 o'clock. Lin Bing changed into her workout clothes and put on a pair of sneakers. She was going for a run. There was a large park near the old house with a nice environment. At this time of year, the sun wouldn't set until 7 or 8 o'clock, so it was still quite strong. However, there were many trees in the park, so it shouldn't be a problem. She'd start with 20 laps. Lin Bing knew she had to take it slow, but she didn't have time now. She couldn't wait. Her body was too thin and malnourished. She needed to recuperate and exercise. Even if she couldn't run anymore, she had to walk. Lin's mother, preoccupied with her worries, went to find her husband. After Lin's father asked a couple of questions, she blurted out everything Lin Bing had said. Lin's mother finally felt a little relieved, and repeatedly told her father, "Don't tell anyone." Then she sighed and said to her father, "Do you think Bing Bing is possessed, having such a dream?" Lin's father seemed thoughtful but casually replied, "Perhaps." In his heart, however, he already had a plan. His eyes unconsciously falling on Lin's mother's stomach. If this was true, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, if it were true, the pregnant woman would be in trouble. After Lin Bing died, her body was thrown out of the city, and her fresh corpse was devoured by zombies. A month later, having exhausted her points, Lin's mother was forcibly transferred to the zombie extermination team by the base, and finally died in the wilderness. Only in her final moments did Lin's mother learn that her daughter had died unexpectedly a month earlier. "I have no will to live. Why did you let that old woman leave the city? Don't we still need her blood? It's enough. Lin Bing's energy core is sufficient. We don't need their family's blood anymore." Xu Shui smiled with remarkable ease. Chapter 4. Online News. When Lin Bing got home, she looked like she'd been pulled out of water. She was panting heavily, unable to stop. She'd run the first 2 laps, then walked the next 18 at a slow pace. During the last 5 laps, her thin legs trembled so badly she felt like collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, she had some willpower and managed to complete 20 laps. It was 6:30, half an hour before dinner was ready, and the kitchen was preparing it. Lin Bing's body was almost limp, her breathing labored, but she still went to Aunt Zhou and said, "Aunt Zhou, please bring dinner upstairs for me. I won't come down. Please tell Grandpa and the others I'm not feeling well. Thank you for your help." Aunt Zhou looked at Lin Bing's pale face, her cheeks covered in sweat, and felt a pang of sympathy. "Miss, please go upstairs and rest. Don't tire yourself out. Look at you, why did you run like that? You've worn yourself out." Lin Bing smiled obediently and went upstairs. Lin Bing soaked comfortably in the bathtub with her eyes closed, the steam filling the entire bathroom. Her aching limbs slowly regained their strength under the hot water. Even in the apocalypse, there was water, and besides, she possessed ice abilities. As a level 3 ice ability user, she could condense ice from the air. However, there was only cold water. Hot water was rare. Bathing in the base was dangerous for a woman, especially a woman of decent appearance. There were people with fire abilities in the base, but unfortunately, they were all clinging to Xu Shui and inexplicably hostile towards her. Among her companions, her closest relationship was merely a nodding acquaintance. Because of her mother's health, Lin Bing always brought back some dry tree branches from the outskirts to start a fire and boil water. The Chaoyang base had generators, but because the base was too small, and there were too many people, many devices were limited in use and had to be exchanged for points or food. At that time, Lin Bing didn't have any extra points or food to live comfortably. And Chu Fei, her boyfriend with lightning abilities, was just a figurehead. He was always nowhere to be seen. Ice ability. Oh no. Lin Bing suddenly opened her eyes. She had gained her ice powers after being infected by the rain that day, causing a mutation in her body. A month later, if she stayed safely at home, would she lose her ice powers? only having spatial abilities without protection. Even though she could stay with the Lin family, who knew what kind of people they would be in the apocalypse? The apocalypse was terrifying. If people knew she had a spatial ability and food, but no way to protect herself, her future was uncertain. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, she had long since lost faith in everyone. Lin Bing's expression was grave. She heard the door open. It must be Aunt Zhou bringing up dinner. Lin Bing got out of the bathtub, dried herself with a towel, put on her clothes, and dried her hair before stepping out of the tub. Dinner was indeed on the table. A small bowl of porridge, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 2 meat dishes, a beautiful combination of red and green, though served on small plates and in small portions. There was also dessert and fruit, a very generous portion. Lin Bing rubbed her stomach. She had just eaten 3 large bowls of dumplings, so she wasn't hungry, but she wasn't full either. Seeing the appetizing food, Lin Bing sniffed the aroma, deciding she could still eat. Having lived through 3 years in the apocalypse, she couldn't bear to waste a single drop of food now. Back then, even a moldy loaf of bread would be fought over. Lin Bing picked up her chopsticks, but then noticed a small dark green mole on her right palm. She suddenly wondered if her spatial storage could preserve food. Looking at the dishes on the table, she reluctantly put a small plate of vegetables into the underground storage of her spatial storage. This plate contained eggs, which spoiled very easily in this weather. She would know tomorrow whether the storage in her spatial storage had a preservation function. Lin Bing also put a cup of hot water in a different location from the food. Seeing the food, Lin Bing couldn't resist stuffing herself full, feeling incredibly stuffed afterward. Seeing the plates and bowls clean, as if they had been licked clean, Lin Bing felt very satisfied. Lin Bing rubbed her stomach. She was exhausted and wanted to rest early, but she'd eaten too much tonight and needed to digest, so it wasn't a good time to rest now. Bored, she turned on the TV to add some life to the room. She flipped through the channels, watching either idol dramas or ancient fantasy dramas. Nothing interesting, or entertainment news. Lin Bing changed the channel again, only to find it was a news channel. Just as she was about to change the channel again, she suddenly stopped. The screen showed police arresting a group of drug users. They were all resisting, one of them resisting so strongly that he pinned a policeman to the ground. It took 5 or 6 policemen to subdue him. The criminal had even scratched the hands of 2 policemen. As he was being put into the car, the camera gave a close-up of his face. His face was deathly pale, his eyes were red-rimmed, his eye sockets and nose were bluish, his lips were purple, and his whole body was stiff. He was making incoherent, hissing noises. On the TV, the surrounding police and reporters didn't seem to care, as if they thought it was a normal reaction to drugs. Lin Bing knew these were symptoms of being bitten. While the criminal resembled someone in the later stages of drug use, drug addicts are generally weak and powerless, far from being incredibly strong, requiring 5 or 6 police officers to subdue. Lin Bing's initially relaxed mood now turned heavy. How could there be zombies so quickly? What was going on? She had thought she'd have a month of easy life, but her expectations were shattered so quickly. Lin Bing glanced at the news, then went to her desk, turned on her computer, and searched for several zombie-related keywords on Baidu. She clicked on the search results one by one, and then a small headline in the corner of a forum caught her attention. Zombies appear. This account was a newly registered account, only a few days old. Lin Bing clicked on the post. It wasn't long, simply stating that the poster worked at a hospital and witnessed a patient turning into a zombie, along with a few blurry photos. Although the photos were blurry, bloodstains were faintly visible at the patient's mouth. The post detailed that the patient was brought in from a small town, where several other patients with similar symptoms had already arrived. It claimed that fog had formed in the mountainous area near that town. The white fog had a faint reddish tinge, and many people had seen it. The fog lingered for days and continued to move towards the town. Upon seeing this information, Lin Bing's heart skipped a beat. He knew this person was probably telling the truth. During the apocalypse, experts had studied the origins of the zombies, attributing it to those strange fogs and the rain that day. It seemed the fog and rain contained some unknown chemical elements, which hadn't been deciphered until Lin Bing's death. The post didn't attract many readers or replies. The poster only appeared on the first page and then disappeared. Many people treated it as a joke. Lin Bing logged into his main account on Tieba and reposted the post, including today's news and time, and briefly outlined some precautions and preparations for the apocalypse before logging out. Lin Bing also went to the forum and reposted what she had written on Tieba. That was all she could do. Whether others believed it or not was none of her business. Lin Bing knew that such alarmist posts would probably be deleted by the administrators very soon. She didn't mention it on Weibo or QQ, because Weibo and QQ are mostly for friends and acquaintances. If she rashly brought it up, she'd probably be considered crazy. Besides, there was still a month left, and she didn't want to be gossiped about for that entire month. Lin Bing turned off the TV, her mood growing increasingly heavy. The zombies were probably already showing signs, perhaps because their numbers were too small to attract attention, or perhaps a small group of powerful figures had already noticed the anomalies but were suppressing the issue for fear of unsettling public opinion, secretly trying to resolve it. The world appeared orderly on the surface, but internally, it was probably already rotting. Who knew? Lin Bing knew the outside world was no longer safe. She had to speed things up. The joy and excitement of gaining access to the space cooled quickly after reading the online posts and news. Too much had happened today, she was exhausted. She needed a good rest, and everything would start tomorrow. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep because of the zombies, but unexpectedly, she fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. The night passed too quickly, in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5. Preparing supplies. Lin Bing was afraid of oversleeping, so she set an alarm clock before going to bed last night. The alarm went off at 8 a.m. When Lin Bing woke up, she felt sore all over. After washing up, she didn't eat breakfast and then did 20 laps of running and walking, which was slightly better than yesterday, a small improvement. After Lin Bing went back to her room to wash up, breakfast had already been delivered to her room. Delicious meat buns, soft and yellow bean curd sheets, fried dough sticks and soy milk and some noodles. Aunt Zhou had prepared everything, which was exactly what she wanted. Lin Bing ate happily. With so much food, no one was competing with her. This time she ate slowly. Eating too fast would make her full, so she had to take her time. After breakfast, Lin Bing first turned on her computer and read through the 2 posts she had made yesterday. Surprisingly, both posts had quite a few comments. Lin Bing scrolled down. It seemed many people were very interested in the apocalypse and zombies. Many people agreed with the comments, some were cursing, and some were avoiding the topic. Someone even left a comment saying they saw the fog while visiting their hometown on their phone. A few people in the village had fallen ill with high fevers, but no zombies had appeared. However, after seeing Lin Bing's post, that person quickly returned to the city, not daring to linger in their hometown. The post also contained rumors about police, doctors, and nurses, saying which hospital floor was locked down, which district was quarantined, and a nurse even mentioned that her doctor had taken leave after being grabbed by a patient. There were only similar symptoms. No one had actually seen any zombies. So it started this early. Lin Bing slapped her head in frustration. She had never liked reading the news. If she hadn't experienced the apocalypse, she probably wouldn't have clicked on the post even if she'd seen the title. She used to hate supernatural tales and disliked people who made a fuss over nothing. Scrolling to the back, there wasn't any important information in the post, so Lin Bing shut down her computer. She decided to go out today to start preparing supplies and ask around among her friends to see if anyone wanted a house. She owned several houses near the school, so they should sell easily. However, since she was in such a hurry to sell, she was sure she would be pressured to lower the price. If the houses didn't sell, she could use them as collateral at the bank. Right, supplies. Space. She had put that bowl of vegetables and hot water into her space yesterday, and it was already morning. Perhaps she could go in and see how it went. Thinking this, Lin Bing entered her space and went to the underground warehouse. To her surprise, the cup of water was still steaming. She slowly walked to the bowl of vegetables on the other side and touched it. The vegetables were still as hot as when she put them in. Lin Bing was overjoyed. She could pack food and put it in. That's great. Lin Bing couldn't stop smiling as she left the space. Such a space was top-notch in the apocalypse. Right, she suddenly remembered the black soil in the space. She needed to buy some seeds and saplings. Lin Bing checked her savings again. She still had several 100,000 yuan in balance. She also had 2 credit cards and a supplementary card her mother had given her. which had the highest overdraft limit. Her father had gone to work, and her mother wasn't home. Lin Bing called her mother and learned that her mother was at the hospital for a checkup, seemingly due to some urgent matter. After only a few words, her mother hurriedly hung up. Lin Bing didn't think much of her mother being at the hospital, but the mention of hospitals reminded her of medical supplies and medicines, things hard to find in the apocalypse. Hospitals were always crowded, and patients exhibiting unusual symptoms were the first to be brought there. Many doctors and nurses were among the first to be bitten. If they had problems, even healthy patients were affected and attacked. When the apocalypse came, hospitals became one of the most dangerous zombie gathering places. Doctors and nurses also suffered the most deaths, resulting in a shortage of them in the later stages of the apocalypse. Wounds, if not treated and bandaged, could easily lead to serious injury. The blood of zombies, humans, and some animals stained the city. If you were to search for food in the city with a wound, and accidentally get your hands on this blood, you would definitely get infected. Even if you were a superhuman, you would turn into a zombie, and a special kind of zombie at that. Thinking about this, Lin Bing carefully memorized the medical supplies. It seemed she needed to prepare plenty of bandages, gauze, hemostatic agents, cold and fever reducers, painkillers, and many other things. Food, seeds, medicine, and daily necessities were all essential. She drove her Audi when she went out. Sports cars were too conspicuous. During her school years, her elders wouldn't allow their children to buy sports cars or cause trouble, especially since her uncle was a politician, and getting into trouble would have a bad influence. While driving, Lin Bing realized she also needed to prepare more gasoline. In the apocalypse, gasoline was a rare commodity. Whether it was for escaping or hunting zombies in the years to come, gasoline was indispensable. Thinking about gasoline made Lin Bing realize she didn't have enough money. Gas stations are rarely located in bustling city centers. Lin Bing's usual gas station was near the Third Ring Road, and she was quite familiar with the staff. Despite the purchase restrictions, Lin Bing still bought several large containers. There were so many storage tanks. It was a pity she could look but not buy. If her father had listened to her mother and helped her, things would have been much easier. Lin Bing paid but left the gasoline at the gas station, telling the staff to come and pick it up in the afternoon. She needed to rent a large warehouse first. Otherwise, storing the purchased items directly into her spatial storage would be too conspicuous and cause trouble. As for food and medicine, she could wholesale them under the pretext of opening a supermarket. For grain, she could buy it directly from the farmer's market, but unfortunately, she didn't have anyone she trusted. She had to rely on herself for everything. It wasn't that she didn't have familiar friends, but in the apocalypse, people's hearts were unpredictable, and she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't be betrayed by friends. It was best to be cautious. Passing a bookstore, Lin Bing stopped her car and went in, buying several books on agriculture, medicine, and wilderness survival. She even asked the clerk for recommendations on some well-regarded books. She also bought several cookbooks. She knew how to cook in the apocalypse, but food was scarce, and her culinary skills were limited, so reading was always beneficial. Carrying a large stack of books into her car, the clerk made several trips for her, for which Lin Bing thanked her repeatedly. Back in her car, Lin Bing realized she needed to prepare several laptops, hard drives, and oh yes, a generator. She could download useful information online, especially books, but everything online was censored. Highly sensitive information couldn't be circulated online. She wasn't a computer science major and couldn't hack into other people's computers, so she decided to think carefully about what else she needed to prepare. Perhaps she could download some movies, TV shows, and animations, prepare a sufficient food supply, and then live a lifetime in her spatial dimension? Lin Bing's mind began to wander. She shook her head, deciding to take it one step at a time. Lin Bing drove to the largest shopping plaza in the city center. This plaza was quite large, with the most complete selection of goods, and was also the busiest place. It had 6 floors in total. The basement was a food street, the first floor had jewelry and cosmetic stores, the second floor had women's clothing, the third floor had men's and children's clothing, the fourth floor had electronics, and the fifth floor was a supermarket. Although the supermarket was said to be on the first floor, it actually had 2 floors with a wide variety of goods including food, daily necessities, and even a pharmacy near the entrance. Lin Bing took the elevator directly to the 5th floor, found the supermarket manager, and bought dozens of bags of rice, a large amount of domestic and foreign snacks, including high-calorie chocolate. Lin Bing ate almost everything in the supermarket, plus instant noodles, ham, canned meat, sanitary napkins, paper, toothbrushes, toothpaste, blankets, and other daily necessities. She bought everything. Although these items were not expensive, Lin Bing bought so much that her savings were almost exhausted. Fortunately, she still had a credit card. Naturally, she arranged with the supermarket manager that since Lin Bing was a major customer, the supermarket would deliver directly. Lin Bing and the supermarket manager exchanged phone numbers, and she would contact him by phone to discuss the delivery address. In Lin Bing's view, these things were far from enough. She would first go to a real estate agency to find a larger warehouse, and then list her house for sale to have working capital. Most places that sell agricultural products only accept cash, and rarely accept credit cards. The fourth floor was for appliances, and Lin Bing had already bought some there. With the supplementary credit card her mother had given her, which always had a high limit, she wasn't worried about maxing it out. Laptop, rice cooker, camera, kitchen utensils, gas stove, pots and pans, etc., and a solar water heater. Basically, Lin Bing bought whatever she saw that she thought was useful, and she prepared more than one set. Things these days break easily, and what if she didn't have several sets on hand? Before she knew it, she had bought a lot of things, again with home delivery, leaving her phone number, and she would provide her address in the afternoon. The second floor sells women's clothing, so she can buy plenty of underwear. She also needs to go to a specialty store to buy hiking gear and comfortable walking shoes, the sturdiest ones possible, as this is essential for the trip, and she needs to stock up. Lin Bing felt she could never buy enough. After buying her underwear, she was looking for a specialty store when she bumped into Xu Shui, who was also shopping. Xu Shui was surprised to see Lin Bing, followed by panic. Beside her was the handsome Chu Fei, the two of them holding hands, looking very sweet. Lin Bing secretly rolled her eyes. She was busy preparing supplies and didn't have time to argue with Xu Shui. She hadn't expected these two boyfriends to actually show up at her doorstep. How could she have missed such blatant flirting before? Xu Shui hurriedly let go of Chu Fei's hand and rushed over to grab Lin Bing's hand, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. "Bing Bing, you're not thinking anything, it's not what you see." As she spoke, she lowered her head and tears streamed down her face. Lin Bing, looking impatient, said, "Let go." She didn't have time for this charade, this endless nagging. Xu Shui looked even more pitiful, her slender body trembling. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, "Bing Bing, I just twisted my ankle, Chu Fei helped me up, that's all. I know you're impatient and don't like explanations, but you have to." Before Xu Shui could finish, Lin Bing shook off her hand, saying disdainfully, "Don't call me Bing Bing. How many times have I told you? Call me Lin Bing, understand?" Xu Shui, seemingly unsteady, collapsed weakly to the ground, curled up in a ball, her eyes filled with tears, looking even more pitiful. Lin Bing stared at Xu Shui for a long time. Xu Shui's tears kept welling up in her eyes, but not a single drop fell. How did she manage that? Amazing. Just then Lin Bing heard footsteps. It was Chu Fei approaching, looking at her coldly. Lin Bing was secretly delighted. Here it comes. This time she would break off all ties with him completely, too lazy to continue the entanglement. If the Chu family weren't such formidable forces, and if her engagement to Chu Fei hadn't been arranged by both families, she would have made this man disappear on her own after her rebirth. He even smashed her head after her death. She had never wronged him. If she didn't have a good reason now, even with only a month left until the apocalypse, reneging on the engagement would be detrimental to the Lin family. The animosity between powerful families was no joke. It would be best if Chu Fei proposed breaking off the engagement first, putting her in a more advantageous position. Chapter 6. Collecting Interest. When Chu Fei walked over, he was carrying 3 shopping bags with English labels. Lin Bing recognized the brands: women's clothing, high-end goods, probably Xu Shui's clothes, and Chu Fei was carrying them for her. Lin Bing looked at Chu Fei with a half-smile. Although her relationship with Chu Fei wasn't particularly deep, this man's behavior was too much of a slap in the face. Who was he trying to impress with this perfect boyfriend act? Chu Fei ignored Lin Bing's mocking gaze. He had come over, but he had come to comfort Xu Shui. He walked to Xu Shue's side, tossed the bags aside, and half squatted down to help the frail Xu Shue up, repeatedly asking, "Did you hurt yourself? Do you need to go to the hospital?" From any angle, Chu Fei and Xu Shue's posture looked particularly ambiguous. He completely treated Lin Bing, his official fiancé, as a mere decoration. Not only that, he also sneered at Lin Bing while supporting Xu Shue, saying, "Don't act like a shrew," hitting people without warning. Lin Bing laughed in anger, not bothering to say anything more to the two of them. She walked over to Chu Fei and showed him the intimate photos she had just taken of Xu Shue and Chu Fei on her phone. It must be said that Lin Bing had quite a talent for photography. From every angle, the two looked like they were kissing and gazing deeply into each other's eyes. The evidence was irrefutable. When Chu Fei saw the photos, his face turned green. He didn't even care about Xu Shue anymore. His first reaction was to snatch Lin Bing's phone. Lin Bing, however, smiled and slowly said, "Chu Fei, don't bother trying to take it. I've already sent the pictures to your email. Even if you smash your phone now, it won't help. But I didn't know when my dear fiancé and my best friend got together." Lin Bing had already made up her mind that she had to settle things with these two completely this time. Time was running out. She had to go to the warehouse that afternoon, and she also had an appointment to deliver supplies. Oh, and she needed to find a teacher to teach her some fighting skills, preferably a retired veteran or someone who could use real weapons. It would always be good to learn a few more moves. During those 3 years in the apocalypse, she suffered so much before she stumbled and learned a few somewhat useful skills. Compared to those who had practiced before the apocalypse, she was at a huge disadvantage. Hearing Lin Bing's words, Chu Fei's face turned ugly, and his expression became cold. He sneered, "It's just that your best friend fell down and I helped her up." Oh, I didn't know the Lin family's daughter was so petty. He was blatantly lying. Xu Shue squeezed between the two, staring at Lin Bing with an expression that seemed to say, "How could you be so unreasonable?" She said aggrievedly, Lin Bing, it's not what you think. Chu Fei wanted to buy you some pretty clothes as a gift, but he didn't know your size, so he asked me to help him choose." She then handed Lin Bing 3 shopping bags that she had somehow picked up. I've seen shameless people, but never anyone this shameless. These two are a match made in heaven. Lin Bing didn't take the bag Xu Shue offered, but casually took a newly bought dress from one of the bags. Oh no, a dress, a light green dress, the latest style, and of particularly good quality. Lin Bing picked up the pretty dress, shook it, held it in front of her, compared it to her body, and looked at Xu Shue mockingly. "My dress? Don't you know I'm taller than you? Is this dress just for covering your butt?" Lin Bing was almost half a height taller than Xu Shue. And not only were their bust sizes different, but their lengths were also completely different styles. Can you two even explain this blatant lie? Lin Bing inwardly scorned them. These two scoundrels dared to cheat but wouldn't admit it. It was just a matter of ending the marriage. She really couldn't understand why Chu Fei was so stubborn. Xu Shue was actually the illegitimate daughter of the Xu family. Everyone in high society knew this. If Chu Fei liked Xu Shue, he wouldn't hesitate to marry her, and the marriage wouldn't be impossible. Hearing Lin Bing's deliberate sarcasm, Xu Shue's face turned bright red. Lin Bing was usually a carefree and oblivious person, never paying attention to such small details, which emboldened Xu Shue. Xu Shue could tell that Lin Bing wasn't that interested in Chu Fei. In the past, Lin Bing would have let a lie go unpunished. What was wrong with Lin Bing today? Xu Shue always understood the power dynamics and clearly knew that Lin Bing wouldn't let this go easily. So she changed her strategy. "Lin Bing, I'm sorry. It was my own wishful thinking that I liked Chu Fei. Blame me if you want. I couldn't help falling in love with him. I was infatuated with him, and I even begged him to go shopping with me. None of this has anything to do with Chu Fei. He just saw me sad and couldn't bear to refuse. He has always loved you." Xu Shue's tears fell like rain this time, and she cried beautifully, her nose red as she sobbed. "I never intended to ruin things between you two." In the post-apocalyptic world, Xu Shue had always been beautiful, clean, and pure, adored by men, with a compassionate heart like a bodhisattva, always a goddess on high. In the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Bing rarely saw Xu Shue except when she returned home after hunting zombies. After bumping into Xu Shue at home once or twice, Xu Shue visited less often. Later, when Xu Shue needed to see her, she would go to Xu Shue's home. Xu Shue's home was very comfortable, fully equipped, comparable to the homes of high-ranking officials in the Chaoyang base. In the third year of the apocalypse, every time Lin Bing saw Xu Shue would look at her with a pitying yet disdainful gaze. Lin Bing always pretended not to see it. Returning from missions in the suburbs, she was always exhausted and dirty, her body always tainted with the stench of zombies or other strange smells, something she couldn't help. At that time she had neither a spatial dimension nor food, unlike Xu Shue, and could only risk her life. Since her rebirth, this was the first time Lin Bing had seen Xu Shue so humble and subservient, and she couldn't help but feel a secret satisfaction. She couldn't afford to offend both the Chu and Shu families now. She was currently busy gathering supplies, and if she killed them it wouldn't be good if they targeted her. She should wait. Killing them the day before the apocalypse arrived wouldn't be too late. Lin Bing's mind raced. Just then Lin Bing's phone rang loudly. Lin Bing glanced at the caller ID. It was her mother. She quickly answered. "Mom, what's wrong?" While on the phone she handed the dress back to Xu Shue, who was still crying. Chu Fei, however, stood some distance away, not approaching to show concern. Lin's mother's voice was urgent. "Bing Bing, it seems like something's wrong with Mom's health. Where are you?" "I'm still at the hospital. I'll tell you more when we meet. It's hard to explain over the phone." "Okay. I'm at the shopping mall on the pedestrian street. You stay at the hospital. I'll come find you." "Which hospital are you at?" "I'll be right there." Lin Bing was getting anxious. Her mother had something wrong with her health? Lin's mother gave Lin Bing the hospital address. Lin Bing hung up the phone, glancing at the two despicable people beside her. Her eyes darkened slightly. She had already made up her mind. Let them live another month. It wouldn't be good to kill them in front of everyone. However, thinking of her own gruesome death, Lin Bing couldn't swallow her anger. So Lin Bing smiled and walked up to Xu Shue. "Xu Shue," she said, rubbing her beautiful hands. Xu Shue looked up. Slap. A sharp slap sent Xu Shue's face flying to the side, a trickle of blood visible around her mouth. Lin Bing shook her aching hand and slowly walked to Chu Fei's side. Chu Fei was startled and instinctively took a step back. But Lin Bing was faster, kicking him in the groin and hitting him squarely. Chu Fei's face turned pale instantly, and he doubled over in pain. "All right, now I believe you two aren't having an affair. Bye-bye, darling," Lin Bing said with a smile, blowing each of them a kiss before leaving. Although there's no time to settle accounts now, collecting some interest is still possible. Xu Shue covered her face, her fair cheeks already swollen and red. She stared at Lin Bing's departing figure with a gloomy gaze, a soft smile playing on her lips, but she didn't let it escape her lips. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking. Her expression was extremely strange. Seeing Chu Fei bent over in pain, Xu Shue's expression changed. Her face became aggrieved, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, her expression kind and innocent. She hadn't wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, despite her injuries, she hurriedly went over, supporting Chu Fei, her heart aching with concern. She weakly asked, "Chu Fei, are you all right?" Chu Fei raised his head, gritting his teeth, and said, "I'm fine." Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, indicating the intense pain he was in. Chu Fei's eyes turned cold and menacing when he saw the bloodstains on Xu Shue's lips. Remembering his own miserable state, his anger flared even more, and he hated Lin Bing to the core. Yet he still comforted Xu Shue, saying, "I'll make Lin Bing pay." His slender fingers gently wiped away the blood from Xu Shue's lips, his movements tender. The hospital Lin's mother had mentioned wasn't far from the pedestrian street, only 3 stops away. Lin Bing arrived at her destination in about 10 minutes, though finding a parking space took a little time. Lin's mother waited anxiously at the hospital's outpatient entrance, pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Lin Bing, her mother rushed over and pulled her towards the hospital exit, asking as she went, "Bing Bing, where's your car? Let's talk in the car." After leading her mother to the car, Lin Bing asked, "Mom, what's wrong with your health?" Hearing Lin Bing's question, her mother hesitated for a moment, glancing around to make sure the car window was closed, before carefully leaning close to Lin Bing's ear and whispering, "My hand seems to be having problems, it's oozing water." As she spoke, she held her right hand up to Lin Bing's face. Under Lin Bing's gaze, a small droplet of water appeared on the 2-centimeter area of her palm. Her mother's hand was trembling. Chapter 7. Possessing Superpowers. Lin Bing was truly stunned. Her mind screamed, "What? She doesn't have any superpowers." She had considered the possibility of being reborn with an ice superpower, and had even secretly tried it in the bathroom. Her ice superpower hadn't returned with her. She couldn't freeze water or lower its temperature. Ugh, it was truly disheartening. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. After the initial envy, Lin Bing's mind raced. Her mother had accidentally gained a water superpower 6 months after the apocalypse. Her mother's health wasn't good, and she hadn't fought much. Her water superpower was even weaker than a typical level 1 superpower. Since her mother possessed a water superpower, did that mean she too was reborn? Seeing her mother's astonished and disappointed expression, Lin Bing was uncertain and could only tentatively ask, "Mom, do you remember how you got this power?" Her mother nodded and said, "Last night, when I went to the bathroom after washing my hands, I noticed they were quite wet. After drying them with a tissue, the water reappeared on its own. I came to the hospital early this morning, and when the doctor examined me, the water suddenly disappeared. They searched for a long time but couldn't find it. When I left the treatment room, I wondered when it would reappear, and then it immediately reappeared, not in my palm but suspended in midair. I was terrified." Her mother patted her chest, still seemingly shaken, and continued muttering, "Luckily, no one was around. I thought I'd make it disappear quickly, and it did." "Mom, this is a power," Lin Bing explained, her heart filled with doubt. Her mother's sudden possession of a water power must be strange. She couldn't be sure what was going on. If her mother was reborn with a water power, why didn't she have any memories of her previous life? If it weren't for rebirth and the apocalypse hadn't even arrived yet, it would be hard to understand why she suddenly possessed water-based superpowers. Because of this uncertainty, Lin Bing didn't mention her rebirth. "Superpowers? What are those?" Lin's mother asked, her eyes fixed on the water droplets suspended in her hand. She even blew on them, but they wouldn't disperse. "I had a dream about the apocalypse the other day, and in that world, people who can control water are water-based superpower users used to kill zombies. The highest level of superpower in the dream was level 5, and the person in the dream could even protect themselves with water, preventing zombies from getting close. I don't know if it's real." Lin Bing spoke while observing her mother's reaction, thinking that having superpowers would make people more convinced that the apocalypse was coming. Lin's mother's expression turned serious. The water droplets disappeared as if they had never existed, and she withdrew her hand. Her body slowly trembled, and she sat silently in the car. After a long silence, Lin's mother finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "I'll go back and discuss it with your father. We'll convert all our movable assets into liquid assets. If that's the case, there's a lot to prepare and time is tight." "Mom," Lin Bing said softly, "do you want that child?" If so, she would prepare plenty of formula, baby supplies, and clothes for the child from infancy to adulthood. As for herself, marriage and children? She hadn't thought that far ahead. Even with her spatial ability, how long she could live was still uncertain. When she died, level 3 zombies already possessed consciousness, and level 4 zombies had intelligence, cunning, and bodies harder than steel. Lin's mother remained silent, avoiding the question. "Mom, are you going home now? I'll take you." Since Lin's mother didn't want to bring it up, Lin Bing didn't ask further, changing the subject. She figured her mother wasn't in the mood to wander around outside anymore. "Are you going home? I have something to do this afternoon. I'll come back again after I take you home. I have an appointment." Lin Bing thought for a moment, then mentioned how she had spent money that morning. "Mom, I'm running low on money, and I've used a lot of the card you gave me. Because of the apocalypse dream, I've been feeling uneasy. I'm thinking of selling my house to get some cash." As soon as Lin Bing finished speaking, her mother took out a platinum credit card from her bag, handed it to her and said, "This card has no limit. You can buy whatever you want. Since you have something to do this afternoon, and old Zhang brought me here, the car is parked at the hospital, so I'll head back now." Lin Bing took the platinum card from her mother, and saw the ring in her mother's hand. She thought not only of her own bracelet but also of the things she had overheard on the street before the apocalypse. Ellen said Xiao Yi's spatial dimension was a fake jade ring bought from a street stall. The boss searched Xiao Yi's entire collection but couldn't find it. Isn't that strange? Shaw, what do you know? The necklace the boss's wife wears is a 150 square meter space. It can hold a lot of things. Later, Xiaoqing stole it, but it still works. You're making a fuss. Remember that jade Buddha auctioned in H City back then? Sure, I saw the base's captain use it to store everything from the warehouses of 3 supermarkets. It's huge. In the apocalypse, there aren't many people with spatial dimensions, but they're not many either. Compared to other ability users, they're less than 1/5 of all ability users. Most of them generate their own spaces. A small portion rely on jade ornaments. Those who obtain spaces through jade ornaments aren't safe. Either they're forcibly taken by stronger individuals, or worse, they're smashed or accidentally dropped and broken into pieces, making them difficult to preserve. At the beginning of the apocalypse, spatial ability users were quite sought after because they could store food, and currying favor with them could even get you food delivered. However, in the year or two after the apocalypse, too much land was contaminated and too little was arable land. Food couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption, and most of the food in supermarkets and warehouses was either gone or spoiled. Even if spatial ability users had their own spaces, they had no food to store, making survival increasingly difficult. They were worse off than other ability users, who at least could kill zombies and exchange the crystal cores from their heads for food. It wasn't until someone discovered that zombies could also be stored in a space that the space gained a new ability. Many ability users were willing to team up with spatial ability users, storing a certain number of zombies in their spaces and leading them into prepared traps, where the ability users would swarm and beat them up, making the process much faster. Of course, spaces like Shu Shui's, which had arable land, were a different story. After reminiscing, Lin Bing grabbed her mother, who was opening the door, and said excitedly, "Mom, I remember in my dream there was a huge jade Buddha with a spatial dimension that could store things. It was found at an auction in H City. We should go look for it." Hearing this, Lin Bing's mother's eyes lit up, her heart filled with joy. If there was a spatial dimension, perhaps her child could stay. "I'll have your father inquire about it. If it existed, she would definitely get it." Lin Bing's mother no longer doubted her words. After all, she was her daughter, and they had lived together for so many years. Lin Bing must have secrets, but Lin Bing's mother didn't care. She trusted her child. "Mom, Dad knows a lot of people. Can you have him find me a martial arts instructor? Someone who's been in the military would be best," Lin Bing shamelessly suggested. She had said so many unbelievable things today. Her mother must already be suspicious. Oh well, since she had already revealed so many flaws, a few more wouldn't hurt. "I know." Lin Bing's mother's tone finally relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Lin's mother opened the car door, waved to Lin Bing, and then drove away. Lin Bing watched her mother's departing figure until she could no longer see it before starting the car and leaving the hospital. The apocalypse could be discussed, finding a master could be discussed, asking for money could be discussed, but the concept of a spatial dimension was something else entirely. Every time Lin Bing tried to tell her mother about her spatial ability, the words would inexplicably stick in her throat, and an ominous premonition would always creep into her mind. Since that was the case, she decided not to tell anyone about her spatial ability. Damn it! She forgot to tell her mother how to improve her power. "Honey, are you busy this afternoon? I have a very serious and urgent matter to tell you." "How serious?" "Very, very serious." Lin's mother emphasized on the phone, her tone particularly harsh, adding, "You'd better come back immediately." "Okay." Lin's father hung up and immediately called his secretary in. "I have to go out this afternoon. The previously scheduled events will be moved to tomorrow. You arrange it." Lin family in the study. "Honey, look." Lin's mother showed her water ability to Lin's father. This time Lin's mother wasn't as flustered as the previous 2 times. A strange sense of excitement welled up inside her. This is a power, a water ability. Perhaps because of her stable emotions, the water droplets this time were larger than before. Aside, Lin's mother's special ability came about after Lin Bing acquired her spatial ability. Chapter 8 Blind Date Partner. Not only did Lin's mother demonstrate her special abilities to Lin's father, but she also told him everything Lin Bing had said, emphasizing the jade Buddha statue, which she heard possessed a spatial ability. However, Lin's mother was still unsure about the veracity of Lin Bing's dream, and her voice trailed off as she spoke, somewhat uncertainly telling Lin's father. She said she saw it in a dream, but we don't know if it's true or not. We can only try our best to find it. Lin's mother, however, was completely convinced that the apocalypse was real, for no other reason than the water-related abilities in her hands. Lin's father was still slightly shocked by everything his wife had said. Spatial abilities, special abilities, the apocalypse? These legendary things were actually happening. He had been somewhat prepared when he heard his wife's words last night, but what he heard today was even more astonishing. A spatial ability. Of course, the fact that his wife's hands could emit water was the biggest shock to him. His ability to process things was quite good. After a moment, he regained his composure and calmly said to Lin's mother, "Don't tell anyone about this yet. Let's focus on the Jade Buddha first. If it does indeed possess spatial abilities, then we can tell the elders." After he finished speaking, he thought for a moment and then instructed his wife, "I'll find the Jade Buddha. You're pregnant, so stay home and don't go out. It's not safe outside." Lin's mother nodded with a smile. It was almost noon when Lin Bing left the hospital. She had specifically chosen a well-regarded restaurant, and price wasn't an issue. If she didn't spend the money now, she wouldn't have anywhere to spend it in a month. After finding a parking spot, Lin Bing went into the restaurant. Because it was lunchtime, it was crowded. Besides the main dining area, the private rooms were already full. Lin Bing chose a window seat on the first floor. She had to admit this restaurant was worth the price. The environment was elegant, and the waiters were all handsome men and beautiful women, smiling and pleasing to the eye. Taking the menu from the waiter, Lin Bing flipped through it. The pictures on the menu were incredibly appetizing. Lin Bing unceremoniously ordered a huge amount of food, ignoring the waiter's surprised look. She simply nodded and smiled, subtly signaling to the waiter, "You can go and prepare the food for me now." It was peak dining time, so the food delivery was naturally slow, estimating it would take about half an hour. Lin Bing idly picked up her phone to use the Wi-Fi and search for 2 posts she had made. As soon as she logged in, the website notified her that her main account had been banned and the posts completely deleted. Sure enough, the internet monitors must have gone to bed early yesterday. The deletion speed during the day was so fast. Lin Bing searched those 2 websites for a long time but couldn't find any more zombie-related posts. Finally, she exited both websites and opened a news website to watch the latest news videos, hoping to find some clues. Just as she was engrossed in watching, she heard a lazy, deep voice from across the room. "How long are you going to keep playing on your phone? Someone's there." Lin Bing looked up in surprise. A man sat opposite her, wearing a baseball cap, arms crossed, leaning back in his chair. His deep, dark eyes were scrutinizing her. His thin lips pressed tightly together, his expression displeased. Lin Bing gripped her phone, which she had almost dropped in shock, and glared at the man opposite her. Who was this man? She hadn't even noticed him approaching. His movements were so silent. He must be a trained martial artist. Lin Bing narrowed her eyes and said with a half-smile, "I don't recall inviting anyone to dine with me." He's here to steal her food, isn't he? Just then, the waiter brought over the dishes Lin Bing had ordered, plate after plate, until the table was almost full. He then said with a hint of regret, "Miss, the dessert and salad are ready. We'll bring them as soon as there's room at the table. Enjoy your meal." The waiter glanced thoughtfully at the man opposite Lin Bing, thinking, so they're dining together. No wonder he ordered so much. This gentleman must have a good appetite. After the food arrived, Lin Bing became even more territorial, glaring fiercely at the man opposite her, ready to shoo him away. "Who are you? What do you want? I don't remember knowing you." The man opposite her looked up, revealing a face that was outrageously handsome, practically otherworldly. God had clearly put extra care into creating this face. The features were distinct and deep-set, like a Greek sculpture. His thick eyebrows, high nose, and exquisitely shaped lips all exuded nobility and elegance. A pair of unfathomable eyes were coldly fixed on Lin Bing. Well, his eyes were also beautiful, but too sharp and domineering, easily drawing attention to his gaze while overlooking his eyes. Although he was only wearing ordinary casual clothes, he wore them with an air of high-class sophistication. He was a perfect clothes hanger, no less than a model. Lin Bing stared at his face carefully. Of course, she wasn't captivated by his appearance. She just felt this face look somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Where? Miss Lin? The man said coldly, looking displeased at the infatuated woman with disdain. Humph, all women are the same. Yes, I am. Lin Bing was still searching her memory, oblivious to the man's attitude. Where had she seen him before? She remembered. Before her rebirth, during her last mission before death, she encountered 4 types of zombies and nearly died in the wilderness. This man saved her. No wonder she didn't recognize him. The man before her then didn't look like this. In her memory, he looked terrifying, with a deep scar across his face, running from the corner of his eye, across his nose and down to his cheek, almost splitting his face in two. It was an old wound, likely inflicted by a sharp blade. If it had been deeper, it would have reached his temple, and he definitely wouldn't have survived. No wonder she didn't recognize her savior at first glance. Hello, I'm Lin Bing. Since she recognized him, and he was her savior, and someone who had thrived in the apocalypse, such a powerful patron. If she could latch onto him, she'd definitely live a comfortable life. Lin Bing introduced herself to him obsequiously, her smile exceptionally sweet. Little did she know, her smile only deepened the man's disgust for her. He hated shameless women, women without restraint, and most of all women like her who only cared about a man's face. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Bing said this, still reluctant to part with the food before her. She had originally planned to pack some to go, but now it seemed unnecessary. Lin Bing comforted herself inwardly. This man is worth this meal. No need, this is on me. The deep voice was tinged with impatience. The man, Han Li, looked at the delicious food before him, realizing he was indeed a little hungry, and began to eat without ceremony. Damn it. He shouldn't have agreed. She said she was the granddaughter of an old comrade-in-arms, well-educated, gentle, filial, polite, and a well-behaved child. Han Li glanced up at Lin Bing, who was eating elegantly and quickly. In just a short while a plate of food was gone. Was she a starving ghost? And she even said she was a beautiful woman with a pure and innocent appearance? Han Li was speechless. This was utterly ridiculous. All he said were nice things. He probably knew Han Li liked innocent and naive girls, so he said those things. Look at this woman's appearance. What did she have to do with being pure and pretty? She was clearly stunning, radiant, and alluringly seductive. This blind date was so far removed from his ideal type. How could he have the nerve to use such words to describe her? Han Li's anger flared. Even after finishing their meal, Lin Bing still didn't know why this man had followed her to mooch a meal. What a strange man, Lin Bing thought. Aside, Comrade Han mistook his blind date for someone else. They both have the surname Lin. Chapter 9. Adorably silly. The two didn't exchange a word during the meal, creating an awkward atmosphere. Just as they finished eating, a waiter led a strikingly beautiful woman towards Lin Bing's table. The woman wore a faint smile, serene and composed. The waiter quickly left after dropping off the woman, almost as if fleeing. Han Li's mind raced. Look, the wife's come to catch her husband cheating on her husband with his mistress. A fight's probably brewing. I need security to keep an eye on things. You must be Han Li, Grandpa Han's grandson, the beautiful woman asked with a smile as she approached Han Li. Han Li nodded stiffly, glancing at Lin Bing across from him, then at the beautiful woman beside him. A bad feeling flashed through his mind. He might have mistaken her for someone else. How embarrassing. Hearing Han Li's reply, the elegant woman in white smiled even more broadly, her eyes sparkling. Hello, she said. I'm Lin Carer, your date. She then gave Lin Bing, who sat opposite Han Li, a meaningful glance. Ha, she thought. There are all sorts of people these days, she chuckled. So many girls just because they're pretty openly fawn over men with good backgrounds and good looks. They don't even know their own worth. Lin Bing, hearing Lin Carer's words, realized that the man opposite her was Han Li, and he was there for a blind date. But why wasn't he going to find someone else instead of sitting at her table? Lin Bing clearly saw the disdain and contempt in Lin Caru's eyes as she looked at her. Lin Bing then turned to look at the expressionless Han Li. Oh, she understood. Han Li didn't want a blind date, so he used her as a shield, hoping to discourage his date. After all, she was pretty enough to be considered attractive. So that's how it was. Lin Bing understood completely. Since this man was her savior, pretending to be her girlfriend was a piece of cake. Lin Caru looked at the empty plates on the table. They had all been eaten. She had only wanted to be a little late to test the man's character and attitude, but she hadn't expected him to. Lin Caru was annoyed, but she didn't show it on her face, still smiling, though her smile carried a hint of anger. She looked at Lin Bing and said gently, "Miss, I'd like to ask why you're sitting with my date. This doesn't seem to be your seat. My darling only wants to be with me and doesn't want to eat with you. Is that not allowed?" Lin Bing deliberately lowered her voice and squeezed out a sweet, cloying tone. She was disgusted as soon as she finished speaking by using the word darling. It gave her goosebumps. No, she needed to drink some water to calm herself down. Hearing this, Lin Caru turned pale with anger, her smile almost vanishing. She secretly glared at Lin Bing, then glanced resentfully at the handsome Han Li. Didn't Grandpa Han say that Han Li liked women who were well-educated, rational and simple-minded? Didn't he say that Han Li was single and had never had a girlfriend? Where did this vixen come from? She was too alluring, and her personality was so affected. Han Li's taste was terrible. Han Li felt a headache coming on. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and these 2 women were a whole drama. If the atmosphere weren't so inappropriate, Han Li felt he would have fallen in love with Lin Caru at first sight. This noisy, confrontational scene made him unable to entertain any romantic thoughts. He just wanted to end things quickly and leave. The scene of 2 women and 1 man drew the attention of everyone dining around, with some even secretly taking photos with their phones. Everyone was excited. It was a battle of wits between 2 women and 1 man, and both women were beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Lin Bing glanced at the time. It was past 1 o'clock and she was in a hurry. So she decided to act quickly, looking up at Lin Caru and saying, "Since Miss Lin likes this seat so much, then it's yours." With that, Lin Bing stood up, grabbed her bag and gracefully walked to Han Li's side, pulling his arm as she said, "Honey, it's getting late. Let's go see a movie this afternoon after we pay the bill." To solidify their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Lin Bing gave Lin Caru a provocative and smug look. Lin Bing thought, that's how it's portrayed on TV, looking up at people without giving them a second glance. Han Li was pulled to his feet by Lin Bing, but he didn't move, only looking at Lin Caru with apologetic eyes. Han Li seemed completely oblivious to Lin Bing's suggestion about watching a movie, offering no rebuttal. However, Lin Caru was preoccupied with Lin Bing's expression and missed Han Li's apology. Seeing Han Li standing motionless, unmoved by her tugging, Lin Bing's lips twitched slightly. She looked at Han Li thinking, "Brother, I've gone to so much trouble to help you. Please be more considerate and move a little." Han Li, however, looked down at Lin Bing expressionlessly. Clearly, he hadn't grasped her meaning at all. Of course, he felt even less favorably disposed towards this pretentious, sarcastic, affected woman who would even touch men. Yet, as Lin Bing proactively pulled him, he stared at her long, beautiful fingers, frowning but didn't pull away. Strange, this feeling wasn't unpleasant. "Hey brother, people are taking pictures. Let's pay the bill and leave, it's too noisy here," Lin Bing whispered in Han Li's ear, her voice clear and melodious. Of course, there was something else she didn't say. She was in a rush. The flashes from the left and right cameras went off one after another. Han Li pulled his baseball cap down low. Only his nose and below were visible. Even for a photo, his face wouldn't be clearly visible. Lin Bing pulled Han Li to the cashier. As Han Li passed Lin Caru, he quickly said in a low voice, "Sorry." He was apologizing for the mishap of their date. Little did he know, Lin Caru's smile vanished upon hearing this. By then, Han Li and Lin Bing had already walked away, and Lin Caru had her back to them. They couldn't see her expression. Having a girlfriend and still going on blind dates, what kind of behavior was this? For the first time, Lin Caru felt a surge of anger. She was unwilling to accept it. She had finally found a man with such good qualities. She suppressed her anger, comforting herself. "It's okay, as long as we're not married, I still have a chance." Even if we are married, so what? There will still be a mistress. In Lin Kara's eyes, mistresses were lowly beings. She never imagined that someone as outstanding as herself would become a mistress despised by everyone. Since that was the case, she figured it would be better to let those two break up before they even started dating, right? After paying the bill, they left the restaurant. Han Li paid since they had gone to the cashier together, and it would be awkward for a man to have the woman pay. On the street, Lin Bing looked left and right, then pulled Han Li to a slightly secluded spot. It was still on the street, but there were buildings blocking the view from the corner, so there weren't many pedestrians. Lin Bing was relieved. The other woman hadn't followed. She released Han Li's arm, her eyes shining as she looked at him, a hint of smugness in her expression. She smiled brightly. I've done you a big favor, you have to remember it. She'd have to pay it back later. What favor? Han Li was slightly taken aback by Lin Bing's smile, and he asked awkwardly. Of course, it's to help you get rid of your blind date. If I hadn't stood in for you, you definitely wouldn't have been able to shake off that formidable lady. Lin Bing's eyes widened as she argued logically. This man was going to be the big boss of the base in the future, and it would be best if he owed her a favor. He had no idea that he would save her life in the future. Okay. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm in a hurry. Bye. Lin Bing's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was a call from the supermarket manager, probably calling to confirm the delivery time. It was almost 2 o'clock. What was going on? How did time fly by so fast? Lin Bing walked towards her car while answering the phone. Watching her retreating figure, Han Li chuckled softly, his gaze softening considerably. Going to the movies was just talk. So this woman thought she'd done him a huge favor acting like a saint? It has to be said, this woman was adorably naive. Chapter 10, Putting it into the space. Yes, sorry, I'll call you again later around 3 or 4 o'clock. It won't make you late for work, don't worry. Lin Bing confirmed the time with the other party several times before they hung up. Lin Bing contacted the nearest real estate agency. Money talks, and she found a large warehouse outside the 3rd Ring Road. It was actually a bankrupt private factory occupying a huge area. The owner was a local, and the surrounding area consisted of urban villages undergoing demolition, with most residents having moved out. It was a good location. Since the entire place had to be relocated in 3 months, the agent hadn't originally planned to recommend it, but Lin Bing's detailed inquiries and high offer made it difficult to resist. The factory owner actually rented out another fully furnished apartment in the 2nd Ring Road. The factory was only mentioned briefly, but the agent remembered it all. Lin Bing offered a 2-month lease at a high price, which prompted the factory owner, who was initially reluctant, to quickly take leave and rush over. The real estate agent was also happy. Their commission was half the monthly rent, and a higher rent meant a higher commission. At 2:30 p.m., both parties signed the contract. Is the factory warehouse empty? Lin Bing asked, satisfied, as she put away the contract and keys. She looked up at the factory owner, a plump woman in her 40s with a round face, thick eyebrows and small eyes. She was quite robust and her teeth gleamed when she smiled. Absolutely empty, the woman grinned, looking very pleased at the bank transfer notification on her phone. She added, "The warehouse is absolutely clean. It was cleaned recently." Lin Bing was even more satisfied with the clean warehouse. She then listed several of her properties near schools with this agency. They seemed quite efficient, so she decided to give it a try. Lin Bing searched for the warehouse's address online and had the agent print out a map. With the map in hand, Lin Bing drove straight to the warehouse. When Lin Bing printed out the map, she realized something. With the zombie outbreak, many highways would be closed, forcing her to take detours. She needed to print out a map of all the roads in China, including maps of provinces, cities, and districts. The more detailed, the better. After the apocalypse, trees were lush and wild grasses grew rampant. In some places, the grass and flowers were almost as tall as a person. The soil was polluted, and so were these plants, carrying a slight toxicity. These plants were incredibly resilient. Many highways outside cities were overrun by vegetation, making it impossible to distinguish directions without a compass. Yes, and compasses too. She needed to prepare several. How could she always forget such useful things? She needed to make a notebook to write everything down. Lin Bing decided to prepare the notebook as soon as she got home. When Lin Bing arrived at the factory, it was already 3:15. There was a rusty iron lock on the gate, but Lin Bing had the key and quickly opened it. She drove her car inside, found a convenient spot and parked. Then she called the supermarket manager to inform them that delivery was possible. Incidentally, she also called the person in charge of the appliance store, notifying them of the delivery and providing the address. After notifying them, Lin Bing didn't rest but instead walked around the small factory. The factory consisted of old, single-story buildings, the red brick type. Only the entrance and the area connecting to the warehouse were paved with cement. The rest was dirt. The warehouse was particularly large, with 2 warehouses. One was slightly newer, probably built a few years ago, while the other, also a red brick building, was half collapsed with green moss growing in the corners. Half an hour later, the supermarket and appliance delivery men arrived in nearly 5 trucks, fully loaded with the household goods and appliances Lin Bing had bought. There were so many items that the dozen or so delivery men were exhausted and covered in sweat. Lin Bing felt a little guilty, so she asked for their bank account numbers and transferred 500 yuan to each of them as a service fee. It was quite embarrassing in the sweltering heat. The delivery men then worked even harder, and in no time everything was moved. The extra 500 yuan tip made everyone quite satisfied. After finishing moving the items, they thanked Lin Bing repeatedly and left contentedly. Watching them walk away, Lin Bing locked the factory gate before slowly walking to the warehouse to move things into her spatial dimension. Fortunately, anything her palm touched automatically appeared in the underground warehouse of her space. Furthermore, Lin Bing discovered that the items in the underground warehouse were automatically categorized. Once inside, a certain type of item would automatically appear in a specific location. It took 20 minutes to move everything into her space. There were so many things. Touching them one by one was exhausting. Lin Bing, panting heavily, sat down on the ground. Looking at the clock, it was already past 4 o'clock. Lin Bing stood up. There was no time to rest. It was July and the sun was scorching. Even at 4 o'clock, the sun was still high in the sky, making it incredibly hot. Lin Bing's face was covered in sweat, and her clothes on the front and back were soaked, almost sticking to her body. Unable to bear it any longer, she immediately got into her car and turned on the air conditioning. Then he remembered he'd forgotten to call the gas station. The gasoline hadn't arrived yet. He hurriedly called to urge them since it was already past 4 p.m., and they'd be closing at 5 or 6 p.m., meaning it would be tomorrow. The gas station's truck arrived at 4:40 p.m., which was fast. Lin Bing was already at the factory gate when he heard the truck and opened it again. It was just one truck, not as big as the previous delivery van, but the gasoline tanks inside were almost half a person's height and very heavy. Several people worked together to lift them down, and it wasn't until after 5 p.m. that they finally carried them all into the warehouse. This time Lin Bing gave a tip as well. After the delivery man left, Lin Bing put the gasoline into his spatial storage. Looking at the 4 large tanks full of gasoline and the pile of supplies, Lin Bing finally felt a little more confident. After loading the gasoline, Lin Bing drove away from the factory, naturally locking the gate behind him. He hadn't yet prepared his hiking gear, hiking shoes, backpack, flashlight, tent, and other personal items. This time, Lin Bing drove directly to the sports brand store, selected her size and placed an order. Delivery would be made tomorrow, skipping the warehouse and going straight to her apartment, her small apartment which wasn't sold yet, and it would definitely have enough space for her clothes. By the time she finished, it was already 6 o'clock. Lin Bing was so tired she didn't want to move. She'd been driving around all day without stopping. Oh right, the plate of vegetables she'd put in the warehouse yesterday, and the cup of hot water she'd forgotten to take out, she'd secretly eaten while waiting for the delivery driver at the factory. Now she was hungry again. Time to go home. So she went home, took a shower, ran 20 laps, took another shower and ate. Lin Bing's grandfather had returned from out of town. When they started eating, Lin Bing was running laps in the park. She'd left her phone at home. Her family didn't wait for her and started eating right away. The Lin family had many elders, including uncles and cousins. If Lin's grandfather wasn't home, the more distant relatives wouldn't come to the old house for dinner. They lived nearby in villas. However, Grandpa Lin's branch is the main line, the head of the family, while the others are all branch families. Naturally, all the heads of the Lin family are from the main line. Inheritance rights in the Lin family are prioritized for the main line. If the main line truly lacks capable individuals, outstanding individuals will be selected from the branch families to be trained. The competition between the main and branch lines is fierce, and the younger generation also engages in intense rivalry. Of course, girls have no inheritance rights, regardless of whether they are from the main or branch line. Aunt Zhou had left dinner for Lin Bing. When Lin Bing returned home, she saw the whole family sitting in the main hall. Her grandfather, second grandfather, and fourth grandfather sat in the most prominent positions chatting and laughing. The elderly naturally prefer quiet. Besides the elders, her uncles and the younger generation spoke very softly, afraid of disturbing their elders. Strangely, Lin Bing's father wasn't there. Grandpa Lin still valued this son highly. Of course, the next head of the Lin family had already been chosen. Lin Bing's eldest uncle, a politician. The family also had a capable eldest son, exceptionally outstanding, calm, insightful, and the eldest grandson, a favorite of the older generation. Naturally, no matter how excellent Lin Bing's father was, he had no son to inherit the family business. Even though Grandpa Lin loved this son dearly, he never considered making him the next head of the family. Grandpa Lin also doted on Lin Bing. When Lin Bing saw him, she was incredibly excited, almost bursting into tears. Completely disregarding etiquette, she rushed to hug her grandparents as soon as she entered the station. Finally, with her grandmother's gentle comforting words, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears. She hadn't seen her grandparents for over 3 years. They were still alive. It was wonderful. Although Grandpa Lin was somewhat sexist, he always extended his love to Lin Bing, treating her exceptionally well. Seeing his beloved granddaughter crying, he felt a pang of guilt. As a man, he valued his reputation and felt embarrassed to comfort his granddaughter in public. Grandma Lin, a kind woman, patted Lin Bing's back gently, soothing her softly. Finally, she led Lin Bing to the small balcony on the first floor. With so many guests outside, it would be embarrassing for Lin Bing to cry for too long. Grandma Lin gently wiped away Lin Bing's tears, and then asked Zhou Sa to bring over some food. Zhou Sa quickly brought the food up. Smelling the aroma, Lin Bing's crying gradually subsided. It was an old habit. Her eyes would light up at the sight of food, oblivious to everything else. Grandma Lin laughed. "Little glutton, are you hungry? Eat up. Your mother says you're still on a diet, but I don't believe you can resist." Lin Bing loved snacks as a child and became quite chubby in elementary school, much to the dismay of her classmates. Grandma Lin had cared for her during that time, and clearly remembered her granddaughter as a little devil who couldn't resist a good snack. Later, as Lin Bing grew older and Grandma Lin aged, she became more tired, so Lin Bing was cared for by her mother. Grandma Lin had been trying to conceive for a while, but unfortunately, she hadn't succeeded and gradually gave up hope. When Grandma Lin took Lin Bing to the balcony, Lin Bing's father returned, carrying a large jade Buddha in his arms. It was crystal clear, exquisitely carved, and a masterpiece. Clearly not an ordinary item. Even more remarkably, Lin's father had a smile on his face, radiating joy. It seemed the jade Buddha in his father's hands was the one Lin Bing had mentioned. It must be said, Lin's father was truly capable, well-informed, and efficient. A thumbs up for him. Grandpa Lin was also somewhat surprised, rarely seeing his second son express his emotions so openly. Chapter 11. Grandpa Lin. Lin's father was slightly taken aback when he saw the room full of people. His father had said he would be back in the next few days, but he hadn't expected it to be today. His second and fourth uncles were also there, as were several cousins. Lin's father glanced down at the jade Buddha in his hand and made up his mind. There were too many people today, so it wasn't appropriate to say much. He would discuss the jade Buddha with his father privately after the relatives left. "Rujing, this jade Buddha is of good quality. You know, I've always liked these kinds of things. How about letting me have it?" It was Lin's father's fourth uncle who said this. He was over 50 years old but well maintained. He was more than 10 years younger than Lin's grandfather, and had been the youngest son in the family. He always spoke casually. The Rujing he mentioned was Lin's father, Lin Rujing, Lin Bing's father. Fourth uncle Ruoshin is pregnant. She specifically asked me to find this jade Buddha to ensure the safety of the child. Lin's father said with a smile, not refusing outright, but he knew that once he said this, his fourth uncle would no longer have any designs on the jade Buddha. As soon as Lin's father finished speaking, Lin's grandfather stood up with delight and asked, "Second son, is it true? Your wife is pregnant." The fact that his second son's wife hadn't given birth to a son was a source of great anxiety for Lin's grandfather, and even the usually kind Lin's grandmother had become somewhat lukewarm towards her. "Yes, she went to the hospital. She's almost 2 months along," Lin's father replied with a smile. Lin's grandfather was overjoyed and said, "Good," several times. His gaze towards the jade Buddha changed. He was now convinced that the jade Buddha had the power to help with conceiving and ensuring a healthy pregnancy, and urged Lin's father to take the jade to Lin's mother. After greeting everyone, Lin's father took his leave and went straight upstairs to the second floor, where his bedroom was. The second, third, and upper floors, excluding the study, each had more than a dozen bedrooms, demonstrating the vast size of the Lin family's old house. Lin's father held the jade Buddha tightly in his hands, refusing even when Aunt Zhou tried to help him lift it. If there truly was an apocalypse, this thing in his hands would be incredibly important. He had tested it, it really could put things inside. He didn't know how large the space inside was because no person could enter the jade Buddha, not just people but any living thing. The method of using the jade Buddha was simple. Touch the jade Buddha with any part of your body, then touch the object you wanted to put into its space, thinking of putting it in. In less than a second, the object would disappear from the outside and appear inside the jade Buddha. Taking it out was the same. Whether it was your hand or any other part of your body, you had to touch the jade Buddha. However, the jade Buddha could only have things put in and out 3 times a day. This was the result of Lin's father's experiments. The jade Buddha had changed hands several times during its sale, but no one had discovered the space. This was because there was a great secret to opening the jade Buddha's space. It could only be activated under specific conditions. Of course, Lin's father didn't know this, but when he bought the jade Buddha, he accidentally touched something on it, and that's how it became usable. When Mr. Lin returned to his room, Mrs. Lin, having changed her clothes, was about to open the door and go downstairs when she seemed to hear her daughter crying. The two met face to face. Mr. Lin gestured for his wife to be quiet, then calmly closed and locked the door. "Dad's back. Didn't you go down earlier?" Mr. Lin asked, carefully placing the jade Buddha in his hand into the safe and changing the combination. He knew his parents had some minor complaints about his wife, and if she wasn't more filial, things would be even more difficult later. Regardless, even if he didn't want to be lectured, he had to maintain appearances. "We ate together, just came up," Mrs. Lin explained softly. "My second and fourth uncles are here. I have to go down and chat with them for a while. Do you want to come downstairs?" Mr. Lin was a sociable person, always adept at social etiquette, so naturally he had to go down and chat with his elders. His wife was pregnant. This time they should be more lenient with her and not be as calculating as before. "I didn't really want to talk to them, but I think I just heard Bing Bing crying. I wanted to go down and see what happened, who bullied her," Lin's mother said worriedly, her brows furrowed. She had always doted on her only daughter. As they were talking, they heard a knock at the door. Lin's mother opened it, and there stood Lin Bing. Seeing that her daughter was all right, Lin's mother abandoned her plan to go downstairs. After Lin Bing greeted her father, he nodded and went downstairs. Lin Bing's relationship with her father was rather distant. After her father left, Lin's mother closed the door and led Lin Bing into the living room. The entire room was decorated in dark tones, understated yet luxurious. The designer had clearly put a lot of thought into the house. Despite the dark colors, the designer had created a warm, homey feeling. "Bing Bing, were you crying just now?" Lin's mother asked as soon as she sat down, looking at her daughter's swollen face with concern. "It's nothing, I just miss Grandpa and Grandma so much. I couldn't hold back my tears just now," Lin Bing said with a smile. "I just told Grandma you're pregnant, but she didn't know." "Mom, didn't you tell her when she got home?" "I forgot." Lin's mother smiled awkwardly. When Grandma and the others got home, Lin's father hadn't brought back the jade Buddha. Whether it was auspicious or not was still uncertain. Who knew if the baby could be kept? If the Jade Buddha thing wasn't reliable, the baby would have to be aborted. It was better not to tell them and hurt the old folks' feelings. Oh right, Mom, I forgot to tell you how to use your superpower at noon. I came here now to explain it to you in detail. You even mentioned this in your dream? I did mention it, but not much, Lin Bing said somewhat guiltily. Although water and ice superpowers originated from the same source, they were still different, but the general direction should be similar. During those 3 years in the apocalypse, she always had a feeling that Xu Shui seemed to have water superpowers. Let's leave that aside for now. First, I'll explain the characteristics of water-based abilities to my mother. Water-based abilities can gather water, just like you showed me in the car before. They're most powerful near water sources like streams, lakes, and beaches. I can control the water to create water arrows and water guns to attack zombies. Zombies' weakness is their heads. Only attacks on the head are effective. I can also control the water temperature, turning it into mist for cover. Finally, I can wrap water around an enemy's head, suffocating them. Of course, this doesn't seem to work on zombies as they don't breathe. That's all that appeared in the dream. There's another important thing: the strength of the attack is related to mental control and the level of the ability. In the apocalypse, there seem to be power duels between people. Lin Bing specifically mentioned the last sentence to her mother. Her mother's social circle was too simple. She believed most people in the world were kind, with evil being a minority, and that some people even abandoned evil for good. Lin's mother easily judged someone as good and trusted them. If there's water, there should be fire too, right? Lin's mother, holding a now cold teacup, looked up at Lin Bing after a long while and asked. Lin Bing nodded, then continued. Mom, improving your abilities can only be done by yourself. No one else can help you. You have to keep trying. Lin's mother sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Seeing that she had said everything she needed to say and not wanting to disturb her mother who was deep in thought, Lin Bing stood up and slowly walked to the door. Just as she was about to open it, she suddenly remembered an important upgrade she hadn't mentioned. She turned to her mother and said, Mom, zombies have crystal cores in their heads. Those things are useful for improving abilities. After saying this, Lin Bing opened the door and went upstairs to her room. She still needed to check her spatial dimension. Lin's mother stared at the closed door, a strange thought nagging at her. Bing Bing remembered the events of her dream so clearly and cared so much, as if she had experienced them firsthand. Could it be that she had encountered zombies and witnessed abilities? After thinking it over, Lin's mother found her own ideas somewhat amusing. She patted her head, pondering that Bing Bing had probably watched too much Resident Evil. There was also an American TV show, what was it called again? The Walking Dead, which also talked about zombies. That evening at 9:30 p.m., Lin's father knocked on his grandfather's bedroom door, and the two went to the study together. Faint sounds could be heard coming from inside the study. Is there really an apocalypse? Your wife has superpowers, and her spatial ability is real. I don't know about the apocalypse, but Ruoxin definitely has water powers. She said it happened last night. The Jade Buddha I photographed today can indeed hold things. A new batch of jade arrived on North Street today, about 2 truckloads, and it all went into the Buddha. The Jade Buddha is in my safe. Father, would you like to try it now? Come on, let's go to your room. Chapter 12. He got hit. Lin Bing returned to her room and pulled out a notebook and pen from a drawer. A bad pen is better than a good memory. It's better to write things down and prepare accordingly. Lin Bing placed the notebook on her desk and buried herself in writing down everything she thought she should prepare. During her 3 years in the apocalypse, the place she saw most often was Chaoyang Base. The time spent escaping when the apocalypse struck wasn't long, and Chaoyang Base wasn't far from H City, only a 3-hour drive. What else should she prepare? Lin Bing felt she had written everything she should, but it still wasn't enough. She chewed on her pen, racking her brains. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't think of anything useful, so she turned on her computer. Many hands make light work. Searching online for more suggestions was always good, even if they weren't necessarily helpful. What should I prepare for the apocalypse? There were quite a few posts like this. Lin Bing clicked on them one by one, reading carefully. Shit! How could she have forgotten something as important as weapons? In China, not only are guns restricted, but knives also have standards. Lin Bing needed to prepare a few handy knives, and a big iron bar would be nice too, but she wasn't sure if she could lift it. Thinking about her weight gave her a headache. She was too thin. No, she'd stay up late tonight and go to the gym on the 4th floor later. That's where her cousins exercised. Half the floor was filled with gym equipment. Lin Bing had always thought exercising was too strenuous and had never been. Lin Bing silently added another entry to her notebook. Workout, 2 hours. She saw a post mentioning that zombies were coming, and people were hiding in the mountains. Lin Bing smiled and shook her head. The dangers in the mountains were comparable to the city. Not to mention the mutated plants that were comparable to level 3 or 4 zombies, the mutated animals alone were unbearable. Had she ever seen a mutated cat 5 or even 10 meters tall? And that was a domesticated cat. There were more than just cats in the mountains. Did anyone know of tigers or leopards? Snakes were definitely there. Lin Bing had seen a level 2 mutated snake in the apocalypse. It was dark green with yellow vertical pupils the size of a human hand, and that was just its eyes. It took 3 ability users and over a dozen level 2 ability users more than 2 hours to kill it, including 1 level 3 ability user and several level 2 ability users. And that was just a level 2 mutated snake. After browsing the internet for a while and deciding there was no more useful information, Lin Bing left her computer desk. Looking at the densely packed list of things to prepare on her small book, Lin Bing finally felt a little more confident. She glanced at her bedroom door with unease, thought for a moment, and then went over and locked it. She needed to go into her spatial dimension. It wouldn't be good if someone came in. Lin Bing went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and started filling the bathtub with water. After pondering for a long time, Lin Bing took a shower, changed into her pajamas, and then went into her spatial dimension. That's the proper way. If someone knocks, she'll say she was taking a shower and didn't hear it. She needs to go into her space to check and tally the supplies, but she still needs to come out every 10 minutes to check if anyone is knocking. She feels that her mother has told her father about this, and her father might want to talk to her. She's not sure about this, so it's always better to be cautious. Her intuition tells her that she can't expose her space. And this intuition grows stronger as the apocalypse draws closer. A strange force in the underworld tells her she'll die if she tells anyone. Lin Bing entered her space with a notebook and pen. She always appears in the same spot when she enters, so it seems the location is fixed. Lin Bing quickly arrived at the underground warehouse. If she bought any of the essential items in the notebook, she would check them off. If she didn't have enough, she would make a note. Need to buy more. Items listed in the notebook but which she hadn't prepared were left unmarked. 10 minutes later, Lin Bing came out of her space, opened the bathroom door, and glanced at the outermost door of her room. No one was knocking. Lin Bing went back in, repeating this process 3 times before finally finishing tallying everything inside. After leaving the space, she changed her shoes. The shoes she'd worn inside were covered in dirt. The bedroom had wooden floors. She'd been crazy to choose white ones back then, and dirt on the floor would be very noticeable. Lin Bing drained the bathtub and turned off the bathroom light. Her notebook was almost full, so Lin Bing grabbed a large notebook and wrote everything she needed to prepare down, marking the date each time. For example, on July 16th, she'd prepare what was written on the 16th of the notebook, and on the 17th, she'd prepare what was written on the 17th of the page. She wrote everything down meticulously. Another hour passed by the time she finished. Lin Bing closed the book, rubbing her aching wrists, but a satisfied smile remained on her face. Everything she needed to prepare was in there. Once she was prepared, she had nothing to fear. Lin Bing also took out her phone and took pictures of each page. She'd take the notebook and her phone with her when she left, double insurance. She smiled smugly. It was only a little past 9. Time to head to the gym for a workout. Lin Bing changed into her workout clothes and headed to the gym with a resolute expression. She knew her small frame would be exhausted, but for her future health, she was determined to give it her all. Just 5 minutes past 10, Lin Bing lay on the gym floor, panting heavily. She was soaked in sweat, her workout clothes drenched, leaving large water stains on the floor. She couldn't go on. She'd turned the intensity to the lowest setting, but she still hadn't lasted half an hour. She'd even chosen the 2 easiest exercises. Her physical condition was shockingly poor. Lin Bing felt ashamed. As she lay there, she felt a flash of light. Lin Bing laboriously turned her head to look out the window. The gym window was large, offering a view of the sky. There was also a large balcony outside the gym, furnished with flowers, plants, a sofa, a coffee table, and a TV. A place to relax. Of course, calling it a balcony was a stretch. It was more like a small loft with a sturdy tempered glass roof. A shooting star. One after another, meteors streaked across the sky, their tails trailing long flames, truly beautiful. Lin Bing, drawing strength from who knows where, got up from the ground and walked to the small balcony. Holding onto the sofa back, she stood straight, head held high, gazing at the sky. The dark night sky was lit up by these stars. A meteor shower. What a beautiful meteor shower. Lin Bing happily closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently made her wish. With so many shooting stars, the chances of her wish coming true would be multiplied by n, haha. After making her wish, Lin Bing grinned foolishly. Just as she was enjoying the spectacle, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Lin Bing turned around and saw her grandfather and father, both with serious expressions. Lin Bing's heart skipped a beat. Her grandfather knew too. Chapter 13. He's burning. The smaller meteorite, as it fell, gradually dissipated its flames, becoming just a small, cold, glowing black stone. The larger meteorite, however, left a dazzling, scorching tail flame. Its intense heat could be felt from afar. The moment the meteorite struck Han Li, its scorching tail flame seemed to move, rapidly engulfing his body. Flames ignited on him, and within moments the flames intensified, making Han Li, lying on the ground, appear like a fireball. Burning, scorching, excruciating pain. It felt as if every part of his body was being torn apart. Han Li awoke to the pain, opening his eyes to find himself surrounded by flames. Terrified, he tried to stand and escape, but found himself unable to move. Then he discovered something even more terrifying. He wasn't lying in flames. His body was burning, every inch of his skin covered in flames, even his hair. How could this be? Was he going to die? He wondered blankly. His fingers, scratched by weeds and leaves, gleamed white, but Han Li couldn't see them. The moment the white light appeared, the yellow flames gradually faded and shrank. A moment later, the flames turned yellowish-green, surged again, rising and falling several times, but never extinguishing. Han Li was unaware that his body was charred black in the flames. In a second, the charred skin began to peel away, and new white flesh grew from within, replacing the outer layer of necrotic black skin. This process repeated itself, the burning time of the new skin increasing, the time it took to turn to charcoal increasing, and the slow growth of tender flesh decreasing. Inside his body, cells constantly metabolized, and blood flowed and circulated rapidly throughout every part of his body. Wherever the blood passed, the burning internal cells were regenerating. Each time the blood passed through his right hand fingers, a small beam of white or black light would merge into the blood and be slowly absorbed. This back and forth continued, the color of the flames constantly changing. Finally, when Han Li's new skin stopped burning, the flames turned white and slowly melted into Han Li's body. The flames died down, and his body returned to normal. Han Li found he could move again, but this didn't bring him any joy. He was surprised that the strange flames hadn't killed him, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that all his clothes were burned. Not even his underwear was left. He was naked, sitting on the ground in the wilderness. The ground and weeds beneath him were burned to ashes, the earth blackened. Even his wristwatch hadn't escaped. Not a trace remained. This fire was truly bizarre. Suddenly, a light came from afar. The beam of a flashlight, flashed footsteps and heard shouts. Han Li immediately recognized his senior brother's voice and the voices of his fellow officers. Looking down at himself, Han Li's face grew increasingly grim. Without a word, he walked over to the fugitive, stripped him of his clothes and trousers, leaving him only in his shorts. After getting dressed, Han Li carefully examined his body and found no injuries whatsoever. Even old scars and the marks from the scratches from the jagged blades of grass were gone. His skin color hadn't changed much, but it was a bit stiffer than before. For example, when he stood barefoot on the grass and walked around, he accidentally stepped on a stone, but the sharp stone didn't leave any marks on his soles, and he didn't feel any pain. The grass he had stuffed in his pocket earlier had burned out, so Han Li went to a nearby spot and picked some more. This time it was exceptionally easy. He put all the grass into his pocket. The meteor shower continued. 5 minutes later, Han Li's senior apprentice brother finally found him with his group of police officers. From afar they saw Han Li standing upright, wearing clothes that were clearly too short, barefoot, and looking up at the meteor shower with an artistic air. The senior apprentice walked over and patted Han Li heavily on the shoulder, saying, "Why didn't you answer the phone? I called you over a dozen times and it was always busy. Also, what's wrong with you dressed like that? Where are your shoes? You're barefoot. Did you lose them while chasing a fugitive?" The senior apprentice looked at Han Li with a mocking expression. "Senior apprentice, look at this." Han Li ignored his senior apprentice's nonsense, took a blade of grass out of his pocket, picked out the sharpest one, and lightly scratched his senior apprentice's finger. Instantly a bead of blood appeared. "This is grass that grows around here. It doesn't look like ordinary grass. I think something's strange." The senior apprentice stared at the grass, his expression turning serious. He stopped joking and instructed his subordinates, "You guys go collect some, and also check the other trees around here. Collect some from all of them. Take them back to the station later and have them examine them carefully." The others split up in pairs and went down to collect samples. Soon Han Li noticed his abnormality. In the darkness he could clearly hear anyone speaking up to 100 meters away, and if he focused his gaze, he could clearly see things within 50 meters without being affected. Without close inspection, things within 500 meters were faintly visible in the darkness. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the team, carrying the fugitive and the collected samples, and left. "Ali, are you really going to walk back barefoot like that? This is the wilderness. It'll hurt your feet if you get cut by stones or other sharp objects. Your station drove here. It's just a short distance, it's fine. Your clothes are really ugly. When you get home you'll have to get in and out of the car and walk. Aren't you afraid someone will see?" Along the way, his senior colleague kept teasing Han Li. Han Li felt his senior colleague was just making small talk, and eventually he stopped responding. However, ever since being hit by the meteor, Han Li had maintained a cold expression, and he remained expressionless even when he got home. Of course, he borrowed a set of clothes from his senior brother to change into when they returned to the station. However, when the staff on duty saw his appearance, their eyes lit up with laughter. If Han Li's expression hadn't been so terrifying, they probably would have taken out their phones to take pictures. Han Li thought to himself. Luckily, it wasn't one of his bastards who saw him looking so pathetic today, otherwise, they would have laughed at him for the rest of their lives. The poor fugitive woke up to find himself stripped naked, left with only a pair of shorts, and was utterly devastated. In prison, he fiercely scanned his fellow inmates with his eyes, wondering which bastard had taken a liking to his good looks and wanted to take advantage of him. Luckily, he woke up in time. Old ginger is spicier. Lin Bing truly understood this saying today. Mainly, his father was consulting, while his grandfather just sat and listened, occasionally interjecting with a few casual remarks, but every question hit the most crucial point, and Lin Bing almost couldn't answer. The questions revealed countless details about the apocalypse, and Lin Bing only realized she'd been tricked by the words after answering. She couldn't stop herself from talking too fast, and because they were family, she wasn't on guard and hadn't been able to control herself at first. After answering, Lin Bing wanted to strangle herself. "Grandpa, can't we still have fun together? How many major bases did you see in the apocalypse? What were their sizes?" This was from her grandfather and father's group. It seems there were 4 very famous large bases, and some smaller ones, but I can't remember the specifics. This was from Lin Bing. "What are the main types of superpowers, and how are they used?" "Natural abilities, control abilities, animal abilities, and plant abilities. I only saw these kinds. I don't know how to use them. It seems that the higher the mental strength, the stronger and more accurate the controlled ability." Lin Bing, sweating profusely. "What are the characteristics of zombies? Did the dream explain it in more detail?" "Zombies can level up. It seems that zombies have crystal cores in their heads. The one in a level 1 zombie is called a level 1 crystal core, and so on for level 2, level 3, and so on. Ability users can use the crystal cores in zombies to level up. However, there are different types of zombie crystal cores. Some can be used by humans and some cannot. If you use an unusable one, the ability user will turn into a zombie. Oh right. Ability users have energy cores in their heads. Different energy cores display different colors. I saw ability users using energy cores to level up in my dream. Lin Bing explained this in detail. They chatted on, and a long time passed without them realizing it. Finally, Lin Bing's eyelids were drooping, and she yawned, saying to her father and grandfather, "Grandpa, Dad, how could I remember things from my dream so clearly? Please don't ask anymore. The more I think about it, the more confused I get." She then touched her face. The sky outside was already pitch black. The meteor shower was long over. Perhaps Grandpa and Father Lin felt it was enough, and they finally let Lin Bing go. The three of them left the gym together. Lin Bing was on the third floor, while Grandpa Lin and her father were on the second. When Lin Bing arrived and was about to go back to her room, she suddenly remembered something. Forgetting her sleepiness, she turned around and grabbed her grandfather's sleeve, saying, "Grandpa, you're the best. Help me find a teacher who can improve my physical abilities." As she spoke, Lin Bing looked around to make sure no one else was there, then lowered her voice and whispered sweetly in her grandfather's ear, "If the apocalypse is real, how am I supposed to run if I don't get better and learn some self-defense skills?" Grandpa Lin tapped Lin Bing's forehead, his beard bristling with anger, and glared at her. "You little brat, do you think this old man can't protect you?" Lin Bing shrank back and muttered, "Of course I know it's safe with the Lin family, but just in case." She then looked at Grandpa Lin with those longing eyes. I know. Grandpa Lin thought about Lin Bing's words carefully and agreed, finding them reasonable. In private, Grandpa Lin sometimes acts like a big child around his grandchildren. Lin Bing, satisfied, went back to her room to sleep. Rarely, this time she even gave her grandfather and father goodnight kisses, the kind that kiss the cheek. "Second son, go back and rest first. We'll talk about everything tomorrow." Grandpa Lin's gaze was sharp. He was thinking far ahead about family matters, the younger generation's affairs, and survival. "Yes, father." After talking with Lin Bing, Father Lin's heart was filled with turmoil. Some of Binger's answers, though simple, contained so much useful information. In the apocalypse, humanity's enemies included not only zombies but all living things, and even humanity itself might be tomorrow's enemy. The gym. In the darkness, a figure emerged from inside. Only after all the lights on the second and third floors were turned off did he dare to come out, not daring to turn them on, tiptoeing downstairs to his room. Chapter 14. The Charlatan Sells Talismans. It was past 3 a.m. when Lin Bing went back to her room to sleep. She hadn't intended to set an alarm, but as she lay down, she suddenly remembered that she had arranged for a delivery from a specialty store to her small apartment. Some sturdy hiking gear and athletic shoes. The appointment was for 9 a.m., and she still had to get up for a run and breakfast, so she decided to set the alarm for 7:30 a.m. Sigh, what a miserable life. As soon as her head hit the pillow, Lin Bing fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the alarm rang for more than 10 minutes before Lin Bing groggily opened her eyes. She turned it off, and when she got up to wash, her eyes were half open. She almost shoved her toothbrush up her nose. She splashed cold water on her face to wake herself up a bit. When she went downstairs, she heard from Aunt Jo that her grandfather, father, uncles, and cousins had all gone out at 6 a.m. They were really early. She quickly figured out why. Lin Bing was a girl, so they wouldn't wake her for these things. Her mother and aunts were probably home too. Lin Bing was used to it. After running and having breakfast, Lin Bing specifically asked Aunt Jo to instruct the kitchen to prepare a large amount of food. She grabbed a large bag and headed out, having already planned to make extra each day. She planned to secretly store it in her car, accumulating it little by little, and could buy more outside later, the more the merrier. Lin Bing was truly racking her brains, not letting a single grain of food slip by. "Miss, are your friends going to finish all this?" Aunt Jo looked worriedly at Lin Bing carrying 4 large bags. The largest size supermarket bags, very sturdy. "Look at those delicate hands, they're all red from the weight. Oh dear, how many people are going to eat this?" "Don't worry, they can finish it," Lin Bing said firmly, certain she could. "It's hot now, these things will spoil by noon. If you put them in the refrigerator, they won't taste good," Aunt Jo added, chasing after Lin Bing as she stepped out the door. "I'll be careful." Lin Bing gave Aunt Jo a big smile, then carried the 4 large bags of things to the garage. After leaving the old Lin family house quite a distance, Lin Bing finally put the things into her spatial storage and smoothly arrived at her small apartment. It was 8:40. She was early. The delivery person hadn't arrived yet. She took out the notebook she had prepared the night before, flipped to today's dates, and carefully reviewed them again. She also turned on her computer and, just in case, ordered everything she could online, wondering if the delivery would be timely. She didn't have enough rice, only a few dozen bags, so she had to go to the farmer's market, where they had more stock. Lin Bing was a little worried. Buying too much rice and salt at once would attract attention. As for rice, she thought it better to buy it in the countryside. The early rice harvest had just been completed, and farmers had surplus grain. She could also buy a threshing machine. Oh right, Lin Bing added another note to her notebook. Flour mill, rice grinder. Just as she was lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. Lin Bing stuffed the notebook into the drawer, came out to open the door, and saw that there was a lot of stuff. The guest room and living room were almost full. After Lin Bing signed for the delivery person left quickly. Just as Lin Bing was about to close the door, she saw her neighbor across the hall open his door. He looked somewhat surprised to see the house full of goods. The neighbor was a refined-looking man about 30 years old, wearing glasses. He was a doctor at the university's affiliated hospital, surnamed Su, and everyone called him Dr. Su. Lin Bing had lived there for several years and naturally recognized him, seeing him several times a week. Dr. Su, Lin Bing greeted him with a smile, inwardly regretting her miscalculation. She had assumed her neighbor across the hall would be at the hospital today. Why didn't you go to work at the hospital today? Dr. Su glanced at the things in the living room behind Lin Bing's door before looking away. Hearing Lin Bing's question, Dr. Su smiled and replied, I took the day off. My head started hurting in the middle of the night last night, and I might have a fever. I wanted to rest today. You're sick, so you should rest more, Lin Bing said casually. They weren't close, and it would be strange for her to be too concerned about his health. They exchanged a few more casual words and ended the conversation. Dr. Su went out to take out the trash, and Lin Bing closed the door behind her. Lin Bing looked at the things in the living room, but ultimately didn't put them into her spatial storage. She only put the things in the guest room into her spatial storage. It wouldn't be good if everything disappeared all at once. It would be too strange. She could collect them in a few days. Afraid of bumping into Dr. Su again when she went out, Lin Bing dragged a chair to the doorway and listened intently for any sounds from across the hall. Only when she heard Dr. Su enter did Lin Bing leave. While waiting for the elevator, Lin Bing encountered a chatterbox, a young man with decent features, but so thin he looked like a monkey, his face distorted and unattractive. He wore a dingy yellow t-shirt, black shorts and old blue slippers. His eyes lit up when he saw Lin Bing, and his first words were, Miss, I see your face is dark and your eyes are lifeless. You're bound to have a lot of bad luck lately, and you'll meet the wrong people. Why don't I tell your fortune to protect you from disaster and ensure peace for your family? Where did you come from, you swindler? I've never seen you on the 8th floor before, fortune teller. Lin Bing glanced at him sideways. He looked so sleazy. Even if she believed in Taoism, she wouldn't trust someone like him. Just then the elevator arrived and Lin Bing stepped inside. The man immediately squeezed in and stood beside her, chuckling. TSK. His smile only made him more sleazy. Since we've met, it must be fate. My name is Zhang Xu. What's your surname, miss? The chatterbox continued. Lin Bing turned to look at him. Brother, can you be normal? There are surveillance cameras in the elevator, and the property management here is quite good. Lin Bing wasn't worried about this guy doing anything bad. Actually, it's not like that. Look. Zhang Xu pulled out a few sheets of yellow paper from his pocket and handed them to Lin Bing, saying, These aren't expensive, 100 yuan each, yellow talismans, my family's heirlooms. How about it? Look, the characters are written with cinnabar. Look at the characters, look at the strength, look at the color of the talisman, so pure. His tone was particularly persuasive, like a pyramid scheme. Zhang Xu squinted, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Bing. They arrived at the basement level. Lin Bing got out of the elevator. The basement was the parking garage, where Lin Bing's car was parked. Zhang Xu followed behind Lin Bing, constantly promoting his family's heirloom yellow talismans. You think 100 yuan is too expensive? Then 80 no 50. Hey, don't go. This is the lowest price. 20 isn't enough? Hey, 10 yuan, this is really the lowest price, I can't go any lower. You're not going to buy it? If you don't buy it, I'll follow you. I'll block you as soon as you get home. I'll follow you every day. He kept following Lin Bing. When Lin Bing opened the car door to get in, he even blocked the door with his own body, still grinning as he handed the yellow talisman to Lin Bing, muttering, "You know, it's not easy for me either. My ancestors have been in this business for generations. It's a family tradition, I can't let it go. These days people only believe older people. You know, I'm so good, not young and inexperienced, but nobody believes me. Isn't that unfair? Let me tell you." Lin Bing was considering whether to take this man to the police station or call security. The man's next words changed Lin Bing's mind. "I'm not bragging, but if I did some quick calculations, I'd say something really bad will happen in a month around mid-August." My older brother said. "No, it was me." Older brother? This sleazy kid's older brother actually predicted that? Looks like his older brother does have some skills. Let's just consider this a good deed done to this kid. Lin Bing pulled out a few red bills from her bag and handed them to him. "Give me all the talismans you have. I'll buy them. Is this enough?" Upon hearing that Lin Bing wanted to buy something, Zhang Shu's eyes lit up. He immediately started pulling out yellow talismans from his pocket. "I have some more at home. How about I bring them to you when you get back tonight?" He handed over the money and the talismans in quick succession, chuckling as he counted the cash. After receiving the money, Zhang Shu immediately stepped aside from Lin Bing's car door. After counting the money, he even made a gentlemanly gesture of "please get in." He looked at Lin Bing as if she were a gold ingot. "No need." Lin Bing tossed the yellow talisman onto the back seat, got into the car, closed the door, and saw Zhang Shu counting money again by the car. She casually remarked, "Your ancestors were all charlatans. Did you ever go to school? Illiterate. Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Shu stopped what he was doing and glared at Lin Bing. "I'm a recent college graduate. My diploma and bachelor's degree are still at home, still warm. Even if you're my guest, you can't ruin my reputation like this. I'm a knowledgeable and cultured charlatan, tui. What charlatan? I'm a master." By the time he said this, Lin Bing had already driven far away. Once Lin Bing's car was out of sight, Zhang Shu hummed a little tune and went upstairs with a sly grin. "Hey, another idiot. He sold a whole bunch of those talisman papers. Those were hand-drawn talismans, The paper was bought wholesale, you know, the kind used for the dead, right? He went directly to the manufacturer, no need for printing marks, just blank ones. Wholesale, he could draw a whole stack at once using a brush and the cheapest ink. He just casually flicked his wrist and the yellow talismans were done." On the way, Lin Bing simply tossed the yellow talismans into her spatial storage, not caring much. The writing was nice, but the paper quality was really... Anyway, she'd keep them for now and deal with them later. Just as she arrived at the farmer's market, Lin Bing received a phone call. "Hello, this is Lin Bing. Who is this?" "Hello, my surname is Liu. If you are Lin Bing, then you've come to the right place. I'm a martial arts instructor hired by the Lin family. When are you free? Let's meet and talk." "Okay, is 4 p.m. okay?" "At the Lin family's old residence." The Lin family's old residence is probably not an option. Master Lin said that outsiders are prohibited from entering the Lin family recently. "How about you come to my martial arts school? I'll send you the address directly." "Okay." After hanging up, Lin Bing thought to herself, "It seems my grandfather has already started making moves." Chapter 15: The Lin family's actions. A moment later, Lin Bing received a text message from Master Liu. He'd never heard of the Liu family martial arts school, but he roughly knew the address. After putting his phone away, Lin Bing wandered around the farmer's market, only to find that almost everything was sold out. Who did this? Did someone get wind of it? Or? It couldn't be the Lin family. They wouldn't do something so small. Lin Bing inquired with the surrounding shopkeepers. As she was asking, a short man with a flat nose interjected. "It was a young girl who bought it. I delivered the goods. She ordered it yesterday, and this morning before dawn, she asked us to deliver it. We delivered it to the riverbank. The area is huge, and it was piled high with goods. This short man was particularly talkative, and he patted his chest as if still shaken, saying, "Goodness, they were all gone." I was about to leave too. But then I remembered I'd left my coat, so I turned the car around and drove back. Goodness, what happened? He told the story like a ghost story quite convincingly. A whole pile of stuff, and in the blink of an eye it all disappeared. The young girl disappeared too. I was terrified. I didn't even have time to grab my coat before coming back. I was so scared. Luckily, she transferred the money. Otherwise, even if I received cash, I wouldn't dare spend it. I don't know if it was ghost money. The other older women and men also looked incredulous. Lin Bing was stunned by this. Judging from the man's words, he must be a space-age ability user, right? But wait, the apocalypse was still almost a month away, and the zombies on TV hadn't fully evolved yet. Logically, ability users shouldn't appear so soon. She remembered that the rain during the apocalypse was the key to her gaining abilities. However, this girl with a space-age ability was too careless. Packing things so boldly, wasn't she afraid of being exposed? Things weren't going well, and Lin Bing was getting annoyed. She saw the short, flat-nosed man still fiddling with his phone for a while, finally looking up with a wide smile, excitedly telling everyone, "Hey, I posted this on Weibo. Look, it's already over 100 reposts in no time." The farmer's market was too crowded and noisy. It wouldn't be good to do anything there. She'd better pretend to be a grain dealer, hire a few people, and go to the countryside to collect rice together. That would be safer. Just then, Lin Bing suddenly heard the man's words and broke out in a cold sweat. This technology was too fast. Having made up her mind, she needed to find a different approach. Her family already knew about the existence of the space yesterday, and with her constantly going out, problems were bound to arise sooner or later. They would definitely become suspicious. Damn it, she had been too talkative yesterday. She shouldn't have told her mother about the space so early, at least not after she finished shopping. It seemed she had to be more careful today. If she revealed even the slightest clue, her grandfather, that old fox, would definitely find out. Thinking about it, she had really brought this upon herself. This had become the biggest obstacle to her gathering supplies. The flat-nosed uncle's words added another question to Lin Bing's mind. If it was a space ability, it meant that the ability user had obtained the ability ahead of time. But why hadn't her ability recovered? She couldn't use it at all. Forget it, she decided not to think about it anymore. She had been too hasty these past 2 days. Now the situation had changed, and she couldn't do that anymore. Fortunately, besides using her own card to buy things, Lin Bing only used her mother's supplementary card. Her mother's money had always been separate from the Lin family's money. Back then, she had thought it was unnecessary for the family to keep their money separate, but now it was a relief. The money in her card was for daily living expenses and New Year's money, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. She couldn't go to the small apartment for the time being. She'd just leave her things there for now. She'd already packed half of her things, so there was no rush. She hadn't prepared enough for her space. She felt she'd only have enough feminine hygiene products for a few years, no way. Food was also completely insufficient, and some things had limited shelf lives, which was another problem. She should prepare more solar-powered items. If she evacuated with the Lin family and her ice-based abilities awakened, she shouldn't have to worry about survival. But what if she wasn't with the Lin family? Lin Bing frowned as she thought this as she left the farmer's market. Back in her car, Lin Bing had made her decision, her eyes resolute. She needed to prepare for both scenarios. Although she didn't need to worry about the Lin family, and she was determined to evacuate with them, she still needed to make another preparation. She needed to get an ID card, buy several wigs and a few sets of clothes she would never normally wear, and change her identity for safety and security. She could find an agent. If something unexpected happened and she wasn't evacuated with the Lin family, the possibility was naturally small, but it couldn't be ruled out. Yes, I'll rent several underground parking garages or houses with sturdy security bars and windows using fake IDs. Even if they're not sturdy, I'll have them modified to be the most secure. I'll cast a wide net, making sure all places are hidden and safe, not easily discovered. That's the most important requirement. Every place needs a complete set of supplies. Once everything is ready, I'll have the workers leave, change the locks and leave the keys in my possession. I won't collect them anytime soon. They'll just stay there. If we evacuate safely with the Lin family, I'll consider the supplies unnecessary and won't need to leave. If Lin Bing's eyes darkened, it seemed someone was following her. What they didn't know was that the young girl had just been taken to the police station for questioning by plainclothes officers. The cameras on the riverbank weren't to be underestimated. And the drug addict on TV, whose zombie-like features the police had caught, had already been dissected at the Kyoto Research Institute, slowly studied, and injected with a drug that would keep him alive for a while. Researchers were thrilled to discover that cells had indeed mutated, blood was clotting, various bodily functions were slowly dying, and the brain was also undergoing changes with a tiny, nucleus-like structure appearing in the center. Further research was needed to understand the rest. The mountain fog grew increasingly thick. After the meteor shower, the white fog, mixed with not only red but also faint yellow hues, was spreading from remote mountain villages towards the city. A storm was coming. The Lin family held a very low-key family meeting today, attended by core members, mostly middle-aged and elderly, with a few younger members. The meeting lasted less than half an hour, and the content was concise and clear. The patriarch Grandpa Lin was planning to open the largest supermarket chain in the country, a nationwide chain. A CBD in the city's second ring road had just been completed. Office buildings and apartments were scheduled to open tomorrow, all fully furnished. This morning, Father Lin directly contacted the CBD project manager, wanting to buy the entire property. Price was not an issue. The largest supermarket is about to open there, along with a shopping plaza, a hospital and upscale restaurants, and a whole host of other projects. Naturally, such a large-scale operation requires top-tier security personnel, with extremely generous compensation. Within just one morning, the whole country knew about it. People from not only the city but also outside came to interview in the afternoon. The Lin family's security guard recruitment requirements also included excellent martial arts skills, honesty, preferably unmarried, and orphans were given priority. Grain wholesalers, meat wholesalers, clothing wholesalers, pharmaceutical factory managers, vegetable wholesalers, and all kinds of wholesalers of daily necessities, all contacted the Lin group to discuss cooperation. Because of the excellent reputation of the Lin family under the management of the eldest patriarch, they never defaulted on payments, and the cooperation terms offered this time were extremely generous, leading to fierce competition. Countless manufacturers were trying every possible means to secure a particular project, going to great lengths. Aside from the exceptionally capable younger members of the Lin family, the idle and those still in school were all taken by an elder and flew to other provinces to open branches of a supermarket chain. All the stores were scheduled to open simultaneously. They were renting buildings in various locations and collecting supplies. Merchants from other provinces, having heard the news, flocked to the airport like flies to rotten meat, showering them with a polite welcome. The Lin family's large-scale activities left some of their business rivals completely bewildered. Uncle Lin, a politician, was pulled into the study by Grandpa Lin in the morning and immediately went out. He hadn't been seen since, only contacting Grandpa Lin by phone. The phone was encrypted, and a system was used to jam other devices during their conversation. Uncle Lin went to prepare weapons such as guns, bullets, a lot of bullets. "Dad, won't this blatant activity attract attention?" Father Lin asked in a low voice. "Oh, so what if they notice?" Grandpa Lin sat in his mahogany chair, half closing his eyes, casually sipping his tea, just ordinary morning tea. Grandpa Lin, of course, had retired from politics. Many of his old friends were still alive. Some of his former comrades in arms were still in the military, while others had retired, but their influence remained. Grandpa Lin was never afraid of those troublemakers. Father Lin, hearing this, fell silent and calmly withdrew. After Mr. Lin left, Grandpa Lin finished his tea, took out a detailed map of China from the bookshelf, spread it on the table, and solemnly pointed to the locations of cities on the map, studying them one by one. Each city wasn't a good place to stay. It was easily attacked but difficult to defend, too far from the capital, and its protection was clearly insufficient. Where to choose a foothold? We needed real weaponry and capable people. This matter required careful planning. Chapter 16. Oh, it's him. Apocalyptic hint. The first omen is fog, The second is a meteor shower. After the white fog, there will be more zombie-evolved beings. After the meteor shower, there will be superhuman evolved beings. Someone was following her. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet on her watch. Lin Bing glanced in the rearview mirror but didn't find anything suspicious. There were many large trucks in the area, but few small cars, all parked off on the side of the road. Nothing particularly noteworthy. However, she was absolutely certain she was being followed. It felt like being locked on by someone's gaze, though it didn't quite feel like mental energy. Lin Bing started the car and drove towards the bustling market. Since her shopping was cancelled for today, and she had an appointment at 4 p.m., she was quite free now. Therefore, she wanted to see who was following her. She wondered which side it was. Lin Bing parked her car at a high-end car detailing center. She knew this place well. She was a VIP there. After handing the car keys to the staff, she instructed them to clean and inspect the car, and to call her when it was ready so she could pick it up. After finishing her conversation, Lin Bing went to the car detailing center's lounge. She knew the owner and had a good relationship with him, so she went directly to him, chatted for a bit, and finally got him to agree to let her watch the recordings from all the cameras in the center from now until she picked up her car later. After thanking the owner repeatedly, Lin Bing quietly left through the back door. Unless you were a regular customer, you wouldn't know there were two back doors. Before leaving, she changed into the car detailing center's uniform and borrowed a denim hat, pulling the brim down to completely cover half her face. She packed her own clothes into a bag and carried it in her hand. After exiting through the back door, she found a hair salon nearby, got her hair washed and cut short. The hairdresser who cut her hair kept lamenting her beautiful long, straight black hair. The stylist was a bit effeminate, constantly fiddling with his fingers and looking at Lin Bing with a pained expression, his eyes seeming to say, "How can you bear to give up your hair that you've kept for over 10 years? Your black hair will feel sorry for you, you know?" Lin Bing's hair was cut in one snip. Seeing how much the hairdresser liked that lock of hair, Lin Bing simply gave it to him. Long hair is a tragedy in the apocalypse, okay? If you accidentally get your long hair caught while escaping, you're dead. Washing your hair isn't a hassle for her in the apocalypse, but drying it is incredibly difficult, especially in winter. It's freezing. After the apocalypse, summer and winter temperatures are extremely polarized. Even in ordinary cities, winter temperatures drop to the teens. By the way, H city rarely drops below zero in winter, at most a few days below -5 degrees Celsius. Insulating clothes here aren't very effective. Getting through winter is a major challenge. She remembers buying a lot of blankets, quilts, hats, gloves, and other warm items at supermarkets and malls, but she hasn't bought a down jacket yet. It's July now, and by the end of August, it will be quite cold in November. She wrote down things like down jackets in her notebook, but hadn't had time to buy them. However, thinking about it, the north is the coldest place and things there are much warmer than here. Getting them has become a problem. After getting her hair cut, she went to a beauty salon and bought several wigs, colorful different lengths, and put them all on her before taking them away. With the wigs done, there were still clothes to consider. This shop was close to a car detailing center, so she left the wigs there for now. Lin Bing changed into her original clothes, hailed a taxi, and went straight to a nearby shopping mall. Regardless of price, she bought clothes she wouldn't normally buy. Ugly, nice, dark, bright colors, and even some men's clothing. All she needed was a fake ID. First, she needed to find out who was targeting her. Before she knew it, she had 2 large bags full. Lin Bing felt that was enough. Carrying the things out of the mall, she glanced at the mall's security cameras and left calmly. If she could find someone through the security cameras, others could do the same to her. Fortunately, whether it's street surveillance or mall security cameras, unless the person involved has committed a crime, they generally won't easily let outsiders see them. After buying her things, Lin Bing took a taxi back to the hair salon she'd been to before, and carrying the bag containing the wig and the 2 large bags of other items, she returned to the car detailing center. Counting the time, more than 2 hours had passed. It was past noon. When she returned to the car detailing center, the owner was still there. He'd been extremely busy that morning and was still working, not having had time to eat. Lin Bing's car had already been washed, and she tossed her things onto the back seat. Then she followed the owner to the security camera area. Half an hour after she quietly left, A young man with regular features and a sleazy, shifty-eyed demeanor peeked out, even making a point of coming in to rest and inspect every door in the break room. Finally, he was thrown out as a suspicious person. Was it him, that little charlatan? Lin Bing frowned, pondering for a moment, still somewhat puzzled. There was no conflict, no dispute over interests, and they had only met once. Why was that person still bothering her? Lin Bing was thinking this when she saw her boss finish his work. It was lunchtime, so she treated him to lunch at a nearby restaurant as a special thank you. In the end, Lin Bing ordered a lot of food, specifying which items should be served and which should be packed up. After lunch, she saw her boss off and went home. She put the packed food in the trunk, making sure to hide it discreetly on the way home, in an area without pedestrians or security cameras. When she got home, she learned about her grandfather's grand scheme, and she was truly stunned. She hadn't expected it to be so high profile. Just thinking about the abundance of supplies delivered to her door made Lin Bing's mouth water. The entire Lin family, both direct and indirect, had mobilized. Many of her uncles, cousins, and other relatives were out of town, and Lin Bing didn't know the specifics of how it was done. These things were probably only known to those directly involved. It was already past 1 a.m. when they got home. Lin Bing threw her things into her room and went upstairs to find her mother. She needed to speak with her. Zhang Shu was frantic. He was so upset. When he got home, he discovered that his family's 2 ancestral yellow talismans, the truly powerful ones, were missing. He searched the house from top to bottom, but still couldn't find them. If his older brother found out tonight, he'd beat him to death. Oh dear, his heart almost stopped when he discovered them. He thought for a long time. Since they weren't in his own house, they must have been mixed in with the counterfeit talismans he bought today. Last night, he was so sleepy while drawing the talismans that he dozed off at the table. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he found some of the counterfeit talismans had saliva on them, so he cleaned the table. Because his technique wasn't good, he just copied the talisman diagrams, unlike his older brother who could draw them in one go without even looking. They must have been slipped in when he sold them to that young lady this morning. He had to get them back. If he can't get them back, he'll suffer a huge loss, not to mention he'll get beaten to death by his older brother. He lost a swiftness talisman and a freeze talisman. Chapter 17. Staying at home. Lin's mother wasn't home. Her whereabouts were unknown, and her phone went unanswered. Lin Bing went downstairs to ask Aunt Zhou, but Aunt Zhou just shook her head, saying she didn't know. Lin Bing then called her father. "Dad, where did Mom go? I can't get through to her on the phone," Lin Bing asked worriedly. "Your mother went to your uncle's house. She took a flight this morning. She asked me to tell you, but I was in a rush this morning and might have forgotten," Lin's father said casually on the other end of the line. After a moment's thought, he added, "Don't go out for the next 2 weeks. Stay home obediently. It's not safe outside." Lin Bing was stunned by her father's words. Her mother went to her uncle's house without even saying goodbye? Which uncle? She had 3 uncles. Her mother was her maternal grandfather's youngest daughter and had always been spoiled. Lin Bing was surprised to hear her father tell her not to go out. "Dad, didn't Grandpa find me a martial arts instructor? I need to go see him for training. It'll only be a few days. What can you learn?" Lin's father's stern tone contained a hint of concern. "We're already looking for bodyguards for you. We'll let you know when we find reliable ones. Don't go out and cause trouble. Also, clear out your belongings. You might have to fly out of H-City in a few days. I'll be very busy these days and your mother won't be here. Take care of yourself, understand?" "Yes." Her father's ordinary words inexplicably warmed Lin Bing's heart. "All right, that's all then." Lin's father calmly hung up the phone. Lin Bing held her phone, the screen now dark, her mind filled with thoughts. Since her father dared to let her mother leave, it meant her mother's location was safe. That meant her uncle's family had already begun their preparations. It seemed that her stubbornness in living in that small apartment back then had caused her to miss out on many things. When the apocalypse struck, she and her mother, along with a group of people, stumbled and fell along the way. By the time they finally arrived at the nearest Chaoyang base, they had suffered heavy losses, with only a few survivors. Afterwards, she and her mother settled there, staying for 3 years. Just then a voice interrupted her. "Bing, Why didn't I see you this morning? Did you go out? A clear male voice tinged with amusement asked. Lin Bing turned and saw her second cousin, Lin Zenon, her third uncle's eldest son, even older than her. Her third uncle was a playboy back in the day, having children early and a large number of illegitimate children, much to her aunt's distress. Yeah, look, I got a short haircut, doesn't it look good? That shop was packed, there was even a queue, otherwise I wouldn't have gone so early. But brother, why are you alone at home? Where's everyone else? I didn't see anyone this morning either, Lin Bing replied casually. Lin Zenon told Lin Bing everything about Grandpa Lin's decision that morning, secretly observing Lin Bing's expression. Finally, he casually asked, "Where's second aunt? I haven't seen her." The second aunt Lin Zenon referred to was Lin Bing's mother. My mom went to visit my uncle, Lin Bing said with a smile. But second brother, why are you still at home? Didn't Grandpa give you some instructions? That can't be. Yes, I'm very busy. I just came back to pick up something. Lin Zenon showed Lin Bing the file folder in his hand. I have to go out now. After saying this, Lin Zenon walked towards the door, but stopped abruptly halfway through. He slowly turned back to Lin Bing and said, "Bing, are you going out shopping this afternoon?" His tone was unreadable. Lin Bing's heart tightened, but her expression remained unchanged. She smiled and said, "No, I was originally planning to go to the Liu family martial arts school. Grandpa told me to, but I just spoke to my dad on the phone, and he told me to stay home." Lin Zenon gave her a half-smile, his eyes unfathomable, and finally shrugged, as if there was nothing he could do. It's just inconvenient for girls. With that he left. Lin Zenon's words instilled a strong sense of crisis in Lin Bing. Her intuition told her she couldn't go out. After Lin Zenon left, she called Master Liu at the Liu family martial arts school, explaining that she couldn't go that afternoon, sincerely apologizing, and promising to let him know in advance next time. Just as he hung up the phone, a voice rang in Mr. Liu's ear. Whose call was that? Why the expression? Mr. Liu mumbled. It's the granddaughter of my boss's old boss. I originally wanted to teach her some self-defense skills, but the world is too chaotic now, there are too many bad people. A young lady like her just wants to learn some kung fu. However, the appointment was for 4 o'clock this afternoon, but now she says she has something to do and can't come. Judging from her voice, she seems like a well-mannered child. Oh, Hanli replied casually, not interested in Mr. Liu's topic. He was thinking about how to abduct Mr. Liu. His senior brother had another case and the situation was a bit strange. He was about to leave H City, so he had chosen Mr. Liu to help. He and Mr. Liu met in the army and hit it off immediately. Although there was a significant age difference, it didn't affect their friendship. Master Liu was a special forces soldier. He fought bravely for his wife and was highly regarded by his superiors. After a major mission, he applied for a 10-day leave, intending to surprise his wife by going home without telling her beforehand. Upon returning home, he discovered his wife was cheating on him with someone he knew. Young and hot-tempered, he beat the man severely, sending him to the hospital. The man then sued him, forcibly discharged him from the army, and his future was ruined. He divorced his wife, had no children, and lived alone. Working as a security guard proved too much for him. He couldn't stand being treated poorly. After several years of aimless wandering, he opened a martial arts school, which was enough to support himself. Because of his ex-wife's affair, he always kept his distance from women. A senior colleague of mine works at the police station. He's been dealing with some tough cases lately. Old Liu, you're experienced and skilled. My flight's tonight. My grandfather's urging me to leave, so I'm leaving soon. If you have time, you could go take a look, Hanli said slowly, looking at Master Liu. Master Liu remained silent. Hanli continued, You've been closed for the past few days because of your former boss's matter. I remember you said it would be 2 weeks, but look, he hasn't come. You don't have anything else to do, so why don't you go take a look? There have been quite a few victims in the crowds lately. Master Liu had served in the army for quite some time, and was a man with a strong sense of responsibility. His heart was always set on serving the people. He couldn't tolerate the suffering of ordinary people, and was always willing to help those in need. Because of this, Master Lu had experienced many similar cases of people being asked for compensation after helping others, and his family had never had any savings. Han Li could tell that Master Lu was considering this when the topic of victims came up. Han Li concealed the smile in his eyes and said easily, "Old Lu, let's exchange a few blows and see if you've backed down." That night, Han Li boarded a plane leaving H City. Afterwards, Lin Bing stayed at the Lin family's old house. Zhang Shu was indeed severely beaten by his older brother for losing two important yellow talismans. He wailed and howled, secretly vowing to make the person who scammed him compensate him properly. As a stingy miser, being cheated was a huge humiliation. On the fourth day at home, Lin Bing received a call from the courier company saying that the goods she ordered online had been delivered, and she needed to come out to sign for them. The items had been moved to her door, and were still being delivered upstairs. Lin Bing hesitated for a moment, then had the courier ring the doorbell of Dr. Su next door. Dr. Su was home, which relieved Lin Bing. She asked the courier to hand the phone to Dr. Su. After Dr. Su took the phone, Lin Bing noticed that Dr. Su's voice was very hoarse, and it seemed that his cold had not yet gotten better. "Dr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm currently out of town. Could you please sign for some things for me? There's quite a lot, so could I leave them at your place for now, and come find you to move them over when I get back in a few days? Is that all right?" Lin Bing's voice was earnest on the other end of the phone. Dr. Su patted Lin Bing's forehead, looking at the pile of things at Lin Bing's doorway with a headache. Things were still being moved up, the doorway was overflowing, and they were slowly being piled up towards the emergency exit in the hallway. Dr. Su, holding the phone, asked helplessly, "Why did you buy so much stuff? I remember your living room was also piled high with things." "Yes," Lin Bing readily admitted. "I met a charlatan surnamed Zhang a few days ago. He told my fortune and the divination wasn't good. He said I should prepare more things or my life would be in danger. I believed him in a moment of impulsiveness, and now that everything has arrived, I'm starting to regret it. A little white lie is sometimes necessary." "Regret? Of course not." Dr. Su rubbed his temples and sighed. "All right, you can leave the things here for now. You can have them moved back when you get home. Is there anything important or fragile in these boxes? Is there anything I should be careful about?" "No, just some small things." "Dr. Su, thank you so much for your help. I'll definitely treat you to a meal next time." Lin Bing thanked him repeatedly. "By the way, Dr. Su, what's your phone number? I'll write it down so I can contact you next time." Dr. Su gave Lin Bing his mobile phone and home phone number. They chatted briefly for a couple of days afterward before hanging up. Looking at the boxes piled high in the guest room, study, and living room, Dr. Su felt his head throb even more. Those young girls were really superstitious. However, he seemed to have encountered the Zhang family's shamanic altar once before. They said they sold yellow talismans, a craft passed down from their ancestors. That day, he went out to take out the trash without any money. The man said he wouldn't give credit, and the person left sullenly, muttering something about him being a poor wretch. Even though they were more than 10 meters apart, he heard it clearly. Later, he saw the charlatan, surnamed Zhang, drop several so-called yellow talismans as he left. By the time he realized what had happened, Zhang was gone. He picked up the talismans, intending to return them later. The so-called ancestral yellow talismans had illegible characters. However, two of them were quite different from the others. The characters on those two were powerful and bold, almost piercing through the yellow paper. Moreover, the material of those two felt different from the others. He had always liked Chinese calligraphy. He carefully kept those two talismans, and after that, he never encountered the charlatan Zhang again, so they remained with him. Xu Shui was idly browsing the internet when a set of photos on Weibo caught her attention. The woman was Lin Bing. Her eyes lit up. She could finally get the bracelet. Chapter 18. The thief cries, "Stop thief!" From the moment she first saw that bracelet at Lin Bing's house, she felt an intense desire to possess it. The bracelet was old-fashioned and unattractive, and she didn't like it. However, that night, she stayed at Lin Bing's house and was surprised to find herself sleeping soundly without a single dream. She was overjoyed, convinced it was the bracelet's power. Ever since she could remember, every night, as soon as she fell asleep, she would have a recurring bizarre nightmare. In the dream, a terrifying monster crawled out of her body, devouring her flesh piece by piece. She was unable to move in the dream, and the image of the monster eating flesh remained etched in her mind. She liked to sleep with the lights on, although this didn't stop the nightmares, but seeing the light when she woke up felt reassuring. Xu Shui thought that her birthday was just a few days away when she saw the bracelet, and she imagined Lin Bing would give her a birthday present. Therefore, she kept subtly hinting to Lin Bing that she wanted the bracelet as a birthday present. She was certain that Lin Bing would give it to her. Lin Bing was always generous and didn't care much about material possessions. Xu Shui was always easygoing and adept at pleasing others. Having known Lin Bing for a long time, she had already won him over and considered the bracelet hers. She was simply leaving it with Lin Bing until her birthday. However, she hadn't expected to run into Lin Bing on her birthday. During her date with Chu Fei, she was genuinely shocked. Why was Lin Bing suddenly out, and why did she happen to see them on their date? Had she heard some rumors? Xu Shui never thought there was anything wrong with her relationship with Chu Fei. They were mutually in love. Wasn't it said that in love, only the unloved one is the other woman? This was what Xu Shui's mother had told her, and she always remembered it. As long as Chu Fei still loved her, she wouldn't give him up, even after he got married. That's what her mother did. And now her father still deeply loved her mother. In Xu Shui's eyes, they were very happy. She just needed a man she could love and grow old with. Was that wrong? The first time she saw Chu Fei was at Lin Bing's engagement party. The moment she saw him, she knew he would be hers. Such an outstanding, handsome, knowledgeable and wealthy young man. Why couldn't he be hers? Only she was worthy of him. Love at first sight, that must be it. Xu Shui thought to herself at the time, but the fact that he was already taken didn't affect her feelings at all. She was even glad he was Lin Bing's fiancé, and that she and Lin Bing were good friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had an excuse to get to know Chu Fei. Later, she learned that this man also liked her. She knew this when she successfully invited him into her room, and she was incredibly proud. She wanted to call Lin Bing right then and there to share this joyful news, but thankfully she restrained herself. She also knew that as an illegitimate daughter of the Xu family, how could she possibly compete with Lin Bing? But from then on, she became even more attentive to Lin Bing. The photos online were blurred, but Xu Shui immediately recognized one of the women in them as Lin Bing. It was clearly in a nice restaurant. 2 men and a woman were standing around a table, seemingly arguing. The set of 7 photos showed Lin Bing and the man leaving arm in arm, looking intimate. Xu Shui was surprised when she saw the last photo. She had never seen Lin Bing so attentive to a man. However, staring at the last set of photos on Weibo, Xu Shui couldn't help but smile. This was perfect. Xu Shui slowly stroked her fair cheek, her eyes gradually darkening. She remembered that slap from that day vividly. She had to contact the Weibo user and buy the clear, unblurred photos. No one could resist money. With evidence, she could say that Lin Bing was using the incident as an excuse, that Lin Bing had gotten involved with someone else, and therefore was constantly looking down on Chu Fei, using this as a pretext to frame her and Chu Fei trying to break off the engagement. She could say Lin Bing wanted to protect her reputation, so she was throwing mud at Chu Fei, preemptively striking. Thinking about this, Xu Shui smiled even more happily, already dialing Chu Fei's number on her phone. Chu Fei had been worried these past few days that Lin Bing would tell their elders and break off the engagement. He hadn't called Xu Shui proactively in the last few days, and Xu Shui had been wanting to contact him. Now she finally had another reason. Would the photographic evidence be strong enough? Maybe she could Photoshop some explicit photos of Lin Bing. Once the photos were leaked, regardless of the final truth, her reputation would be ruined. Even if everyone knew they were fake, it would still affect Lin Bing. Maybe she could also post some online and emphasize the incident of Lin Bing hitting her with a few pictures. That would be even better. She certainly couldn't show Lin Bing's face. Just thinking about how such a delicate woman like her had been so brutally attacked by that big guy filled her with rage. She wasn't satisfied. She was going to share this not only with her alumni but also secretly post it on a popular forum using a secondary account. She'd use a public VPN after all. The thought of Lin Bing being harshly criticized made her even happier. She decided not to tell Chu Fei about it. It was anonymous anyway, so who would know it was her? Just then Chu Fei answered the phone. Hey, didn't I tell you not to contact me these days? Chu Fei's tone was somewhat impatient. I know, but I have some interesting things to show you. Go online, I'll send them directly to you. Just answer it. Xu Shui's voice was gentle and pleasant. Okay. Did you receive it? Several minutes had passed since the photos were sent. Why hadn't Chu Fei spoken? Xu Shui couldn't help but ask. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. Where did you get these photos? Do you have any clear ones? I need to get an explanation from the Lin family. They've gone too far. How dare they cheat on me before we're even married? Chu Fei was furious, gritting his teeth as he spoke these words before slamming down the phone. Xu Shui stared at the disconnected phone, her smile widening. If Lin Bing apologized, well, she would only accept the bracelet. Otherwise, she wouldn't forgive him. 2 days later, Chu Bing bought clear photos from the Weibo blogger at a high price, then investigated the restaurant from that day, and pressured them to obtain the surveillance footage, making a copy. After doing all this, Chu Fei directly presented the evidence to his elders, asking them to uphold justice. As for Chu Fei and Xu Shui's affair, all traces were destroyed. It was just normal friendship, a few nights' encounter, and without evidence, who would know? A man's affair is different from a woman's. After all, Lin Bing's affair with a man wasn't something to be proud of. Only Grandpa Chu and Chu Fei's parents knew about it for a few days. They couldn't just jump to conclusions based on Chu Fei's word alone. They needed to investigate. When Chu's mother found out, she completely lost her composure, publicly humiliating Lin Bing with all sorts of offensive language in front of Chu Fei. Of course, she only dared to vent her anger in front of Chu's father and Chu Fei. 3 days after the evidence was handed over to the Chu family elders, the Chu family called Grandpa Lin's cell phone, saying that the 2 younger members were about to get married, and this incident had damaged the reputation of both families. They should at least tone it down. Meanwhile, Lin Bing had been staying at home for 2 weeks. Aside from necessary exercise and mealtimes, she spent the rest of her time in her room. At night, she would draw all the curtains and leave a small light on. After 9 o'clock, she would enter her spatial dimension and plant food on the black soil there. With a planter, she planted quite quickly. In the first week, she had planted all the land. The seeds were in bags, each labeled with its type. Lin Bing searched for the seeds on her computer, carefully noting down important planting tips. There were vegetables, fruits, because there were so many Lin Bing couldn't even remember which plot was which. She'd figure it out once they grew. Lin Bing had also downloaded numerous ebooks and videos on planting. When the Chu family called to complain to Grandpa Lin, Lin Bing had not only planted everything but also fetched water from the stream to irrigate, a huge mistake. She hadn't bought a water pump. She had finished watering everything and downloaded all the planting-related information she could find online, storing it in her spatial dimension. Lin Bing finally had some free time, so she lay on the bed scrolling through forums and message boards. She hadn't checked them in days, and she wondered if anything big had happened lately. She didn't see a single post about zombies. Lin Bing sneered to herself. The censorship is really strong. The trending posts were all celebrity gossip and relationship drama. She didn't even bother opening them. She wasn't in the mood. She was about to close the page when her phone suddenly rang. The moment she answered, a frantic voice exploded in her ear, almost shouting, "Lin Bing, did you see the alumni site? Xu Shui posted that you cheated on Chu Fei and wanted to dump him. So you made up lies saying the 2 of them were having an affair. She said on her birthday you caused trouble on purpose, you slapped her and even hit Chu Fei. Is that true? They didn't use your real name online. But people already figured out it's you. You need to check right now, there are even photos. They're saying tonight they're going to release something even bigger." Chapter 19. Let's retreat then. The person on the phone with Lin Bing was named Su Qiao. They were college classmates, closer than average, and she was a kind-hearted person. However, Lin Bing remembered that before her rebirth, Su Qiao died in the hospital on the day the apocalypse struck. Su Qiao's father was infected and Su Qiao, unaware of this, took him to the hospital. Upon arrival, her father turned into a zombie, and Su Qiao, being closest to him, became the first victim. Alumni network? Lin Bing murmured, calmly saying to Su Qiao on the other end of the phone, "Thank you, Su Qiao. By the way, you'd better not go to the hospital recently. Not go to the hospital? Why do you say that? Su Qiao was somewhat surprised. No one in her family was sick, so of course she wouldn't go to the hospital. Oh God, Lin Bing, I have to go now. My door is making strange noises. I have to go check it out. You can handle the things online yourself. Judging from the sound, it sounded like someone was banging their head on her door. It was a ghost. Su Qiao hung up. Lin Bing put her phone aside, opened the alumni network, found the webpage Su Qiao mentioned, clicked on it, and began to look at it seriously. Surprisingly, Xu Shui, who had never been good at Chinese literature, was quite skilled at writing stories, crafting them into something quite convincing. Below the text was a link, supposedly with accompanying pictures. Lin Bing clicked on it, only to be redirected to a forum, coincidentally the most popular post of the past few days. It also included edited images. The poster was using a public pseudonym. Furthermore, the poster dropped a bombshell, claiming to have even more shocking scandalous photos. Lin Bing laughed when she saw the last two words. She was truly embarrassed. Growing up, her family had been very strict, and she had never actually been with a man. Scandalous photos? How come she didn't know such things existed? It was obvious who made them. Lin Bing immediately dialed Xu Shui's number, and it was answered quickly. Xu Shui's voice was always normal in front of women, but in front of men it was always coquettish. Lin Bing had personally heard this during the apocalypse. She had never noticed Xu Shui's voice like this before. Bing Bing, is something wrong? Xu Shui's voice was cheerful, and she called out to Bing Bing affectionately, as if the slap in the face at the women's clothing store had never happened. Oh, and the change in address. I don't want to waste time talking to you right now. I don't have that kind of free time. You posted those defamatory posts about me online, didn't you? Oh, and I heard there are even more shocking nude photos tonight, right? Delete those posts immediately, and then post a normal, sincere reversal post under the name of the vicious rich heiress mentioned in the original post. I'll give you 1 hour, or you can expect a summons from the court tomorrow. Lin Bing's tone was calm, not wanting to say more. Bing Bing, you've misunderstood, it wasn't me. Hearing Lin Bing's words, Xu Shui felt a chill in her heart and clutched her chest, beginning to deny it. Really? You know you can wear any kind of disguise, but you can't fake an ID. Should we have the police check your house tomorrow? Lin Bing was speaking when she noticed the sky had darkened. The once sunny sky was now covered with clouds. She stood up, opened the window, and gusts of hot air blew into the room. On the other end of the phone, Xu Shui's face began to sweat. She had acted impulsively, wanting to vent her anger, but she had forgotten the difference in family background. Her family wasn't like the Lin or Chu families, and she wasn't born to the first wife. That woman had never cared about her, and if something happened, she could easily complain to her father. Alright then, since you say it wasn't you, if you're sure, I can pretend it never happened. But if they find evidence tomorrow and you end up in jail, don't blame me. Lin Bing said casually, but her hand reached out the window. The wind gently brushed against her fingers. She felt the wind slowly picking up. It was going to rain. Summer thunderstorms were always particularly frequent. No! Xu Shui cried out urgently, her voice booming through the phone. Bing. Lin Bing, please don't do this. It's my fault, I'm sorry. Please, for the sake of our past relationship, let me go this time, please. Relationship. Xu Shui's words finally drew Lin Bing's attention. Lin Bing sneered inwardly. Relationship? Did you spare my life for the sake of our decades-long friendship? Before I died, I asked myself if I had ever wronged you. I know that whoever has the bigger fist is the boss, whoever has the most food is the boss. I've always lived cautiously in this apocalypse. Have I ever offended you? Have you ever thought about what will happen to my sickly mother after I die? Even for Chu Fei's sake, please, you know how hard it is for me to live in the Xu family. If such a disgraceful thing happens, that Mrs. Xu will definitely kick me while I'm down. You don't know how wicked she is. Xu Shui's voice was almost choked with sobs. Isn't your affair with Chu Fei shameful? Or do you think the Chu family can protect you, and that Madame Xu won't dare touch you? Giving Chu Fei face? Pa! I don't know how wicked Madame Xu is, but I personally witnessed you pushing her and her daughter into a horde of zombies. After being pushed in, Madame Xu, driven by sheer willpower, rushed out, clinging to the car door, calling for help and trying to get back up. At that time, while everyone was busy killing zombies and not paying attention, Xu Shui kicked Madame Xu several times, sending the mother and daughter back inside. The outcome was predictable. Lin Bing didn't dare say anything then, firstly because Xu Shui had more supplies, and secondly because her image was too good. In the eyes of men, she was the delicate, beautiful, innocent white lotus, charming and kind like an angel. Even if Lin Bing told them, they wouldn't believe her. Along the way, whenever they encountered a horde of zombies, Lin Bing would take her mother and try to stay as far away from Xu Shui as possible. Otherwise, Xu Shui would use them as human shields. I'm sorry. Xu Shui tried her best to make her sobs more genuine, but her eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Bing, one day I will trample you under my feet. Besides having a better family background than me, what do you have that I don't? You were just born into a good family, what's there to be proud of? One day, I don't understand those 3 words, it's no use you saying them. The window wasn't closed, and the sound of raindrops falling on the glass cooled the agitation in Lin Bing's heart. Listening to the dripping water, Lin Bing's mood improved a little. Okay, that's enough. If you don't see what I want to see in an hour, I have plenty of ways to get you there. Lin Bing hung up the phone decisively. Xu Shui, whose phone had been hung up on, slammed her phone down in her hand, secretly cursing. Lin Bing, please don't fall for me, please don't. Thinking this bitterly, she sat down at the computer, deleted all the explicit photos she had just edited, and then applied to delete the post. Then she found another public account and began meticulously dissecting her own original post, in the tone of the perpetrator from the original post. Lin Bing even insisted on maintaining a normal and sincere tone as she typed away. Sometimes she even had to curse herself while editing. She was truly fed up. But whenever this happened, she couldn't continue writing. She had to close her eyes, calm herself, suppress her anger, and then slowly type out the words. Lin Bing's method was truly ruthless. Just 10 minutes after finishing her call with Xu Shui, Lin Bing unexpectedly received a call from her grandfather. Her grandfather sounded very tired, probably from being busy and exhausted for the past few days. Bing, Grandpa is already in D City. The Lin family's roots are in H City, and we have a lot of things to prepare. It might take a few more days to transport everything to D City. There's still some finishing work to do, so you probably won't be able to come for another 3 or 4 days. Help Zenon out these next few days. We're short-handed in H City, and other places are busy too, so they can't send anyone over. Let Zenon arrange what you need to do. Hurry up, Grandpa Lin earnestly instructed. He felt much relieved. He had secretly sent people to keep an eye on Lin Bing these past few days out of necessity. It seemed Bing hadn't been hiding anything, and she was well behaved at home. It didn't seem like she had anything like a jade Buddha. That was good. Otherwise, if the child's heart wasn't with the Lin family and she only cared about herself, even if she was his granddaughter, it would be difficult to manage. Bing was sensible and a good child. Grandpa Lin's eyes were filled with a smile. Okay, where's my cousin? Should I go find him now? Lin Bing asked seriously. Go find him now. Oh right, there's one more thing. What about that Chu family boy, the one you're engaged to? What, you don't like him? Grandpa Lin's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. He's having an affair with that adopted daughter of the Xu family. I caught them in the act, and they got angry and probably complained to the family, slandering me. Humph, if he really liked her, would I be begging him to marry her? Lin Bing snorted, clearly expressing her displeasure with Chu Fei to her grandfather. In her heart, however, she was thinking how good it felt to have an adult backing her up. I understand. Go to the Chu family with Zai Nan and break off this engagement. I'm not here, and neither are your father or your uncles. Don't be afraid, be firm. After all, the old man from the Chu family is an elder, and your going shows your sincerity. It's about saving face for the elders. I'll talk to the old man from the Chu family. Since this marriage isn't going well, then let it be. Grandpa Lin's tone was relaxed. Okay, Grandpa. This time, Lin Bing was completely relieved and happy. Grandpa Lin was very busy. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Grandpa Lin then made a special call to Lin Zai Nan. Grandpa, what happened? Why are you calling me now? Lin Nan was directing his men to pack up supplies and distribute them by air and freight. Put aside what you have on hand for now. Go with your sister to the Chu family and cancel this engagement. Grandpa Lin's tone shifted, becoming serious. How much supplies do you have left? How much is on the way? Remember to find a secluded place in H City to store some as well, just in case. Grandpa, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Don't you trust me to handle things? Lin Zenon said with a smile, then asked, why cancel an engagement at this crucial moment? It's a waste of time. Lin Zenon was a direct descendant and the second heir among Lin Bing's generation. Grandpa Lin had told him about the apocalypse and advised him to be cautious. Grandpa Lin had casually recounted the story of Chu Fei, Lin Bing, and Xu Shui on the phone. Regardless of its truth, he didn't have the time to send someone to investigate. If it didn't work out, they would just let it go. If the apocalypse came, their fate was uncertain. Okay, I understand. I'll go with my sister this afternoon. Lin Zenon nodded in agreement, then his tone turned serious as he said, Grandpa Lin Bing hasn't acted strangely these past few days. She stayed home and hasn't shopped online. However, before this incident, she bought a small amount of miscellaneous supplies, probably because she was frightened by the dream. Her family knew about it and secretly prepared them. I went to her small apartment to check and everything was still there. I heard from the neighbors that she has quite a few things left at the doctor's house next door. And they haven't gone back to get them yet. She hasn't done anything since she told you about this, Grandpa. Grandpa Lin was very satisfied with Lin Zenon's answer. Anan hadn't hidden anything from him and had handled his task well. It seemed she hadn't shown favoritism just because Lin Bing was his sister. Good. The two chatted for a few more minutes before ending the call. Lin Zenon stared thoughtfully at the phone that had just been hung up. Chapter 20 Fog in the Rain. Dark clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour began. At that moment, Lin Bing sat in Lin Zenon's car, on their way to the Chu family's house. Lin Zenon was driving a Hummer with a very high chassis, sturdy and durable and modified. Its only drawback was its high fuel consumption. This was the second rain of the day. The first rain stopped at 2:30 p.m., and then the sky brightened, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the sun could be faintly seen peeking out from behind the clouds. They thought the weather was about to clear. Unexpectedly, the sky did clear for a while, but 20 minutes later, without warning, the second rain began. Large raindrops pounded against the windshield, the rain intensifying, forming small streams on the glass. The wipers were completely ineffective. Visibility was severely impaired. Halfway there, the car suddenly stalled. It might be out of gas. I'll check the trunk. You stay in there and don't get out, Lin Zenon told Lin Bing in the back seat, then opened the door and got out. After nodding, Lin Bing sat obediently in the back seat, her mind preoccupied with how to properly discuss the annulment of the engagement with Grandpa Chu. The two families had a good relationship, and she didn't want to ruin it because of her. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Lin Bing couldn't sit still any longer. Why hadn't her cousin returned yet? He was just filling up the gas tank. If the trunk wasn't full, he should be back sooner. Lin Bing leaned forward, holding onto the back of the front seat, and pulled the Hummer's keys from the car. As soon as she opened the door, a torrential downpour hit her. In no time, half of Lin Bing was soaked. The raindrops were large and dense, and a thick layer of water had already accumulated on the ground, and it was still pouring. Lin Bing pulled an umbrella from her bag, opened it and got out of the car. The trunk was open and Lin Zenon lay on the ground, completely soaked and unconscious. Lin Bing quickly walked to Lin Zenon's side, dropped her umbrella, and with some effort helped him up. He still didn't wake up. She let Lin Zenon's hand rest on her shoulder, half carrying him, while her other hand supported his waist. Lin Zenon was over 1.8 meters tall. Even if he was lean, he was still a big man, and it was difficult for Lin Bing to move him. Lin Bing helped Lin Zenon into the back seat and fastened his seatbelt. Only then did Lin Bing realize that Lin Zenon was burning hot. Like a furnace, even his breath was hot. He seemed to be in pain somewhere, and his handsome face had been contorted with embarrassment since earlier. At this moment, Lin Bing stood by the car door, also soaked to the bone by the heavy rain. A deep sense of unease enveloped her. Large raindrops pelted her. She jerked her head up, the droplets falling directly into her eyes. This didn't affect her vision. She was horrified to discover that the rain was shrouded in mist. A white mist tinged with red. Her heart pounded. Staring at the sky, her pupils dilated. Had the apocalypse arrived early? That couldn't be. It had come a full 2 weeks early. And it was nighttime then, but now it was daytime. Was she seeing things? Lin Bing's hands trembled. The mist in the sky grew thicker, not only white with red hues but also mixed with yellow, slowly moving through the air. Lin Bing's right palm burned. Her attention was completely focused on her eyes, staring blankly at the sky, the mist, the raindrops. Gradually, she seemed to see mist in every raindrop, white, red, yellow, and even a green mist invisible in the sky. Lin Bing rubbed her eyes. Was she seeing things? She suddenly stopped moving. Her hands were so hot. No, her whole body was so hot, just like her cousin's. She had a fever. She had a fever again, just like during the apocalypse. She vividly remembered that time. She had a fever for 3 days and 3 nights and was unconscious. She needed to stay calm. She had to get herself and her cousin to a safe place while she was still conscious, not on the street. Lin Bing opened the front door and sat in the driver's seat. The high fever was making her mind confused, and she struggled to close the door. She inserted the key and tried to start the car, but found her limbs were gradually weakening, and she couldn't drive. She wasn't in a good condition to drive. Otherwise, she and her cousin would die in a car accident before the apocalypse even happened. Where was she? She needed to find someone to help. Her phone was in her pocket. Thankfully, it was waterproof. Lin Bing saw her current location on the car's GPS and realized it was very close to Master Lu's martial arts school. She had no choice but to try. She felt as if she might collapse at any moment. With great effort, she finally dialed the number. "Hello, Mr. Lu, this is..." Lin Bing was panting heavily, slumped in her seat. "You're Lin Bing, right?" Mr. Lu, whose memory was always good, recognized the number. However, the voice sounded off. "Oh." Lin Bing felt her tongue was burning hot, and she could barely breathe. She hung up, used her remaining strength to push open the car door, and reached out with her phone. Luckily, there was a clearly marked shop about 10 meters away. She snapped a picture and sent it to Mr. Lu via. Then Lin Bing fainted, her body slumping from her seat towards the car door. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a flash of white light appeared, and Lin Bing was gone. After receiving the MMS, Mr. Lu knew her approximate location. It was pouring rain outside. He hadn't brought an umbrella, only a raincoat and rain boots. The water on the ground was already ankle deep. If it continued like this for a few more hours, it would probably be knee-deep. Mr. Lu found the shop and, with his keen sense, also found the spot where he had taken the picture. However, Lin Bing was nowhere to be seen. It was a rather expensive car. Normally, a girl wouldn't drive one like that. The front door was open and the trunk was also open. Only in the back seat was a young man, seemingly unconscious or asleep. Just as Mr. Lu was wondering if he'd come to the wrong place and was about to leave, he noticed a cell phone submerged in water under the car. Surprisingly, it wasn't broken. Mr. Lu dialed the number. It was indeed Lin Bing's phone. Mr. Lu glanced at the young man in the back seat, assuming he knew what was going on. Mr. Lu decided to wake him and ask what was happening. He took a few steps, opened the back door, and nudged the young man lying there. Upon touching the man's body, Mr. Lu quickly pulled his hand back. It was burning hot. Uncertainly, Mr. Lu placed his hand on the young man's forehead. The man indeed had a fever, a very high fever. Lin Bing was the granddaughter of his boss's former boss. Since he'd come looking for him, he needed to get to the bottom of this. However, he needed to get this young man to the hospital first. The rain was heavy, the fog was thick, and visibility was poor. There weren't any large hospitals nearby. Master Lu remembered a small clinic next to his martial arts school, run by a private traditional Chinese medicine doctor with quite good skills. Master Lu carried the man out, closed all the car doors, turned off the engine, took out the keys, and then slowly carried the man towards his martial arts school. The man's condition was serious. Carrying him made his back feel like it was on fire. It was burning hot. He had to walk quickly. High fevers often damage the brain. The third wave of apocalyptic omens, rain. Countdown to the apocalypse is underway. Chapter 21. Lin Zenon. When Master Lu carried Lin Zenon to the small clinic, he was soaked to the bone, his body still burning hot. His damp clothes clung to his skin, and steam was still rising from the patches next to his skin, making him look rather frightening. When Master Lu arrived, the clinic door was closed, and the rain was so heavy that he knocked hard for a while before the door opened. The person who opened the door was a small old man in his 60s, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at the clinic. However, he was the only doctor in the entire clinic, with 2 apprentices assisting him. The old man's surname was Yu. He disliked Western medicine and didn't like being called a doctor. He preferred to be called Dr. Yu, Master Yu, Old Man Yu, or even Master Yu, but never Dr. Yu. Although Old Man Yu was over 60, with a long face and small eyes, he looked remarkably energetic, sporting a thick head of black hair that seemed out of place for his age. This black hair was Old Man Yu's proudest feature, entirely due to his own maintenance. He showed it off to everyone he met, especially those he knew well, boasting about it 3 or 4 times a day. Master Lu was an old acquaintance of his. Master Lu ran a martial arts school, and those who practiced martial arts inevitably suffered bumps and bruises. Sometimes a broken bone or internal injury would be immediately carried to Old Man Yu's place. As soon as Old Man Yu opened the door, he saw Master Lu quickly carrying the person inside and placing them on a wooden bed, urgently saying, "Dr. Yu, hurry! This person has a high fever. If it continues like this, they might die here today." He dared not say that it was because the hospital was far away, the rain was heavy, and he couldn't see the road clearly that he was brought to the small clinic. In Old Man Yu's presence, Western medicine was a taboo word. However, nowadays most people preferred Western medicine. After all, it was quick and effective. Old Yu was a man of principle. Without a word, he closed the door, turned on the light, and nimbly walked to Lin Zenon's side. He reached out to touch Lin Zenon's forehead, and upon touching it, he knew something was wrong. Good heavens, the temperature was at least 40 degrees Celsius. Old Yu placed his hand on Lin Zenon's wrist to take his pulse. While taking the pulse, he instructed Master Lu to remove Lin Zenon's wet clothes and wipe his body several times with hot water. Then, Old Yu began to perform acupuncture on Lin Zenon. Old Man Yu always treasured this acupuncture needle, rarely using it for minor ailments. This time, however, he took it out with a grave expression and confided in Master Lu. "This young man's pulse is very strange. It's probably not just a fever. Whether he recovers or not, we can only leave it to fate." Master Lu's face darkened upon hearing this. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Perhaps we should still send him to a major hospital." Master Lu glanced at the sky outside. It was only afternoon, but the sky was overcast, and the rain was getting heavier, although the thick fog seemed to have dissipated a little. Old Yu's face turned cold upon hearing this, but he didn't stop working. Taking a moment to glare at Lu, he said, "Little Lu, I'm not trying to be mean, but I chose this place precisely because there's no hospital nearby. It takes half an hour to drive there, let alone walk. If you want to take the person away now, I won't say a word. However, I'm afraid that by the time you get to the hospital, the person you'll be taking will already be dead." Lu's face paled at these words, and he didn't mention going to a major hospital again. Although Old Yu's words were harsh, he was right. This place was indeed remote, and in this torrential rain, taking someone there would be difficult. Seeing that Master Lu tacitly agreed, Old Man Yu was still somewhat angry and scoffed. "Don't think that going to the hospital will solve everything. They might not even be able to diagnose this illness. They might spend ages testing it, then say it's a high fever, and give you a fever-reducing injection which could kill you." Old Man Yu had always hated Western medicine and hospitals, and had long ago sworn to never let them get away with it. His son and daughter-in-law had died in hospital beds, from what was clearly a minor illness, but those quack doctors had killed them. At the time, Old Man Yu was out of town attending a symposium, and his family thought it was a minor illness and didn't tell him. By the time he found out, both his children were already gone. It was truly a case of an elderly person burying their children. If it weren't for his 2 young grandsons to raise, Old Man Yu would have wanted to die with that damned hospital and those damned quack doctors. Master Lu remained silent, simply standing aside watching Old Man Yu administer acupuncture. 2 hours later, old man Yu finally stopped the acupuncture. His face was covered in sweat. He checked Lin Xinan's pulse again, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was saved. At 11 o'clock that night, Lin Xinan woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar, dilapidated house, an unfamiliar bed, and the entire room was dark and deserted. Outside the window, the pitter-patter of rain was irritating. The door was closed, but one window was open, letting in a cool breeze. Just as Lin Xinan's gaze fell on the window, he suddenly saw someone appear there. Turning their head to look into the room, Lin Xinan sat up in shock, his heart pounding, and he almost screamed. He wasn't usually a coward, but the situation was overwhelming. The person seemed to be holding a cell phone. The screen was lit, and they shone it in as well. Seeing Lin Xinan sitting on the hospital bed, they seemed startled as well. The man snapped out of his daze, patting his chest as he walked away, cursing. "You little brat, trying to scare me to death?" Sitting there so still in the middle of the night, eyes wide open like a ghost, "Weren't you scared?" Hearing the voice, he knew it was old man Yu. He cursed as he walked to the door, pushed it open and switched on the wall light. The light came on. The sudden bright light made Lin Xinan uncomfortable, and he shielded his eyes with his hand. After a moment, he slowly lowered his hand, staring at the unfamiliar old man before him. Lin Xinan voiced his questions. "Who are you? How did I get here?" His real intention was to grab the old man by the neck and demand an explanation for bringing him to this wretched place and what his intentions were. Children from wealthy families, whether young or old, are often targeted, kidnapped, or killed, either for money or for their lives. Lin Xinan was particularly aware of this. However, he found himself weak. He was only able to sit up because he had just been startled. He was on someone else's turf and couldn't do anything about it, so he had no choice but to back down. While Lin Xinan was asking questions, Master Lu had already arrived. He had come over as soon as he saw the lights were on and heard Lin Xinan's words as soon as he entered. Master Lu immediately replied, "I found you in a car by the roadside. You had a high fever, so I brought you here." Hearing this, Lin Xinan breathed a sigh of relief. With that relief, his body went limp and he collapsed onto the bed. He was still awake but lacked strength. His sudden movement startled Master Lu, who feared something might happen to the young man. Before he could finish his question, he went over to help Lin Xinan up. Old man Yu stopped Master Lu. "It's nothing serious, this is normal. You'll be fine in 3 days. You just expelled some toxins from your body, so you're a little weak and need to rest for a few days." Master Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling frustrated. What kind of situation was this? However, he still walked over to Lin Xinan and asked, "Did you see someone named Lin Bing before you fainted? What's your relationship with her?" Lin Xinan, lying on the hospital bed, looked at Master Lu and slowly asked, "And who are you? Why are you asking this?" This middle-aged man had an honest face and exuded the air of a soldier, speaking in a very serious and methodical manner. "I'm Lu Hongbing. Lin Bing is the granddaughter of my former boss's old boss. She was originally going to come and learn some martial arts, but something came up so she postponed it for a few days. This afternoon, I suddenly received her SOS call, so I came out to look for her. But when I got to the place I only saw her phone, not her. You were the only one in the car at the time." Master Lu was an honest man and didn't bother to lie. "I'm Lin Xinan, Lin Bing's brother." A genuine smile finally appeared on Lin Xinan's face. He was one of his grandfather's men, and was even going to be Lin Bing's mentor. He seemed reliable. Lin Xinan didn't hide anything. "I remember the car ran out of gas, so I went to the trunk to get some. But as soon as I opened the trunk door, I felt a sharp pain and passed out. When I woke up I was here. I remember my sister was in the car." Master Lu's heart sank. It seemed there was still no trace of her. Something must have happened after Lin Xinan passed out. He suddenly passed out. Could he have been drugged? Right, since he passed out outside, someone must have dragged him into the car. So, Bing calling him for help must have happened later. That means something happened shortly after Lin Xinan passed out. Was it a human trafficker, a thief, or a kidnapper? There weren't any security cameras on that street. It was usually a bit chaotic at night, but better during the day. A crime in broad daylight? Impossible, but with the rain so heavy it was hard to say. Old man Yu, being elderly, went back to his room to sleep after seeing that Lin Zinan was all right. Later, Lin Zinan asked Master Lu for help to call his grandfather using Lin Zinan's phone. After the call connected, Master Lu held the phone to Lin Zinan's ear, and Lin Zinan told his grandfather everything that had happened that afternoon. Upon hearing that Lin Bing was missing, Grandpa Lin remained silent for a long time. Then a sigh was heard on the other end of the line and he said, "I'll talk to your second uncle about this. We're short-handed right now. Since you're in H City, I'm entrusting the search for your sister to you. You need to keep a close eye on things you're doing. You need to finish what you're doing in 5 days at the latest. If you still can't find Lin Bing within 5 days, then don't bother looking anymore. You need to come over here quickly. We've already lost one granddaughter. I don't want my grandson to be in trouble too. Remember 5 days. Also, you need to thank Master Lu properly. You owe them a huge favor. By the way, let Xiao Lu answer the phone." Lin Zinan turned his head and said directly to Master Lu, "I'll let you answer the phone." Master Lu put the phone to his ear with some doubt. Upon hearing the voice, his expression immediately changed, becoming very serious. He said, "Yes, don't worry, I will definitely help. I'm fine these few days. Yes. No, it's my duty. You get some rest, good night." Only after hanging up did Master Lu breathe a sigh of relief. Answering a phone call was like going to war. After that, Lin Zinan stayed at the small clinic temporarily. After all, he was sick and needed to recover before leaving. The torrential rain lasted for 2 days, and almost all the low-lying areas of the city were flooded. On the 3rd day, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. Lin Zinan's recovery was quite good. On the morning of the 3rd day, he found that he could get out of bed and even walk, although his steps were a little slow, probably because his body was still a little weak. He woke up early and paced back and forth in the room, feeling frustrated. It was just a minor illness, yet it had made him feel like a cripple. Just 2 days ago, he could only lie down or sit. It was unbearable. He hadn't finished the tasks his grandfather had entrusted to him, and his men said they hadn't found Lin Bing, a mountain of worries. He paced back and forth, lost in thought. As he walked, he realized something was wrong. Wait, where was the ground? Why wasn't it hard under his feet? He slowly lowered his head and looked carefully at his feet. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he rubbed them. He looked again, but it still didn't feel right. He rubbed them again. It must be his eyes playing tricks on him. How could his feet not be touching the ground? He must be seeing things. How could his feet be dangling in the air? Even if it was only 5 centimeters, it couldn't be right. Chapter 22, Live Broadcast. Lin Zinan looked down at his feet, holding his breath. His feet weren't touching the ground. It could only be a ghost. Could he have died without his knowledge? That couldn't be. He looked behind him again. There was a shadow. But why wasn't his shadow connected to his feet? He was terrified, his mind racing, thinking, "Place down! Place down!" Just then he felt a firm touch on his feet. He was standing firmly on the ground, his shadow normal. Lin Zinan breathed a huge sigh of relief, but felt even more strongly that this clinic was a strange place, and wished he could leave immediately. Just as his feet touched the ground, Old Man Yu walked in. Seeing that Lin Zinan could stand, he was somewhat surprised. This kid's body is pretty good. He's recovering quickly. Upon seeing Old Man Yu, Lin Zinan immediately said, "I'm all better now. I have urgent business to attend to and need to leave. By the way, where's Master Lu? I need to thank him first." Then remembering the consultation fee, he added, "Dr. Yu, how much is the consultation fee? I don't have any cash. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer it to you directly." As Lin Zinan spoke, he kept glancing at his feet and the ground, afraid of any unexpected problems. He had no intention of telling anyone. If they believed him, he'd be considered a monster. If they didn't, they'd think he was crazy and delusional. "No, you can't leave yet. You think you're better now, but your body hasn't fully recovered. You still need to take another dose of traditional Chinese medicine and have acupuncture today, probably until tonight," Old Man Yu insisted. He couldn't leave until the patient was fully healed. These past 2 days, the child had been spitting out every drop of medicine he took, requiring him to watch over him and force him to finish it. If he went back and stopped taking the medicine, What if his condition relapsed? With Old Man Yu and Master Lu's insistence, Lin Zinan finally didn't leave. He received acupuncture once, drank Chinese medicine at noon, and slept all afternoon. If Lin Zinan felt his body was fine that evening and insisted on leaving, then he could. Now let's talk about Xu Shui. Ever since she received Lin Bing's call asking her to post a clarification online, the comments section of the new post became incredibly lively. Some comments were even clickbait. People jumped in as soon as they saw the title of Xu Shui's reversal post. From the 1st to the 10th floor, everyone was showing off their wisdom with a smug tone as if saying, the previous poster was distorting the truth, someone has indeed reversed it, and we're waiting to expose them. A large number of onlookers followed, some cursing the original poster, others saying that the two posters were actually the same person, both lying. Anyway, this reversal post became a hit. It started raining heavily the day she received Lin Bing's call, and it only cleared up today. While it was raining, Xu Shui waited for Chu Fei's call, thinking he would cause trouble for Lin Bing. Otherwise, no matter what happened, Chu Fei should tell her the process and the outcome. But until now, she hadn't received a call from Chu Fei. She tried calling several times from the landline, but the phone was always off. Xu Shui had smashed her cell phone that day, and after the weather cleared up in the morning, she went out and bought a new one. She used the same SIM card with all her numbers on it and called Chu Fei again. This time the phone wasn't off, but no one answered. Xu Shui called 2 or 3 more times, her face grim, but still no one answered. Was Chu Fei avoiding her? Could it be that Lin Bing had also said something harsh to Chu Fei, and that Lin Bing had some leverage over Chu Fei? Xu Shui bit her red lips, thinking carefully, and suddenly realized with horror that Lin Bing might have hacked into her computer and taken the encrypted files, the photos and videos of her and Chu Fei in bed. No, this couldn't be. After graduating from university, Xu Shui planned to enter the entertainment industry. She was only 22, and although she was an illegitimate child, her family was well off and Chu Fei loved her. If the Chu family supported her, she was sure to become famous. A few days ago, she auditioned for a role in a TV series, playing the male lead's ex-girlfriend. A fairly significant role. The screenwriters' dramas were always good. Although they were all idol dramas, they had high ratings. Xu Shui was planning to ask Chu Fei to pull some strings and see if the screenwriter could change her role from the second female lead to the first. But if the explicit photos were leaked, how could she continue in the entertainment industry? So Xu Shui temporarily forgot about Chu Fei. The entire afternoon, she focused intently on deleting her and Chu Fei's selfies and videos from her computer. Wait, let her think, they're on this D drive, where else are they? Oh no. She clearly remembered having 1 original and 2 backups, one on a USB drive, and where was the other one? She secretly filmed it herself, partly to permanently preserve her beautiful appearance with the video, and partly to have evidence against Chu Fei should he turn his back on her. Another reason was that if Chu Fei married Lin Bing in the future, she could use this information to manipulate Lin Bing. Someone as concerned with her image as Lin Bing wouldn't tolerate her husband's leaked explicit photos if he really became her husband. It was past 6 in the evening. On television, CCTV News Channel was interviewing hospital staff about a pregnant woman who gave birth and then died on the operating table. This news was quite popular, trending on Weibo, and attracting a lot of attention on forums and online communities. Many mainstream TV stations were also broadcasting it. The beautiful female host on the TV station was holding a microphone, asking a nurse for details, while patients passing by occasionally glanced in their direction. Just then, a middle-aged man, pale-faced and pressing his head, walked past the nurse. As he approached, his body suddenly stiffened, and he abruptly turned, biting down hard on the nurse's neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The nurse's neck was bloody, her blood vessels ruptured. She felt the pain and began to scream. Chaos erupted around them. Because it was a live broadcast, this scene was seen by people all over the country. The man turned to face the camera, his face deathly pale, chewing on bloody flesh. His eyes had turned a deathly gray, and he was emitting unintelligible growls. The scene was extremely chaotic. The female host retreated far away, and the camera shifted elsewhere, but this scene was witnessed by many. Security guards arrived quickly, armed with stun guns. 3 guards dragged the man downstairs, but after only 1 step, they discovered his immense strength. Perhaps due to the smell of fresh human flesh, the man, his eyes lifeless, spat out bloody flesh and lunged to bite the nearest shoulder. The other 3 guards, wary of him, jumped back as soon as he opened his mouth to bite. Finally, deeming him too dangerous, the guards used stun guns on him. The man shuddered twice, stood still, but let out a beast-like roar. This was just the beginning. It was as if a contagion had spread throughout the hospital. Patients and doctors were constantly biting others. Security was limited, and the hospital had already called the police, but the police arrived slowly. The young nurse who was bitten, whose story was broadcast on television, died from excessive blood loss and was eventually taken to the morgue by hospital staff. About 10 minutes later, another body was brought to the morgue. The staff member placed the body down and was about to leave when he was shocked to find that the nurse who had been brought in earlier, and who was already dead, had sat up. After seeing him, she slowly dragged her feet toward him. The staff member was terrified. He knew who he was. He had checked her breathing. No breath, no heartbeat. She was clearly dead beyond any doubt. The nurse's neck was congealed with blood, staining her white uniform red. Her eyes were grayish-white, and she walked stiffly, unable to turn. One hand was caught on the wire of the bed, with a severe cut. She seemed oblivious, still moving towards where others were, occasionally turning her head. The cut hand wasn't bleeding, just the skin was torn open. The staff member rushed out of the door, shouting for help in terror. Reaching the corridor, he despairingly discovered several others in similar situations. Luckily, he still had his head. He noticed how slow these people were. This was his chance. Finally, he managed to escape the hospital alive. As he left, he saw several policemen heading back in. At the hospital entrance, he flagged down a car, his hand still trembling as he got in. After giving his address, his expression improved slightly. Forget about work. Survival was the priority. He quit that job, it was too damn scary. That's a zombie explosion, isn't it? That's a man-eating zombie. Chapter 23 Outbreak. The news broadcast lasted only a few minutes before the TV station switched the camera to the indoor anchor and broadcast other news, never mentioning the incident again. It was past 6 p.m., rush hour, so naturally some people saw the news while others didn't. However, smartphones are incredibly convenient. Watching news videos online is easy, and people quickly receive the news. Those who received the news from various channels were in an uproar. Different messages were constantly being forwarded online, and within 5 minutes, headlines like "Zombies sighted." Zombies really appeared. And did you see that? That person's eyes are dead. I swear I didn't see wrong. Dominated the internet. Even obscure posts like, "Did you know that woman who was bitten on TV turned into a zombie?" further fueled the trending topics. 10 minutes later, words related to zombies became banned online. Any post mentioning them was deleted, and the crackdown was extremely strict. Perhaps some people thought that suppressing the news would solve everything. While those people were spreading the news online after the nurse was bitten, in a supermarket, a young mother holding her child suddenly fainted on the ground. Passers-by rushed over and, together with supermarket staff, helped her up. Just as they were about to speak, they were horrified to see blood all over the young mother's chest. At the same time, the baby in the young mother's arms suddenly bit the passerby's chin. The baby, about a year and a half old, had a mouthful of baby teeth. Those teeth, which usually looked soft and cute, were now like steel knives, biting off a small section of the passerby's chin, tearing away flesh along with it. The baby's pupils were also white with black sclera, the opposite of normal eyes. At this moment, those unusual eyes were staring at the passerby's bleeding chin. The passerby felt nothing but pain in her chin. She touched it and found it covered in blood. Unable to bear the shock, her eyes rolled back and she fainted, the contents of her shopping bag scattering all over the floor. Perhaps because the concerned passerby had fainted, the baby turned its attention to the supermarket employee. The employee retreated hastily, shouting, "Quick, call the police! Call 120. This child is crazy, get away from him." Just then the baby nimbly jumped onto the employee's back, clinging tightly to him. A bloodied little mouth opened into a wide grin, and whether it was a hallucination or not, the baby's teeth seemed longer and sharper than before. The employee yelled and reached out to grab the child and throw it to the ground. He couldn't care less. Seeing the passerby's tragic state, he didn't want to become a victim himself. But as soon as his hand reached out, the baby bit his wrist tightly, twisting its head and tearing at it. The employee's screams were incessant. A large chunk of flesh had been bitten off his wrist, and it was bleeding again. The employee was terrified. He grabbed a heavy object and slammed it against his back several times. Sometimes he didn't control his strength well and hit his own back, wincing in pain, but he couldn't stop. He slammed it twice more, and finally the last blow hit its target. The baby flew out, smashed into the supermarket wall with a loud bang, and finally fell straight to the ground, staining the wall and the floor with blood. Is it dead? The employee shuddered, feeling a sense of fear. Was this murder? Where were the ambulance and the police? Why hadn't they taken the baby yet? He clutched his still bleeding wrist, his eyes fixed on the baby, but he was backing away towards the door. As he backed away, he felt as if he had bumped into someone. He turned around, and a gaping maw lunged at his face. At the same moment, the young mother fell to the ground. At the supermarket checkout counter, an elderly man in line was slowly fumbling for his wallet in his pocket. It was his turn to pay next. Just as he took out his wallet and was about to take the money, his body suddenly froze, the wallet fell to the ground, and he trembled twice before becoming still. The young man behind him impatiently urged, "Grandpa, hurry up. My mom's waiting for me to buy groceries to cook." He thought to himself, I shouldn't have stood behind the old man. He's so slow at paying. The old man seemed not to hear him, still standing stiffly. The young man rolled his eyes, helplessly squatted down to pick up the wallet for the old man, and put it in his hand. He was about to speak when his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the old man's hand. The hand was as cold as a dead person's, and had turned bluish-gray. Were the nails growing? The young man indeed stepped back and shouted, "Call the police! Call an ambulance! Is this old man dead? Auntie, come and see." The last sentence was directed at the middle-aged woman at the cashier. The woman, startled by the words, instinctively backed away without understanding the situation. Then he heard the young man shout, "Brother, why are you lying on the ground? Your body is so hot." He had already called 120 and 110, but they were too slow, so he called 119, which was the most efficient. The young man, carrying his groceries, retreated from the checkout counter to the shelf, decisively went online, and started searching for information. As he searched, he heard screams erupting throughout the supermarket. He looked up and was so frightened that he backed away. Wow, what was that, baby? It had bitten off a woman's chin. Sir, aren't you going to pay? Why are you grabbing the cashier? Is this a robbery?" He felt scared and stealthily hid behind her. This looked like zombies. Just then, the search results on his phone appeared. Sure enough, many places were similar to this place. He put down all his groceries, he didn't want them anymore. He wanted to go home. So he moved towards the exit. His eyes inadvertently glanced in the direction where the baby had been, and his whole body shuddered. The baby, covered in blood from being thrown and bumped, suddenly lunged into the arms of a middle-aged man. The baby had been thrown so hard that its nose was flattened and one eye was almost popping out, but it didn't cry or fuss. Instead, it acted as if nothing had happened, biting at any flesh on the man's body it could find. "I can't stay here." The young man ran home like the wind, choosing a quiet spot. "Mom, this world is too scary." He didn't even consider that if he didn't gather some now, he'd have to go out and scavenge when the family ran out of food. Then things wouldn't be like this anymore. It would probably be full of biting creatures. In an internet cafe, a boy was playing a game when his teammates suddenly went silent, and then the whole team was wiped out. His face was ashen as he slammed his keyboard. He found another team and started the game again, but again his teammates went AFK. His opponents did the same. This game was really boring. "I'm not playing anymore, I'm going home." It was summer vacation, and his family was heading home around this time. He quickly paid the bill and ran straight home. His house was nearby, only 100 meters away. He glanced at his flashlight. It was already so late, he had to hurry. He had a computer at home, but it didn't have the atmosphere of an internet cafe. He always sneaked out to play, and he had to take a shower before his parents got home. The smell of internet cafes was irresistible. As he jogged home, he saw someone suddenly dash across the red light at the traffic light ahead. Cars were coming and going, and with a bang the person was hit straight by a bus and sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. Perhaps the landing was bad, and it was a sudden fall because a car couldn't brake in time and ran over the person's legs. The boy had a look of utter dismay on his face. Fortunately, both cars had stopped, and although the light was still red, the surrounding cars had stopped. The driver was about to get out to check on the man when he opened the door and saw the victim, who had been thrown into the air, slowly getting up. One leg was probably crippled. He was using his hand for one foot and dragging the other, walking slowly. His body and legs were covered in blood, and he had initially been spitting out blood, but then stopped. He tilted his head and slowly walked towards the crowd. The driver got out of the car, ran over and hurriedly grabbed the man. "Sir, are you all right? Wait, don't go. The ambulance is coming soon. Where are you going?" Judging from the man's condition, he was probably just crippled. Although he was relieved, he still needed to check for internal injuries. The man, initially trying to rush forward, slowly turned his face towards the driver upon hearing his voice, his lifeless eyes staring at him. Stared at by those eyes, the driver felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly released his grip, but it seemed too late. A scream erupted from the main road. He had no idea that someone on the bus had fainted or was screaming. The boy was a clever kid. Seeing this, he immediately went to the small supermarket near his home. He took out all the money in his pocket, including rice, flour, and some durable vegetables, and maxed out his bank card where he secretly kept his New Year's money. He played the Resident Evil game. If it really was zombies, that would be terrible. He couldn't afford to run out of food. He didn't care anymore. He'd wait for his parents to come home. Oh dear, his heart. Have mercy on him. He's just a student. Once home, he called his parents, asking where they were, what time they'd be back, and recounting what he'd just seen, speculating that it might be zombies or something. His mother didn't believe him and even laughed at him. "You child, have you watched too many movies or played too many games? Don't talk nonsense. It wasn't shown on TV. If it were true, wouldn't the People's Liberation Army have taken action? Mom, I saw that person get hit and thrown into the air, then got up and even bit someone. I saw it with my own eyes," the boy said angrily on the other end of the phone. Okay, be good, stop making a fuss. We'll be home soon. What's wrong with being home?" "Ah!" His mother's scream pierced through the phone. "Mom!" The boy jumped up anxiously. "Mom, what's wrong? What happened? Aren't you almost home? Where are you? I'll come pick you up." Laugh. Laugh. Then he heard the sound of the phone falling to the ground. Later, whether the phone was stepped on or something else, there was no sound from the other end of the phone. The boy was frantic. He was about to turn the doorknob and go out when he saw his father outside. He had just told his father that he couldn't get through to his mother when his father's body suddenly collapsed. The boy half-carried, half-dragged his father out of the house from the sofa. His father had a high fever. Because school was on holiday, the school was the quietest place. Supermarkets, streets, hospitals, police stations, companies, everywhere was bustling with activity, filled with screams. Later, experts discovered that this time, the fog and rainwater contained a new type of virus, the composition of which was undetectable. Some people with good constitutions were not infected, some turned into zombies upon contact, and others seemed to have a synergistic effect with the virus, either dying or becoming superhuman. While the zombie horde was erupting, no one noticed that a thick fog had enveloped the entire sky. Chapter 24, Outbreak 2. Police were calling for ambulances and calls for help all over the country. Police stations were in chaos, as there weren't many officers on duty at night. After receiving calls from various locations, officers who had just finished their shifts were all called back. The police weren't omnipotent. Some of them were infected. The prisons were also in disarray. Because so many places had experienced outbreaks, some guards had been redeployed, leaving only about half the staff. Some prisoners fainted, some turned into zombies, and some were still normal people. Screams of agony filled the air, but no one paid any attention. Those who fainted were devoured alive, while many more were simply terrified. They protested, banging on doors and shouting, hoping to be moved to a safer place. The guards were also short-staffed. Seeing the horrific scene, they could only report to their superiors. Looking at the stiff, man-eating monsters in the prison, they pulled out their guns. "All right, normal people, crouch in the corner. Drag the ones who are lying on the ground over there, quick." The execution took only a few seconds. For humans, escaping was instinctive. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, but the monsters, despite being shot multiple times in the chest and heart, remained unharmed. However, they turned their heads towards the source of the gunfire and began pounding on the iron door with their stiff bodies. No blood flowed from the bullet wounds in their chests. They were still alive. The prison guard gritted his teeth and fired 2 more shots into the monsters' heads. Thump! The monsters finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. The hospital was a disaster zone. The 120 emergency call was completely blocked. There were far too few conscious and healthy hospital staff available. Su Qiao had been staying at home for the past few days. A few days ago, after talking to Lin Bing on the phone, she noticed her father's condition was off. He kept banging his head against people. His body temperature was normal, but he seemed mentally unstable. Once, Su Qiao bought a fresh chicken to make chicken soup to nourish her father. But while she was killing the chicken, her father suddenly rushed into the kitchen from his spatial dimension. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the chicken blood in her bowl. If her mother hadn't stopped him, who knows what might have happened. Today, her father's condition worsened. He seemed to have rabies, biting anyone he saw. Her mother had initially insisted on taking him to the hospital, but for some reason, Su Qiao remembered Lin Bing's words and disagreed. Her mother was a housewife, going out to buy groceries every morning and cooking dinner around 6 p.m. Her father, however, was locked in the guest room with a bone to chew on. Around 7 p.m., while preparing dinner, Su Qiao, who was watching TV in the living room, suddenly heard a horrifying scream. She was startled, thinking she had misheard, but then came a continuous stream of screams and strange howls. Su Qiao ran to the balcony, looked down and froze. Without a word, she ran to the front door. Her house was an old-style building with an iron gate and a wooden door. The iron gate was a sliding one, and usually the doors were wide open, with only a short curtain drawn in the upper middle section. It was practically an open door. She had to close it. She didn't know what was wrong with those people downstairs. It was like a biohazard. They were biting anyone they saw. Just like her grandfather's situation. The iron gate outside had just been closed when Aunt Lu's mother-in-law suddenly appeared through the crack in the door, covered in blood, her eyes a dull gray, constantly ramming against Su Qiao's door, her mouth agape, biting at the iron gate. Su Qiao was terrified. She quickly locked the door, closing and locking the inner wooden door as well. At that moment, she only wished her door wasn't a security door. Aunt Lu's mother-in-law was still scratching at the door outside. Su Qiao was covered in sweat and was about to tell her mother what was happening when she was horrified to find that her mother had already opened the guest bedroom door, and half of her father's body was already out. His eyes, like Aunt Lu's mother-in-law's, didn't look like those of a living person. Gray pupils devoid of any emotion. "Mom, run!" Su Qiao shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Mrs. Su hadn't reacted yet, looking at Su Qiao with some confusion, asking, "Why are you running? What's wrong, child? I just heard your dad shouting inside. I didn't know if something happened. That's why I opened the door." Her voice trailed off. Mrs. Su was rather short, and Mr. Su was gnawing with his head down, directly biting into the temple where it connected to the skull. Mr. Su was an adult with sharp teeth. It seemed all the nutrition he'd gained these past few days had gone into his teeth. Because of his illness, he was thin and sallow, but his long sharp white teeth made a crisp sound as he bit down, and half of Mrs. Su's skull was gone. Blood was still flowing from her head, but her eyes had lost their light. Mr. Su continued chewing, his hand still gripping Mrs. Su's body, as if he wasn't satisfied. Su Qiao's body trembled, tears streaming down her face, and she squatted on the ground at a loss. It took her a long time to regain her senses. By then, almost her mother's head had been eaten. Su Qiao rushed to her father's side, holding a stool, tears still streaming down her face. She cried, "Dad, wake up. This is Mom. Please stop eating her." Hearing Su Qiao's voice, her father tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. "Dad!" Su Qiao cried even harder. "I'm Su Qiao. I'm your daughter. Do you remember?" At that moment, the pounding on the door grew louder. The old iron and wooden doors finally gave way, and with a crash, a large hole appeared in the middle of the wooden door, revealing a bloodied old face to Su Qiao. She stopped crying, but her eyes were filled with despair. An hour later, every television station across the country displayed the same image. A stern-faced middle-aged man in military uniform speaking on television. "Attention all citizens, return home immediately. Avoid crowded places such as supermarkets and shopping malls. If you have a sick person at home, please do not take them to the hospital. Try to treat them yourself. Attention all citizens, return home immediately. Do not go out. A new type of virus has appeared in the country. Infected individuals will attack and bite humans. If injured by an infected person, the infection rate is 100%. Please return home immediately. Lock your doors and windows. If there is an infected person in your home, please temporarily detain and restrain them. Please wait for unified government rescue." The radio was also broadcasting this message. This image automatically popped up whenever a web page was opened online. Chapter 25 Old Books. 3 days later, near a somewhat secluded little shop, a person suddenly appeared. Not one of those slow-moving, stiff, blood-stained zombies that roamed the area, but a clean, breathing, living person. In the first month of the apocalypse, zombies still relied solely on sound to find their food. Moreover, in the early stages of the apocalypse, some zombies rarely ventured out during the day. Sunlight seemed to have some effect on them, and their activity was much more frequent at night. Lin Bing stood by the roadside, gazing at the deserted street, and understood immediately. The apocalypse had arrived. The street was still stained with blood, and there were corpses with bullet holes in their heads. The blood turned black, swarming with flies and maggots, a gruesome sight. There were also zombies with only their upper bodies remaining, their legs seemingly severed by something irregular, the severed parts still stained with black blood. Because this zombie was crawling, the severed parts were dragged along the ground, half of the rotting flesh worn away. Looking around, there were only a few zombies. Lin Bing glanced at the small shop with its smashed door. It was probably teeming with zombies inside, and there were likely more lurking in the dark corners. She walked slowly down the street, her footsteps barely disturbing the zombies. She glanced at the shops on both sides of the street from time to time. Almost all the doors were smashed, and the interiors looked like they'd been robbed, a scene of utter chaos. Looking at the dried bloodstains and the silent street, she wondered how many days into the apocalypse. Lin Bing didn't know. Her memory returned to that rainy day. The moment she collapsed, she was pulled into a spatial dimension by an inexplicable force. She knew that, just like before her rebirth in the apocalypse, she had developed a high fever, delirious with fever. When she awoke, she found herself floating in a stream. The stream's water was flowing, its source and end unknown. Whenever water touched her body, it would turn into thin ice. As the water flowed, the ice would be washed away from her body, slowly melting downstream, only to melt again. The stream wasn't deep, it only reached her waist when she stood up. However, as she walked across to the bank, she was surprised to find that the stream was twice as wide as before, and the distant mountains seemed even further away. The plants on her black soil were growing incredibly fast, almost reaching her knees. The thick fog no longer enveloped her, and to the left of the land was another patch of land of the same size, covered with green weeds. It couldn't be an illusion. Her space had truly expanded. She wondered what changes would occur inside the courtyard with its blue bricks and red tiles. In the end, she could only enter the south courtyard. Once inside the room, it was exactly as she had seen before, completely unchanged. Wait, the dust on the old blue-covered book on the long table was gone, revealing 3 powerfully written characters on the cover. Xianbing Ju, Mysterious Ice Technique. Lin Bing was intrigued by these 3 characters, guessing it might be some kind of secret cultivation technique. She was about to open it when she found she couldn't. Was she opening it incorrectly? After struggling for half an hour, Lin Bing found that the stubborn old book still couldn't be opened, its inner pages tightly sealed, making it impossible for anyone to see. Finally, she had no choice but to put the book back in its original place. Oh well, I'll check again next time, Lin Bing thought to herself. She wondered how her cousin was doing, and how many days it had been. She had to go out and check on him. She'd deal with the situation then. Just then a soft childish voice rang in her ears. Sit on the cushion. Lin Bing was startled by the voice. Who entered her space? And was speaking in her space? Could someone enter her space without her permission? Impossible. The only connection between her space and the outside world was the dark green mole on her palm. Who's speaking? Lin Bing looked around warily and slowly asked. Quickly sit on the cushion. The clear, childlike voice seemed a little urgent, its volume rising slightly. Hurry, or I'll get angry with you, really angry. It was a child's voice, but the surroundings were perfectly clear, devoid of anything else. The sound was clearly coming from inside the house. Lin Bing scanned the room again, not missing a single corner, but none of the talking animals she had imagined were there. Wah! The clear, childlike voice suddenly burst into tears. You bullied me, wah! She had thought it was some kind of invisible monster. Please forgive her vivid imagination. But she hadn't expected it to cry so easily, just like a real child shedding tears so easily. Lin Bing thought for a moment. This crying was really annoying, and she wanted to see what it wanted. So Lin Bing slowly sat down on the cushion. As soon as she settled in, she saw a bright white light emanating from the old blue-covered book on the long table. Lin Bing reacted quickly, shielding her eyes with her hand. After emitting a bright light, the old blue-covered book suddenly rushed towards Lin Bing. Lin Bing caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of her eye and tried to dodge, but found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Her expression changed, and her gaze towards the old blue-covered book turned cold. This sharp gaze did nothing to slow the book's speed. It was already in front of Lin Bing when suddenly the pages opened wide, releasing another burst of white light, this time a soft, non-glaring light that posed no harm. The densely packed words on the pages suddenly seemed to come alive, detaching from the pages and falling into the air. Then that clear, childlike voice rang out. Charge! As soon as the voice finished speaking, all the words, as if receiving a command, rushed towards Lin Bing's head, one after another, the sheer volume of words making her eyes blurry. These words entered Lin Bing's sea of consciousness, a place in her brain where memories and knowledge were stored. Upon entering, the black ink-like characters with their sharp, calligraphic strokes transformed into an ice-sculpted white, then slowly melted into her consciousness. Without conscious effort, the content seemed already etched into her memory. Afterward, Lin Bing discovered that her meager ice-based abilities were completely depleted, and then she fainted again. In her hazy state, she heard a slightly disdainful childlike voice. So weak. Chapter 26. Joy turns to sorrow. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Bing awoke from her deep sleep. Her first feeling was hunger, a profound, agonizing hunger, as if she hadn't eaten for days. No, she hadn't eaten for days after all. The first thing Lin Bing did upon opening her eyes was search for the talking old blue-covered book. She swore that before she passed out, it was that strange book that had been speaking. But Lin Bing searched high and low, inside and out, without finding the eerie book. Another half-hour passed. Lin Bing felt incredibly hungry. Thinking of her empty stomach, she couldn't be bothered with the tattered book anymore. The old blue-covered book must be hidden somewhere. Definitely in her spatial dimension. If it didn't want to come out to see her, she wouldn't be able to find it no matter how hard she looked. Thinking this, Lin Bing touched her now sunken stomach, feeling she had lost even more weight. With a sigh, she went straight to the underground warehouse, took out the hot food she had collected, and began to eat. After wolfing down her food, she was finally full. Afterward, she belatedly realized she hadn't showered or changed clothes for days. She was still wearing the same clothes she'd worn on rainy days. Lin Bing pinched a corner of the clothes and sniffed it. It reeked of sweat. Lin Bing rummaged through the storage room and found a thick hiking outfit and hiking shoes, along with a large basin. She needed this to fetch water from the stream, but unfortunately, she hadn't bought a large tub, the kind for bathing, only some small ones. Sigh, she hadn't even finished preparing everything. If conditions allowed, she would have bought everything she needed. She didn't want to bathe in the stream. She was afraid of contaminating the water. However, having soaked in the stream for several days, she was a little worried. Had she contaminated the water? The water was flowing, so it should be fine. But the day she had a fever, she'd been caught in the rain, and the rain contained unknown chemicals. When she returned to her space, she was sweating profusely and had been soaking in the stream. She didn't know if the water was polluted, or if it was still drinkable, but bathing was definitely safe. Lin Bing carried water to the courtyard to shower, and even then she closed the south courtyard door behind her, still feeling uneasy despite knowing no one was around. Showering in the open still gave her a sense of unease. That tattered little book isn't spying on me somewhere, is it? Lin Bing wondered. After showering, Lin Bing dressed, her entire body completely enveloped in her clothes, only then feeling safe. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Lin Bing relaxed and wandered around her spatial dimension like a mountain bandit. There wasn't a trace of the little blue-covered book. It was well hidden. She remembered that before she fainted, many words seemed to have been forcibly inserted into her mind. Thinking carefully, 3 powerful characters appeared in her mind. Mysterious Ice Technique. Just then the 3 characters Mysterious Ice Technique disappeared, and a new line appeared in her mind. Level 1 Ice Technique. Ice Armor Technique. Defensive. Effect. Evenly covers the user's skin with ice, forming a shield to protect the body. The strength of the Ice Armor Technique depends on the strength of the caster's Ice-type ability. It can be upgraded. Level 1 Ice Spell. Ice Spike. Offensive. Effect. Condenses ice into spikes. At level 1, a maximum of 5 ice spikes can be condensed. These can be wielded or airdropped, causing significant damage to enemies. Note: blood can be condensed into ice. Ice spikes can penetrate the body or directly damage the internal organs. Only usable by ice spell level 5 and above. Below were more words, but Lin Bing couldn't see them clearly. Staring intently at those illegible words gave her a headache. She probably couldn't see the rest at this point. However, even these 2 level 1 ice spells were a pleasant surprise for Lin Bing. But how could she learn them? Just then a prompt flashed through her mind. Cover the black text with ice-based abilities until it solidifies into ice, and you can learn it. Lin Bing mobilized all her ice-based abilities, slowly enveloping the text in her mind. Slowly until all the words on Ice Armor and Ice Spike turned to ice, she felt a strange sensation. She had learned them. But then she was suddenly thrown out of space. Just as she was being thrown out, she heard that damned clear childlike voice again. Space upgrade in progress. Lin Bing landed in the spot she had left earlier. She appeared standing, but she was utterly exhausted, and the force of the throw made her unsteady. Thankfully, after a few stumbles, she managed to stand and didn't fall to the ground. Zombies. The first thing she saw upon emerging was a zombie crawling on the ground not far away. End of flashback. When she saw the zombie, Lin Bing cursed that damned voice more than once in her mind. It had just thrown her out without any preparation, without even a decent weapon. She was the master of this space, okay? That damned voice, that damned broken book, what right did it have to act so recklessly? Despite Lin Bing's inner turmoil, she walked cautiously, trying her best not to make a sound, her mind taut to the extreme. As Lin Bing walked, her expression grew increasingly somber. She hadn't seen a single person. The occasional small shop she passed only revealed dark, stiff figures. Lin Bing's heart sank lower and lower. Had the apocalypse ended long ago? Had everyone evacuated? The empty streets, the feeling of being the only living person, was unsettling. H-City would inevitably become zombie territory. She couldn't stay here long. She needed to reach a safe zone, whether it was the Chaoyang base or another base. Anything was better than staying here. She remembered that a level 5 zombie had later appeared in H-City. This place was too dangerous. Even with her spatial dimension, the thought of the entrance/exit being H-City still filled her with trepidation. Lin Bing initially intended to retreat back into her spatial dimension, but the words spatial dimension upgrading made her realize it wouldn't be finished so quickly, and she probably wouldn't be able to re-enter. She thought carefully, and the image of an iron rod immediately appeared in her mind. The underground warehouse had these. She'd tried it before. Thinking of something in the warehouse would make it appear in her hand. An iron rod. But this time, Lin Bing thought for a long time. even carefully sketching out a clear image of the iron rod. But her hand was still empty. Just as she was getting annoyed, she received that clear, gentle voice in her mind again, prompting. Space upgrade in progress. Items within the space cannot be summoned. That meant she couldn't take out any weapons. No, not just weapons but also some essential items. Lin Bing's heart sank. It took her a long time to recover, and she directly communicated with the voice in her mind. When will the upgrade be successful? When can I go in? Unknown. Space upgrade in progress. Insufficient energy. Upgrade failed. Continue upgrading. Upgrade failed. Energy. Can I use my special ability? Now immediately complete the upgrade. Lin Bing was practically gritting her teeth. This space was a real trap. If it weren't for this space, she wouldn't have been so careless, and she wouldn't have been without any items. Host's energy was completely drained 10 minutes ago. It will take 4 hours for the host's energy to recover. The host's usable ice ability is currently 0. After that, there was no further response from the voices within the space. Communication was probably also consuming energy. Lin Bing's face turned pale with anger upon hearing this. She was an idiot. She thought she now possessed ice abilities and could still use them, believing she could retrieve weapons and food from the space. She remained calm and unperturbed when she was thrown out. She was a pig. How could she have trusted that damned space? Not only did it drain all her abilities, but it also wouldn't let her in or take anything. What a ripoff. She walked so calmly down the street because she felt she had something to rely on. The worst that could happen was hiding in her spatial dimension. Now just thinking about it sent chills down Lin Bing's spine. If a zombie had bitten her earlier, she'd probably be dead by the time she figured out how to get her iron rod out and how to get back into her spatial dimension. She instinctively imagined the zombies 3 years after the apocalypse. Lin Bing touched her face. It was covered in cold sweat. Even now the thought sent shivers down her spine. No, she couldn't walk around like this. Her powers wouldn't recover for another 4 hours, and she didn't know if that damned spatial dimension would drain all her abilities by the time they recovered. The possibility seemed very high. She needed to find a suitable weapon. An iron rod or a wooden stick would do, as long as it was long. She didn't want any close contact with zombies. Lin Bing remembered that for the first month, H City was relatively safe. Almost all zombies in the first month of the apocalypse were level 1 zombies, easily dealt with by those with some martial arts skills. She needed to know the date, how many days into the apocalypse, and when her spatial ability would be fully upgraded. Her special abilities alone might not be enough. Zombies have crystal cores in their heads, though not every zombie has one. Lin Bing's gaze slowly shifted to the zombies. Crystal cores are also energy, even if a level 1 crystal core has very little energy, but there are so many zombies. A knife would be good, a long knife would be even better, as it would be faster to chop off a zombie's head. As for the zombies' disgusting appearance, their grotesque faces, their putrid stench, their blood-soaked appearance, Lin Bing was already used to it. She hadn't even been reborn for a month, and before that she dealt with these things every day. She tiptoed around the street and found a wooden stick about her length and a fruit knife, about 20 centimeters long. Lin Bing sharpened both ends of the stick with the fruit knife, then tossed the fruit knife into an easily accessible spot. Without a sheath, the knife would cut her flesh if she carried it. On the same street on the second floor, the room's doors and windows were all closed, the thick curtains drawn, plunging the room into darkness. Only a small corner of the curtain was lifted, revealing an eye peering out onto the street. In the distance, a slender woman in long sleeves and a long dress was wielding a treated wooden stick, killing the undead, man-eating monsters. Her target was always the monsters' heads. At first, her shots would miss, but as time went on, her aim improved, her stick consistently striking the monsters' temples. The monsters struck would have their flesh ripped outwards, oozing reddish-black blood. Then the monsters would collapse to the ground, their condition unclear. Next, the woman would take a large rock, seemingly from somewhere, and smash it against the monsters' heads. After shattering it, she would repeatedly poke inside the monsters' skulls with a water-based weapon, seemingly searching for something. There appeared to be something inside the monsters' heads. Each time she found something, she would use chopsticks to pick it up and put it in a plastic bag, presumably secretly taken from the grocery store next door. It turned out that the monsters' heads were their weak points, and that black blood would only splatter when their heads were hit. In other words, the heads of these monsters transformed from the dead were the most fully evolved part of their bodies. Luotong adjusted his non-prescription glasses and fell into deep thought. Chapter 27 Crystal Core. To Lin Bing, the number of zombies roaming the streets wasn't that large. She estimated it was probably the early stages of the apocalypse within the last 10 days. Although some shops on both sides of the street were crammed with zombies, and she could hear Lin Bing smashing them, they didn't dare come out. Groups of zombies gathered in front of the shops, only roaring incessantly. Some zombies tried to squeeze out, but as soon as they were exposed to the sun, they hissed and emitted white smoke, as if sunburned. These unintelligent zombies could only feel pain and danger ahead, and would shrink back into the darkness, filled with fear of the sun. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the sun's high temperature still harmed the zombies. When Lin Bing first started killing zombies, she was very careful, only luring one at a time and keeping it far away from others. Later, after killing a few, she discovered that even if she alerted the hordes of zombies in the shops, those unintelligent creatures would only roar incessantly and wouldn't come out. With that, Lin Bing began killing zombies with peace of mind. As she killed, she sighed, marveling at how easy it was to kill zombies these days. Unfortunately, she was too thin. Despite practicing for half a month, the training time was too short, and she'd been unconscious for several days. She'd only been killing for about 10 minutes before she got tired. Lin Bing sat down to rest on a broken chair by the street, carrying a plastic bag containing about 20 level 1 crystal cores. The cores were transparent, almost white, because they'd been dug from zombie heads. Some were stained with red blood, others with black blood clots. A rather unsightly mix of black, white, and red. She should wash them with water. She wondered where she could find water. If H City hadn't experienced a water outage, she could try looking for taps in the shops along the street, or perhaps bottled water in the grocery stores. Just thinking about water made Lin Bing thirsty. The broken chair she found was under the shade of a tree. The sun was blazing and the concrete ground was scorching hot. It must still be summer. She had just killed at least 100 zombies, killing for 10 minutes, resting for 5 minutes, and then continuing. Only 2 level 1 crystal cores could be found in the heads of 10 level 1 zombies. Crystal cores were scarce now. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, every zombie had a crystal core in its head, and the color of the crystal core varied depending on the zombie's ability. The higher the zombie's level, the higher the crystal core level, and the fewer crystal cores an ability user could use. This was because ability users of level 4 or 3 and above could only use crystal cores similar to the type of zombie, otherwise there would be negative effects. For example, if you were a water-type ability user, and a level 3 zombie underwent a fire-type mutation or absorbed a fire-type ability user and gained fire-type abilities, then a red crystal core would be produced in its head. Water and fire are incompatible if a water-type ability user uses a red crystal core. If the user's water-type ability was stronger than the energy in the fire crystal core, then the fire-type ability would be suppressed, causing the user's water-type ability level to drop, becoming a level 2 ability user, and that was the best-case scenario. If the user's water-based ability is weaker than the fire crystal core's ability, they will be devoured by the crystal core's energy. The negative energy within the crystal core will turn the user into a zombie. If the two energies are roughly equal, the result is that the two energies collide within the body, causing a self-destruction and death. Initially, when the crystal cores had different colors, no one noticed this and used them indiscriminately. However, later side effects appeared, and the mortality rate increased, prompting people to realize something was wrong and begin to pay attention to the color. Level 1 zombies rarely mutate. They almost all have transparent crystal cores. Perhaps people don't yet know how to use the crystal cores. Lin Bing licked her lips, feeling extremely thirsty. It was midday lunchtime and her stomach was growling. Her poor stomach had nothing to digest. Undeterred, she tried to enter the space, only to receive the same annoying notification. Space upgrading. Lin Bing lifted the plastic bag in her hand and said in a pleading tone, "This is also energy, you should use it. See if you can upgrade with this." The surroundings were quiet, with no further notifications. "Can't use it," Lin Bing said calmly, tying the plastic bag and tossing it away. Just as the red plastic bag was about to fly out, She heard that clear, tender voice. I want it. But this is too dirty, it carries viruses, it'll pollute the stream. Then I can't drink it. The clear, tender voice said aggrievedly. Lin Bing withdrew her hand, her face darkening. Can't you get some stream water to wash this? That would be the fastest way. Ugh, I can't get it out. It fiddled with its fingers in grievance, but there were no fingers, so it fiddled with the pages. Lin Bing had a headache. This thing cries when you're tough on it, and it schemes when you're soft. It's really a piece of trash. What's your name? Are you that old blue-covered book? Lin Bing asked. You're the old one, your whole family is old. Humph. I'm ignoring you. You insulted me, so I'm not playing with you anymore. It gave a haughty hum and then fell silent. Lin Bing's lips twitched slightly. She really wanted to roll her eyes at it. It really was that tattered old book. The thought of having her powers drained made Lin Bing's heart ache. No, she couldn't let that happen. So Lin Bing put on her gentlest expression and said in an exceptionally gentle voice, Hey little blue Pippi, wait a minute, we need to discuss something. Come out here. I know you're the prettiest, newest, and cutest. Little blue Pippi. Lin Bing just gave the blue-shelled old book some random names. She didn't even know what its real name was. Should she call it Old Book again? That stingy thing would probably hold a grudge even more. My name is Pippi. The proud, clear little voice rang out again. The little guy was overjoyed. It had a name. It had a name. Humph, only it had a name. It really was the most powerful among them. Lin Bing could hear the joy in its voice. But what was this little guy so happy about? It was so hard to guess the thoughts of a tattered book. Lin Bing didn't care about that. In this dog-eat-dog world of the apocalypse, she couldn't lose her powers. Let's talk it over. I'll clean this shiny crystal core for you. It's very pretty. So please don't drain my powers to upgrade the space anymore. Okay? No, this energy isn't enough. She refused immediately. I'll find you more 10 times, 100 times more, okay? Lin Bing's palms were sweating. It had been 2 hours since all her powers were drained, and in 2 more hours her powers would recover. If the tattered book in the space continued to drain her powers, then in the apocalypse, in other people's eyes, she would just be an ordinary person. That wouldn't do. Although the crystal core can provide energy, if you don't contribute any of your powers, some functions will refuse to let you use them after the space upgrades. Also, if the upgrade is entirely provided by external energy, the space might reject your energy later. Little old book Pippi had some things it hadn't said yet. If it kept using external energy to upgrade, the space would eventually develop sentience and reject its owner. If the owner wasn't strong enough, they would be devoured by the space and trapped there forever. In that case, the space wouldn't be under anyone's control. It wouldn't tell its host such things, otherwise if the host stopped upgrading, it would fall into a deep sleep and get incredibly bored. Lin Bing was pondering little old book's words about spatial rejection. If the space rejected her energy, that would be bad. There were 24 hours in a day with 4 hours of recovery, meaning there were 6 chances a day. It was dangerous both day and night, especially as the apocalypse progressed, as people's hearts became increasingly unpredictable, something even more terrifying than zombies. Lin Bing gritted her teeth and said, Twice a day for the first 5 days with intervals. After 5 days, once a day. And you can only be extracted if I say so. Otherwise, if I die in the apocalypse, you probably won't fare much better. When she reaches level 2, 3, or 4, one energy extraction might last for many days. Then, she could extract energy every few days. She definitely needed to speed up her ability level increase. Thank you, Pippi. Whether it was sincere or not, the space was already like that. What else could she say? I'm not shy, my shell hasn't turned red. Hearing Pippi's long, soft, cute voice, Lin Bing's lips curved into a beautiful smile. Just then she heard a heavy bang. The sound coming from the other side of the street. Lin Bing stood up, quickly gathered her things, gripped a sharpened wooden stick in her right hand, found a safe and secluded spot and hid. It smelled of blood. Lin Bing hid in a corner of a shop, surrounded by cabinets. It was a pet shop. She lured all the zombies out of the shop and killed them all. She had locked all the doors and windows when she entered. The door was still covered in congealed black blood and white brain matter. From the outside it looked like any other small shop, dark and damp. No, it was the sound of zombies swarming out. Blood. A large amount of blood had drawn out the sun-fearing zombies. The howls and roars of the zombies grew louder. Which idiot was bleeding them out here? Did they think there weren't enough zombies? When Lin Bing killed zombies before, only stabbing or smashing their heads would produce blood, and that was black or dark red blood. Zombie blood held no appeal for its own kind. Lin Bing pulled the curtain over the window, covering her entire body. She placed the wooden stick at her feet, lying flat, not very noticeable in the darkness. She gripped the stick tightly in one hand, not daring to relax her grip even for a moment. Chapter 28 Luotong. Another loud bang. It was the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, followed by the sound of a wall crashing down. The stench of blood in the air grew stronger, and slow, uneven footsteps echoed through the street, some even dragging on the ground the footsteps of zombies. Outside the window, a dark mass of figures slowly moved towards the same place, the place where the smell of blood was strongest. Lin Bing shrank even smaller, even holding her breath as the horde of zombies passed by. These zombies, driven mad by the scent of blood, ignored the sun's harmful rays and insisted on going there, not knowing what was so alluring to them. Lin Bing's heart sank. She thought of the late-stage apocalypse, when level 4 zombies began hunting humans. They knew that the human brain contained the energy they needed. The more intelligent ones would dig out the skull and swallow the energy core, while the less intelligent ones would simply devour the entire human head. Besides blood and human flesh, other things that could trigger a zombie horde riot include energy. Faintly, Lin Bing thought she heard animal roars. Animals? There weren't any people around, so where did these animals come from? Lin Bing pressed her ear against the window with a hole in it, concentrating her attention. The distant, indistinct roars of wild beasts reached her ears. Wild beasts? Were they level 1 mutated beasts? Level 1 mutated beasts were formed from ordinary animals. Snakes, cats, dogs, chickens. Whether common animals or those living in mountains or primeval forests, some would mutate during the apocalypse. These mutated beasts were collectively called mutated beasts. The mutated beasts are enormous, their bodies incredibly strong. They are bloodthirsty and ferocious, and their attitude towards humans varies. For example, cats and dogs that were previously tamed and had owners will still obey their owners after the apocalypse, just as before. However, these mutated beasts with owners will only obey their masters. If their masters die or disappear, these tamed mutated beasts will become completely instinctive, slowly transforming into true wild beasts, even resorting to cannibalism. Mutated beasts like snakes, tigers, and crocodiles are absolute enemies of humanity. Those who want to hide in the mountains to live out their lives after the apocalypse, not to mention mutated snakes, wild boars, and monkeys. Even the small mutated mosquitoes and bees on the mountains could kill them in a matter of minutes. Mutated beasts shouldn't appear in cities in the early stages of the apocalypse, Lin Bing thought strangely. Never mind, mutated beasts or not, the outside world is a dark mass of zombies. Her powers haven't recovered, and she can't hide in her spatial dimension anyway, so she'd better stay put. As long as it doesn't involve anything untoward, everything is negotiable. She needs to think carefully about what to do next. Luotong's legs were trembling. One hand was pressed tightly against the wall. He was covered in sweat, and his body was weak. The old curtains were already tightly drawn. He leaned against the wall, head down, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead to the ground. One hand tightly covered his mouth. Recalling what he had just seen, he covered it even more tightly. If he hadn't been quick enough to cover his mouth, he would have definitely screamed. Although he was male, he was still a human being, and he could be afraid too. What had he just seen? A leopard the size of a small mountain, at least 10 meters tall, with huge eyes almost the size of a human head, cold, steel-hard teeth, long and powerful limbs. Even its tail was full of power. With a light flick, half of the two-story house not far away collapsed, and the ground was covered with broken bricks. This monster had just been hunting, and its prey was a chicken. That wasn't an ordinary chicken. It was a 5-meter-tall rooster. Its brightly colored plumage and small, fierce-looking eyes were terrifying. But in an instant the leopard snapped its neck, blood gushing everywhere, the stench triggering a rampage among the surrounding zombies. The rooster had been killed by the giant leopard right in front of Luotong's window. Luotong watched the blood gushing out. and saw the flesh and blood vessels in the rooster's neck still throbbing even after its death. He swore that the terrifying leopard had seen him. It had even given him a disdainful look. At that moment, the leopard's fangs were stained with blood. If the rooster hadn't been large enough to fill its belly, the leopard certainly wouldn't have let him go so easily. What was happening to this world? Why were so many strange and terrifying things appearing? The giant leopard, carrying its food, easily leaped onto the rooftop. It seemed about to roar, but with food in its mouth it couldn't easily do so, so it gave up. Its agile limbs began to leap from one rooftop to another. Then it ran towards the dense forest. The dead chicken it carried in its mouth continued to bleed, perhaps due to mutation. Its body was enormous and it had a lot of blood. Even after the leopard disappeared from sight, the smell of blood lingered. All the zombies on the street had emerged. The smell of blood on the ground was tempting, but an even more enticing aroma wafted from afar. The mindless zombies made their choices easily, naturally choosing the most tempting spot, where their delicious food lay. The zombies moved extremely slowly. This time almost the entire horde had come out. The shops and houses along the street were almost empty, except for a few inactive zombies. Luo Tong knew very well that this was an opportunity, and his only chance to leave. Luo Tong, male, 21 years old, a third-year biology student. He was studying in another city, and school was on summer vacation. He was preparing for his postgraduate entrance exam, so he came home to study. It was July now, and the exam was in January, so time was tight. Unexpectedly, just a few days after returning home, something happened in H City. First, there were 2 days of torrential rain. His father was trapped at his maternal grandparents' house, which was in the countryside, a 3-hour drive from H City. The road was paved but extremely narrow. Because of the heavy rain, his parents felt it was unsafe to travel, so they stayed at his grandparents' house for 2 days. He stayed home the whole time, but since his mother wasn't home, he had already eaten all the food in the refrigerator. He didn't know how to cook, but on the second day of the torrential rain, he still went out at 9 in the morning to buy hot food and a box of instant noodles. When he came back, he was soaked to the bone, afraid of catching a cold. As soon as he got back, he took a hot shower and changed his clothes, but unexpectedly, he still developed a high fever that night, and he was delirious. He only remembered that someone was knocking on his door, knocking and knocking. When he woke up, it was already past midnight the next day. His parents still hadn't returned. He fumbled around to boil some water, made himself a packet of instant noodles, and found them delicious and fragrant. He was probably starving. After finishing his noodles, he noticed someone was knocking on his door again. It was pitch black outside, not even a single star in sight. He checked his watch. July 30th, 2:01 a.m. His parents couldn't possibly be back at this hour. Who would be knocking on his door? Luo Tong was a biology student and had dissected animal carcasses in experiments, so he wasn't afraid. He wasn't exactly timid. He went straight to the door and looked through the peephole. His door was a newly installed security door this year. Last year, during the spring festival, his house had been burgled, and even the prepared fish and meat had been stolen. His mother was furious and immediately replaced the doors and windows, installed security bars, and made the house very secure. Sure enough, nothing had been stolen since. The person outside the peephole was a familiar face, Uncle Lu, who ran the breakfast stall downstairs. He was dark-skinned, honest in his business, and a kind man. But now, Uncle Lu outside the door was covered in blood. His face was no longer kind, it was contorted with rage. A large chunk of flesh was missing from his forehead. One eye was intact, but the pupil was a deathly gray. The other eye was just a black socket, a terrifying sight. Half of his shoulder was gone, one hand was crippled and rested against his waist, and the other hand was covered in blood, black blood under his fingernails, and congealed, half-red blood on his hand. He was scratching at Luo Tong's door with his nails and occasionally banging his head against it. Luo Tong's heart pounded. He was terrified. He shakily locked the door tightly from the inside, then ran to the balcony and sealed all the windows shut. Even with the security bars, he didn't feel safe. After doing all that, he jumped into the living room, grabbed the phone and called his grandmother's house. He didn't care that it was the middle of the night. It was too frightening. He tried calling his maternal grandparents' house, then his parents' and aunt's cell phones, but no one answered. He called countless times but still no one answered. That day Luotong sat on the sofa all night. All night long he kept hearing screams outside, and no one knew what he was thinking. The next morning when the sun rose, he was completely calm, as if nothing had happened. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he even made himself a bowl of noodles. After eating he turned on his phone, read the news, went online and went to sleep when it got dark. From the afternoon of the third day, the screams stopped. The street became completely silent, as if it had become a dead street. At night, only the sounds of those man-eating monsters could be heard. Later, he discovered that the monsters were phototropic at night, so he stopped turning on the lights at night and kept the curtains drawn during the day, hiding in the dark to feel safer. Alone he dared not leave. He tried calling 110, 119, and 112 for help, but no one answered. 2 more days passed before he finally saw a strange young woman downstairs. She was incredibly strong, even actively killing zombies. She faced the rotting undead without flinching, slaying monsters like it was a video game, never hesitant, each blow landing perfectly. At that moment Luotong had an idea. He thought the woman was quite formidable, if he followed her. But if she was so powerful, why would she want a clueless good, for nothing like him? Luotong didn't have time to think about such things. He just wanted to get out of this hellish place as quickly as possible. Today the giant leopard had rooster meat to eat, but what about tomorrow? It might come for him, using him as food. That was the look in its eyes when it left. Luotong changed his clothes, covering himself completely. The clothes were thick autumn sportswear, making him hot, but Luotong dared not take them off. He knew very well that if these zombies bit him, or if he accidentally got his hands on the living blood, reddish-black, from a zombie's head, he too would become one of those monsters that could rise up and bite even after death. He took out his old high school backpack already packed with things. A change of clothes, instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, some cold and flu medicine, and other small items, everything he could think of. He dared not bring anything useful but too heavy. He could only carry so much, as more would be a burden during their escape. After packing, Luotong grabbed a large kitchen knife from the kitchen, the biggest one in the house specifically for cutting bones. He also found a white face mask bought when he was sick, which fit perfectly now. Looking out the peephole, the hallway was empty. He breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies had all chased after the giant leopard, and now was a perfect opportunity. Luotong opened the door and cautiously peeked out, looking around. He lived on the second floor, lucky him. Holding the large kitchen knife, he ran as fast as he could, heading in the direction Lin Bing had killed the zombies. That person couldn't have gone far. Now that the zombies were gone, he could search with peace of mind. "Hey, young lady who just killed the monster, where are you? I know you're still here. It's safe now, can you come out?" The voice rang out from the side of the street. Chapter 29 Meeting. Idiot. That was Lin Bing's first reaction upon hearing the voice. Before she could react, the voice rang out again and again. "Those monsters are gone, aren't you coming out? I won't drag you down with me. There are only the 2 of us left on this street, so let's cooperate." "Hey!" the man suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. The fear of the apocalypse these past few days, the terror of being the only one left on the street, and the uncertainty about the future all seemed to be released through this roar. After shouting, he felt inexplicably better. Was this man crazy? Lin Bing picked at her ears, feeling like she was about to be deafened by that shout. However, she gleaned a lot of useful information from the man's words. The monsters were gone, and there were very few zombies left on the street, meaning it was temporarily safe. Lin Bing emerged from the corner with a wooden stick in her hand. The sound of the door opening was particularly clear in the quiet street. As soon as the door opened, the young man's gaze followed her. Seeing Lin Bing appear, Luotong breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were clear and bright, filled with joy. Lin Bing was actually pleased to see Luotong. The young man had a youthful appearance, clean eyes, and seemed like a student, less wary and easier to deal with than older people. At least, Lin Bing could clearly sense his goodwill. That was good. "Hello, I'm Luotong." Luotong introduced himself as soon as he saw Lin Bing. Hello, I'm Lin Bing. By the way, we shouldn't stay here long. The smell of blood is too strong. Staying too long might cause unnecessary trouble. We need to find a safe place first. Luotong's shout and the strong smell of blood in the air could easily attract some unexpected attention. Okay. Luotong had already planned to do this. He had stayed here long enough. His food supplies were almost gone, and he had carried the last bit with him. Every night he felt like he was the only person left in the world, a feeling no one else could understand. He asked, "Where do we go?" As he asked, his gaze unconsciously drifted to Lin Bing's wooden stick, covered in white brain matter and black blood. He thought he needed a longer weapon too. He wrapped his kitchen knife in newspaper and a bag. It wouldn't look good to show it off so openly. Of course, to the safe zone, Lin Bing said without hesitation. Regardless, the government had initially established safe zones, managed by the military. These safe zones existed in each city for 6 months. Then the zombies evolved, and the safe zones became crowded and noisy. Fights, murders, and rapes frequently occurred in places unseen by the military, and people even died. Whether it was the smell of people or blood that attracted the zombies, the safe zones in each city were breached by zombies in one night. Many died afterward, even more became zombies, and only a very small number escaped. It's estimated that the zombies in each city were fattened up by the flesh and blood of the people in these safe zones, evolving exceptionally quickly, becoming more powerful, and producing many strange mutated zombies. One of the first 3 zombies to possess intelligence was in each city. Lin Bing was now uncertain whether the safe zones of that time had been planned again, or even if they were still in their original locations. After all, the apocalypse had arrived earlier, and the future she knew had changed. What's the date today? Lin Bing asked Luotong. August 2nd. Luotong remembered the date of every single day of the past few days perfectly. Lin Bing's eyes darkened slightly. The 2nd? She remembered that before her rebirth, the outbreak occurred on August 16th, which meant it was a full half-month earlier. She entered the space on the 28th, the day of the torrential rain, meaning she stayed in the space for a full 6 days. She looked up at Luotong. Luotong surely knew better than her what had happened during those 6 days. Lin Bing opened her mouth to ask Luotong about the events of the past few days, but Luotong suddenly lowered his voice and leaned closer to her. Looking around and seeing that the surroundings were quiet and empty, he cautiously said, "We need to hurry. I just saw a giant leopard over 10 meters tall kill a chicken that was 5 or 6 meters tall. I don't know if that leopard will come back. It's not safe here." That leopard's eyes were terrifying. It seemed to understand human speech. Lin Bing was startled. A 10-meter-tall leopard. That was a mutated beast. Generally, the attack power of a mutated beast was directly determined by its size. The larger it was, the stronger it was. A leopard over 10 meters tall. Its strength and speed were extremely terrifying. Was it a level 2 or 3 mutated beast? "We need to find a car, preferably a sturdy, high-end car with a high platform," Lin Bing said, glancing around. There were only a few Dongfeng Citrons badly damaged in a collision on the street, clearly unusable. The surrounding houses were all quite old. Apart from the well-decorated ground-floor shops, the rest were very dilapidated. She doubted they could find a safe car here, so she changed her mind, looking at Luotong. "A regular car will do, as long as it works." Luotong had grown up here and was familiar with the area. There probably aren't any good cars on this street, but if you go through this alley and walk 100 meters, there's another community. The location there is better. It's new housing built a few years ago, and there are many wealthy people there. I've seen quite a few cars there. What Luotong didn't mention was that although many wealthy people lived in the new houses on that street, they were mostly mistresses, and the reputation wasn't good. The gossipy aunts and uncles in the neighborhood loved to talk about it, and that's how Luotong had heard some of it. "Let's go over there," Lin Bing said, picking up her things and about to leave, but she stopped when she saw Luotong's backpack. Her eyes darted around, and she realized that the streets were currently empty. She couldn't enter her own space or retrieve anything, so she could collect some supplies like Luotong and carry them on her back to tide her over for now. It would be best to find a watch, even an old one, as living without knowing what day it was too unbearable. "Wait, Luotong, there are no zombies right now. I can prepare some food and drinks here." Do you have any more of those backpacks? Speaking of supplies, she remembered that she should have quite a few in her small apartment, enough to fill most of the living room, and she also had some food and drinks that she had bought online at Dr. Sue's house. Should she go back and get some? She was really worried about this space. She had no idea when it would be successfully upgraded. Luo Tong opened his mouth about to answer Lin Bing's question, but Lin Bing said again, "Let's go look for it now together. We'll prepare plenty of food. There aren't any zombies yet. Let's find a secluded place to hide first. After we've secured the food, we'll find a vehicle. Once we find one, we'll drive over, put everything in it, and then leave." Luo Tong thought it sounded good and nodded in agreement. At this time, Luo Tong had never experienced the pain of running out of food. Although his family wasn't wealthy, they had always been well off. He knew that a person couldn't survive more than a week without water, but he had never experienced it firsthand and didn't know how dangerous it was to be without food and water. Chapter 30. Division of Labor. Luo Tong placed his backpack at the street corner and set off with ease. He carried a short, waist-length wooden stick he'd found by the street. It wasn't long, but it was exceptionally thick. There were still some zombies with missing limbs inside the shop, so he needed weapons. Luo Tong knew the nearby streets and shops intimately. Where the food, water, and other necessities were, he knew exactly. Although the shops were small and there weren't many food stalls, they found enough for them. Luo Tong even found some particularly sturdy packing straps at Uncle Lu's house. He and Lin Bing packed all similar items together, and then carried them to a secluded spot in a small shop on the street. There was rice, but the meat and vegetables were all spoiled. It was hard for them not to spoil in this weather. There were also biscuits, ham, and some cured meat. They also found a lot of flour in a steamed bun shop, a valuable find, and took it all without hesitation. They found plenty of bottled water in a barbecue restaurant, along with beer, cars, and 2 bottles of Baijiu Chinese liquor, which Lin Bing took, much to Luo Tong's surprise. Baijiu Chinese liquor can ward off the cold and kill bacteria, so it's always good to take more. Lin Bing was furious. This damn space was always useless at crucial moments. The things were quickly prepared. Luo Tong still had his phone with him. Although there was no signal, it showed the time. Lin Bing asked and learned that another hour had passed. She mentally calculated that her superpower would be usable in about an hour, and her mood improved somewhat. "Are we going straight to the safe zone?" Luo Tong asked Lin Bing curiously, having just had some free time. "It's past 2 o'clock now. I still need to find a car. I estimate it won't be finished until 3. Finding the safe zone now is probably too late," Lin Bing replied. She then said to Luo Tong, "Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come on, let's go find a car over there. Let's run." Luo Tong obediently stopped asking questions and started running towards the place she indicated. He was a boy, so he ran faster and led the way. Lin Bing followed behind him, carrying the 2 empty, large white oil drums they had found earlier, the kind specifically for storing cooking oil. These 2 were specially chosen. They were new and very clean. The Mistress Street Luo Tong had mentioned was indeed very close, although the alleys were winding and twisting. The 2 of them jogged for 3 minutes and arrived. The street here was 4 times wider than before, truly befitting a newly built area. The street was also deserted. They didn't see many zombies. They didn't know if they were hiding in houses or had gone with the zombie horde from before. In any case, it was very lucky for Lin Bing. However, the 2 lanes leading out of the street were jammed with cars, colliding head-on and forming a long line. Some car doors were wide open, while others were tightly closed. The sounds of impact could still be heard from inside the closed doors, suggesting that the drivers had probably died inside their vehicles and turned into zombies, trapped inside because they couldn't open the doors. Lin Bing spotted a black Land Rover that looked particularly sturdy. However, the car was parked in the other lane, blocked by other vehicles in front and behind, making it difficult to get out. "That car looks nice, what do you think?" Lin Bing asked Luo Tong, pointing to the black Land Rover and handing him 2 large fuel cans. Lin Tong took the white fuel can from Lin Bing, his eyes lighting up when he saw the black Land Rover. However, he hesitated. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to take other people's things like this?" He had taken things from the street near his apartment earlier because he knew the person was dead and they were acquaintances, so he felt at ease. But now this car looked very expensive. Otherwise, look at these two long lines of cars, everyone inside is probably dead, Lin Bing said as she climbed onto the roof of one of the cars. Then, using the car's body and roof as footholds, she jumped towards the car she had her eye on. Seeing Luotong still standing there, she turned and pointed at all the cars, good and bad, and said to Luotong, "I'll get the cars over here. You go check the gas tanks of those cars. If there's gasoline, just pour it into the gas can you're holding. Remember, it's best to pick cars with open doors. If that's not enough, then choose the cars with closed doors. There might be zombies inside those cars, so be careful. Land Rovers burn a lot of gas. I wonder if 2 cans will be enough." Seeing Luotong still standing there, Lin Bing casually remarked, "If you don't hurry, that giant leopard you mentioned will be back soon." The giant leopard was Luotong's Achilles heel. Mentioning it immediately energized him, and he sprang into action. He opened the hood, screwed on the fuel cap, peeked over and poured any fuel into his white bucket. Seeing him start moving, Lin Bing stopped paying attention. She finally reached the car she had chosen. The door was wide open and luckily the keys were still in the car. Lin Bing got in from the passenger seat. The left door was blocked by another car and couldn't be opened. Lin Bing moved to the driver's seat. The car was fine. There was still more than half a tank of gas left, enough. She closed the right door, started the engine and stepped on the gas. The car began to move, and Lin Bing charged recklessly, showing no mercy, until she had smashed through the cars in front and behind. Then she started ramming the cars on the left, finally carving a bloody path through the crowd. After hitting the car on her left, she managed to drive through the gap, finally managing to get out of the way. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and was about to drive to find Luotong, her eyes habitually glanced in the mirror. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face turned deathly pale. A pair of dark eyes were staring straight at her from behind. A chill ran down Lin Bing's spine. Chapter 31 The Doll. Lin Bing casually withdrew her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together, her breathing becoming heavy. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to relax, her mind made up. 1, 2, 3, go. Lin Bing slammed on the brakes, her left hand swiftly pushing open the car door. Almost simultaneously, she leaped out, covering her head and rolling to the ground to cushion the impact. In just a few seconds, Lin Bing's entire movement was fluid and seamless. The screeching sound of the car braking drew the attention of Luotong, who was watching from a distance. As soon as Lin Bing landed and came to a stop, she quickly stood up and took several steps back, distancing herself from the car. She didn't dare waste a moment. Her elbows ached, likely from scrapes, and her clothes were torn in those areas. Possible she would definitely change her clothes. She arrived carrying only 2 large white oil drums, while Luotong carried a thick wooden stick as a weapon. Facing the Land Rover, she slowly retreated towards Luotong, feeling safer as long as she could see it. She didn't know what was inside. Unlike zombies whose eyes were lifeless grayish-white, even zombies with black pupils couldn't have such bright eyes. Human or mutated beast. But mutated beasts weren't small. At most, they'd grow to the size of a rat, but their eyes didn't match. So, the most likely possibility was a human. Why didn't the person make a sound when she got in the car? What were their intentions? But being alone in a car, eating, drinking, and relieving oneself would be a huge problem. And with the car door wide open, it wasn't safe. The car was stuck on the road. There was no reason for it to just stand there motionless. Lin Bing thought and thought, but she still couldn't figure it out. Seeing Lin Bing's wary expression, Luotong was finally a bit more alert this time. He didn't ask loudly, but waited until Lin Bing got closer before quietly approaching and asking, "What happened?" "There's something inside, not a zombie, I don't know what it is. It's such a waste that the car's already been driven out," Lin Bing said, taking the short stick from Luotong's hand. When Luotong was carrying the 2 large white oil cans, he was filling them with gasoline one by one. Of course, except when he took the cans from Lin Bing and tucked the stick into his waistband, he kept it in his hand the whole time. He hadn't forgotten Lin Bing's comment about zombies inside the car. Something. Luotong was startled. The mention of something other than zombies immediately conjured up the image of a giant leopard in his mind, making him timid. He watched Lin Bing walk away but didn't dare follow, making an excuse. "I haven't finished filling my gasoline yet, I won't go over." Without waiting for Lin Bing's reply, He lowered his head and hurried away. Lin Bing watched his retreating figure and sighed. This man was too timid, and a man at that. Did he really expect her to take the blame? Oh well, she'd just consider it a temporary partnership. But Luo Tong wasn't really a partner yet. She couldn't entrust her back to him. Lin Bing carefully carried the thick wooden stick towards the car. After braking, the car moved forward a few meters due to inertia, then remained stationary, motionless, with no one getting out, as if the car were empty. Who's in there? Come out. Lin Bing knocked on the window with the stick, making a clattering sound, but there was still no response. Lin Bing gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and walked to the driver's side door, the spot where she had jumped out. She infiltrated step by step, and finally steeling herself, she used the stick to block her way and slowly stuck half her body inside. The car windows were extremely dark, opaque, but since it was daytime, she could still see the back seat clearly. Empty. Lin Bing's heart skipped a beat again. Nobody? Was she seeing things? Impossible. Was it someone smaller hiding at the bottom? She didn't dare peek back. What if something attacked or bit her? Her head wasn't hard, and she didn't have ice powers to protect her. She might die here. She tapped the back seat hard with the stick, making a loud noise inside the car. But there was no response from the back seat, as if what Lin Bing saw in the rearview mirror was an illusion. Lin Bing got out of the driver's seat and slowly walked to the back door, weapon in one hand, the other reaching for the door. She took several deep breaths as if making a decision, and then yanked open the door. The hand that had opened the door quickly gripped the weapon. It was almost 3 in the afternoon, the light was bright, and the back seat became brightly lit. Nobody. The car had 7 seats, plus the last row. Lin Bing slowly walked towards the last row of doors and quickly opened it using the same method. In the light, a dark figure lay on the last seat, about a meter tall, its appearance unclear. Who's there? Come out. Lin Bing called out, her voice not loud, her eyes fixed on the figure. For a long time the figure didn't react. It might be a child, whether dead or alive or unconscious. Of course, this was just Lin Bing's guess. About 10 more minutes passed and the thing still didn't move. Lin Bing couldn't wait any longer. Gripping a wooden stick, she slowly walked towards the right-hand door. Once that door was open, she could see everything inside. What did she care about any demons or monsters? Did they think they could hide? The right-hand door was also opened. The figure lying in the back seat slowly came into Lin Bing's view. A doll over a meter tall, with a delicate face, large dark eyes, long eyelashes that blinked, a beige body, a red dress and black shoes, clean and tidy without a single stain. To be honest, the doll didn't reassure Lin Bing. Instead, it made her even more afraid. She involuntarily took several steps back, standing far away from the car. Lin Bing knew very well that the eyes staring at her from the back seat weren't these. Those eyes were dark and bright, clearly the eyes of a living being, not the doll's. She had read a terrifying ghost story about a doll when she was little. Ever since, she had been terrified of dolls and the like, never wanting them as a child. She would throw tantrums if her family tried to give them to her. Later, her family knew she disliked these things and avoided them. She hadn't seen such a frightening object in years, especially not in this terrifying atmosphere. No, she didn't want this car, no matter how sturdy it was too scary. Luo Tong stood beside the large white oil drum with a sullen face, his head slightly tilted, listening intently. He seemed to hear the roar of a beast, his hands clenched into fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Suddenly, he seemed to find strength from nowhere, and managed to lift the 2 large oil drums. He ran quickly towards Lin Bing. Just as the car Lin Bing had mentioned opened its doors wide. As soon as he arrived, he shoved the 2 oil drums into the back seat, squeezed in himself, and hurriedly said to Lin Bing, who was still standing to the side, seemingly on guard, "Drive! Something's coming. I think I heard the sounds of wild animals and zombies. Hurry! It's in this direction." As he spoke, Luo Tong closed the back door. He placed the 2 large oil drums in the second row and sat in the third row himself. He had rushed in too quickly to see what the dark figure on the seat was. After closing the door and settling in, he picked it up and saw that it was a large doll, quite beautiful, exquisitely crafted, and a high-end item. He casually placed the doll on the empty seat next to him and sat down beside it. Lin Bing listened intently, and sure enough, something was coming. Looking at Luotong and the doll in the back seat, and hearing Luotong constantly urging her, Lin Bing gritted her teeth and got into the driver's seat, shifted gears and started driving. Luotong, if anything seems wrong while you're in the back, tell me, understand? Lin Bing repeatedly instructed. Okay. Hearing Lin Bing's words, Luotong remembered Lin Bing saying there was something in the car and asking him for a weapon. However, when he got in the car, all the doors were open, and he could see everything inside, so Luotong hadn't paid much attention to what Lin Bing was talking about. He thought to himself, what Lin Bing mentioned earlier is probably this doll. What's so scary about that? Lin Bing felt a little uneasy. Less than a minute after the car started moving on the highway, the two inside heard a voice coming from afar. Wait for me. Don't go. It was a woman's voice, and she was shouting at the top of her lungs. Lin Bing looked out the windshield and saw a figure on the second floor of a tall building not far away, waving a white bedsheet frantically. Help! Don't go! The person was probably using all their strength, but their voice was still unclear due to the air and wind. The person was so anxious that they wanted to jump out of the window and catch up with Lin Bing's car. They hadn't seen any living people for days. The zombies had been active in this area, and today there were hardly any zombies left. There were 2 living people right in front of them. What a great opportunity! She had seen the 2 people when they came out, but she didn't know if they were male or female, good or bad. She was so pretty. It would be terrible if she encountered a bad person with malicious intentions. She was nearsighted and only wore contact lenses, which she accidentally broke after the accident. Looking down from upstairs, she could only see 2 figures in the distance. She spent ages searching for binoculars. When she finally found them and confirmed it was a man and a woman, their car was about to drive away. She was frantic. She had already packed her things and was just waiting for someone to go downstairs, but the car had already started moving. If she went downstairs, she definitely wouldn't even be able to see the rear of the car. Lin Bing glanced in that direction indifferently and then ignored it, pressing the accelerator hard and accelerating to top speed because she really heard the roar of a wild animal, getting closer and closer. Chapter 32 jumped. As the car sped up and disappeared from sight, the woman upstairs was on the verge of tears. For some reason, she clutched her luggage, a white sheet rolled up like a parachute and tied tightly to her hand, and reached for the balcony. The balcony wasn't enclosed. It was half open. For some reason, the zombies in the stairwell had become active again, ramming her door even more fiercely than the night before. She had just been hoping the 2 people on the street would recognize her and come to her rescue. Even if there were zombies in the stairwell, if those people knew her status as an international superstar, who knows, call it wishful thinking. It was too late. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath and climbed to the edge of the balcony. Looking down, she saw the trees below were as small as shadows. Bang! Her door was smashed open. These days, even security doors aren't reliable. Seeing the ugly zombie getting closer, she pushed off with both feet and jumped from the second to last apartment. The makeshift parachute made of bedsheets seemed to be of some use. In midair, the wind was quite strong. She was a celebrity, already rather thin, and the anxiety of the past few days, coupled with her lack of cooking skills, the dwindling food in her refrigerator, and her reduced eating, had likely made her even thinner. She felt lucky. In midair, the wind blew her towards the direction the black Land Rover was traveling. The tiny black dot, almost invisible before, gradually grew larger in her eyes. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and she closed her eyes, tilting her head to avoid the wind hitting her face, a habit she'd developed. The wind intensified, and she finally lost control of her luggage, which fell from midair and shattered on the ground. Only then did she feel a wave of fear. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if she had fallen like that luggage. She would probably have been smashed to pieces. It was terrifying. But now it was too late for regrets. Her other hand, now free, gripped the 4 corners of the sheet tightly. She dared not relax for a moment, ignoring the black car in the distance. Time ticked by, her hands growing weak and powerless. The wind shifted again, and with another loud bang, she was swept by the gale and slammed against the glass of a tall building. The force of the impact cracked the glass, and shards of glass tore a large gash in the sheet she held. Inside the glass, a zombie's blood-stained hand protruded, presumably from the commotion. The wind subsided the instant the sheet tore. Before she could grab anything, she plummeted from the building. The ground seemed to grow larger with each step. She closed her eyes in terror, but this did nothing to slow her fall. Overwhelmed by fear, she screamed again. Aya! Someone save her! Although she knew it was impossible, she still clung to a sliver of hope. Someone please save her. She'd pay any price, even a deal with the devil. Please. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her face. For the first time she knew how close death could be. There were many obstacles on the road, severed limbs and objects, but Lin Bing drove over them, the car speeding along. The two streets were very close, but Lin Bing and Luotong had come from an alley. The alley was narrow enough for people, but not for cars. With Luotong's guidance, Lin Bing managed to drive back and forth in less than 5 minutes, finally reaching the previous street. As soon as Lin Bing parked, she jumped out, dragged the things out, and handed them to Luotong. Luotong stood beside the car and put the things Lin Bing had given her inside, filling the seats and trunk almost completely. Essentials were put in last for easy access. Lin Bing didn't take the blood-stained, sharp wooden stick. She didn't want it to get covered in zombie blood and accidentally injure someone. She found another one, even thicker and cleaner, sharpened it, and placed it horizontally at her feet. She also took a slightly shorter one and placed it under the windshield. Lin Bing considered throwing the doll away. After hauling everything out of the car, she helped Luotong into the vehicle. She handed the items to Luotong from below, and Luotong put them away. There seemed to be too much stuff. The car couldn't hold it all, and some things had to be thrown away, much to Luotong's regret. Finally, the car was full and the gas tank was full too, though more than half full. But what if it broke down during an escape? More was better than less. When Lin Bing got into the driver's seat, she didn't see the doll and casually mentioned to Luotong, "Hey, did you throw the doll away? Where did it go?" "If that's the case, that's great," Luotong casually said. "I didn't throw it away. I was busy and forgot. It's probably under something." Lin Bing thought about it. Since it was at the bottom, it wouldn't be easy to take it out. Anyway, she couldn't see it, so she just left it like that for now. Lin Bing patted her chest, feeling that she was being too neurotic and suspicious. The car returned to the road, and after passing through the street, it smashed through a few groups of zombies. As soon as it turned a corner, it saw that the entire street was full of zombies. Hearing the car horn, the zombies rushed towards Lin Bing and the others. What was going on? How could there be so many zombies here? Luotong, roll up the window. Only your side is open. Quick. I need to get through. Lin Bing slammed on the gas pedal, using the powerful impact of the car to knock away all the zombies blocking the way. But it wasn't enough. The zombies around the car instinctively grabbed, pried, and clawed at it, trying everything they could to get the car open. They knew there was food inside, delicious food. To save his life, Luotong naturally performed beyond his usual limits, but another zombie was even faster. Its rotting hand almost reached inside, its black nails nearly touching Luotong's face. The zombie's eyes turned red as it furiously pounded the hand with a thick wooden stick, breaking the bone. The hand fell into the car, but Luotong didn't care. He quickly rolled up the window. Luotong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heart finally calming down, but then he suddenly saw a small white dot following them in the distance, sometimes near, sometimes far. What was that? A bird? A bird following them? A mutated beast. Lin Bing, look, there's something in the sky following us. Is it a mutated bird beast? The mere mention of the word mutated beast made Luotong panic. Regardless of whether it was accurate, he told Lin Bing directly. Lin Bing's eyes were fixed ahead. She had no time to look back. It turned out the sky had darkened. The sun was gone, so all the zombies had come out. Dark clouds were gathering again in the sky ahead. Where to go? Where to go? Lin Bing's mind was filled with only one thought. She couldn't rely on Luotong. That guy was even worse than her. Right, let's go to the factory she rented. It's located on the 3rd Ring Road, next to a highway that connects to other provinces. The area is undergoing demolition, so there's practically no one around, meaning there aren't many zombies. The surrounding area is also spacious, with only factory buildings and warehouses, though somewhat old, but they're all fenced off, making it relatively safe to stay overnight. Lin Bing, that thing is indeed following us, getting closer and closer. Luotong cried out in terror. He had been staring at that thing the whole time. It had been flying away unsteadily, but somehow it had returned and was getting closer and closer. Look, it was right above their heads. Chapter 33 appears again. Shut up. Don't just look behind you, look ahead. Lin Bing said coldly, then ignored Luotong. Breaking through the zombie horde was already exhausting enough, wasn't it? As for what was following them from the sky, who cared about that now? Luotong glanced at the windshield. The road was practically blocked by zombies, some even slamming into the windshield with loud bangs. Because of the speed, one zombie was stuck between the front of the car and the windshield, its entire body pressed against the glass. Its deathly gray eyes stared straight at Lin Bing. One of its hands was severed, covered in black and red blood clots, but it didn't seem to feel pain, frantically poking at the glass, leaving marks on the surface. Shit! Lin Bing couldn't help but curse. She was practically slamming the accelerator to pieces, gripping the steering wheel tightly. She was thinking about which factory she was going to, but now she couldn't see the road at all. She just sped through the less crowded areas, taking it whichever way she could get. That damned zombie, only an arm's length away from her, pressed against the glass, was incredibly conspicuous. Straight ahead, left turn, right turn. Each turn was so fast it almost threw her out of the car. Luotong had her seatbelt fastened and was gripping the front handles tightly. Seeing so many zombies for the first time in such a large group in such a small car was terrifying. Just then, at this tense moment, another turn and suddenly whoosh, something hit Luotong's right cheek. It was soft, barely touched, seemingly an accidental blow. Luotong turned her head, and when she saw what it was, her heart nearly stopped. It had appeared out of nowhere. A doll. It was a doll. Wasn't it supposed to be at the bottom? How did it end up on top? She hadn't touched it. Lin Bing was driving in the front seat. It couldn't have been her. How did this thing appear on its own? What hit Luotong's face was a hair from the doll. Luotong was completely speechless. The car continued driving, sometimes running over zombies or other objects, causing it to bounce slightly. The doll in the back, not properly secured, would fly around with each bounce. Luotong knew Lin Bing was busy getting them to safety and couldn't afford to be distracted, so she kept quiet and didn't tell Lin Bing about it. However, Luotong's eyes were fixed on the doll, and she made a decision. Once it was safe, she would throw it away. Lin Bing had beads of sweat on her face from the heat. The previous encounter had been so dangerous. She had been driving with complete concentration, and they had finally made it out. The car ran over another pebble, bounced, and with a soft thud, the doll flew in front of the steering wheel. Lin Bing looked down at the sound and met the doll's gaze directly. Of course, the doll's eyes were made of black glass beads, and it couldn't express any emotion other than blinking. A screeching sound of brakes echoed down the street. Lin Bing practically yelled at Luotong. Why did you throw this thing out? Didn't you say it was at the bottom? Why did you find it out? Luotong felt wronged and explained. I didn't touch it, it just came out by itself. I was startled. I didn't dare tell you because you were driving, afraid of distracting you. Seeing Lin Bing's deathly pale face, Luotong exclaimed in surprise. You're afraid of this thing? Then she muttered to herself. Isn't it said that girls like this kind of thing? Lin Bing's eyes were practically spitting fire. Suppressing her irritation, she flung the doll from the front to the back and started the car. More zombies appeared behind them. Without turning her head, she said to Luotong. Either you throw it out, tie it up with something, or you keep it and don't let me see it. Apart from the two streets where the zombies were lured away by the giant leopard, the other streets were practically overrun with zombies. Lin Bing even wondered if everyone in H City was dead. How could things have gotten so chaotic? Luotong quickly put the doll away. Throwing it out was impossible. The zombies were right outside. Luotong didn't dare open the car window, and she couldn't find anything to tie it up, so she simply placed it beside her, pressing half of the doll's body down with one leg, and stared at it intently, not daring to look away. This thing was too eerie. Although Lin Bing chose a route with fewer zombies, her general direction remained unchanged. At 3:40, the sun struggled to peek out from behind the dark clouds again. The blazing sun instantly bathed the entire earth in gold. The scorching sunlight caused the zombies pain, and taking advantage of this lull, Lin Bing drove like the wind towards her chosen route. In 2 weeks, the sun would no longer harm the zombies, and she had to leave the city before then. As for the safe zone, Lin Bing thought its existence was highly unlikely. If a safe zone truly existed, how could so many people have died? She clearly remembered that during the apocalypse in her previous life, there weren't this many zombies on the streets. At 4:30, after a fierce battle, Lin Bing finally drove to the old factory she rented in the 3rd Ring Road area. Sure enough, there were only a few zombies wandering around the demolished buildings, making the night relatively peaceful. For Lin Bing, the most fortunate thing was that her ice ability was still usable. The old factory gate was still locked. Lin Bing drove to the gate, greeted Luotong, and then got out of the car. As she was about to unlock it, she suddenly remembered that she didn't have a key. No problem. She asked Luotong to hand her a bottle of mineral water, then poured the water into the keyhole, instantly freezing it into the shape of a key. She made the ice as hard as iron, and with a click the lock opened. She could condense water into ice directly in the air, but the sun was strong today, and the moisture content in the air wasn't high. Besides, her ability had only just recovered, so she had to use it sparingly. Thinking of the strange doll in the car, Lin Bing felt that conserving her ability was the right thing to do. She opened the iron gate, drove the car inside, and then locked the gate again. The old factory was quite large, and Lin Bing drove directly into the warehouse, the place where she had stored things last time. While Luotong wasn't looking, Lin Bing washed all the crystal cores out of the plastic bag using the leftover mineral water. As soon as she washed them, they disappeared without a trace, having been stored away in her spatial dimension by the stingy Pippi. From morning until now, they had been either running away or hiding, and both of them were exhausted. Looking at the time, it had passed quickly. It was almost 5 o'clock. They were hungry and decided to find something to eat for dinner. Luotong rummaged through the storage room and found a rice cooker, almost new. He'd searched the warehouse and finally found an old plug that still worked. He turned to Lin Bing and asked, "Are you eating instant noodles?" "Of course, the electricity still works, so we need to eat what we can cook quickly. We can eat the dry food that won't spoil later," Lin Bing told him. "Okay." Luotong poured 2 bottles of mineral water into the rice cooker. The plug was already in, and the water boiled in no time. Luotong threw in 4 packs of instant noodles, 2 packs each, which should be enough. He also threw in 2 ham sausages. One good thing about instant noodles is that they smell amazing. "Do you have chopsticks and bowls?" Lin Bing was drooling over the aroma of the noodles. She had absolutely no resistance to food, whether it was junk food or not. "Yes." Luotong went to the car and got 2 sets of disposable bowls and chopsticks, which were convenient and didn't need washing. He'd gotten them from Uncle Lu, who ran a breakfast stall. Lin Bing took the bowl and chopsticks, looking at Luotong with some surprise. She hadn't expected this timid boy to be so meticulous. She had brought these things with her, disposable ones, porcelain ones, and steel ones, but they were all in her spatial storage and she couldn't take them out now. Neither of them noticed that the doll was moving from inside the car towards the door. Chapter 34 Wings. She was still falling, desperately reaching out her hands to grab onto anything that could stop her, but the building was entirely encased in smooth, unmarked glass. She couldn't grasp anything. 50 meters, 40 meters. Hu Yi, female, 25 years old, occupation. Well-known domestic actress. Hu Yi's proudest achievement in life. She's beautiful. Hu Yi's biggest worry in life. She's too beautiful. The acting profession is complicated. Being good-looking or not has its advantages and disadvantages. Hu Yi is beautiful and recognizable. A natural leading lady with good acting skills. Aside from being a bit narcissistic, she also has a good personality, making her success well-deserved. But because she's too beautiful, after entering the film industry, her striking appearance on screen has led people inside and outside the industry to consider her just a pretty face, a mediocre actress. Every film Hu Yi stars in is the leading lady, and everyone is a box office hit. All directors love to cast her as the leading lady because this actress is lucky. In recent years, her acting skills have improved greatly, and her films have achieved both critical and commercial success, but she has never won a major award, which is her biggest regret. 20 meters. She was unwilling to die like this. How could she tolerate such a beautiful person dying so tragically? A strong will to live made her eyes shine with a firm and persistent light. There was only one thought in her mind. I don't want to die, I want to live, I don't want to die. She hadn't won Best Actress yet. Her life had only been 25 years. Only a quarter of it was over, why should she die now? 15 meters. A pair of huge, colorful wings burst forth from her back, the entire surface of the wings like white waves surging on a blue sea, like a string of bright halos inlaid in the blue sky. Sometimes deep blue, sometimes azure, sometimes light blue, the white patterns on the wings like inlaid jewels, dazzling and very charming. Her entire body was suspended in mid-air, stopping 15 meters away, the wings behind her almost as tall as her, slowly flapping. She stared in surprise at the wings behind her, a mixture of delight and bewilderment in her heart. However, when she saw the hordes of howling zombies below, her aversion to her beautiful wings vanished completely. She even thought to herself with pride, I really am the most beautiful. Even my new wings are so gorgeous. After a 10-minute adjustment period, she could use her wings freely, like a butterfly. She soared higher and higher, her eyes filled with joy, a beautiful smile playing on her lips. She flew around in the air, circling several times. Just as she was enjoying her flight, she suddenly saw the black Land Rover again, speeding through the zombie horde. She flapped her wings and flew towards the Land Rover from high above. She was wearing white, making her quite conspicuous in the air. She was already above the Land Rover, about to descend, but her wings began to feel tired, as if she no longer had the strength to fly. Oh no! She had been flying for too long, her wings weren't used to it yet, and she couldn't fly anymore, otherwise she might fall from mid-air. Luckily there was a rooftop of a tall building nearby. The door leading to the ground floor was tightly locked, and apart from some signs of neglect, there was nothing else dirty, no zombies. She flew over, landed on the rooftop and rested, watching the Land Rover get further and further away, becoming just a black dot before disappearing. Sigh, she was alone again. Her stomach started to rumble. She reached out and touched her flat stomach, feeling even hungrier. She was tired and hungry, she had to eat. But all her luggage had fallen into the zombie horde. This was terrible. At the factory in an old warehouse, each person ladled out a bowl, eating directly with chopsticks. There was no soup. The rice cooker was still hot, so they could add some soup for the second bowl. The two ate standing up, each on one side, not talking, just diligently shoveling noodles into their mouths. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Such an obvious sound. Whose stomach was growling? The two paused briefly, glancing at each other in surprise. The sound was clearly coming from the side. With only two people present, it must be the other. But why were their stomachs growling while they were eating? After a short pause, they resumed eating as if nothing had happened, though their positions had changed, now standing a little further apart. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The rumbling sound returned, this time louder. Is your stomach growling? Lin Bing asked, looking at Luotong. Isn't it you? Luotong's eyes widened in surprise. He patted his stomach and said, I've finished this bowl, I'm half full. Where's the doll? Did you throw it away? Lin Bing suddenly remembered the strange-looking doll. No, I haven't had time yet, Luotong said dejectedly. Hearing Luotong's words, Lin Bing's expression changed again. She looked down at the few mouthfuls of instant noodles left in the paper bowl, quickly ate several mouthfuls, stuffing them all into her mouth and chewing frantically. Then she placed the empty bowl next to the rice cooker. She pulled Luotong along, chewing as they walked towards the car. Luotong was a bit timid and definitely wouldn't dare go alone. Although she was also a little scared, she had to solve the problem. Just as they were about to go, they heard a soft thud. And something fell out of the car and landed on the ground. Didn't you close the car door? Lin Bing asked Luotong, now that she had finished eating all the noodles and had time to speak. Close it, Luotong frowned, thinking. I don't remember clearly. As they spoke, the two reached the car. Luotong casually placed the bowl and chopsticks she was holding on the hood, then walked around to the left-hand door. As soon as she got there, she saw the doll lying on the ground. The door was open, and the doll's outermost fabric was covered in dust. Its black glass eyes were still blinking. Luotong stepped forward, picked up the doll by the shoulders, and walked towards the warehouse exit, asking Lin Bing as she went. I can just throw her outside, right? Yes, Lin Bing nodded. She thought Luo Tong had some redeeming qualities. At least in certain matters, he was courageous and capable. After Luo Tong threw the doll outside and closed the warehouse door, Lin Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She and the doll were incompatible, especially at night. The two had only eaten one bowl, leaving half a bowl in the rice cooker. Luo Tong picked up the bowl from the front of the cart. Lin Bing's bowl was right next to the rice cooker. She could just go over and scoop it out. However, when they were about a meter away from the rice cooker, their expressions changed and they both stopped. From their position they could see inside the rice cooker, but it was completely empty. Not a drop of soup remained. Lin Bing's bowl was overturned, and her chopsticks were lying askew inside. Lin Bing quickly walked over and peered inside, finding it still empty. Something was wrong. They had clearly cooked 4 packets of rice, and the paper bowl wasn't that big. She had clearly checked when she threw away the doll. There was still plenty left. Lin Bing squinted, her mind racing. She turned to Luo Tong. Go check by the cart to see if the doll is still there? She silently chanted in her heart. No, no, no. Luo Tong didn't approach the car, but moved laterally at a distance towards it. He was also frightened by Lin Bing's words. He had personally thrown it away. If it didn't cause harm, the thought sent chills down his spine. He walked to a spot 3 meters away from the car, where he could clearly see the left door. The door was wide open and a dusty doll lay outside, its black glass eyes blinking. Chapter 35 The Truth. Luo Tong gasped, staring intently at the thing for 3 minutes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He didn't approach, nor did he dare go near it. This thing was too eerie. If he had to throw it again, he probably wouldn't dare pick it up again. He slowly retreated to Lin Bing's side, turning to her and saying, The doll is still in the warehouse, right where I saw it when I threw it. He paused, and before Lin Bing could answer he frowned and asked thoughtfully, Did I really throw it just now? Or was it just my imagination? It didn't move. Strange, he remembered clearly throwing it once. Luo Tong even checked his right hand. Luo Tong was already a little wary of that doll, let alone Lin Bing, who was always afraid of such things. She was practically terrified. Luo Tong asked her if she really threw it. Of course she did, she saw it with her own eyes. Lin Bing wiped the sweat from her palms onto her clothes, patted her stiff face, and tried to calm herself down. She mentally reassured herself. That thing isn't scary. It's definitely not a ghost. How could a human soul possess a doll? It's ridiculous. But her self-consolation only made her feel heavier. The more she tried to comfort herself, the more frightened she became. What was wrong with her? Don't think about it anymore. You did throw it away. Lin Bing tugged at Luo Tong, who was still deep in thought, and pulled him towards the car. As they walked, she said, We have to get rid of it before dark. We can't turn on the lights after dark, or it'll cause trouble. Dolls, whether big or small, plastic or cotton, anything with facial features and a body, especially if it's finely crafted and looks very human, is the scariest. This thing was Lin Bing's Achilles heel. However, Lin Bing was determined to destroy this thing. She had planned to use her ice powers to freeze it, then smash it to pieces as small as pebbles, to see how it could ever recover. The doll's strangeness made Luo Tong's movements less decisive than before. Lin Bing pulled him towards the car, Lin Bing in front, him behind. Luo Tong thought to himself, he wouldn't dare throw this thing away again. As Lin Bing approached, she indeed saw the doll lying on the ground. The phrase haunting flashed through her mind. Papa, what haunting? It's just an ordinary toy. While Lin Bing was lost in thought, Luo Tong hesitantly spoke up. I brought a big cleaver, should we? He made a chopping motion, meaning to chop it up. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw the doll suddenly stand up and fly into the car. Then something yanked the car door shut with a bang. At this moment, Luo Tong's voice seemed to be abruptly cut off. He was completely speechless, standing there dumbfounded, staring at the automatically closing car door for a long time. Lin Bing was also stunned, her body involuntarily taking a step back. Images from that terrifying movie she had watched as a child flashed through her mind. Even after so long, the most frightening scene was still vaguely remembered. Could it really be a ghost? The two of them stood there dumbfounded for about 10 minutes. Outside the window it was gray and gloomy. The sky was already dark. They couldn't wait any longer. After the apocalypse, even though it was August, night still came very quickly. Sometimes it was completely dark before 6 o'clock. The temperature difference between day and night after the apocalypse was huge, especially in early October. Once October arrived, the entire earth seemed to enter winter. Lin Bing gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and mustered her courage to slowly approach the car door. She loosened her fists, her left hand conjuring a transparent ice spike using her ice power, while her right hand remained free to open the door. Following the description of the ice armor technique in the Xianbing manual, she also covered her body with a layer of ice armor. With everything ready, she reached the car door and suddenly flung it open. Her left hand thrust the ice spike towards the doll inside. She moved with incredible speed. The spike pierced the doll's body, and the point of contact between the doll and the spike began to melt, gradually freezing the entire doll. Lin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. The spurting blood from the doll she had imagined hadn't occurred. She slowly backed away, carefully pulling the doll out of her left hand. Fearing an accident, she closed the car door, preventing the doll from flying back in. "Luotong, where's your stick? Give it to me," Lin Bing said, throwing the frozen doll and ice pick on the ground, waiting for Luotong to bring the stick and smash it. Lin Bing, however, was half squatting, looking at the doll on the ground. It couldn't speak and there was no blood. It was easily frozen. Strange, it seemed there was something she had overlooked. Just then Lin Bing heard footsteps behind her. Luotong was coming. At that moment, Lin Bing suddenly realized that dolls couldn't possibly eat noodles. She turned around and asked Luotong, "You said dolls shouldn't eat noodles, right?" But Luotong suddenly shouted at her, "Get out of the way!" Before Lin Bing could react, she saw Luotong swing the stick at her, aiming for her face, striking with extreme force, as if he wanted to kill her. Lin Bing instinctively dodged, avoiding Luotong's stick, but Luotong wasn't giving up and swung the stick at her again. "What are you doing? Stop it!" Lin Bing yelled at him as she awkwardly dodged. Regardless of their relationship, they were at least temporary comrades in exile, and now that they were the only two left, he acted as if he was determined to kill her. What was he doing? "Get out of the way. I can't control my body anymore." Luotong was also anxious, his face contorted in agony, but his body wouldn't obey him. He tried to resist, but a strange force seemed to control his movements. His strength had waned and he couldn't regain control of his body. "You quickly destroy that doll. Was it?" Luotong's movements were indeed strange. He gripped the wooden stick, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, and the one to the right one, so the stick struck Lin Bing again. "Fine, you hold it first." Lin Bing didn't say anything more, nimbly moving behind Luotong and kicking him hard, sending him sprawling face first to the ground. If Luotong's body hadn't been unable to withstand the freezing temperature, Lin Bing would have frozen him in place. As Luotong fell to the ground, Lin Bing conjured a large axe-like block of ice with her right hand, its tip sharp. She was heartbroken. The air was sparsely moist, and she had already used up a third of her power. Level 1 power was so ineffective. She needed to level up quickly. Just as Lin Bing raised her ice axe, about to smash the ice doll block on the ground, a desperate voice echoed from the empty warehouse. "No!" Oh, the doll spoke? Lin Bing thought. She even had a feeling that the doll could indeed talk. Despite her thoughts, she ignored the voice and swiftly brought the ice axe down. But at that moment, a figure leaped onto the doll, pinning it beneath him. When Lin Bing saw that the figure pinning the doll was a little boy, the ice axe was falling too fast to stop. Seeing that she was about to strike the child, Lin Bing made a desperate decision, using her power to shatter the ice axe into tiny light pieces, the size of snowflakes, a beautiful sight. Unfortunately, the ice axe is no longer usable, and another bit of my special ability has been wasted. The little boy turned to look at Lin Bing, stubbornly pursing his lips, saying nothing. Then he slowly stood up, hugging the frozen doll to his chest, seemingly trying to melt the ice with his body heat. However, because the doll was frozen, the temperature was extremely low, and after a while the boy felt cold, and the parts that had been in contact with the doll began to slowly lose sensation. The boy's already fair face became even paler, and his lips turned purple. At this moment Luotong had already gotten up from the ground and walked over. Knowing that the doll had an owner and that it wasn't as strange as he had thought, he felt relieved. However, seeing the little boy's pale face, he couldn't help himself. He directly reached out and grabbed the doll's shoulder, pulling it away. Even if he didn't throw it away, he should at least let the ice melt before taking it. TSK, the temperature is really low. As soon as Luotong touched the frozen doll, he felt a chill in his palm, thinking to himself, this child is really foolish. He's practically hugging a huge block of ice. If this continues, he'll freeze to death. This is mine, the little boy cried out anxiously. He wasn't as strong as Luotong, but he clung tightly to his doll, refusing to let go, and looked at Luotong with the eyes of someone looking at a bad guy. He stubbornly pursed his lips, but his eyes were beginning to redden. Lin Bing stood to the side watching the little boy, pondering. This child must be a superhuman, but what kind of superpower could control people? She'd never heard of it before. Chapter 36, Han Dong Dong. Lin Bing carefully examined the little boy. He was dressed in dress pants, a white shirt with a small red bow tie, a standard little gentleman's outfit, all custom-made by a famous designer and quite expensive. The doll was in the Land Rover, and since the doll belonged to the little boy, the car might actually be his. The little boy had exceptionally beautiful features, like a delicately carved jade sculpture, like a charming young master from a story. However, this young master was now a down-on-his-luck one. He was terribly thin, his face had a pointed chin, his lips were chapped, and his face and palms were covered in small scars. His white shirt was stained slightly yellow and had been torn, and he wore expensive but unsuitable shoes for running. This is mine. Don't try to take my things. The little boy glared at Luotong, pulling at the doll. His eyes held quite a bit of fierceness. What's your name? How did you get here? Did you make Luotong kill me just now? Lin Bing smiled and asked the little boy slowly. The little boy turned his head and glared at her, saying, I didn't want to kill you. You were the one who wanted to destroy my Abu. I was just stopping you. Abu, probably that doll. Lin Bing raised an eyebrow. Knowing who was behind it made things easier. As long as it wasn't the doll, everything was okay. Seeing that the little boy had avoided her first two questions, Lin Bing asked again. Who are you? You haven't answered my question yet. Why should I tell you? The little boy snorted arrogantly and turned his head back, not wanting to talk to Lin Bing. Bad girl. If you obediently answer my questions, I'll help you restore the doll to normal. Lin Bing smiled and offered her terms. As soon as she said this, the little boy quickly turned his head back and looked at Lin Bing, seemingly trying to determine whether Lin Bing's words were true or false. Then with a sudden release, Luotong, clutching the ice doll, fell to the ground with a thud. The doll, already over a meter tall, was frozen solid and quite heavy, landing entirely on Luotong. He shivered from the cold, quickly freeing the doll and standing to the side, rubbing his arms where the ice had touched. I'm Han Dong Dong, that's my family's car, of course I came, the little boy said, pointing at the Land Rover without a hint of guilt. Seriously, Lin Bing had checked the car thoroughly earlier, and besides the doll, there wasn't a soul in sight. The trunk? It was crammed full of stuff. Are you a superhuman? Of course. Han Dong Dong's chin was held high, radiating pride. What superhuman ability? Why should I tell you? Han Dong Dong rolled his eyes dismissively. This brat is at it again. Lin Bing walked over to the doll and kicked it. The doll rolled to Han Dong Dong's side. Han Dong Dong glared at Lin Bing, seemingly wanting to pick up the doll, but then hesitated because it was cold or dirty. However, he yelled at Lin Bing. Didn't you say you'd restore my doll if I answered your question? Who told you to kick it and make it so dirty? The ice on the doll was slowly melting. The outer ice was gone and the outer cloth was showing, but the wet cloth had rolled around on the cement floor and was no longer a sight to behold. It'll be clean after the ice melts, Lin Bing said calmly. Whether it was dry or wet, what did it matter to her? Oh right, I'm not done yet. If you don't answer honestly, I'll freeze it again. It's just an ice ability, what's so great about it? Han Dong Dong became arrogant again, but to be honest, he was quite envious. Water is essential for human survival, and ice can naturally melt into water. Like him, he had been hiding inside the Land Rover. The driver had gone out to find food and never returned, and the area around the car was teeming with wandering zombies. Today, for some unknown reason, all the zombies were moving in one direction, which is why he dared to open the door for some fresh air. He hadn't eaten for 2 days and hadn't drunk water for 3. His lips were cracked and dry, and he was both hungry and thirsty. When he saw Lin Bing and the other person, he was both happy and conflicted. Luckily, he was a superhuman and could hide himself. Sure enough, he was right. Following them meant food. When they arrived at the warehouse, he had been hiding inside the car, concealed within its shadow. He could control shadows and hide his body beneath them, making him undetectable. A valuable skill for escaping. One day, while searching for food, he encountered a gigantic male zombie. The zombie was over 2 meters tall with bulging deathly gray eyes. Its nose looked as if it had been sliced off, revealing red flesh crawling with maggots. The zombie's mouth was enormous. As if sensing his presence, it reached out and grabbed him, lifting him up. He was terrified but managed to stay calm. At the crucial moment, when the zombie's disgusting mouth was only a finger's width from his neck, he vanished into its shadow, escaping unscathed. Later, he learned he had developed a special ability. Nighttime was when the zombies were at their most numerous and his strongest, yet he still dared not go out at night. The streets were teeming with repulsive-looking zombies that ate people. When he was starving, he tried to find food, but his ability had limited uses, and he dared not venture far. Except for the first 2 or 3 days when he managed to eat, he had been completely starving for the past 2 days. So, the moment he saw the soup Lin Bing and the others had cooked, his stomach started growling uncontrollably. Seeing that Lin Bing and the others had already eaten a bowl and were still going to eat more, what was he going to eat? He hadn't eaten for days, only snacks and cold food, not a single hot meal. What he usually looked down upon as soup now seemed like an absolute delicacy. Afterwards, he quietly emerged from the shadows inside the car, then hid behind it. He used his shadow to grab the doll and pull it out, attracting the 2 men's attention. When they were drawn to it, he quietly ran to the rice cooker, ignoring the heat, and wolfed down all the noodles, leaving not a drop of soup. He was incredibly thirsty. Then he hid again. But unexpectedly, the 2 men tried to throw Abu away. When they weren't looking, he quietly dragged Abu back using his shadow, also wanting to scare the 2 men, because it was obvious they were somewhat afraid of Abu. But unexpectedly, one of the bad guys was a superhuman, an ice-type superhuman, who actually wanted to freeze Abu and then smash him. How could that be allowed? Absolutely not. He couldn't sleep at night without his doll. He had no choice but to come out. However, these 2 didn't seem like bad guys, which was a stroke of luck. "You know my name, but I don't know yours," Han Dongdong blurted out before Lin Bing could ask, looking defiant. "I'm Lin Bing and he's Luotong." Lin Bing introduced herself, then asked Han Dongdong, "You know my superpower now, what's yours? You've been hiding it well, is it something like this?" Han Dongdong looked at Lin Bing suspiciously. Lin. He remembered his grandfather introducing his cousin to someone with the same surname, also from H City. Could it be such a coincidence? He'd idolized his cousin since childhood, and this time he'd secretly followed him because he'd heard his cousin was in H City, away on a mission. He never expected his luck to be so bad. His cousin was already gone from H City when he arrived. Then his family found out, and his grandfather sent someone to pick him up. The person who picked him up was sent by one of his cousin's senior classmates, who were going to arrest him and take him back. Unexpectedly, something happened on the way. I can control shadows. Just now Han Dongdong pointed at Luotong, then changed the position of the shadow beneath Luotong's feet, and Luotong followed the shadow's movements. That's how he was manipulated. Luotong was startled when he was manipulated. Then a surge of anger welled up inside him. He gritted his teeth and desperately exerted his strength, finally managing to regain control of his body. At this moment, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Han Dongdong's mouth. "All right, I know. Don't use it anymore. You're exhausted. Go and rest. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Lin Bing said, hurriedly wiping the blood from Han Dongdong's mouth. Children don't have enough stamina, and even with superpowers, they must use them cautiously. Otherwise, like just now, losing control could lead to a backlash. Fortunately, Luotong was also exhausted, so the backlash wasn't too severe otherwise. Moreover, blood is extremely lethal in the apocalypse. They mustn't attract zombies. Outside the window, the sky was gradually darkening. Chapter 37 Midnight. Han Dongdong was fine. As soon as Lin Bing asked if he wanted anything to eat, he nodded frantically, his eyes practically shining, repeatedly chanting, "Yes, yes, yes." His tone was urgent, as if afraid Lin Bing would change her mind if he hesitated. Luotong's face was also a little pale, but he felt mostly relieved. While Lin Bing was talking to Han Dongdong, Luotong slowly walked over and looked at Han Dongdong and Lin Bing with a particularly complicated expression. He could see that the two of them were different from him. Lin Bing could freeze people completely and turn ice into weapons, while the little guy could control people with shadows and hide himself perfectly. Both were more powerful than him. Only he could do nothing. He was just an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Luotong felt a wave of depression. When he heard Lin Bing say she wanted to feed the little guy, Luotong immediately took a bag of biscuits, a bag of sausages, and a bottle of mineral water from the car and handed them all to the little guy. He just vomited blood because of the little guy, so this was just a small token of his appreciation. After all, the kid was still just a child and he felt bad arguing with a child. As soon as Han Dongdong saw Luotong hand him the things, he immediately took them, his goodwill towards Luotong rising sharply. He grinned broadly at Luotong, politely saying, "Thank you." Han Dongdong's actions in accepting the things were anything but polite, especially the bag of ham, which contained over a dozen pieces. Han Dongdong came from a wealthy family, so he was naturally very particular and picky about food. But he'd been starving for days, and was grateful to have anything to eat and drink. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to be a young master, fine, he'd have to go home first. Lin Bing watched from the side, somewhat speechless at Luotong. This guy was too generous. Fine, tomorrow she'd find a safe zone, find out the surrounding situation, and then decide which way to go. Once her space recovered, she'd get herself a car and hit the road, driving during the day and staying in her space at night. That was Lin Bing's plan. The doll. Lin Bing washed it with ice water, but it was still wet. Then she took a clean plastic bag, placed it on the roof of the car, and put the doll there to dry. If the sun was as strong as it was today, the doll would be dry in less than half a day. There was nothing to worry about. Of course, Luotong held the doll while Lin Bing washed it with ice water. Along the way, Luotong opened her mouth several times, but then closed it again, remaining silent with her lips pursed. It was already dark outside. Actually, there were lights in the factory, but who dared to turn them on at this hour? Luckily, it's summer now and it's hot. You can just lay a newspaper or something on the ground to sleep. If you don't mind the dirt, lying on the ground won't be a problem. There are so many mosquitoes in the summer. Just a short time after dark, the three of them were bitten several times. The place is remote, and there aren't many people around, so the mosquitoes are particularly vicious. Luotong took 2 tents from the trunk, the kind you can just throw on the ground. Luotong and Han Dongdong slept in one, and Lin Bing slept in the other, the 2 tents close together. Lin Bing couldn't help but think that Luotong was a very thoughtful guy. After a long day covered in sweat, she needed to shower. Lin Bing asked Luotong, "Do you have any extra clothes?" Only then did Lin Bing realize that besides the outfit she was wearing, she didn't have any other clothes. Damn it, when she went to that street to get something during the day, she hadn't thought about clothes at all. She only remembered that she had enough clothes in her storage space, and besides, the clothes on that street were either dirty or old-fashioned floral dresses. She hadn't considered bringing anything. Luotong silently rummaged through his bag and pulled out a set of his high school uniform for Lin Bing. Afraid Lin Bing would find it unappealing, he added as he handed it to her, "It's washed, it's clean, just a little old." "It's okay." Lin Bing took the uniform with one hand and handed Luotong a large ice cube, as big as a wash basin, exchanging one item for another. Seeing Luotong's confusion, Lin Bing explained, "You can use this to wipe your body. If you're not afraid of the cold, if you have a basin or bucket, add some water and it will melt. Then you can take a bath." Lin Bing was about to quietly slip away to a corner when someone tugged at her hem. Han Dongdong's clear voice rang out in the darkness, tinged with a hint of grievance. I want one too. Why don't I have one? You're a child, you can't use ice water, you know? I'll boil water in the rice cooker. Han Dongdong persisted, having come up with his own solution. He then gave himself a big thumbs up for his intelligence. See how clever he was? Afterwards, they washed the rice cooker and boiled water. Finding no basins or buckets, they used large plastic bags to hold the water. The bags were big and sturdy enough that they added ice to the hot water, and it cooled down quickly, yielding a large quantity. Lin Bing carried the bags to the north corner, while Luo Tong and Han Dongdong showered near the door. Boys, after all, weren't afraid. After washing up, the three of them lay down to sleep. It was only around 7 or 8 o'clock. Lin Bing fell asleep as soon as she lay down. She was exhausted. She had used her last bit of her supernatural ability to create several large blocks of ice, leaving her somewhat drained. As she drifted off to sleep, she vaguely thought that if she still couldn't enter the space tomorrow, she would need to get some changes of clothes when she went out to find a safe zone. Inside the factory, only the breathing of the three people could be heard. Midnight. The sky was empty, filled only with stars. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was particularly jarring in the empty, quiet factory. Lin Bing opened her eyes abruptly. She sat quietly inside the tent, her face grave, listening intently. She thought she had heard someone knocking on the door. Why would there be knocking in the middle of the night? Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, someone was knocking. Lin Bing unzipped the tent, sat down to put on her shoes, and then stepped out. She was wearing Luo Tong's old high school uniform. Her own clothes were washed and hanging on the roof of the car. As soon as she emerged, two heads popped out of the tent next to hers. Before they could speak, Lin Bing made a shushing gesture, signaling them to be quiet. Both heads nodded, and then Luo Tong and Han Dongdong went back into the tent. Then came the soft rustling of clothes being put on. Meanwhile, the stars in the sky were gradually being obscured by drifting clouds, and outside the window, it was pitch black. Lin Bing held her breath and tiptoed to the window, intending to peek outside. Just then a hand reached in through the window. Chapter 38. Lin Bing quickly bent down, her head just below the windowsill, her body pressed against the wall below the window. She then quietly and slowly moved to the right, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead once she was in a safe position. Outside, another hand reached in. Two thick, fleshy hands gripped the iron bars of the window, pulling hard to both sides. Lin Bing could clearly hear the heavy breathing of the person outside. The person wanted to come in, but the door was locked, so they tried to enter through the window. However, the window was blocked by vertical iron bars. The person tried to pry open a few bars and squeeze through. The window was not far from the door. This was an old factory, and the windows were quite old-fashioned, similar to modern security bars, but not as sturdy, and made of wood at both ends, not very secure. However, despite their rough hands, the person didn't have much strength. After struggling for a long time, the iron bars remained intact, only the wooden windowsill dented slightly. The person outside was breathing heavily. Just then, Lin Bing suddenly heard car horns. The engine noise was particularly loud, and it was getting closer and closer. There was more than one car. Besides the engine noise, there were also the howls of zombies, a series of howls, and the smell of blood. Lin Bing's face turned pale, and she no longer cared about the figure outside. She quickly ran towards the tent, where Luo Tong and Han Dongdong were already dressed and standing outside. Quick, pack up the tent. Someone has attracted the zombies. Lin Bing whispered to the two of them quickly, packing up the tent and putting it in the car as she spoke. Car headlights shone in from a distance through the window. The engine noise grew louder, and the dark figure outside had vanished without a trace upon hearing the car noise and the zombie sounds. Luo Tong quickly set up his tent and loaded it into the trunk along with Lin Bing's tent. Han Dongdong, meanwhile, busied himself putting his precious doll into the car. Despite it being wet, Han Dongdong didn't care. He also touched the doll's back, where there was a zipper hidden inside her skirt. He secretly slipped the food Luo Tong had given him inside. What do we do? Lin Bing asked. At that moment she only had two options in her mind. Stay put or drive out. Staying meant the door would block the way, but the downside was that if someone broke in, the three of them would be at a disadvantage. Driving out would mean facing a large wave of zombies and other people. Anyway, her mind was in turmoil. She needed to ask her companions what they thought. She wanted to rush out. Abu and I are hiding in the car, Han Dongdong said, already completely inside the car. Only her voice could be heard, not seen. Abu, that wet, doll-like creature that blinked with every movement, was sitting in the seat. Han Dongdong had deliberately placed it there to attract attention. What about me? Luo Tong asked anxiously, looking at Lin Bing with a hint of panic. The sounds outside were getting closer, and the car lights were getting brighter. Are you thinking of finding somewhere to hide outside? Or staying inside? Outside. It's dangerous with zombies outside. Luo Tong gritted his teeth and said directly, I'll stay inside. What about you? Then I'll go find a place to crouch outside, Lin Bing said, already walking quickly to the door. As she opened the door, she told Luo Tong, there are a lot of people coming outside. Be careful they don't turn the tables. You have to be careful dealing with them. It's dark outside, and the warehouse only has lights inside. It's not easy to be discovered if you hide outside, but you have to be careful of zombies. If your life is in danger, shout. As long as it doesn't endanger my life, I will definitely help. Luo Tong's face turned pale upon hearing Lin Bing's words. He wanted to go outside. If you want to go outside, you can. Then I'll stay inside. The door had already been opened by Lin Bing. Seeing Luo Tong's hesitation, Lin Bing continued, don't put all your eggs in one basket. We have to diversify. At this moment, the roars of the zombies were getting closer and closer. Luo Tong ultimately stayed in the warehouse. As Lin Bing walked out the door, Luo Tong quickly locked it as instructed. His hands and face were sweating profusely. In the darkness, he paced back and forth, his breathing heavy. Listening to the car engine and the zombies' howls, Luo Tong felt a pang of frustration for the first time. Why was he the only one who couldn't do anything, unable even to protect himself? Bang! 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 The sound of hammering on the door with tremendous force made the entire iron gate vibrate. Open the door, did you hear me? A gruff male voice rang out, followed by the sound of fists pounding on the door, then a series of footsteps. Then the gruff voice cursed. Damn it, I thought it was unclaimed land, but someone took it first. Quick, go and chain the outermost iron gate. It was damaged by the car. Kill all the zombies that followed in, and then lock the main gate immediately. Han Li hadn't expected to run into her. Her surname was Lin. What was her name again? Han Li couldn't quite remember, but he clearly remembered that this woman's appearance was exactly his type, gentle, generous, pure, and lovely. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood for that right now. He had just arrived in T-City by plane when the whole world was infected by a chemical substance similar to a virus. Strangely, he was completely unaffected. 2 days of heavy rain, infection, onset of the disease. He hadn't had time to investigate what happened to him in detail yet, but thinking about it, it was related to this incident. On the way, he received a frantic call from his grandfather. The only son of the Han family for 3 generations, his eldest brother's only child, Han Dongdong, that brat had secretly slipped away to H-City, saying he was going to find him. It was unbelievable. How could such a large group of people not keep an eye on a child? But to be honest, that rascal was too clever for his liking. It was difficult to keep an eye on him. They said they'd found Dongdong in H-City, made contact, and were preparing to send him home. They hadn't planned to tell him anyway. But this unexpected incident had happened. Now he was the closest to H-City, making it the most convenient for him to go. He absolutely had to bring that kid back. This was his grandfather's death order. Incidentally, he'd also taken on a secret mission from his superiors, to pick up a scientist on vacation in H-City. A national treasure, a very important figure. He'd warned his superiors about this accident several times, emphasizing the seriousness of the neglect, but they wouldn't listen and he'd been forced to take vacation. However, that person had indeed guessed correctly. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. He could only make amends by getting that person to be city at all costs. In the foggy weather, planes had long been grounded, trains, buses, and other public transport were in chaos, teeming with monsters that could bite and wouldn't die. The police were completely overwhelmed, and he was being urged to go to H-City to pick up the person. There was his grandfather, eldest brother, and third brother at home. Anyway, the Han family was quite large, so they could always manage. His absence wouldn't make a difference. His eldest brother would temporarily take over the management of his soldiers. He would make further plans after picking them up and returning home. 2 military vehicles plus himself made a total of 8 people, all armed and well-equipped. The journey was relatively smooth. However, the distance was quite long, and the highway was heavily congested, forcing them to take detours. The zombies were a minor problem. The key issue was the mutated animals. They had eaten something that caused them to grow haphazardly, the smallest being 5 or 6 meters tall, each one incredibly ferocious, indiscriminate in their feeding, and drooling at people. What disgusted Han Li the most were the earthworms, over 10 meters long. They were dark and had incredibly hard outer skins. A bullet would get stuck in their flesh, causing them only a moment of pain before they would charge wildly in the direction the bullet came from. He suggested cutting them with a knife, but after cutting one in two, it would split into 2, and both would charge at him again, multiplying in number. It was truly disgusting. Finally, Han Li extinguished them with fire. His hands, flaming, slapped the earthworms, and the parts that touched them began to burn, continuing until they were reduced to ashes. Even rinsing them in water didn't help. They would still burn. This move left his 7 men speechless. "Boss, when did you learn that?" "Awesome. Boss, teach me." 1 or 2 men looked at Han Li with shining eyes, eager to learn the trick. Although the group occasionally joked and laughed, once back in the car, everyone became quiet, driving cautiously and keeping watch throughout the journey. The car drove for another half day, and it was already dark. As they drove slowly, a figure dressed in white stood in the middle of the main road. The young man driving was startled, thinking he'd encountered a ghost. A sweep of the headlights revealed the person's face in the middle of the road. A woman. He recognized her. Her surname was Lin, the one from the awkward blind date. Chapter 39, Breaking Down the Door. The car headlights swept across Lin Caru's face. The light was too bright, so she shielded her eyes with her hand and took a step back. Looking at the approaching vehicle, it was impossible not to be afraid. But when she saw that the car was green, half her heart relaxed. She was hesitating about how to ask the people in the car to kindly take her in when she saw a familiar face get out. The moment she saw him, Lin Caru's eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. All the fear and grievances of the past few days. In that instant she didn't think of anything else. She simply lifted her skirt and ran towards the man. Under his astonished gaze, she hugged his waist without hesitation, buried her face in his chest, and burst into tears. Han Li looked embarrassed. He didn't even need to turn around to know that the guys behind him were watching him with mocking expressions. Han Li's shirt was soaked through. He felt that if this continued, his pants would probably be soaked too. With a cold face, he gripped Lin Caru's shoulders with both hands and pushed her back. She finally stopped crying and threw herself at him. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the young lady surnamed Lin still weeping and looking at him pitifully, Han Li was a little at a loss. He wasn't good at comforting people. After thinking for a moment, he gently pulled her wrist and led her to the car, explaining as they walked, "It's too dangerous outside. Let's talk in the car first." "Okay." Lin Caru let Han Li lead her, slowly nodding as she heard his words. She wiped away her tears with her other hand. The tears gradually lessened, but she was still sobbing. She didn't want to, but once she started crying she couldn't stop. Han Li helped Lin Caru into the car behind. As soon as Lin Caru settled in, a tall, thin young man in the front seat leaned close, grinning and staring at her, asking, "Who are you? What are you doing standing in the middle of the road in the middle of the night?" The young man's face was smiling, but his eyes weren't. His small eyes were sharp as knives as he stared at her. Lin Caru was a little scared. She turned to look for Han Li, but after helping her in, Han Li closed the door and went back to the first car. Disappointed, she looked away, composed herself, and noticed there were only 3 people in the car besides her. The other car was probably similar. Her mind raced. Finally, her beautiful eyes darted around. There were too few of them. Not enough. This wouldn't do. She couldn't risk it. She had to escape quickly. She didn't want to stay there any longer. After thinking it over, she calmly met the young man's eyes, her expression fragile, her eyelashes trembling with fear. My name is Lin Care, I'm Han. I got lost and wandered around here for a long time. I heard the car just now and couldn't help but rush over. I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me. Oh, I see. The dark-skinned, thin young man grinned at her, his eyes the same as before. It was hard to tell whether he believed her or not. Can I ride in the same car as Han Li? Lin Carew stammered, looking at the young man with hopeful eyes, both fragile and helpless. Unfortunately, the young man wasn't interested in that and immediately refused. Of course not. The young man's surname was Hu, his given name was Hu Ziwen, and his nickname was Mosquito. We need to find a place to rest. Are you familiar with this area? Mosquito asked casually, clearly having given up hope on the terrified girl. Yes, this way. Upon hearing this, Lin Carew's eyes lit up, and she calmly pointed in a direction completely opposite to where she had come from. There's a dog farm the way I came from, don't go that way. A dog farm? Mosquito couldn't help but curse. A dog farm meant more than just food. It meant potentially a lot of mutant dogs. Just think of their teeth, their noses, their paws, headache. He immediately contacted the car ahead. Boss, change direction. There's a dog farm straight ahead, not a good place. Okay. Han Li's words were concise and powerful. After saying that, he hung up and turned the car around. An hour later, two figures appeared where Lin Carew had appeared, holding flashlights and shining them around. Where's that little wench? Did she run away? Damn it, women are never trustworthy. We were hoping she'd bring back some good goods. Ugh, what bad luck. What about the one who came with her? Go back and arrest her. Ask her if they're plotting something. And she even managed to let someone escape. Who knew that little wench was so ruthless? We still have hostages, and she still managed to run away. The cursing and swearing gradually faded into the distance. The old factory. Lin Bing ran to the right side of the warehouse, where there was a small, dilapidated building, half-collapsed, suitable for hiding. She chose a corner and concealed herself, simultaneously casting an ice armor spell on herself. There were too many mosquitoes at night. You can never have too many ways to protect yourself. The spot she chose was excellent. She could see others, but others couldn't see her. A perfect place for reconnaissance. 3 vehicles drove in from outside. The first was a large truck with bright headlights, revealing 4 people in the front seat. The driver was a burly man in his 30s with a menacing face. Behind it were 2 smaller cars, a regular sedan and a sports car, both with a high-end brand. The truck slammed through the iron gate, charging in from the outside. After the old factory gate was breached, the truck braked suddenly, making a screeching sound. Fortunately, it stopped before hitting the building. The other 2 vehicles were covered in blood, especially around the tires, which were splattered with blood. The zombies followed the car. As the car drove through the gate, the zombies surged in. Their stiff bodies seemed more agile in the night, each with its mouth wide open. Whether their mouths were intact, bitten off, or severed, they all rushed to sniff the air and grab at anything with their hands or heads. A dozen or so people, men, women, and children, got out of the truck and the 2 cars, but men made up the majority. The truck driver, with a face full of scars, walked towards the warehouse, using his phone for light. From the outside, the warehouse appeared unlocked. He initially pushed the door, but then discovered it was locked from the inside. He started banging on the door, shouting as he did so. At the same time, he ordered his men to clear out the zombies and lock the factory's outer gate. It sounded easy, but the place was teeming with zombies. However, no one seemed to object to him, suggesting that he was in charge among the group. Luo Tong, still intimidated by the man, opened the door. As soon as he opened it, he was shoved and nearly fell to the ground. A rather unreasonable man entered, demanding, "Where's the light? Where's the switch? Don't turn on the light. It'll attract zombies." Luo Tong cried out in panic. "Stop talking nonsense. The zombies are outside. They'd be here already. What are you afraid of? Turn on the light right now, or I'll kill you, you hear me?" The man stared fiercely at Luo Tong, flashing what he thought was a domineering smile. Luo Tong, a junior in college, had never encountered anyone like this before. While he hesitated, the man kicked him in the shoulder, causing a sharp pain. He didn't dare say a word, clutching his shoulder as he hurriedly turned on the warehouse light. Instantly, the warehouse was brightly lit. This place is big enough. Quick, drive those 2 cars in. The burly man was extremely satisfied with the warehouse. It was tall and large enough for cars to drive in. It was a pity the truck couldn't get in, but it didn't matter, the supplies in the back were locked, and the truck was sturdy. The zombies couldn't damage it. Brother, the factory gate won't lock. It's full of zombies, the gate's been smashed, and 2 brothers were killed. What do we do? Never mind that. Quick, get everyone in and the cars in too. Then lock the warehouse gate. Don't worry about the outside. The iron gate is quite thick, it should hold. The burly man had already spotted Lin Bing and his group's Land Rover. He approached the car, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. This car was good, it was his. Brother, there are still people outside who haven't come in yet, but the zombies are almost at the door. Should we close the door or not? This man was already inside the warehouse when he spoke, and the door was already 2/3 closed. He was just telling the burly man with a fierce face. He had already decided to lock it. He didn't have time to care about the lives of the people outside. What if the zombies came in and attacked him if he locked it up too late? The burly man glanced outside and saw a female student fighting a zombie. She looked ordinary. There was also a tiny boy cowering behind her, and another zombie was already biting at the boy's head. He glanced around the warehouse again. Several attractive women had already entered, along with some strong men. Close it immediately, he ordered immediately. As for the weaklings and other useless people outside, they hadn't handed in much, and he'd been kind enough to feed them for 2 days. The iron door was tightly shut. The 4 people outside were somewhat desperate, but after a moment, the 3 excluding the little one fought even more fiercely, as if they wanted to die together with the zombies. There was no hope. Chapter 40. Inside and outside. After the main door closed, light streamed through the warehouse windows, illuminating only the area outside. Just as a zombie was about to bite the little boy's head, the ordinary-looking girl turned her head and saw it. However, her cleaver was embedded too deeply in a zombie's head, and she couldn't pull it out. In a panic, she used one hand to slap the zombie's head hard, trying to buy some time. But to her utter surprise, the slap sent the zombie flying, head and all. She was stunned, somewhat incredulous. When had she become a female warrior? However, she didn't have time to think further. 2 or 3 more zombies lunged at them. She gripped the cleaver in one hand and kicked the zombie that had trapped her cleaver. Bang! That zombie flew away just like the previous one. Just as she had expected, she had become a female warrior. That kick just now was incredibly powerful. If she hadn't gripped the cleaver tightly, it would probably have flown off with the zombie. Whatever the reason for her sudden surge of strength, it was an unexpected bonus. Because of this immense strength, she felt confident, her whole body brimming with energy, her eyes becoming resolute. She was no longer passively defensive, but actively attacking. For zombies about to bite, she kicked. For those close, she slashed, each strike accurate. Sometimes, instead of striking the skull, she'd slice across the neck, cleanly severing the head, leaving visible blood vessels and flesh on the remaining neck, and the stench of decay. Lin Bing crouched in the corner, peeking out. Through the light from the warehouse window, the faces of the 4 people surrounded by zombies were faintly visible. Why did she feel that woman looked familiar? She looked a lot like a slimmer version of Su Qiao. If it really was Su Qiao, she would have lost at least 10 pounds. Lin Bing was thinking this when she suddenly saw the girl slap a zombie away with one hand. Danger can stimulate superpowers, which is something many people know in the late post-apocalyptic world. However, despite this, the success rate is not high. Most people are eaten alive by zombies without developing superpowers. After the girl developed superpowers, her situation improved slightly, but soon her stamina began to deplete, and she gradually couldn't hold on any longer. Besides her, there was a little boy who looked like a bean sprout, and a young man with a youthful appearance. He looked to be under 20 years old. His long bangs covered his eyes, and only his nose and mouth could be vaguely seen. He was holding a spiked mace, which he gripped tightly with both hands, his teeth chattering. At first, he hit the target twice out of 10 times, but later he hit it 8 out of 9 times, and his hands gradually became steady. The last one that particularly caught the eye wasn't his looks or ugliness, but rather his edgy red hair styled in a spiky fashion. He wore ripped jeans with chains hanging from them, a black t-shirt with several holes, and an unconventional chain around his neck. His weapon was nunchucks, one in each hand. He was yelling and using them to scare the zombies, who didn't dare leave the house for a long time, only shrinking back towards the young man. However, it was clear his movement was becoming increasingly limited. He hadn't killed many zombies, but he was sweating profusely, his yelling was trembling, and his legs were shaking. The zombies on either side had tried to bite him several times but missed. He was incredibly fast when he dodged backward. Inside the warehouse, a burly man with a face full of scars stood by the door of a Land Rover, pulling on it with one hand. The door wouldn't budge, it seemed locked and he needed the key. He snorted coldly, then turned to look at Luotong, his fierce eyes narrowing as he said, "Where are the car keys?" "I don't know," Luotong replied, immediately meeting the glare of the burly man with the menacing face. He subtly took a step back, shrinking his neck. "Don't know? You're the only stranger in here. Whose car is this if not yours? Trying to fool me? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" This menacing-looking man, surnamed Wang, known in the underworld as Brother Wang, had recently been released from prison. Luotong realized he had misspoke, but the keys really weren't in his possession. He remembered the keys being in the ignition and no one taking them. Lin Bing had also left empty-handed. Logically, the car door should have been open. Since it wasn't, Han Dongdong must have taken the keys and locked it from the inside. For a moment Luotong didn't know what to say. He even regretted staying in the warehouse, and couldn't help but resent Lin Bing for leaving him inside. It would have been much better if they had all left. "Tell me, where are the car keys?" Brother Wang approached Luotong, grabbed him by the collar, pulled his face close and yelled at him. He then searched all of Luotong's pockets, the hems of his clothes, his crotch. He searched every nook and cranny, but couldn't find the keys. Luotong was sprayed with spittle. He turned his head back, filled with disgust. This guy had bad breath, and his saliva was even worse, disgusting. It was all over his face and his lips twitched downwards. Brother Wang, unable to find the keys and seeing Luotong's disgusted expression, was even more enraged. He thought fiercely, "You dare disobey me when you're in my hands and you even look down on me? Who do you think you are?" As Brother Wang was pondering how to deal with the kid, someone standing next to him suggested, "Brother Wang, why don't we cripple this kid's leg and throw him out? Let's see if he still talks. Xiao Lu, then I'll leave him to you. You handle it." Brother Wang handed Luotong to Xiao Lu, who was speaking beside him, and kicked Luotong several times in the process. Upon hearing this, Luotong struggled, his face turning blue, and shouted recklessly, "I don't know where the keys are. The car was here when I came." He actually wanted to call for help, hoping Lin Bing would come to his rescue, but he felt it wasn't the right time yet. Brother Wang had already walked to a pretty girl's side, glanced at Luotong out of the corner of his eye, and then curled his lip at Xiao Lu. "What are you all standing there for? If this kid keeps talking like this, cut his tongue out. It's useless anyway." He hated people who humiliated him the most. Nothing was more important than face, especially in front of so many women. Xiao Lu nimbly covered Luotong's mouth, then called someone to drag Luotong to a corner. Meanwhile, Brother Wang pulled over a pretty girl beside him, opened his mouth and kissed her neck, his hands groping her body as he did so. The girl screamed and tried to back away, crying. Brother Wang, however, was impatient. He was about to grab the crying girl's things. He'd been exhausted all day and finally found a place to rest, so he wasn't going to neglect himself. What was wrong with finding a woman to vent his frustrations on? In this world, calling the police wouldn't help. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss, understood? Just as he was about to tear off the girl's clothes, a chubby figure crashed into him. Caught off guard, he not only loosened the girl's clothes but also slammed his entire body against the wall. His face pressed against it. He felt something wet in his nose. He touched it and found it was bleeding. He was absolutely furious. His face contorted with rage. He turned around and saw a fat man, pale and chubby with a particularly round face. You dare touch my girlfriend? I paid protection money," the fat man yelled, trying to bolster his courage. He was clearly terrified, but he still tried his best to shield his pretty girlfriend behind him. even draping his coat over her shoulders. Brother Wong wiped the blood from his nose and slowly approached the fat man. Su Qiao felt utterly exhausted. Even breathing was tiring. She just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. Feeling like she could barely hold the cleaver, another zombie lunged at her. She kicked it, less forcefully than before, and the zombie was sent flying against the window, blocking the light and causing the window to sway precariously. Suddenly, Su Qiao's eyes lit up. The window. It was indeed Su Qiao. Su Qiao stood by the window, gripping the iron bars with both hands, one on each side. Veins bulged on her forehead as she gritted her teeth and strained, the bars slowly deforming. A little boy and two young men stood behind her, protecting her. Lin Bing outside wondered if Su Qiao was planning to climb down the window and enter the warehouse through it. Chapter 41 Chaos. Just as Lin Bing had expected, Su Qiao was indeed trying to bend the iron bars on the window to create a space wide enough for one person to pass through. At that moment, Su Qiao had already broken off a bar, and with her other hand straining, she seemed close to succeeding. However, the two people behind her were in agony, struggling to resist. The zombies were closing in, and apart from Su Qiao, who still had some room to move, the other three were practically pressed against each other. Aside from their four hands wildly waving weapons, there were no gaps between them. The guy with the punk hairstyle couldn't take it anymore. Both his arms were aching, and the two chains were almost hitting him. The chains were covered in a disgusting red and white substance. If he hadn't had nothing else to hold on to, he would have thrown those chains away long ago. He asked Su Qiao, "How long are you going to keep going? Can't you handle this? I can't take it anymore. If this keeps up, all four of us will be eaten alive by the zombies." Before he could finish, Su Qiao, having already pulled down the other one with all her might, gasped for breath and said to the two men, "I've pulled down too, and the gap between them is almost 40 centimeters. We're all pretty skinny, we should be able to squeeze through. I'll go in first, Xiao Badu you follow. Kongji and Cho Chang, you two decide who goes first and who goes first." The little boy who looked like a bean sprout was called Xiao Badu. The one with the punk hairstyle was called Kongji. The one with long bangs and a youthful face was called Cho Chang. Xiao Badu couldn't go in first. Su Qiao wasn't sure if there were any bad guys near the window. If they hadn't been arguing inside, they would definitely have heard all four of them, and they might not have been able to finish. Su Qiao was the first to jump in. She had lost a lot of weight in the past few days, and her chest was almost flat. She squeezed in easily. Next was Xiao Badu. As soon as Su Qiao was steady, she picked up Xiao Badu, who was already standing on the windowsill, and brought him in. The punk was the third to come in. The chain on his ripped jeans got caught on the windowsill when he crawled in, so he simply tore off all the decorations on his jeans. The young man with long bangs was the last to come in. He was easygoing and didn't fight for anything. As soon as Xiao Badu went in, the punk squeezed up by himself, so he didn't say anything. The last one was the worst off. He didn't help hold off the zombies and had to crawl in while keeping an eye on them. It was very difficult. His luck was bad. He'd only taken half a step when a zombie suddenly grabbed him. A one-armed female zombie. Her fingers looked like they'd been cleanly severed, and there was a large black hole in her palm. Luckily, she only had one hand. The more critical the moment, the calmer he became. He quickly kicked out with his other foot, stomping on the female zombie's wrist and kicking until she finally released her grip. He quickly pulled his foot back and was dragged in sideways by Su Qiao and the punk. Inside the warehouse, most of the men were gathered around Brother Wong, with the chubby guy standing opposite him, a few people behind him. The two sides were arguing fiercely. The chubby guy was rich, everyone in their group knew, and his family was rumored to be quite powerful. So, although Brother Wong disliked him, he ate a lot but did little work, couldn't run, what else could he be but a good-for-nothing? He hadn't touched him, not even the pretty woman beside him. If he hadn't been so annoyed and flustered today, he wouldn't have impulsively touched that pretty girl. However, since they had already run into each other and things had come to this, how could he possibly admit his mistake and turn back? The chubby guy was accompanied by several people, some bodyguards and some friends, though fewer in number than Brother Wong. However, both bodyguards were quite skilled in martial arts, and one of them even possessed supernatural abilities. Brother Wong didn't act rashly, but secretly planned to coax the two bodyguards over. then cripple the chubby guy and take over his woman. Haha, that was a good idea. Some people saw Su Qiao and her group enter, but apart from Brother Wang's group and the chubby guy's group, everyone else inside was just a temporary addition. Who would care? They either closed their eyes to rest or pretended not to see. Besides, these people knew Su Qiao before. They were on the run, so why bother? Su Qiao and her group breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the troublemakers making a huge fuss and ignoring them. Then they saw several zombies reaching out their hands from the window, and one or two desperately trying to squeeze their heads against the iron bars. They quickly moved to a corner, away from where they had come in. Su Qiao didn't regret making the window like that at all. Otherwise, would the four of them die outside? Even if zombies came in through the window now, there wouldn't be too many. She could kill them one by one as they came in, which was easier than dying outside. Su Qiao glanced at the burly-faced Brother Wang and thought to herself, if that guy Wang tried to kick them out or cause trouble again, she wouldn't be polite. She'd rather go her own way and drag them all down with her. Who's afraid of who? The four of them were quietly making their way to the corner. Just then, "Ah! You bastard, you dared to bite my hand!" Xiao Lu suddenly screamed, clutching his bleeding hand. This brat dared to bite him. Did he have a death wish? Xiao Lu was about to vent his anger on the kid when he saw the kid run quickly to the side. There were 4 figures, 3 big and 1 small. Xiao Lu squinted and looked closely. Wasn't that Kong Ji and the others? Weren't they thrown outside to feed the zombies? Luo Tong scrambled away, spitting twice as he ran. This guy called Xiao Lu's hands were filthy. He could smell the grease. His teeth were covered in a black, grimy substance. He couldn't stay inside. He had to get out. He saw a window with an opening and ran towards it, but halfway there, he saw countless zombies roaring menacingly at the window, their hands reaching out from the gaps in the window bars. He immediately stopped. Looking up, he saw 4 strangers beside him, 2 men, a woman, and a little boy. "Cho Cheng?" he called hesitantly, unsure. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't see the face. Cho Cheng was his childhood neighbor. They grew up together until elementary school graduation. Then Cho Cheng moved to another city, and he lost contact with him. Cho Cheng, with his long bangs, looked up at the sound, then brushed them aside. After a moment's thought, his eyes lit up. "Luo Tong." "Yes. I didn't expect to run into you here." Luo Tong was also overjoyed, walking over to pat Cho Cheng's shoulder and grinning. Now is not the time for catching up. Su Qiao nudged Cho Cheng with her elbow, pointed with her chin towards Xiao Lu and whispered, "He's coming over. Your classmate might have gotten into trouble." Xiao Lu, his face grim, walked towards Luo Tong. He had bitten her hard, and the blood on his hand still wouldn't stop. He tore off a piece of his clothes and wrapped his hand in the cloth. The cloth absorbed some of the blood, and the situation seemed to improve somewhat, but he was still annoyed that he had suffered a small loss at the hands of such a person. Cho Cheng let his bangs fall down again, covering his eyes. He didn't say anything after hearing Su Qiao's words, but slowly walked to Luo Tong's side and stood with her, coldly watching Xiao Lu approach. Seeing Cho Cheng's actions, Luo Tong felt a pang of unease. Xiao Lu, his hands stained with blood, walked towards Luo Tong. Luo Tong was standing not far from the window, and Xiao Lu's approach caused the zombies outside to smell the blood, causing them to surge forward, crowding towards the window in layers, blocking it completely. Brother Wang was a speed-based ability user. After the apocalypse, he discovered his extraordinary speed, which allowed him to escape danger several times. It was also because of this that he gradually gained a voice among the group. Previously, some in the team were reckless, even more ruthless than him, and he initially acted subservient. Later, with this ability, he secretly kicked those people into the zombie horde during attacks. After that, he became the leader here. Seeing the chubby boy getting more and more excited, pointing a fat hand at him as if about to poke his face, his anger burned even brighter. He silently surveyed everyone in the warehouse, his mind racing with calculations. He'd naturally seen Xiao Lu making a ruckus by the window, and then he saw something that sparked his interest. "You kowtow to Grandpa and admit your mistake, lick the soles of my shoes clean, and likewise bite off a piece of flesh from your own hand, and Grandpa will let you go, and that'll be the end of it." Xiao Lu's small eyes were full of calculation, his mouth slightly crooked, making it even more obvious as he spoke. Even if Luotong did that, he wouldn't let Luotong off the hook. He still needed to find the car keys, huh? He'd show that brat his methods. Luotong didn't respond to Xiao Lu's words. After a while, he raised his hand to look at it, then slowly walked to Xiao Lu's side. Suddenly, he grabbed Xiao Lu's neck with one hand and dragged him towards the window. He saw Cho Chang walking this way out of the corner of his eye, and he turned to Cho Chang cautiously saying, "Don't come any closer. Stay with your companion. I'll handle this myself." He didn't want to burden Cho Chang. After speaking, Luotong was already standing only a meter away from the window. Xiao Lu wasn't tall or particularly sturdy, but he had a silver tongue and could flatter anyone, which made Brother Wang smile broadly and thus give him an important position. In reality, he had no real skills and only knew how to bully others. Seeing Luotong's fierce determination to punish him, he felt a chill of fear, but still refused to back down, threatening, "Let me go. If you outsider, touch me, Brother Wang won't let you get away with it. You've got a death wish." Luotong just smiled coldly, grabbed Xiao Lu by the neck, and shoved him towards the window. There lay countless zombie hands, good and bad, blood-stained and unstained. Some hands were completely covered in blood. Besides Su Qiao and the other 3 who were left outside, many others had died in the gap where the car had entered. The fresh blood likely came from those bodies. Luotong looked at Xiao Lu's increasingly terrified face and laughed, his voice particularly gentle. "Tell me, will your head be scratched open by the zombie first, or will your neck be torn apart first?" Xiao Lu trembled with fear, no longer daring to call himself master, and cried and begged Luotong for forgiveness. "Master, you're my master, okay? I was wrong, I'll never dare to do it again. Please let me go, I was just doing a job for someone. Please have pity on us subordinates. Look, you bit me, didn't you? I won't hold it against you, okay? Please, please, no. Don't send me into the hands of the zombies. I was wrong. I'm worse than a pig or a dog, please have mercy on me." Xiao Lu, a grown man, was so frightened that tears streamed down his face, making his face a mess. Luotong handed him over to the zombies, and he was so terrified he forgot who his father was. He had witnessed the power of these zombies firsthand. Being bitten or scratched meant that even if you were lucky enough to survive, you would become a living dead within days. Even after death, they would rise again, just like these ghostly creatures biting people everywhere. He had always been superstitious like his family, believing that if a person couldn't be properly buried, their soul would wander aimlessly, becoming a wandering ghost, never to be reincarnated. This was the worst possible outcome. He would rather die a natural death than be unable to find peace in the afterlife. After Xiao Lu earnestly admitted his mistake and promised not to repeat it, Luotong finally pulled Xiao Lu away from the window. Just as he released Xiao Lu's neck, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Lu's eyes, and he slammed his shoulder and elbow into Luotong. Luotong was caught off guard, but he hadn't expected Xiao Lu to be so fast. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The zombie's hand was getting closer and closer. Chapter 42 Kill. The instant Luotong was pushed towards the zombies, all the zombies near the window were simultaneously frozen. Then, almost a second after the freezing, a spiked club swung fiercely towards the zombies near the window. Su Qiao, wielding the club, had intended to break the zombies' hands, but clearly, the club didn't touch the zombies. Instead, it shattered the frozen ones, leaving large and small ice blocks containing zombie limbs. At that moment, Cho Chang quickly pulled Luotong back. Luotong's body was tilted at a 45-degree angle, but thankfully he was pulled away and unharmed, though his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The spike club belonged to Cho Chang, but Su Qiao's attack power was stronger, so when the incident occurred, Su Qiao immediately took Cho Chang's club. At this moment the window was empty. Not only were the zombies frozen into frozen fragments, but the window bars and wooden frame were also shattered. It was pitch black outside, and the window itself was like an open door, allowing free entry and exit. The zombies in the distance were slowly approaching again. At the same time, a slender and agile figure leaped in through the window. Luotong, still shaken, patted his chest. Seeing the figure enter, his joy was undisguised. It was Lin Bing. He knew Lin Bing was responsible when he saw the zombies frozen. Being injured by ice was better than being bitten and turning into that monster. However, creating such a large area of ice in an instant must have exhausted Lin Bing's abilities. It was probably too dangerous to stay outside. Lin Bing. Su Qiao was also overjoyed to see Lin Bing. Seeing a friend at this time was undoubtedly a reassuring thing. When Brother Wang saw the zombie frozen at the window, he knew something was wrong. Seeing the ordinary-looking young woman smash such a large chunk of frozen zombie to pieces, his heart sank even further. His eyes flashed fiercely at the window, completely ignoring the shouts of the chubby boy beside him. Using ice all the way. She must be a superhuman. What if I freeze him? Looks like she's with those other losers. What if they hold a grudge for being left outside? Brother Wang was deep in thought when Xiao Lu ran up to him, his face contorted with malice, and suggested, "Brother, should we take care of those guys first? They're all tough nut to crack. What if they try to take your place? It's best to strike before they react." Xiao Lu secretly wished all those guys by the window were dead. Given his earlier actions, they would almost certainly not let him go once they gained the upper hand. Moreover, their leader with his speed advantage was now the leader of this group of over 10 people. Some of them even knew how to use ice, and they seemed quite familiar with the guy who had grabbed his neck earlier. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to strike first. Brother Wang agreed with Xiao Lu's words. He had been thinking of doing that anyway, but a direct confrontation seemed bad for him. He didn't have any other superhumans under his command while the chubby guy had one, but that superhuman barely listened to the chubby guy, let alone him. Brother Wang looked at the chubby boy, his attitude suddenly changing, a friendly smile spreading across his face. "Little you, I was wrong just now. I apologize. Just tell me what you want and I'll do it for you. But could you do me a favor and lend me your superhuman subordinate?" The chubby boy looked at Brother Wang warily. Seeing Brother Wang's change of expression and hearing his nonsense, he sneered. No need for apologies. I won't lend him my man anyway." The chubby boy glanced towards the window, secretly enjoying the spectacle. He was eager to see if this not-so-great bastard who called himself Brother Wang would suffer a great loss. Hearing the chubby boy's words, Brother Wang's face immediately fell. He glared at him fiercely and said, "You just wait." Then, along with Xiao Lu, he led 7 or 8 people towards Lin Bing. At least 3 or 4 of them were unwilling. In groups of 3 or 5, the 9 of them swaggered towards Lin Bing, their numbers impressive. Seeing the strong, muscular men around him, and then looking over there, 2 sissies, a little kid, and 3 skinny guys, Wang Gu felt even more confident. Lin Bing was a little uneasy when she jumped in, because she had used up almost all of her powers. She couldn't even conjure an ice armor with the rest. However, thinking of the little guy left in the Land Rover, Lin Bing felt somewhat relieved. After all, they had all slept after dinner and only woke up when they heard movement. Even her powers had recovered, so there was no reason why Han Dongdong's hadn't. Besides, in the middle of the night, Han Dongdong's frightening power was at its peak. As soon as she entered, she saw Luotong standing beside her. Beside Luotong was a young man with long bangs. The warehouse wasn't soundproof and she knew the man's name was Cho Chang. Luotong had called him before. Lin Bing. Su Qiao, it really is you. Lin Bing walked towards Su Qiao with a smile on her face. She was about to say something to catch up when she saw several men, both middle-aged and young, walking towards their small group. The one leading them, a man with a burly face, was the truck driver. Although he tried his best to hide it and even smiled, the malice in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Lin Bing's face turned cold. It seemed there was no need for any reminiscing. She asked Su Qiao in a low voice. "Su Qiao, do you recognize those guys? Does the leader have special abilities like the one we just saw, like superhuman strength?" "Yeah, he's incredibly fast," Su Qiao replied in a low voice. "That guy's no good. Little Bado saw him push several people into a horde of zombies, and..." Su Qiao's eyes reddened and her voice became hoarse as she mentioned this. "And he secretly ruined the virginity of 3 girls at night. If she hadn't been plain-looking, she would have been killed long ago. Those girls were with them. One couldn't take it and quietly left, only to be torn apart by zombies. Another committed suicide afterward. There was one girl who stayed with the team, but she was living a miserable life. At first, the others in the team saw that Brother Wang had used them, And then when Brother Wong wasn't around, those bastards took advantage of her. Except for the pretty girl who was with that chubby guy, the last one was. Now she's mentally unstable. Hearing Su Qiao's words, Lin Bing's expression grew even colder. Such things often happened after the apocalypse. Unless you were with family or friends, and those friends had to be genuine, most girls, unless they possessed supernatural abilities to protect themselves, would end up like this. Lin Bing couldn't stand people like that. Just as Su Qiao finished speaking, Brother Wong led several people to them. Lin Bing was very beautiful. It was a family trait. She was born with the best features of both her parents, and her face was remarkably attractive. Few in the entertainment industry could rival her looks. The moment Wang Gu saw her face, his mouth watered. From a distance he thought she was all right, but up close she was even more stunning. With such looks, killing her would be a waste. Perhaps he could play with her for a few days. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Lin Bing suddenly moved. An ice shard conjured in her hand swiftly pierced Wang Ji's temple, almost piercing through his entire head from the right. Wang Ji's pupils dilated, and before he could even react, he was dead. Lin Bing rubbed her right hand and calmly said to Luo Tong, "Throw him out the window." Because of this scumbag, she used up her last bit of her superpower. She had considered whether to kill him outright or let the zombies devour him, but ultimately she did it herself. This person had a speed-based superpower. If she were detected or made even the slightest mistake, he would escape without a trace. It wasn't worth it. In the late apocalypse, speed-based superpowered individuals weren't strong offensively, but their ability to escape was extremely formidable. After Lin Bing killed Brother Wong and calmly told Luo Tong to throw the body out, the entire warehouse suddenly fell silent, except for Luo Tong calling on Chiu Cheng to help dispose of the corpse. Chapter 43, Contradictions. Chiu Cheng, be careful, don't get any blood on you. Zombies go crazy when they smell blood. Okay. Apart from these two voices, the warehouse was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Lin Bing's blatant killing terrified everyone else, but more than anything, it terrified them. Lin Bing's actions were so ruthless, killing instantly, not even giving Brother Wong a chance to speak. What was even more worrying was that Lin Bing was a superhuman. If she just killed on a whim like just now, who could stop her? At this moment, everyone in the warehouse completely forgot Brother Wong's past misdeeds, only knowing that Lin Bing was a dangerous person and had to be kept away. The 7 or 8 people who came with Brother Wong all changed color, but none of them dared to step forward. They all looked at Lin Bing as if she were a formidable enemy. Xiao Lu's legs were trembling. He didn't expect his backer to be so useless, and he didn't expect Luo Tong's backer to be so ruthless. Afterwards, the group secretly returned to their original spot, the place where the chubby boy was now standing. Xiao Lu also quickly ran away, hiding his small thin figure in the crowd, wishing he were a black hole so no one could see him. The chubby boy looked at Lin Bing with lingering fear. Although he had wanted to see Brother Wong suffer a great loss, he hadn't expected Brother Wong to die, and so quickly at that. He knew that this woman who had suddenly appeared was even more dangerous than Brother Wong. His pretty girlfriend stood behind the chubby boy, tightly holding his chubby hand. The others in the warehouse stared at Lin Bing with complex and mysterious gazes. Lin Bing didn't care. She knew very well that she wasn't on the same side as these people. She would leave tomorrow, and she didn't care what others thought or how much they feared her. She looked at the window with some worry. After Luo Tong threw the body out the window, although it rolled a few times on the ground, it wasn't far from the window. Brother Wong's blood had splattered on the ground when he killed the body, making it easy to attract zombies. The window was empty. It needed to be blocked up. Zombies were already getting close again. Little Badu tugged at Su Qiao's sleeve, hiding behind her and peeking out to peek at Lin Bing. Su Qiao patted Little Badu's head and whispered, "Go to Kongji, the one with the punk hairstyle, first." Little Badu obediently ran to Kongji's side. Seeing that Little Badu wasn't following her anymore, Su Qiao slowly walked to Lin Bing, who was deep in thought, and patted her shoulder. Lin Bing turned around and Su Qiao saw Lin Bing's calm expression, her eyes becoming even more complicated. She knew Lin Bing killed Brother Wong for their own good, but suddenly killing someone, she couldn't accept it. She knew about killing zombies, she understood, but this was a living person. Even if he was a bad person, he shouldn't have been killed like that. In the past, even murderers had human rights. Why did you suddenly kill him? Su Qiao asked, her eyes full of confusion. Doesn't that bastard deserve to die? Lin Bing retorted. But even if he deserves to die, shouldn't we be the ones judging him? Su Qiao was even more confused, looking at Lin Bing with a pained expression. Subconsciously, she thought Lin Bing was a murderer, and she was even hesitant to let Xiao Badu get close to Lin Bing. So what are you trying to say? Su Qiao was speechless, and Lin Bing's tone was so calm, showing no remorse for killing. Su Qiao thought maybe she was wrong. She shouldn't have discussed this with Lin Bing because Lin Bing was not her type. A rich girl like her might even consider murder a commonplace thing. Su Qiao didn't understand their world. Maybe the Lin Bing from school was just a facade. Okay, she didn't want to care anymore. Lin Bing looked out the window, lost in thought. Su Qiao followed Lin Bing's gaze and saw a large group of zombies fighting over Brother Wang's corpse. Blood smeared their mouths stuffed with flesh torn from the body, crunching and even tearing bones. Su Qiao felt a chill run down her spine and, without saying anything more, returned to Kongji and Xiao Badu. Kongji, Xiao Badu, let's go over there. It's too close to the window here. Su Qiao took Xiao Badu's hand and walked towards the chubby boy. Behind them followed Kongji, who was dressed strangely. As Kongji walked, he waved to Qiu Cheng. Come on. Qiu Cheng stood with Luo Tong, his bangs obscuring his eyes, making it impossible to see his thoughts. He glanced in Su Qiao's direction, then at Luo Tong, and then pointed towards the chubby boy, asking Luo Tong, do you want to come over there with me? It's safer there, farther from the window. Lin Bing stood by the window, her back to them. Almost without hesitation, Luo Tong shook his head at Qiu Cheng. He refused. Qiu Cheng glanced at Lin Bing one last time, sighed, and slowly followed Su Qiao's steps towards the group. The four of them gradually blended into the crowd. When Lin Bing turned around, only Luo Tong remained beside her. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips, but she was still somewhat surprised to see Luo Tong. After all, they hadn't known each other for very long. Luo Tong's trust in her stirred a faint sense of gratitude within her. Only a few days had passed since the apocalypse, and people still held on to pre-apocalyptic ideas. She wanted to assure her that in 3 months, no one would think killing a scumbag was a bad thing. After the apocalypse, especially in places without safe zones or armies, it was like hell. They don't seem to welcome us. What should we do? Luo Tong asked Lin Bing softly, looking at the malicious and rejecting gazes. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu had huddled into a small ball, but seeing everyone's dislike for the newcomer, he glared fiercely at Luo Tong with glee. He had the numbers. He wasn't afraid. What time is it? Lin Bing didn't answer Luo Tong's question directly, but looked at him and asked. A little after 3 in the morning, almost 4. Luo Tong looked at his watch and replied, we'll leave as soon as it's light. We were only planning to stay here for 1 night, then wander around the city to see if there's a military rescue team or a safe zone. If we can find one, that would be great. If the situation in the city is bad, we'll grab some things and leave quickly. Lin Bing slowly explained her plan to Luo Tong. After speaking, she paused for a moment, then looked at Luo Tong hesitantly before slowly asking, are you sure? You don't want to go with your classmates? There are more of them, so they might be safer when escaping. Luo Tong shook his head directly, a bitter smile on his face, and said, I'm not a superhuman. Safer with you guys. Besides, those people are like a disorganized mess. I think they're too unreliable. Even though my friend is in there, I'm not sure if they'll accept me after they know I'm on your team. If he really joined that group of a dozen or so people, it wouldn't be good. He was the most likely to be used as cannon fodder. Lin Bing smiled at him, having already made up her mind. Since Luo Tong trusted her so much, she didn't mind having another teammate. A sincere teammate was more reliable than an unpredictable superhuman. Wasn't he? Outside the window, the zombies, having devoured Brother Wang's corpse, moved towards the smell of blood. Slowly, they gathered at the warehouse window, which was about a meter off the ground. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies could only move forward, backward, left and right. They couldn't take steps or jump. So they were blocked at the window, only able to stretch out their rotting fleshy arms with black fingernails, reaching forward to grab. More and more zombies appeared. Those inside the warehouse stared in terror at the zombies at the window. Most were terrified by the creatures and seeing the disgusting thing seemingly about to crawl in. Someone couldn't help but stand up, glaring at Lin Bing and shouting, "You broke the window. You have to take responsibility for dealing with them. Otherwise, would we have lost over a dozen lives here?" "That's right. You have superpowers but we don't. Who told you to touch the window?" "Exactly. You murderer, what else can you do besides kill? Why didn't you kill all those zombies?" This was someone who was close to Brother Wong. A thin woman with high cheekbones nudged Su Qiao and complained, "Isn't she someone you know? Tell her to freeze the windows. Can't you see the zombies are about to come in?" She wouldn't dare say this to the ruthless woman. She knew Su Qiao was gentle, and talking to her would be the right thing to do. Chapter 44 Blocking. Su Qiao sat in the corner, glancing coldly at the thin woman. She slapped away the thin woman's hand, ignoring her words. She looked in Lin Bing's direction. Lin Bing was slowly walking towards them. Su Qiao wasn't sure what Lin Bing was up to, but she didn't care who said what. Lin Bing slowly walked over. Because the Land Rover was there, she had previously considered parking the car by the window to block the gap, but these people's accusations really annoyed her. Lin Bing's gaze swept lightly over the group, and those who were shouting suddenly stopped as if they had been choked. They all avoided Lin Bing's gaze, lowering their heads or turning away, refusing to meet her eyes. Some even regretted their foolishness. Knowing this woman was ruthless, they had still dared to challenge her. The thought sent a chill down their spines. Then they tightly shut their mouths. The chubby guy was near the car when he saw Lin Bing slowly approaching. He panicked a little. Did this woman think he was a troublemaker like Brother Wong and wanted to kill him? Closer and closer. The chubby guy suddenly stood up, his neck red, and yelled at Lin Bing. "What do you want?" Lin Bing was startled by the chubby guy, but quickly regained her composure. As she walked, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "What I want to do is none of your business. I don't even know you. Why are you asking so many questions? Why are you still coming this way?" The chubby guy almost jumped up, glaring at Lin Bing with his fat finger. "Are you trying to kill someone again? Are you planning to attack me?" The chubby guy's finger trembled as he spoke. Lin Bing glanced at him, too lazy to pay him any attention, and walked directly to the Land Rover. She gently pulled and the car door opened. This made everyone else even more suspicious of Lin Bing. The car door had been locked properly before. Brother Wong hadn't been able to open it, and Lin Bing didn't have the key in her hand. How did it open? This is so strange. Lin Bing sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, and drove the car towards the window. The engine was loud, drowning out her words. Those outside couldn't hear her conversation inside. The chubby boy finally breathed a sigh of relief, clenching his fist and gently patting his chest. Ouch! His heart almost stopped. While driving, Lin Bing asked Han Dongdong in the back seat, "Are you coming with us? Or stay here with the main group?" "Of course I'm with you." Han Dongdong quickly interrupted Lin Bing, clutching his doll, which covered most of his body. "Are you trying to abandon me?" Han Dongdong snorted, glaring at Lin Bing without further ado. Seeing the window almost in front of her, Lin Bing turned the car 90 degrees, intending to park it in front of the window to block the zombies. At this moment, Han Dongdong screamed, though only Lin Bing could hear her. "Are you crazy? Parking the car here? What if those zombies' fingernails break the glass? They'll leave their disgusting blood on it, and how will we escape later? They'll come right after smelling it." She glared at him. "Zombie blood won't attract zombies, I've tried it." "Okay, even if you don't want the car dirty, how are we going to block the windows? Those cars are too low. Anyway, this is close to the gate, we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. And then I'll wash the car with ice water, how about that?" As Lin Bing spoke, she suddenly thought that covering the car with a layer of ice was a good idea. That way it would block their smell when the car was driving outside. "No." Han Dongdong reacted firmly, glaring at Lin Bing for a while. "Why don't you use ice to block the windows? Stingy." "I've used up my superpower, it might take a while to recover," Lin Bing said, shrugging. Lin Bing was about to park the car near the window when she suddenly found her limbs wouldn't obey her commands. The car stopped 2 meters away from the window. Han Dongdong had misused his supernatural abilities again. The little rascal. After the car came to a stop, Han Dongdong snatched the keys, and the car wouldn't start but the doors could be opened. He grinned at Lin Bing. Didn't we leave at dawn? Who cares about this broken window? His eyebrows twitched wildly. Han Dongdong would unconsciously raise his eyebrows when he was happy, looking particularly smug. Lin Bing didn't say anything, staring at Han Dongdong for a while before resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Han Dongdong felt uncomfortable under her gaze, goosebumps rising on his skin. He pouted and asked, "What mischief are you plotting now?" Lin Bing had already recovered and looked at Han Dongdong with bright eyes, asking, "Your ability has returned, right? Here's what we'll do. Look, there's a car outside the window. Use your ability to drag it over and block the outside of the window, okay?" Since Han Dongdong's ability was to control shadows, he could naturally control the shadow of the car outside. It was still dark outside, which would greatly enhance the effect of Han Dongdong's ability, so it shouldn't be a problem. Han Dongdong didn't understand. "Why do you insist on blocking the window? And you didn't break it. You just froze the window, that woman broke it. Is it because these people are threatening you?" Han Dongdong stuck his head out from the back seat, squinting his beautiful eyes at Lin Bing, and mimicking Lin Bing's gesture of resting his chin on his hand. Lin Bing gently ruffled his hair and said softly, "The person who broke the window is my friend, and it was to save Luotong. Luotong is kind of our partner, right?" Han Dongdong slowly nodded. Lin Bing continued, "I could ignore it and open it first thing tomorrow morning, but my friend is still with them. If this isn't resolved, others will definitely have opinions about them, and they'll inevitably face complaints later. After all, we've known each other for a while, and she's helping our partner. Since we can resolve this, why not do it? We'll be going our separate ways soon, rarely seeing each other, and not knowing if they're alive or dead. What's wrong with helping out a little?" Han Dongdong looked at her, pouting, and didn't say anything. "Should I get out? I'll open the door. If you can control the truck outside from inside, then don't get out. You're just a kid, don't show yourself. This post-apocalyptic world is going to be chaotic. If you don't get out, no one will know it's your superpower. I'll block you here." Outside the window, the truck was moving slowly, without an engine or headlights. The large truck outside seemed like a ghost, silently approaching the window. Occasionally, there was the sound of tires crushing bones. After about 5 minutes, the truck blocked the window sideways, leaving no gap. The zombies outside had long been crushed under the truck. The warehouse was lit, and the truck's outline was very clear, especially the blue side panels. This time, the warehouse suddenly fell silent again. Even the whispers from before could not be heard. Everyone stared at Lin Bing with their mouths open. Only those standing by the Land Rover driving closest to the window could see Lin Bing. Luotong was already sitting in the passenger seat of the Land Rover, not outside, so everyone in the warehouse could only see Lin Bing. "A monster, isn't she? This woman is a monster too." Blocking the windows, Lin Bing returned to the driver's seat of the Land Rover, closed the door, and took turns resting inside. A thin woman with high cheekbones approached Su Qiao, asking timidly in a low voice, "Your friend isn't planning to stay with us forever, is she? We don't welcome her. Why don't you ask her what her plans are?" After asking, seeing that Su Qiao remained unresponsive with her eyes closed, she added reluctantly, "This person is terrifying. How are we supposed to survive if we travel with her?" Su Qiao opened her eyes, her gaze complex as she looked in the direction of the Land Rover. Outside, the sky was slowly brightening. Chapter 45 On the Road. Lin Bing took a nap in the car. When she woke up, the sunlight streaming through the window showed that it was already daylight outside. She shook Luotong, who was sleeping on his back beside her, and asked him, "What time is it?" Luotong woke up groggily, rubbed his eyes, and after a moment, seemed to understand Lin Bing's question. He looked at his watch and replied, 7:15. Han Dongdong was wide awake. He was the last one on night watch and had slept for a while, so he wasn't sleepy now. 7 o'clock already? Lin Bing pushed open the car door and got out of the driver's seat. Everyone else in the warehouse was fast asleep. After all, they had only gone to bed in the middle of the night, and now was the time for them to sleep soundly. Lin Bing walked to the large iron gate of the warehouse, opened it, and the sunlight instantly illuminated the warehouse. Some of those who were fast asleep had already been awakened by the sound of the door opening, while others were awakened by the bright light. Those who were awake quietly stared at Lin Bing's movements. Seeing the door open, they all prayed in their hearts that this devil would leave quickly. Leave quickly. Lin Bing pushed open both iron gates completely, allowing the vehicle to enter and exit normally. Sunlight bathed the earth, and the zombies that had roamed and howled last night were nowhere to be seen. Underneath the truck, there were black bloodstains and bits of flesh. Lin Bing even saw a live zombie under the truck. Its purple lips and grayish-white eyes were moving unnaturally, its gaze fixed on the direction Lin Bing was driving. The sunlight cheered Lin Bing up. With the sunlight, today's journey should be smoother. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies' attack power weakened in sunlight, and they rarely came out during the day, hiding more in dark and shady places. After opening the gate, Lin Bing said to the people who had woken up in the warehouse, "We're leaving soon. Remember to close the gate after you leave." Hearing this, the people were overjoyed. After speaking, Lin Bing returned to her driver's seat, started the car, and sped out of the warehouse. The factory's iron gate had been smashed open by the truck, leaving the area empty. Soon the car passed through, moving further and further away from the factory. Lin Bing opened the car window, and a cold wind blew in, making the air fresher. Lin Bing knew very well that this was the only stretch of road where she could drive with the window open. This was the Third Ring Road, a relatively distant area undergoing reconstruction. The roads here were wide and sparsely populated, with few vehicles on the road, making for a smooth journey. She didn't plan to go through the city center. She intended to take the highway to the safe zone in H-City, a short and quick stretch of highway. However, Lin Bing hadn't expected to encounter such a long line of vehicles before even getting on the highway. All the entrances and exits were blocked by cars. It was a miscalculation, so she had to abandon this plan and choose another route. She definitely couldn't go through the city center. That was a place where people gathered, and who knew how many zombies were there. The thought sent chills down her spine. The other road led to the university campus. It was summer vacation, so there were very few students, making it much safer than the city center. Her small apartment was near the university. Thinking about the remaining supplies and some changes of clothes, Lin Bing sighed. It was a higher floor. She wondered what it was like there. Anyway, she didn't have time to go back now. The campus road was particularly wide, with some cars parked on both sides. There were also a few zombies scattered on the street. Although zombies were afraid of sunlight in the early stages of the apocalypse, a few still roamed during the day. Dealing with these wandering zombies was simple. Just run them over. The zombies were quickly knocked away, without affecting the vehicle's movement. The old factory. After Lin Bing left, the warehouse door was immediately slammed shut, and conversation could be heard from inside. "Should we all stay here or keep going? Why don't we stay here? There's something blocking our way and we have food in the truck. We can survive." "No, we have to go. The food won't last more than a few days. The defenses here aren't good. What if zombies get in? How could that be? Look at that gate, it's made of iron. And there's that huge truck outside the window. Besides, zombies are just scary. They can't do anything but bite and scratch. We finally found a quiet place to live a peaceful life. Let's stay for a few days. The weather is so nice, it's the perfect time to leave and get going. Besides, look at that she-devil, she left too. If this place was good, why wouldn't she have taken it? Please, who took it from whom? Lin Bing clearly took this place first, you guys came later, okay?" The group discussed amongst themselves, no one taking the lead. However, they finally decided to rest here for a few days before leaving. The truck was full of food, including rice, vegetables, and oil, enough to last them for more than half a month. Outside the warehouse, a furtive figure crept towards the large truck, glancing warily around. Apart from the chirping of birds, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Thick, fleshy fingers gripped the latch on the back of the truck, slowly and carefully pulling it out. After a while, she finally opened one side of the door. Seeing the food inside, she perked up, her eyes lighting up. Her fat hands began frantically grabbing food from the truck, her movements swift and efficient. In no time, her arms were full of food. She then tiptoed towards a spot outside the warehouse, the very place where Lin Bing had hidden the previous night. After placing the food there, she returned again and again, until the truck was almost empty. Looking at the food piled high in the cellar, her eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. Only when the cellar was completely full did she regretfully and quietly restore the truck door to its original position. She tiptoed back to where she had always been. On her last trip, she carried some drinks and instant noodles with biscuits, food she could eat directly. Well, consider it her breakfast. It had been a long time since she'd had such a hearty meal. Shortly after she left the truck, the warehouse's iron door opened, and the chubby guy and his pretty girlfriend squeezed out. They needed to find a place. To use the toilet. They'd been holding it in all night. This tiny rundown toilet in this shabby place, just thinking about it made her nauseous. Wait, was this even a toilet? The chubby guy glanced casually at the undamaged truck. The door was tightly closed, only covered in some disgusting stuff. He didn't care. They decided to eat the food in the two small trucks first, and then eat the food in the truck. Since they couldn't find a toilet, he found a secluded spot to urinate, the corner of a half-collapsed house, the broken wall right at his eye level. Unbeknownst to him, a fat figure was crouching just a wall away. Hearing the sound of water, the figure covered its mouth, barely daring to breathe, its face covered in sweat. Only after the footsteps faded did the fat figure wolf down all the food it held before moving to another hiding place. The corner was littered with trash, instant noodle and biscuit bags and empty drink packets, all in various colors. Unfortunately, no one in the warehouse knew this. Suddenly, a white car sped out of the driveway and collided violently with a car parked on the side of the road. The impact was so great that both cars rolled over, and the sound of tires screeching against the pavement filled the air. Suddenly, one car's fuel tank ruptured, and gasoline leaked out. Lin Bing slammed on the brakes and began frantically reversing. It was too late. Luckily, there was a side road nearby. Lin Bing released the brake and began slamming on the accelerator, flooring it, turning and speeding towards the side road. In the rearview mirror he could see the two collided cars already engulfed in flames, the flames growing larger and larger. Lin Bing drove straight into the building ahead. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the street. Bang! Flames ignited the fuel tank, and the car exploded. Luckily, Lin Bing had chosen a good spot. The thick walls shielded him from the flying debris. Just as Lin Bing breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Han Dongdong scream, "Run! This is the police station. It's full of zombies." They all came this way after hearing the noise. Chapter 46. Doomsday. On the road, after the explosion, the wreckage of the car continued to burn, though the flames were much smaller than before. The wreckage itself was scorching hot, almost melted by the intense heat. About half a minute later, a charred figure slowly crawled out of the wreckage. The intense heat seemed to have no effect on him. His charred body gradually returned to its normal color after emerging. However, apart from a piece of what appeared to be animal hide draped around his waist, he was completely naked. He looked up, his yellow vertical pupils cold and dangerous. He then looked down at his hands. His long, beautiful fingers were striking. He frowned, feeling his hands shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, the nails on his 10 fingers sharpened, like the claws of a feline predator. He nodded in satisfaction. He then looked suspiciously at the animal hide draped around his waist, feeling a chill, as if something was missing. Not far away, he heard hushed conversations. An ordinary person couldn't hear them from that distance, but he heard them clearly. His ears twitched. The voices were somewhat familiar. He tilted his head, thought for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the direction of the police station. Barefoot, he slowly walked towards it. Along the way, his vertical pupils gradually returned to normal, his eyes returned to black, and he retracted his sharp nails. Like a normal person, he walked straight, stepping on pieces of car debris and pebbles that stung his feet slightly, though they didn't pierce his skin, only making him slightly annoyed. When she heard Han Dongdong's voice, Lin Bing immediately looked out of the car. Sure enough, it was the police station. She was first shocked, then delighted. Shocked because the zombies had come in hordes, and besides the police there were also detained prisoners. Delighted because the zombie police were all armed, and the warehouse inside probably had many more guns. Those were real guns. Point them at the zombies' heads, one shot, one kill. Shit. Lin Bing suddenly remembered the guns in the warehouse, and then she remembered that her spatial storage was unusable, and the car's capacity was limited. It couldn't hold any more. The thought made her feel terrible. Before she could think further, the police zombies and prisoner zombies were already closing in on them, about to surround the car. Lin Bing started driving the car over them, making 360-degree turns in the small space, smashing and crushing the approaching zombies. The sound of bones cracking, blood spurting, and flesh sticking to the ground, it was all utterly disgusting. Lin Bing thought to herself that she would go out after the zombies on the first floor had been mostly crushed by her car, and while she was at it, she would check if any of the unfortunate, run-over zombies had crystal cores in their heads. Han Dong watched Lin Bing's actions and muttered to himself, "This woman is so bloody and violent. She's even banging her head against something so disgusting." He secretly thought to himself, "This kind of fierce woman is definitely not my brother's type. She's definitely not his blind date. His grandfather said the blind date is my brother's type." Luo Tong was the most idle, sitting in the passenger seat looking around. After Lin Bing spun around again, Luo Tong spotted someone standing at the entrance. He was startled, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed it was a person. He tugged at Lin Bing's clothes and pointed in the direction of the person, saying, "Look, there's someone." "A person? Are you sure it's not a zombie?" Han Dong commented, pressing his face against the car window and looking in the direction Luo Tong was pointing. Upon seeing the person, Han Dong chuckled, "That's a savage. He's only covering his butt with something, and he's completely naked, haha." Someone at the door? There weren't many zombies left on the first floor. A few were still wandering in the distance. Lin Bing stopped her car and turned to look through the windshield towards the entrance. Upon seeing the person's face, Lin Bing was speechless. It was Du Xiang. Why did she keep running into acquaintances? However, she wasn't really close to Du Xiang. At most, they were schoolmates in high school. She'd heard that the Lin and Du families had always had connections, but she didn't know much about it. She'd never been to the Du family's house, though she might have visited when she was younger. Du Xiang male was the school heartthrob at Lin Bing's school, and a renowned academic genius in H City. His grades had never fallen below the top 3, and he received scholarships every year. From elementary school to university, his face had always been famous for its handsomeness. His face hadn't become ugly. In fact, it was exceptionally handsome and had a remarkable charisma. That was no small feat. Du Xiang thought Lin Bing looked familiar and was walking towards her. "Wait, don't move. You're not wearing shoes, the ground is too dirty. Don't come any closer." Lin Bing was startled when she saw him about to walk over like that, and immediately pushed open the car door, gesturing for him to stop. Was he crazy? Didn't he know he wasn't wearing shoes? Didn't he know the ground was covered in zombie flesh and bones? That stuff kills anyone who touches it. Was he courting death? Du Xiang looked at Lin Bing in confusion. When Lin Bing's face clearly appeared before him, memories of Lin Bing flooded his mind. Lin Bing, female, schoolmate, and so on. There was also a blurry image that Du Xiang hadn't overlooked. During high school, Lin Bing seemed to have handed him a love letter. Was she his secret admirer? Could he be a female beast? Du Xiang pondered this with distress. The truth. One day during high school, Du Xiang was walking in front of Lin Bing after school when a pink letter fell out of his muzzle. Lin Bing saw this, picked up the pink envelope, and returned it to Du Xiang. That's how it happened. Lin Bing got out of the car and saw Du Xiang standing there dumbfounded, seemingly lost in thought. She glanced at her shoes, which were fairly sturdy, then at her old high school uniform, feeling annoyed. Her wet clothes from yesterday, which she'd washed in the Land Rover, were long gone, probably thrown away by Brother Wang and his group. She had no clean clothes. Her only outfit was Luo Tong's discarded old clothes. The police uniform was decent and the shoes were nice too. Perhaps she could go in and get a few sets. As for the clothes on the ground, she'd forget about them. She asked Luo Tong and Han Dong in the car, "I'm going in to see if there are any guns. I also need to find some clothes. Are you staying here or going in?" Luo Tong glanced at Du Xiang at the gate, hesitated for a moment, and decided to stay in the car. Han Dong pushed open the door, jumped out of the car clutching his doll. He was wearing small leather shoes, somewhat like short boots, which seemed safe enough. He followed closely behind Lin Bing, clearly intending to go with her. Lin Bing found a police baton on the ground near the wall. It was fairly clean and quite practical. She turned around and saw Han Dongdong's doll. She was stunned. Lin Bing practically glared at him. Han Dongdong, what are you doing with this? It's useless. I want to bring it. Han Dongdong insisted, adding confidently, I can protect myself. I have superpowers. Bringing Abu won't bother me. He even gave a smug hum. Lin Bing didn't want to argue with this brat anymore. The mention of superpowers made her feel annoyed again. It was almost 8 o'clock and her superpowers had actually recovered. But as soon as they did, Pippi left a message in her mind. I took the energy. Then, without giving Lin Bing a chance to speak, Pippi added complainingly. Humph, you didn't give me the energy the previous 2 times. Did you want to refuse again? You said twice a day. Okay. Lin Bing gave in. Out of sight, out of mind. Not wanting to see the doll, Lin Bing changed direction, baton in hand, and was about to go inside when a tall, slender figure blocked her path. Good heavens, when did Du Xiang get here? His feet. Lin Bing reflexively looked down at his feet, wondering if they were covered in blood and bits of flesh, or if they were pierced by bones. If so, she would be infected and she didn't want to be around infected people. Killing a friend she had no grudge against wouldn't feel good. Oh, my God. My eyes are going blind. He tore the fur coat around his waist in 2 and tied it to the soles of his feet, so. Chapter 47. Something is there. You're not wearing anything underneath. Honey, isn't it cool to have your bottom blowing in the wind? And can't you have any self-respect? What happened to the godlike figure? What happened to the aloofness? Lin Bing looked up and saw Du Xiang pointing seriously to the animal hide-like thing under his feet and saying, You're wearing shoes, it's not dirty. Lin Bing was almost speechless, finally managing to utter only one sentence. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Clothes. Oh, clothes. Du Xiang nodded, indicating he understood, then lowered his head and reached down to pull off Lin Bing's clothes. These clothes are wearable, he'll take them off and wear them himself. Lin Bing was stunned by Du Xiang's sudden action, then reacted, tightly clutching her clothes and glaring at him fiercely. What are you doing? Are you trying to be a pervert? A pervert? These 3 words made Du Xiang stop, letting him think about what he meant. Han Dongdong covered her mouth and chuckled, watching Lin Bing and the handsome stranger with a knowing look. Kiske, she thought. These 2 are getting all tangled up in broad daylight. Are they going to have sex? She had already gloriously become a master of wild imagination. Du Xiang, listen up, there are police uniforms inside. Let's go in and find a few sets. You can wear those but don't touch mine. These are women's clothes, you can't wear them. Lying. After saying that, Lin Bing grabbed a baton from the corner and shoved it into Du Xiang's hand, then hurriedly walked ahead, needing to find him a set of clothes first. Han Dongdong jogged after Lin Bing, constantly chuckling. Du Xiang looked at the baton in his hand with suspicion, then at Lin Bing's figure. Finally, imitating Lin Bing, he gripped the baton in one hand and slowly walked towards her. Lin Bing pushed open several doors before finally finding the changing room. Seeing the police uniforms, she realized she'd made another foolish mistake. Not only were they all men's uniforms, but even more absurdly, had the men's clothes been washed? She needed to find out if there were any new uniforms. However, just as she was about to leave, she heard Du Xiang's footsteps. She walked to the wardrobe, grabbed a set of clothes and with her back to them handed it to him. Here, Du Xiang, come here and put this on. Du Xiang slowly walked over, took the clothes Lin Bing handed him, threw his baton on the ground, and began putting on the uniform piece by piece. He was quite efficient, and soon he was dressed neatly and comfortably. Hearing no more sounds of him getting dressed behind him, Lin Bing turned around. Not bad, quite handsome. But she still needed to get Du Xiang a pair of shoes. Lin Bing suddenly realized that her actions were like that of a mother hen. She and Du Xiang weren't even that close, were they? Why was she so enthusiastic about him? In the end, Lin Bing still managed to find Du Xiang a pair of white sneakers. Thankfully, they were made of waterproof fabric. Although they were winter sneakers, they were quite thick, so a little heat wouldn't matter, right? There were no guns in the rooms on the first floor. Aside from a few zombies with grayish-white eyes and black mouths, dressed in police uniforms, rushing out when the door opened. There was nothing of importance. Those zombie police officers were armed, but most were out of ammunition. She still needed to find the armory. If not on the first floor, what about the second? After Du Xiang put on his clothes and shoes, Lin Bing ignored him. She needed to find where the guns and ammunition were stored. Right, she also needed to find sturdy, blood-resistant gloves. With all these zombies on the ground, some of their heads should have crystal cores inside. She'd collect them with her hands later. She searched left and right but found nothing. She went to the right. Two tails followed Lin Bing, one large and one small, both silent. For some reason, Han Dongdong's expression was unusually serious, her usual joking demeanor gone. Du Xiang, on the other hand, remained expressionless throughout, only occasionally showing a puzzled look when he encountered something he didn't understand. To the right, a large staircase came into view, with a sturdy iron door at the bottom secured by a large padlock. The staircase was empty, devoid of anything. Lin Bing approached the iron door, turned sideways and looked up at the top of the stairs. There were no zombies gathered there either. It was empty. The entire second floor and above were extremely quiet, as if no living beings existed. After assessing the situation, Lin Bing quickly moved away from the iron door. The iron door was red and showed no abnormalities. Behind the iron door in the stairwell, there were scattered clothes, shoes, and batons, a messy scene. Strangely, however, there wasn't a trace of blood on the stairs. Something unusual was amiss. Lin Bing lowered her voice and asked the two behind her, "Don't you think something's wrong?" A strange chill hung in the air, raising goosebumps all over her body. An extremely oppressive feeling made it hard to breathe, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Lin Bing's biggest danger was whether her supernatural abilities could be used. "Something feels off here, let's get out of here," Lin Bing said, leading the two towards the car. Han Dongdong couldn't run fast. The doll about his size almost blocked his view, and he couldn't let Abu drag him along the ground. It was too dirty. Du Xiang was fast, already ahead of Lin Bing, and the distance between Han Dongdong and them was increasing. Behind him, the door to the stairwell opened by itself. Third floor, interrogation room. Tang Yinyan huddled under the corner of the table, the thick, large tablecloth completely covering her. She didn't know if it was day or night outside or what time it was. She dared not go out, not even dared to crawl out from under the table. Every day, she listened vigilantly to every sound around her. Whenever she heard a particularly loud noise, like an animal tearing apart its prey, she would dare to sneak out some food and water from her spatial storage. Only when the noise outside subsided would she dare not eat anymore, and would put the food back into her storage. She knew clearly that the quieter it was, the more dangerous it was. How she wished she could hide in her spatial storage, where she could rest peacefully and eat to her heart's content. Unfortunately, her spatial storage couldn't hold living things, only inanimate objects. She didn't know how much longer she could live here. She sensed that that thing was becoming increasingly agitated. Just now it had probably circled around her several times, giving her the feeling of being watched like prey. Fortunately, there had been an explosion nearby, and the sound of a car had come from the first floor. That thing had been attracted there. Tang Yinyan hugged her shoulders. Perhaps this was her only hope and chance. Should she take the gamble? Chapter 48. Going upstairs. Seeing Du Xiang run ahead, Lin Bing instinctively glanced back, only to find it empty. Han Dongdong was nowhere to be seen. A chill ran through Lin Bing. She stopped, stood still for about a second, then suddenly turned and rushed back towards the stairs. Han Dongdong was gone, without even a chance to call for help. Lin Bing was terrified. What was that here? The red iron door leading to the second floor was wide open. The stairs behind the door resembled a monster's gate, ready to devour anything that entered, cold and terrifying. Just then, with a thud, something the size of a human fell from above, rolled a few times and landed right in front of Lin Bing. Lin Bing immediately recognized it as Han Dongdong's doll. Han Dongdong must be up there. Lin Bing stared at the doll on the ground, her heart filled with turmoil. Should she go up or not? Should she save her or not? They were just strangers and hadn't known each other for very long. Perhaps she could get back to the car now and leave this hellhole with Luo Tong. No, she shook her head. She couldn't do that. That little guy trusted her so much, so confidently saying he'd go with her. How could she do this? But what if she died here? She hadn't dealt with that despicable couple yet, and besides, she hadn't lived enough. She still needed to go home and find where the Lin family was. Too many thoughts raced through her mind, and Lin Bing couldn't make up her mind. She closed her eyes and thought seriously for a while. In the apocalypse, humanity could be lost, but that didn't mean she had to become an inhuman person. That was just a child. A child was the hope for the future. After figuring it out, she opened her eyes again, her gaze becoming resolute. So be it. Han Dongdong has superpower, so he should be able to hold out a little longer. Since that's the case, let's call Luotong along. We can also check if there are any bullets in the gun lying on the ground. Du Xiang is there too. He's a man and quite strong, so he can be a helper. It's better for the three of us to go rescue people together than for her to go alone and die. That damned space is so unhelpful, always holding us back. After making her decision, Lin Bing ran towards the car again. The aisle was a bit far, and she couldn't hear her if she shouted. At the end, Lin Bing saw the Land Rover. She waved to Luotong, signaling him to get down quickly. Luotong understood her gesture immediately. It was a tacit understanding. He pulled out the car key, locked the car, and put the key in his pocket. Seeing a police zombie with a gun in its pocket, he snatched it and happily stuffed it into his own clothes. It's just that most men love guns, and Luotong didn't care if there were bullets in it or not. As Luotong reached for his gun, Lin Bing pulled out a baton from another corner. Seeing Luotong approach, she handed it to him, which he quickly took. He whispered, "What's wrong?" He looked around, then belatedly realized Han Dongdong was missing. He exclaimed in surprise, "Where's Han Dongdong?" In his mind, Han Dongdong was a superhuman, quite powerful. He's probably upstairs. We need to go find him. The situation might not be good. Lin Bing's words were brief. She didn't want to say too much to frighten Luotong, who was already easily frightened. Luotong's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Lin Bing's words. Just as Lin Bing finished speaking to Luotong and was about to turn around, a hard object suddenly pressed against her waist, a gun. Lin Bing's heart trembled. If it wasn't Luotong, then it could only be Du Xiang? What did he want? As she was lost in thought, she noticed the gun at her waist had come loose. Then, something was slipped into her hand. Lin Bing turned around in surprise, looking at Du Xiang. Du Xiang nodded earnestly and said, "It works, it has bullets." "You scared me to death." Lin Bing patted her heart, which was pounding in her chest, and took the gun while complaining. Sure enough, it had bullets. Lin Bing finally felt a little relieved. Du Xiang also had a gun in his hand, examining it with great interest. Lin Bing felt that Du Xiang seemed to have some social anxiety. He wasn't like this before anyway, they weren't that close before. Perhaps Du Xiang had always been like this, hence his aloofness? Lin Bing realized she was right. Never mind all this nonsense, saving lives was the priority. Let's go. Lin Bing led the way, Luotong in the middle, and Du Xiang at the back. The three of them walked quickly. The red iron gate was in sight. Lin Bing cautiously led the way. They had reached the corner of the stairs. Lin Bing carefully scouted the area. There was no sound. She sniffed the air, but there was no smell. She leaned against the wall, holding her gun horizontally in front of her, her baton at her waist. A sharp turn led to another flight of stairs, empty and deserted. However, the stairwell at the turn was clean, a stark contrast to the one they had just traversed. There was no bloodstains, no scattered clothes, not even a limb. Lin Bing felt even more danger. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the third floor. Lin Bing's heart tightened. She couldn't worry about anything else. Whatever was on the second floor, she had to get there. Hurry, let's get there. He seems to be on the third floor. Lin Bing said and began to speed up. The stairs weren't long and Lin Bing quickly reached the top. There was no iron gate between the second and third floors. Lin Bing turned and rushed up the stairs to the third floor, looking back as she ran, making sure the other two didn't fall behind. The half staircase leading from the second to the third floor was clean, just like before. Lin Bing quickly reached it, taking 2 steps at a time. Around another corner, the staircase from the second and a half to the third floor appeared before her. She stopped abruptly. Blood everywhere she looked was blood. almost staining the ground red. Some bloodstains were dark red, others bright red, and they hadn't dried long. It seemed people had been dying on the 3rd floor. So, the monster was on the 3rd floor? Lin Bing gritted her teeth, gripped her gun tightly, and rushed up to the 3rd floor. Luotong. A green blur disappeared at the end of the 2nd floor. Luotong was swept up by that thing and dragged away quickly. In less than a second before Luotong could even gasp for air, he was completely enveloped by that green thing from head to toe, unable to breathe. Sharp, thorn-like objects pierced his flesh, leaving his encased body riddled with holes. Luotong felt his blood flowing continuously, his breathing growing weaker and weaker. Before losing consciousness, Luotong sensed that this thing smelled so familiar, like the smell of some kind of plant. Du Xiang paused for a moment when Luotong was suddenly dragged away, staring at the direction Luotong disappeared in for a while, puzzled, then looked at Lin Bing's receding figure before running towards Lin Bing without hesitation. Chapter 49 Zombie Dogs. Lin Bing didn't realize Luotong was missing as she rushed upstairs. She looked back twice, the last time being when she was halfway up the 2nd floor to the 3rd. When she turned back then, Luotong was still there. But in that instant, something green suddenly swung at her and dragged her away. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she saw 2 enormous zombie dogs, baring their teeth, flanking Han Dong Dong. The zombie dog on the left was entirely red, devoid of flesh, its body resembling skinned flesh. It stood about 1.5 meters tall, with 3 ribs protruding from its belly. Its grayish-white eyes had a black dot in the center. As soon as Lin Bing reached the top, the grayish-white eye with the black dot turned towards her, roaring strangely. Its open mouth was purplish-black, emitting a faint smell of decay. The zombie dog on the right was about the same height as the one on the left, but its appearance was completely different. This dog was entirely black, with incredibly long black fur, about a meter long, completely covering its body. Its eyes were entirely white, its claws were long and sharp, and its canines were extremely sharp. The long black fur gave it a comical appearance, but Lin Bing knew that this one was even more difficult to deal with than the one on the left. Damn it, this dog, whose fur grows back after death, had evolved. Its fur had evolved, making it very difficult to handle. Lin Bing stood rooted to the spot, gun in hand, ready at any moment. But she couldn't move rashly. The 2 zombie dogs stared at her for a while, then glanced at Han Dong Dong. When Du Xiang appeared behind Lin Bing, the 2 dogs suddenly abandoned their pursuit of Han Dong Dong, seemingly deciding that Lin Bing and Du Xiang were more lucrative targets. So the 2 zombie dogs glared menacingly at Lin Bing, began to hiss, and started walking towards her. After only 2 steps, the hairless zombie dog stopped, seemingly disliking the stares behind Lin Bing. If it pounced and its prey retreated, it would fall and hurt itself. It had no skin to protect its flesh. Lin Bing was now completely focused on the approaching zombie dogs. She sensed only one person's footsteps behind her. She wanted to confirm who hadn't come up, whether something had happened or if they had changed their minds. However, she knew she couldn't turn back. If she did, those cunning zombie dogs would surely rush at her and bite her neck off. The hairless zombie dog growled at the black-haired zombie dog, which stopped. Suddenly, both dogs turned towards Han Dong Dong, but now they were both facing the same direction, heading straight for him. The hairless zombie dog suddenly leaped up and lunged at Han Dong Dong. Han Dong Dong, who had been standing against the wall, began to scramble forward. He had been dragged to the 2nd floor by a strange green thorny thing. He struggled constantly, his arm pierced by the thorns. Finally, he used his shadow to pin the thing down. He initially tried to escape to the 1st floor, but found the 2nd floor completely filled with those green thorny plants. Without thinking, he ran straight to the 3rd floor. The thing retreated halfway down the 2nd floor and didn't follow. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw 2 enormous monsters, baring their gleaming white teeth, lunging at him. It was then that Abu fell to the ground. He didn't realize these 2 things were dogs. At that moment, the black-haired monster was attacking him. He had to use his shadow to control the hairless monster to block the black-haired monster's attack. He found that these 2 monsters were extremely strong and difficult to control. After dodging left and right, Han Dong Dong realized that his superpowers were running low. He even felt a little desperate, wondering if Lin Bing and the others would abandon him. When he saw Lin Bing appear, he was overjoyed, even a little moved, because she had come to save him. Lin Bing saw that the two zombie dogs were between her and Han Dong, and they were moving towards Han Dong. As the zombie dogs advanced, Han Dong kept retreating. Suddenly, the hairless zombie dog jumped up and bit Han Dong. Lin Bing immediately took a few steps forward and fired at the hairless zombie dog's head. Bang bang bang, 3 shots were fired. Because the zombie dog started moving when the shots were fired, the hairless zombie dog was only hit twice. One shot hit the dog's head directly, and the other shot hit near the ear. The bullets were just under the dog's skin and flesh, without penetrating. The distance was too far, and she was afraid she would miss, so she had to walk over. There was a wall behind her, and she was a few steps away from the stairs. While Lin Bing was shooting, Doomsday imitated her and fired a shot. The bullet hit the very bottom of the zombie dog's belly. The high temperature of the bullet grazed the thin flesh below, revealing a vertical wound about 5 centimeters long, with the black intestines still faintly visible. The hairless zombie dog was enraged and roared at Lin Bing. The black spots in its gray-white eyes suddenly grew larger, and it began to attack Lin Bing. At the same time, the black-haired zombie dog suddenly leaped up and slapped at Doomsday with its paw. Doomsday retreated, and the dog's paw missed. As the hairless zombie dog charged, Lin Bing quickly ducked to avoid it and then rushed forward, shouting to Han Dong, "Quickly find a room to hide in and lock the door." But Han Dong remained motionless on the ground. He had collapsed from exhaustion while running. Lin Bing realized then that Han Dong's condition was worsening. She wasn't far from Han Dong, but unfortunately, the hairless zombie dog was faster. She had to get Han Dong safe before it attacked. Luckily, there was a door right next to Han Dong. Lin Bing mustered all her strength and rushed towards Han Dong. Reaching him, she stopped, bent down, kicked open the door and pulled Han Dong inside. All in a single fluid motion. When Lin Bing heard the whooshing sound behind her, she knew the zombies were attacking again. She quickly drew her baton, retreated, then whirled around and slammed it down on the hairless zombie dog behind her. Unfortunately, the hairless zombie dog was quite large and stronger, and its impact was devastating. Lin Bing's maximum effort was like a tickle to the zombie dog. She was pounced on and knocked to the ground with a thud, the sound of her head hitting the floor. The zombie dog's disgusting mouth drew closer and closer. She could even clearly see undigested human fingers stuck between its teeth. At that moment, Lin Bing's mind went blank. She had only one thought. She didn't want to die, she couldn't die, she hadn't lived enough, how could she die? She had endured 3 years of hardship before her rebirth. How could she not even last a week in this new life? No. The hairless zombie dog lunged at her head, the tempting smell making it even more ferocious. Just then, Lin Bing suddenly yelled, as if bursting with unexpected strength, and slammed into the hundreds of pounds weight zombie dog, kicking it away. The hairless zombie dog flew 2 or 3 meters before landing with a heavy thud. Lin Bing slowly stood up. Just then her head felt like it was about to explode, and she felt as if she had broken through a bottleneck. She knew this feeling. Her superpower had upgraded. She was now at level 2 of ice superpower. She looked at the hairless zombie dog not far away, a cold smile playing on her lips. She threw away her baton, tucked her gun into her waistband, and ran quickly towards the hairless zombie dog with her hands free. The hairless zombie dog had just gotten up when Lin Bing was already in front of it. It angrily tried to tear apart the fragrant food in front of it, but before it could react, its head was frozen solid by thick ice. Lin Bing conjured an ice blade and slashed it into the zombie dog's neck, decapitating it. Before the black blood gushed out, Lin Bing jumped away. The head of the hairless zombie dog was frozen and chopped off, and it was completely dead. However, the body below the neck seemed to still have a conditioned reflex and was still moving. Lin Bing ignored the part outside the zombie dog's head. It would stop moving soon enough anyway. She crouched down and lowered the temperature of the ice around the dog's head as much as possible, controlling it to the highest temperature it could condense. Then she smashed the ice, revealing a white crystal core. This core was much larger than a level 1 crystal core, but not quite a level 2 one. This hairless zombie dog would probably evolve into a level 2 zombie dog if it ate a few more people. After processing the core, Lin Bing put it away. Before she could even warm it up, the little tattered book in her spatial dimension took it in and happily told her, Give me 2 more similar crystal cores and the first upgrade will be complete. Great, great, great. After the upgrade it can leave the spatial dimension, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Bing was overjoyed. Instantly, she thought of the black-haired zombie dog. Wait, where's Doomsday? Chapter 50, Someone. Just as the hairless zombie dog attacked Lin Bing, the black-haired zombie dog also began to move, lunging at Doomsday. Its long fur did not hinder its speed at all. As the black-haired zombie dog approached Doomsday, its black fur suddenly began to move on its own. The tips of the fur, about a centimeter in diameter, stood erect like needles, while the fur below the tips was incredibly soft and flexible, almost elastic. Seeing the black-haired zombie dog rushing towards him, Doomsday seemed to sense the scent of bloodlust. His entire expression and demeanor changed completely. His eyes, fixed on the black-haired zombie dog, were filled with a frenzied and violent emotion. His eyes slowly turned pale yellow, and his breathing became rapid. His pale yellow, vertical pupils gradually became even more yellow, as if excited by the prospect of prey. As the black-furred zombie dog drew ever closer, its jet-black fur about to ensnare and pierce him, he made no attempt to dodge. Suddenly, fingernails appeared on his 10 fingers with a sound like blades being drawn. Doomsday moved. A flash of cold light appeared at his fingertips, and nearly half of the black fur on the zombie dog, still about 2 meters away, was sliced off diagonally, falling to the ground in a dark, smudged heap. After being attacked, the black-furred zombie dog abruptly changed its landing direction mid-air. With its fur severed, it lost almost half its power. It needed to evolve. It needed food. A dark light seemed to flicker in its grayish-white eyes. The moment it landed, the black-furred zombie dog suddenly charged towards the stairwell, running straight towards the 4th floor, where food that could help it evolve, and its kind, awaited. Without hesitation, Doomsday followed closely behind the black-haired zombie dog, a smirk playing on his lips, a smile that was both mocking and sarcastic. At that moment only one thought occupied his mind: to tear it apart. The black-haired zombie dog sprinted on all fours, reaching the 4th floor in almost 3 leaps. It knew there was a strange place where it could trap the person behind it. That place held a pile of food that could help it evolve, live, fresh, and tender. The sweetest, yet most troublesome, food could be left for the monster following behind. It could easily hide. Doomsday's speed up to the 4th floor was no slower than the black-haired zombie dog's. But the moment he entered the 4th floor, the black-haired zombie dog vanished completely, and the scenery changed. This place felt so familiar. Doomsday stopped, his thoughts in disarray, his yellow vertical pupils fading slightly. He didn't know that the black-haired zombie dog was only about a meter ahead of him. The black-haired zombie dog was carefully crawling forward on its hands and knees. It glanced at the terrifying monster nearby, then turned its head away, cautiously following its own black fur. Between its paws was a long, thin black hair, finer than a strand of hair, stretching from the stairs down to a certain point on the floor. It thought to itself with pride, knowing that without following its fur, no one could get out or even see it. The 4th floor wasn't complex, essentially the same as the 3rd floor, but there were still some survivors there. All the survivors were in one room, where a powerful mind-controlling ability user resided. Of course, the 4th floor wasn't just home to these survivors. There was also a zombie dog, sharing a spot with the ability user. Their relationship wasn't pleasant. There used to be 2 zombie dogs on the 4th floor, but the ability user had killed one. The remaining zombie dog, knowing the ability user's power, no longer actively provoked him. However, when the ability user prepared to leave with the survivors, the 4th floor zombie dog would take the opportunity to hunt for some tasty food. At first, the superhuman still held on to hope of escaping, but then he discovered that even if he managed to get down to the 4th floor, there were 2 ferocious zombie dogs on the 3rd floor, man-eating creatures. Every time this happened, he couldn't help but regret why their team had kept police dogs, and 4 at that. Now look what happened, they were completely trapped by these dogs. He tried to climb down using ropes or curtains, but after several attempts, he was either snatched away by the zombie dogs on the 3rd floor or mysteriously disappeared on the 2nd floor, never managing to reach the 1st floor. Initially, he hoped someone would come up and rescue them, but as time went on and more people died in the police station, he lost hope. Their food had run out 2 days ago. Thankfully, some rooms still had bottled water, which had sustained them until now. The food shortage made him feel death drawing ever closer. Du Xiang and the zombie dog weren't on the third floor, and Luotong wasn't there either. Was it Luotong who had fallen behind? Perhaps maybe she was afraid and went back to the car? Lin Bing didn't know. She had to go downstairs. She needed to take Han Dongdong down first and also check if Luotong was down there and safe. Lin Bing went to the room where Han Dongdong had been put, pushed open the door, and found Han Dongdong still unconscious, his face deathly pale. Seeing Han Dongdong's condition, Lin Bing felt it wasn't good to leave the unconscious little guy alone in the car. It would be troublesome if something happened again. Lin Bing helped Han Dongdong up and gently patted his face, but he didn't react. Lin Bing then put small ice cubes into Han Dongdong's mouth, hoping this would stimulate him. Sure enough, as soon as the ice cubes were put in Han Dongdong's mouth, he jolted awake and immediately spat out the ice cubes. After waking up, Han Dongdong looked much better. Lin Bing asked him, "Can you still walk? Do you want to go back to the car one by one? Or come with me?" Han Dongdong frowned and thought for a moment before replying, "I think it's safer to go together." He then glanced at Lin Bing with some concern, worried that she might think he wasn't strong enough and would only be a burden. Lin Bing nodded, agreeing that going together was better. Lin Bing considered carefully. Since Du Xiang wasn't on this floor, he must be either upstairs or downstairs. She would go upstairs first, and if he wasn't there, she would go downstairs, find Du Xiang and Luotong, and then return to the car to leave this awful place. No matter how strange it was, she would avoid it and never want to touch it again. After deciding, Lin Bing took Han Dongdong's hand and was about to leave the room when they heard a soft, weak voice from inside. "Excuse me, can you take me with you?" It was a woman's voice, a very weak woman's voice. Lin Bing left without looking back, leading Han Dongdong away. The woman inside, seeing Lin Bing getting further and further away, was on the verge of tears. Bloodstains and the smell of blood were everywhere outside. What if they encountered monsters outside? Lin Bing and Han Dongdong were getting further and further away. Finally, she bit her lip, slowly crawled out from under the bed, and began to follow Lin Bing, holding onto the wall. Her expression was still anxious, but in her heart, she resented the woman in front of her. They were both women. Why wouldn't she save her? She only offered a hand, how heartless. Lin Bing glanced at the woman who was now quite far behind. She was very thin, but she gritted her teeth and kept up. If she couldn't even keep up with someone else, what good would it do if someone saved her? In the apocalypse, don't expect anyone to pity you. If a woman can't be strong, she might as well have died in the first place. At least she wouldn't suffer. In the apocalypse, no one owes anyone anything. The idea that the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled should be given priority doesn't apply. If you want someone to save you, you have to prove what you can do, what use you are, and what value you have to the team. When Lin Bing reached the 3.5 floor, she went up a little and saw Du Xiang standing at the entrance of the 4th staircase. Du Xiang, come down quickly. Did you see Luotong when you came up? Do you know where he went? Lin Bing called out twice, but Du Xiang didn't respond. Lin Bing now knew something was strange on the 4th floor. Du Xiang stood there motionless, his expression calm and peaceful, even with a smile, his thoughts seemingly in another world. Could it be an illusionary barrier created by a psychic? Chapter 51, 2nd floor. Impossible. A psychic ability user can't level up this quickly. Those with illusion barriers are at least level 2 or higher. If a psychic attack fails, the backlash is the most damaging, potentially causing death by explosion. How could a beginner psychic be so reckless? Lin Bing released Han Dongdong's hand, telling her to stay put, and walked towards Du Xiang's location. She wasn't worried about being trapped. The difference in power between level 1 and level 2 psychics was vast. No matter how powerful a level 1 psychic was, it would be difficult to defeat a level 2. Lin Bing had reached Du Xiang's side, about to touch his back to use her ability to shield him and pull him out. However, before she could even touch him, Du Xiang suddenly turned around, looking at her with a clear expression. His eyes flickered and his thin lips parted slightly. Lin Bing. Du Bing stopped, looking up at Du Xiang in surprise. "Are you all right?" She hadn't noticed. This was the first time Du Xiang had called her by name since they met. "I'm fine." Du Xiang said softly, then lowered his eyes, turned his head back to Lin Bing, and his sharp nails flashed with a cold light, completely severing the unknown energy binding him. At the same time he took a step back, retreating to the same step as Lin Bing, his nails returning to normal. He seems a little different than before. Lin Bing swallowed these words, ultimately not saying them. If he asked her what's different, or what was I like just now? Remembering what he had done before, she decided it was best not to bring it up. Oh, and Luotong too. Lin Bing anxiously asked Du Xiang. Did you see Luotong? Wasn't he ahead of you? Why didn't he come up? Du Xiang thought for a moment and replied uncertainly, he might be on the second floor. He pressed his temples, feeling his memory was somewhat chaotic, especially some important scenes that he couldn't recall clearly. He clearly remembered that he was preparing to leave H City. He had already left the city and was resting in the woods with everyone at night. Then he saw a pair of yellow eyes the size of a fist, staring coldly at him. Before he could even react, he was swallowed by the monster's foul-smelling mouthful of sharp teeth, sliding down its throat and down its esophagus. After that he had no memory. Luotong seemed to be a young man. He vaguely remembered disappearing into the depths of the second floor, but how did he suddenly vanish before his eyes? Du Xiang pressed his hands against his head. His head ached terribly. He found that his body was rejecting the memories, and some memories were completely blank. If he hadn't seen his high school experiences on the fourth floor just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to fully remember himself. Are you all right? Were you attacked mentally just now? Lin Bing asked worriedly as she saw Du Xiang clutching his head in pain. No. Du Xiang lowered his hand, silently shook his head, and then looked at Lin Bing hesitantly asking, do you know why I'm here? There was a car crash up ahead. My car had to avoid those two cars that were about to explode and then it crashed here. Then I saw you coming at the door. You were wearing a patterned animal skin around your waist. Lin Bing briefly recounted her encounter with Du Xiang, then patted him on the shoulder. Come on, don't just stand there. Let's go to the second floor, find Luotong and then leave. We'll talk about everything else when it's safe. After saying that, Lin Bing quickly walked downstairs, pulling Han Dongdong down with her as they passed. However, the woman with the soft voice was gone. It seemed that when she and Han Dongdong went up to the fourth floor, the woman, seeing that she wasn't paying attention, quietly went downstairs and ran away. But it didn't matter. Lin Bing had just reached the third floor when she heard a scream coming from the second floor. Immediately following was a woman's voice, amplified several times over, almost screaming, "Help! Help! Someone save me!" Lin Bing's eyelids twitched. She leaned halfway out of the corridor to look at the second floor. The entire second floor was covered in green. The corridor on the same floor as the third was filled with green, spiky outer skin, bulging like balloons about to burst. This green spiky thing seemed to be inflating the entire second floor. A giant mutated plant. The second floor was blocked. She couldn't go down. Worse still, Luotong was on the second floor. Could it be that she was being? Thinking of this, Lin Bing's expression turned grave, her hands clenched tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Du Xiang, you stay here with this little one and look after him. I'll go check upstairs, Lin Bing said to Du Xiang. Before Du Xiang could reply, she quickly leaped up the stairs to the second floor. Before Lin Bing even reached the entrance to the second floor hallway, he saw a giant, thorny green plant completely filling the hallway. This giant, thorny plant was constantly rotating, and countless tiny branches grew between the thorns. The woman who had spoken softly was tightly entangled by these branches. Some branches were thorny, others smooth, arranged irregularly. As soon as the woman saw Lin Bing, tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Help! Help!" and struggled incessantly. The more she struggled, the tighter she was bound. However, Lin Bing noticed carefully that when the woman cried, the tiny branches of the giant plant trembled and recoiled where her tears fell. Was this the plant's weakness? Lin Bing quickly pondered. Was this thing afraid of water or salt? Fourth floor. Xiao Yuan sat on the floor, his head against the wall, his eyes half closed. His lips were chapped and his stomach was numb with hunger. There were 6 people around him, some prisoners and some policemen, but they all shared the same thing. They were half dead, sitting or huddled on the floor, their eyes lifeless, devoid of any hope. Originally, there were more than 20 survivors here, but in the past few days, some were bitten to death by zombie dogs while trying to escape, some disappeared while sliding down the 4th floor with a rope, clinging to a sliver of hope, and others starved to death because of their weakness. He had moved the bodies of those who died here to another room, otherwise, in the sweltering heat, they would infest with maggots and easily become infected with diseases. He couldn't remember what day it was. He could only sleep for a while during the day, and he kept watch with his eyes open every night. This morning, just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard car horns and explosions around him. This deathly quiet street finally had a bit of life. What surprised him even more was that the car horns were getting closer and closer, as if they had stopped downstairs. He was exhausted but hadn't slept. He listened intently, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. Had someone come up? Someone was coming. He felt his breathing becoming uncontrollable. The howls of zombie dogs, the sounds of battle, and what else? He desperately wanted to know what was happening. When he sensed movement in the 4th floor hallway, he was both surprised and delighted. Delighted that someone had come up, but surprised that the zombie dogs from the 3rd floor had also come up. There was a small trap he had set in the hallway that allowed him to gather information, but it was only for reconnaissance, not attack. Then despair washed over him. The person had left the 4th floor, and the zombie dogs from the 3rd floor were quietly moving towards their room of 7. What to do? What to do? There was still one zombie dog on the 4th floor. That cunning monster wouldn't let this opportunity pass. It seemed those monsters were already eyeing them. A chill ran through him, but he composed himself, slowly rose from the ground, and calmly asked the others, "Can you still move?" He sincerely hoped that those who could fight the zombie dogs weren't bad people. Ideally, they were kind. Chapter 52 Coming Out. Luo Tong. Seemed someone was calling him. His limbs, weakened by blood loss, gradually regained sensation. A familiar voice echoed in his cerebral cortex. He couldn't tell if it was a hallucination or reality. He only knew he had finally regained his senses. Opening his eyes, he was met with complete darkness, a slippery sensation enveloping every part of his body. He remembered being swept away by something while climbing the stairs. Then he was pulled into a room of about 120 square meters, entirely filled with greenery. It was a plant, a giant plant, its surface covered in thorns. He was still wondering if this giant green plant was a cactus or a succulent. But before Luo Tong could confirm, the giant plant's thorny branches suddenly attacked him, the sharp thorns piercing his skin and veins once more. This time the wounds larger and deeper. As his blood flowed from his body, the thorny branches of the giant plant suddenly grew larger, absorbing all his blood. Then he saw a red pulse, flowing like a blood vessel, appear in the center of this large green branch. Luo Tong was horrified to discover that he was losing blood extremely quickly. If this continued, he would die from blood loss. No. He didn't care that the thorny green branches were piercing deeper and deeper into his face, perhaps even injuring his eyes. But compared to life, what did physical harm matter? He desperately pressed his face against the green branches enveloping him until they were pressed against his skin. Then he used his teeth to bite and tear off pieces of the plant in front of him. The sharp thorns pierced his lips, but he didn't care. He continued biting, and slowly, light appeared before his eyes. He was overjoyed. He would bite bigger, and his voice would carry. Perhaps they would hear his cries for help. His joy lasted less than a second before he heard a gurgling sound, followed by a thumping, heart-like sound from the giant plant's mouth enveloping him. Through the small hole he had bitten open, he saw the terrifying giant plant begin to grow, almost bursting through the entire room. Walls shattered and glass flew out. The giant plant seemed to have taken growth hormones, growing larger and larger. At the same time, the branches enveloping Luo Tong also began to expand, further shrinking his living space. He panicked and began frantically biting at the small hole in front of him. He had to hurry much faster, otherwise the larger this thing grew, the harder it would be for him to escape. Suddenly, the main body of the giant plant split open, like a toothless mouth. Then he saw the green thorny branch that had been enveloping Luo Tong suddenly release him, throwing him into the black gap in the main body. Luo Tong, now with his mouth open, prepared for another round of biting. Caught off guard, he was released and thrown straight in. During this process, something round, hard yet soft, and even slightly grassy seemed to be swallowed by him. This thing was inside the giant plant's main body, embedded in the fruit pulp. However, Luo Tong reflexively opened his mouth to bite, unintentionally tearing the thing from the giant plant's pulp. Almost instantly it melted in his mouth. Then the giant green plant, as if provoked, began to writhe wildly. Luo Tong was tossed and shoved inside, his head spinning. Then a green sticky liquid gushed from somewhere within the pitch-black plant. Luo Tong tried to crawl out, using both hands and feet, but found nowhere to escape. The inner wall of the giant plant's main body was so tough that even a fingernail couldn't scratch it, let alone bite off a piece with his teeth. The sudden surge of slime grew increasingly abundant, until Luo Tong felt himself struggling to breathe. When he awoke, Luo Tong found himself still in the place where he had fainted, still inside the giant green plant. However, the slimy liquid around him was gone. What was going on? Was he not dead? Luo Tong carefully touched his face and arms. His face was smooth and unharmed. Even the small green thorns that had stuck to him were gone. The numerous small holes that had bled from his arms were also gone. Luo Tong even held his arm to his nose and smelled it. There was no smell of blood. Was he all right? Luo Tong wondered. Never mind, the most important thing now was to get out of this hellhole. He remembered that the second floor was occupied by this giant green plant, and he didn't know if Lin Bing and the others were on the first or third floor. He had to get to the stairs first. Just then, Luo Tong suddenly noticed the flesh beneath him moving, like being gently pushed on a boat. It was sliding towards a certain spot. He felt uneasy. He braced his feet against it and tried to grab something to stop himself. It stopped again? Just as Luo Tong was wondering what was going on, the giant green plant in front of him suddenly split open from the inside out, letting in bright light. Having been in the dark for so long, Luo Tong hadn't adjusted yet, so he shielded his eyes with his hand, his mind involuntarily thinking, "Wait a minute." To his surprise and delight, the opening of the crack in front of him had stopped. Could it be? An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a superpower? Did he have a superpower? Or was it controlling plants? Was that why he hadn't died? Suddenly he heard screams and cries outside. Luo Tong slowly calmed down. He looked down, peering through the crack in the fruit. He saw that the stairs were just outside the crack. His view was blocked by a woman's buttocks and legs, but thankfully, the woman was thin enough that there was a gap between her legs. Looking down through that gap, he saw Lin Bing's face. Lin Bing was outside. So they didn't abandon him, right? As Luo Tong thought about it, his heart warmed and tears welled up in his eyes. A man shouldn't be so shameful. He wiped his face with both hands, then rubbed it again, wiping away the tears. He buried his gratitude deep inside. He had previously thought that because he was just an ordinary person without superpowers, one more person wouldn't make a difference, and even if something happened, they probably wouldn't. He was wrong. Superpowers. Thinking of this, a surge of excitement rose in Luo Tong's heart. Should he give it a try? His target was the woman blocking his way. He guessed that she was probably tied up too. "Get down, put her down," Luo Tong silently chanted. Thump. Luo Tong heard the woman fall to the ground. He grinned foolishly, his hands clenched into fists, his joy beyond words. Sharp ice spikes pierced through the gaping wound of the giant plant, carrying a chilling coldness. "Lin Bing, it's me, wait." Seeing the ice spikes about to launch another attack, Luo Tong woke up with a start and shouted from inside. Lin Bing slightly turned her head and pulled the ice spikes out of the giant green plant's mouth. She had heard Luo Tong's voice just now. There was no mistake. She was still holding the woman who had been bound by the green branches. The branches had suddenly retracted, causing the woman to fall from mid-air. As she watched the ground approaching, she cried and then fainted. Fortunately, Lin Bing caught her in time, preventing her from falling to the ground. Just then, with a bang, something fell from upstairs to the first floor. Immediately afterwards, shouts and screams came from upstairs. Had something happened up there again? Was it the third or fourth floor? She needed to deal with the situation on the second floor quickly. Then Luo Tong witnessed the scene of ice spikes piercing the ground. A head popped out of the giant plant's grinning black mouth. It was Luo Tong. He noticed his physical abilities had improved. His speed and strength had increased slightly. After emerging, he jumped down from above, easily landing in front of Lin Bing. He looked at Lin Bing with surprise. "Look, I've become stronger. You have superpowers?" Lin Bing raised an eyebrow and asked him. "Yes." Luo Tong nodded heavily, very certain, a silly grin on his face. Pointing at the giant green plant, he said happily, "It listens to me. Look, come here." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant green plant suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there at all. Luo Tong's smile froze. Lin Bing patted his shoulder, then walked past him to the corridor, peeked down and saw a mangled body lying on the ground floor dead. She then looked upstairs but couldn't see anyone. Only hear loud banging sounds coming from upstairs, the sounds of fighting. Luo Tong, frowning, slowly approached Lin Bing, seemingly talking to herself. "I remember it was definitely a superpower, otherwise how could I be alive? Look, I remember being riddled with holes, but now there aren't a single one. My strength has increased and my speed is faster too. I feel full of energy now. These plants clearly obeyed my commands, so how could it not be a superpower controlling plants? Luo Tong, let's talk about this later. There are still zombie dogs up there. I'll call Du Xiang and Han Dongdong down so we can leave this place." Lin Bing was also curious about how Luo Tong had escaped, but there was a fierce battle up there. She didn't know if it was the third or fourth floor. On the fourth floor, besides the superpowered individuals, there were survivors, but why were they acting now? Was it infighting, zombie dogs, or something else? The little broken book told her that she needed 2 more zombie dog cores to complete the space upgrade. Although the idea of completing the upgrade was tempting, Luo Tong's whereabouts were unknown at the time, and she was in a hurry and couldn't take the risk. But now, why not go check? Lin Bing hesitated for a moment, but seeing Luo Tong's face turn deathly pale upon hearing the words zombie dog, she decided to hold off. Then Lin Bing leaned halfway to the side and called upstairs, "Du Xiang, Han Dongdong, we found Luo Tong. You can come down now." The woman on the ground, who had fainted and was speaking softly, twitched her eyelashes. Chapter 53. You're welcome. Suddenly, 2 blood-curdling roars echoed from upstairs. In midair, rotting flesh and black dog fur rained down from the upper floors. Next, a zombie dog, almost neatly sliced into 4 pieces, fell heavily to the ground, its 2 heads the last to fall, ripped apart at the neck. Silence fell upstairs. A series of thumping sounds came from the stairs, and soon 6 terrified strangers, men and women, came running down the stairs. Almost none of them noticed Lin Bing and the others on the second floor. They only knew how to run, only saw the road ahead. Han Dongdong followed closely behind, her short legs unable to keep up with them. Du Xiang lagged behind Han Dongdong, but he didn't look where he was going. He held his hands half raised in front of his eyes, staring intently. His fingers were somewhat dirty, but his nails were clean and white. Lin Bing looked excitedly at the zombie dog heads downstairs. Those were crystal cores. Just 2 were enough to upgrade her space. Seeing that Han Dongdong and Du Xiang were unharmed, she left a message. "Wait for me in the car. I'll be right there." With that, she sprinted down the stairs to the first floor, quickly reaching the spot where the zombie dog heads had fallen. Dog heads! She saw them. Once her space was upgraded, she could go inside, change clothes, eat as much as she wanted, and have a way out. Thinking of this, Lin Bing moved even faster. The 2 zombie dog heads were enormous, lying in the center, surrounded by filthy blood and rotting flesh. Lin Bing carefully avoided these things, reaching the dog heads and conjuring a large ice axe. At the same time, Lin Bing's body was tightly encased in a thin layer of ice, the axe handle directly connected to the thin ice protecting her hands. Of course, Lin Bing was afraid of black blood and dog brains splattering on her, so the protective clothing she wore wasn't very effective. The woman lying on the ground weakly woke up. Seeing Luo Tong, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was a man, as long as it wasn't the woman from before. Like repels, like she thought. Du Xiang and Han Dongdong, who had just gotten up, were going down to the second floor, so Luo Tong, Du Xiang and Han Dongdong went downstairs together. She hurriedly followed. The handrails and walls of the stairwell were dirty, and she was still weak, so she grabbed Luo Tong's arm for support. Apart from Han Dongdong, this young man seemed easy to talk to. Luotong was startled when someone grabbed him, but seeing it was the woman who had been lying on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief, though somewhat relieved. She wasn't dead after all. He had thought he had accidentally killed her. Seeing Luotong looking at her, she smiled shyly and introduced herself softly. "Hello, I'm Tang Yinan. I'm a little weak. I'm sorry to have troubled you." "It's all right." Luotong waved his hand dismissively. Han Dongdong, who was at the front, picked up Abu. Abu had been kicked to the side and rolled several times on the ground, its original color unrecognizable. If Lin Bing saw it, she would definitely make Han Dongdong throw Abu away. It was stained with dried blood, and what if it got infected? Lin Bing happily washed the crystal core she had dug out of the zombie dog's head, and then it was stored in the little broken book. The little broken book's cheerful voice couldn't be concealed. Spatial upgrade in progress, upgrade complete in 3 hours. She could enter in 3 hours. Lin Bing was very satisfied. However, a moment later, the little broken book suddenly spoke again. "If you give me all your current energy, you can enter an hour earlier." "No need." Lin Bing refused. An hour earlier made no difference to her. She didn't want to take the risk. Lin Bing had just reached the first-floor corridor when she heard a chaotic noise, seemingly coming from where the Land Rover was parked. The initial joy in her heart was almost completely wiped away by the noise, and she quickly walked over. A large hole had been smashed in the driver's side window of the Land Rover, and the same was true for the rear storage area. The entire window had been shattered, and items had been dragged out. Besides the 6 unfamiliar people and their 7 bags of biscuits, instant noodles and drinks, there were also non-edible items scattered on the ground, such as clothes, flashlights, and cooking ingredients like potatoes, rice, and flour. Looking at the wasted food and the smashed window, Lin Bing's anger flared. The men were stuffing whatever was edible into their mouths, some even gulping down entire bottles of drinks. Wiping their mouths, they seemed unsatisfied and turned their attention back to the car, as if trying to drag out another bottle. Since there was food inside and they didn't have the keys, they smashed the window and dragged some out. Some items that weren't immediately edible were simply thrown on the ground. Food and drink were their priority, and they didn't care about the rest. It wasn't theirs. When Luotong returned to the car, he saw this scene. He tried to stop them, but these people were all starving. The moment he opened his mouth, they acted as if he were trying to steal their food and would fight him. He thought about it and ultimately said nothing, figuring Lin Bing would be there soon and she would handle it. As for Du Xiang, he was still staring at his hands. The things in the car were prepared by Lin Bing and Luotong. Du Xiang hadn't been with them before and didn't notice the contents. He was only focused on his hands and didn't even notice his surroundings. Han Dongdong, meanwhile, was clutching a clean part of a doll encircling the car. Tang Yinyan obediently followed Luotong, but her eyes showed some disdain as she glanced at the supplies in the car and the items scattered on the ground. There wasn't much variety and not much food either. Tang Yinyan wasn't interested. She considered that there seemed to be some large items taking up seats. With so many people, how could she travel with them if she didn't throw away or clear the seats? She had already let go of Luotong's arm, but now she tugged at his sleeve again, asking, "Is this your car?" Tang Yinyan was a pretty girl with delicate features and a rather thin build. She looked good, but she liked to speak in a high-pitched, childlike voice, though she didn't quite pull it off. Her voice was rather soft and delicate. One of the 6 people, a woman who was considered quite beautiful, finished the food she had grabbed and, at the other's suggestion, walked towards Luotong and Du Xiang. Being a woman, pretty women always easily attract men's attention, making it easier to talk to them. Luotong and Du Xiang had come together and were standing close together, clearly a group. Moreover, Luotong's undisguised distress at the scattered items made it easy to tell that the car belonged to their group. The pretty woman's clothes were relatively neat, but still had a certain odor. She walked towards Luotong with a smile, her large bright eyes darting back and forth between Luotong and Du Xiang. There were 6 of them, but only 4 of them were there, including a little boy and a skinny woman. They had just eaten something and regained their strength. If it came to a fight, they had 4 big guys in them, so they weren't afraid. "Excuse me, did you drive this car here?" The pretty woman's voice was gentle, clearly targeting Luotong, since Du Xiang hadn't even glanced at her when she approached. "Yes." The pretty woman's presence did lower Luotong's guard somewhat. "Do you have the car keys?" The pretty woman's smile became even more gentle. Her profession was thief, no, a master thief. 2 of the 5 people behind her were in cahoots with her, part of a criminal gang. Besides them, there were other groups. She was beautiful and had learned about 70 to 80% of what her master had taught her, so she was mostly successful in her operations. Her confidence had swelled considerably. Last time, when she tried to target a wealthy middle-aged woman, she miscalculated and was caught by plainclothes officers with her 2 accomplices. They were detained for several days. When the apocalypse struck, she was very sluggish. Later, when she discovered the guards were lax, she quietly unlocked the door, intending to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. By then, zombies had almost filled the police station. So she hid on the 4th floor with the others. Among the survivors, the police and the bad guys were all grouped together. Before she finished speaking, a weasel-faced man among the 5 behind her shouted, "Don't be polite to him, just be ruthless and make him hand it over so we can leave in this car. I saw there's still gasoline in there." That's right, this beautiful woman was not only good at extracting information, but also knew some seductive tricks. Lin Bing walked over from behind with a cold laugh. Chapter 54, Misjudging. Who smashed the car window? Lin Bing's voice wasn't loud, it was slow and deliberate, but it carried a hint of coldness. Her eyes swept over the 6 strangers one by one, her gaze calm and indifferent, yet that very calmness made them all the more unsettling. Looking at the shattered car window and the supplies scattered haphazardly on the ground, Lin Bing thought to herself, these people really don't know the meaning of politeness. The hall was quiet. Tang Yinyan shrank further behind Luo Tong. The beautiful woman tossed her sexy long hair, looking at Lin Bing with a half-smile. Seeing the young man beside her, Luo Tong let out a long sigh of relief after Lin Bing appeared. She knew that the woman who had just appeared was probably in charge. She chuckled and nudged Luo Tong with her elbow, teasingly saying, "Does this place have women in charge?" Her expression was mocking, her eyes revealing how pathetic you are. Generally, no man wants to be subordinate to a woman. If a few words, expressions, or glances can incite conflict within the team, that's exactly what she wants to see. She loves watching men fight over her. Luo Tong glanced at her, his goodwill towards her slowly waning because of her words. At the same time, the thought that this was typical gang behavior filled him with disgust, and he took a few steps back, distancing himself from the woman. He secretly glanced at Lin Bing, and seeing her expression, he subtly shrank further into the corner, distancing himself even more from the woman. It wouldn't be good if blood splattered on him later. Tang Yinyan was quite perceptive. As Luo Tong retreated, she followed suit, practically sticking close to him. Unless all the broken glass was replaced, the car couldn't be driven anymore. Forget about zombies. If they drove and camped in the wilderness, something might crawl in through the windows. If you're all silent, that means you did it together, used the stuff together, and threw it away together, right? Lin Bing looked at them, then chuckled softly, her gaze falling on the 5 men. She said meaningfully, "Very well, I'll give you 2 choices. First, restore the car to its original state. Everything you ate and threw on the ground, put it all back together." The 5 men looked at Lin Bing like she was an idiot. Lin Bing seemed not to notice, continuing, "Second, if you can't pay, then you can leave your lives here." Her tone was completely flat, exceptionally calm. "You." The weasel-faced man laughed loudly after Lin Bing finished speaking. He picked up a police baton from the ground while Lin Bing was speaking, holding it tightly in his hand. Having a weapon greatly boosted his confidence. "TSK, this woman has a good appearance. You don't even look at yourself." Before he could finish his sentence, from his mouth to his entire body, almost instantly, he was frozen solid, like a newly carved ice sculpture, lifelike. The 4 people standing beside him immediately paled. The 3 men and 1 woman turned and ran towards the door, but to their horror, they found themselves rooted to the spot, unable to move. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman's expression shifted rapidly. Seeing Lin Bing's gaze fall upon her, her legs trembled. This woman was too ruthless. Did she know what crime was, what human rights were? Lin Bing slowly walked towards her. Her lips trembled, but she forced herself to remain calm. "I know where the guns and weapons are. You take me there, and I'll give them all to you. We'll forget about the car and food, okay?" "Guns and weapons?" Not only did Lin Bing's mind race, but Luo Tong's eyes also lit up. Han Dongdong used her shadow to restrain the 4 men, preventing them from making any moves. Du Xiang was still staring at his precious hands. Is that all? Lin Bing squinted at the beautiful woman. Besides making amends, there was also an apology. Wasting food without admitting fault always bothered Lin Bing. The beautiful woman bit her lip, finally stealing her resolve, and said resentfully, "There's a supermarket nearby. Let us go and we'll return what we ate, okay?" It was a very hidden little supermarket, newly opened, well stocked, but its location was a bit out of the way, a maze of twists and turns. She had discovered it by chance while scouting. How far? Just around this alley. Lin Bing was far more interested in the weapons than the supermarket. Her space wouldn't open for another 3 hours, allowing her to put things back in. For now, she could only check out the location and hope nothing else went wrong in those 3 hours. However, since the woman was offering to compensate her for the food, she wouldn't mind taking it, no matter how much. But without a car, even if the supermarket had food, it would be difficult to transport it. "Where's the armory?" She said. "It's on the basement." The beautiful woman pointed to the only 2 women in her group. She's a police officer, a trainee. She knows where it is and how to open the door. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman called a trainee turned pale. The woman with the sallow complexion, neither tall nor thin, was actually a policewoman. She was completely unremarkable, yet she blended in perfectly with the group, without any sense of incongruity. Lin Bing looked at her in surprise. Han Dongdong quietly released the figures binding them, and the sallow-faced woman was suddenly shoved out by the other 3. She staggered a few steps and slowly walked to Lin Bing's side under everyone's gaze. "In that case, could you release my companion?" the pretty woman asked uneasily, pointing to the frozen, weasel-faced man. That man was part of her gang. They often used him as bait when they went out to work because his appearance clearly indicated he wasn't a good person, so he always attracted attention. When others were focused on him, she would strike, rarely failing. Lin Bing released him from the ice. As soon as he was released, the weasel-faced man curled up into a ball and quickly ran outside into the sunlight, frantically rubbing his arms. When Lin Bing wasn't looking, he secretly glared at her with resentful eyes. Finally, he secretly exchanged a signal with his friends, then stood in the sunlight and howled, "I'm so cold, I need to soak up some sun, I'm not going down." Lin Bing ignored him. If he didn't want to go, fine, she just needed someone to tell her where the weapons were. Lin Bing walked over to Du Xiang and Luo Tong. Han Dongdong was watching the group, and seeing Du Xiang still staring at his hands like they were flowers, Lin Bing waved her hand in front of him, but he didn't react. He must be spacing out. She tried a few more methods, but Du Xiang remained blank and unresponsive. "Luo Tong, I'll go down with the 2 girls. You guys stay up here and improvise. Once it's safe down there, we'll go get the weapons and come back up." Lin Bing's words dissuaded Luo Tong from going down with them. Yes, they should wait until it was safe before going down. Too many people would make escaping difficult if something unexpected happened. Tang Yinyan looked at Lin Bing, hesitant to speak, but ultimately lowered her head and said nothing. Only 3 people went, 3 women: Lin Bing, the trainee policewoman, and the pretty woman. Except for Lin Bing, the other 2 seemed somewhat reluctant. The basement was quiet and eerily quiet. Only the breathing of the 3 women could be heard. All the lights in the corridor were on, and there was very little blood on the path. Not a single zombie. Lin Bing was extremely cautious, constantly on guard against the pretty woman's tricks, while also keeping a close eye on the trainee policewoman. The trainee policewoman walked at the front, very obedient, always hunched over, stammering softly. There was another iron door. She used her key to open it. After the 3 of them went inside, several smaller doors appeared. She walked towards the middle one. This time it was fingerprint authentication, but her permissions weren't high enough, and the door wouldn't budge after trying for a long time. "How about I go up and bring Officer Xiao down? He has the highest permissions. He should still be on the 4th floor," the trainee policewoman said uneasily to Lin Bing. She then pointed to the room on the left, saying, "Those rooms have some sandbags and iron bars." Lin Bing's gaze followed her direction. In that instant, a sharp knife sliced through her arm, drawing blood. At the same time, she heard a heavy slam of a door and the sound of hurried footsteps. As Lin Bing looked towards the iron gate, the figure was already getting further and further away. On the ground, the beautiful woman, clutching her bleeding arm, yelled towards the iron gate. "Are you fucking crazy? What are you doing?" That crazy woman actually slashed at her face. Luckily, she blocked it with her arm, otherwise her face would have been ruined. How dare that madwoman? Lin Bing stared speechlessly at the scene before her. In the short time she turned her head, such a series of events had occurred. She really had misjudged the situation. This was what they call a barking dog that bites. The trainee policewoman's knife seemed to have severed a blood vessel in the beautiful woman, and the bleeding was getting heavier. The entire room reeked of blood, and Lin Bing had a bad feeling. At that moment there was a sudden movement in the room to the left, the roar of zombies and the sound of a door being rammed open. Bang! The door was kicked open, and behind it was a room full of zombies, all dressed in police uniforms, all burly men. For Lin Bing, any lock that could be opened with a key was no problem. But the real issue was that time was running out. The zombies were all lunging at her menacingly. Chapter 55. Unexpected Changes. The zombies surrounding Lin Bing were frozen solid, an ice wall encircling her, temporarily safe. The most dangerous person here was the beautiful woman with a cut on her arm. The bleeding hadn't stopped. Zombies are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, and because it was summer, she was only wearing a thin shirt and shorts. "Stop the bleeding! Stop the bleeding!" She panicked. Seeing the zombies rushing towards her, she didn't think twice. She ripped off her bra and pressed it against her wound. The bra had padding, and she rubbed the inside of the padding repeatedly against her arm, ignoring the pain. Soon, the red bra was almost dripping with blood. She forcefully threw the blood-smelling bra behind a zombie and started running towards the right-hand door. The large iron door was out of the question. The middle one was locked. The room on the left was the zombie's stronghold. She could only try her luck at the right-hand door. If fate decreed she die like this, she would accept it. Although some zombies were drawn to the blood on the bra, others still headed towards her. Fortunately, the zombies weren't fast, and with her long legs she could run quite a bit. She quickly reached the door on the right. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer she became. She gripped the doorknob, pressed down and pushed hard, locking the door tightly. The zombies had surrounded her, getting closer and closer. A zombie's black mouth opened in an unbelievable arc, seemingly trying to crush her head. The blood on her arm gradually subsided. She pursed her lips, desperately pounding the door with her elbow, again and again, until her elbow was bruised and purple, but she seemed numb. The zombie's putrid mouth was right in front of her. She cowered by the door, tightly closing her eyes, her elbow still pounding. The icy chill made the pores on her face shrink. She cautiously opened one eye, her hand trembling as she reached forward. Ice. Had that woman saved her? Overwhelmed with joy at surviving the ordeal, she collapsed to the ground. Staring at the horde of frozen zombies, she sat on the floor, her head against the door, her hand clutching her heart. It was still beating. She was alive. "Don't just stand there. Get out. There are too many zombies. This ice won't hold us for long. We have to get out before it melts." Lin Bing's voice came through the ice. Hearing this, she frantically scrambled to her feet. But she was surrounded by zombies. The ice had frozen them completely, leaving no gap for her to escape. Looking at the biting cold ice, her resolve hardened. She began to climb onto the ice. She could even see the frozen eyes of the zombies still moving beneath it. She climbed faster and faster, her hands and feet turning purple where they touched the ice, but she didn't utter a sound. Lin Bing reached the middle door. The one the trainee policewoman had pointed out had weapons. The so-called trainee policewoman's words weren't reliable. She needed to confirm if there really were weapons here. Doors that could be opened with a key were no problem for her. But this one required a fingerprint, so Lin Bing couldn't open it. The beautiful woman had already climbed over, repeatedly rubbing her injured arm on the ice. The low temperature froze the wound, stopping the bleeding. Seeing Lin Bing, she jumped off the ice. "Thank you for saving my life. My name is Lu Xine. Is there anything I can help you with?" She was a very sensible person. Why would anyone help if she wasn't needed? Lin Bing didn't need Lu Xine's thanks. She didn't know Lu Xine was a professional thief. Thinking of the officer Xiao the trainee policewoman had mentioned, whom she didn't recognize. She should recognize this woman. Besides, this woman had a strong will to survive, so helping her without harming her interests wasn't unreasonable. After all, she needed to freeze or kill these zombies to check the armory. Actually, in the end, Lin Bing was a little soft-hearted. Lin Bing asked Lu Xan, "These zombies are frozen for 15 minutes. I need someone to confirm the authenticity of this armory. You recognize Officer Zhao's face, right? Is he one of the people from your 6th middle school? Help me identify him, and bring him over to unlock it later." Lin Bing couldn't let Lu Xan go to find Officer Zhao alone. She had to go with him. What if he ran away like the one before? Honestly, if only she had brought Luotong or Du Xiang down earlier. Hearing Lin Bing's words, Lu Xan hesitated. "Officer Zhao. I don't know if he's still alive. He was already lying on the 4th floor when we left, and I don't know if he's still alive. Let's go. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive, as long as his finger is still there." "Okay, let's hurry, we only have 15 minutes. "Understood." From the basement to the 4th floor, the stairs all went in one direction. Lu Xan ran ahead, and Lin Bing followed behind. Lin Bing was very glad that she already had a level 2 ability. Freezing the zombie had only consumed a small portion of her ability. It seemed that the energy stored in her body had increased. Perhaps this was an extra benefit of exhausting her ability. "Wait, go up and bring Officer Zhao down. If he's dead, cut off his hand and bring it over. I'll wait for you here." When they were almost at the 2nd floor, Lin Bing suddenly stopped and called out to Lu Xan, who was running ahead changing the plan. "Okay." Lu Xan knew very well that this wasn't a question, but an instruction, and she had no right to refuse. However, knowing she was going up alone, Lu Xan slowed down. Her heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. Was there danger up there? Meanwhile, Lin Bing's thoughts were completely different from Lu Xan's. Lin Bing slowly descended from the 2nd floor, drew her gun from her waist and gripped it tightly. She slowly walked towards the Land Rover parked on the 1st floor. Something was wrong on the 1st floor. It was too quiet. She couldn't hear a single voice, not even a breath. Seeing the scene in the hall, Lin Bing's face turned completely cold. The people who had been with Lu Xan were nowhere to be seen. Luotong wasn't there, nor was the girl who had been with Luotong. Du Xiang and Han Dongdong were also gone. Scattered supplies lay on the ground, and the vehicle carrying the supplies was nowhere to be found. Han Dongdong's Abu lay at the entrance of the hall, with tire tracks on him. Right, she had forgotten about the trainee policewoman. She wasn't there either. The entire hall was empty and utterly silent. Cough cough. A sound came from the shadows in the corner. A small figure slowly crawled out of the darkness, spitting twice, shaking his head, dusting himself off and looking up at Lin Bing. He grinned, his eyes still showing a hint of grievance. He ran to Lin Bing and threw himself into her arms. Lin Bing squatted down and hugged Han Dongdong back, the coldness in her eyes slowly softening. Lin Bing gently patted Han Dongdong's back, her voice a little hoarse. "What happened?" Chapter 56. Recognizing relatives. "After you went down, Du Xiang suddenly asked me a short while later if I heard anything making noise outside. There was nothing making noise at all. Then Du Xiang stopped talking and just kept tilting his head. Then he suddenly ran out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, I used my shadow to hold back the people who wanted to escape. Just a short while ago, that not-so-pretty woman who went down with you somehow came back. She looked anxious and said that you were tricked by that pretty con artist and got into a zombie horde. She said it was lucky that she escaped quickly. I was going down to check on her when she suddenly attacked me as soon as I got to the corridor. Luckily, I used Abu to block it and Abu was knocked away. That woman had a gun, and my strength hadn't recovered, so I didn't dare to fight her head-on. I had no choice but to hide in the shadow." Han Dongdong's voice grew softer and softer. He had told Lin Bing that he could control shadows, but he had never said that he could hide in the shadows, so he was a little guilty when he said this. "Where's Luotong?" Hearing Lin Bing's question, Han Dongdong's face showed some complexity. She pouted and said, "I don't know. I saw him in the car with the woman behind him." Tang Yin. It seemed like the woman whispered something in his ear. When Luotong saw me being attacked, he tried to ram the woman, the trainee policewoman, with the car, but it seems like another woman, Tang Yanyan, in the car hit him on the head and he passed out. Then the car drove off. The men with them seemed to have gotten into the car together. After hearing Han Dongdong's words, Lin Bing's expression relaxed. It seemed the situation wasn't as serious as she had thought. She rubbed Han Dongdong's head and was about to speak when she suddenly heard footsteps coming from the stairs behind her. There was more than one person. It seemed Lu Xian had brought the people down. She had to be careful. Han Dongdong, be careful. We'll go down together later, Lin Bing said, taking Han Dongdong's hand and leading her to the stairs. In her mind, however, she was thinking, if so many people got on the bus together, then there shouldn't be any supplies on board, otherwise how could there be room for everyone? And besides the supplies previously discarded, there was nothing else on the floor of the hall. This meant that one of their group was a space-age ability user. Moreover, Luotong believed that woman and got on the bus, taking her along. It seemed more likely that the woman who tricked Luotong into getting on the bus was a space-age ability user. If that made sense, everything would be explained. Lu Xian found Officer Xiao on the third-floor stairwell. He was unconscious and had a high fever, but he wasn't dead. Lu Xian tried to drag him downstairs, but he was too heavy. She couldn't move him. Since she couldn't move him, she decided to cut off his hand. At that moment, Lu Xian had already taken out a knife, grabbed one of his hands, pressed it to the ground, and was about to bring the knife down. Just then, Officer Xiao suddenly woke up, pushed Lu Xian away, slowly stood up, and looked at her warily, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, put down the knife and waved her hand to explain. Didn't your trainee policewoman say there was an armory downstairs that required a fingerprint to open? She was originally calling you down, but I thought you were dead, so I thought I'd save some effort by cutting off my finger to take with me. Sorry. Officer Xiao, pale-faced and leaning against the wall, smiled at Lu Xian, just as she had seen him before. Gentle, refined, and a true gentleman. Officer Zhao's name was Xiao Yuan, and he had a nickname in the team, Smiling Tiger. In Lu Xian's memory, Officer Xiao was a good person. He had protected those people on the fourth floor and had never abandoned anyone. Even when they escaped, he had acted as bait. His character was trustworthy. Let me help you down, Lu Xian said, walking over to Officer Xiao and taking the initiative to support him. She knew very well that Officer Xiao had fought with all his might to hold off the zombie dogs. Everyone thought he was going to die, and they were all amazed that he had survived. Okay, thank you, Xiao Yuan said without any hesitation, naturally leaning half of his body against Lu Xian. Even so, he remained vigilant. He could feel his body nearing its limit. His temperature was abnormal, seemingly a high fever. As long as he had a breath left, he had to hold on. He still needed to live to find his brother, who wasn't in H City. He needed to know if his brother was still alive. The two slowly walked down the stairs. As they approached the first floor, Lu Xian immediately saw Lin Bing standing downstairs and pointed to the person beside her, saying to Lin Bing, "This is Officer Xiao. Are you Xiao Yuan?" Han Dongdong suddenly interjected, staring intently at Xiao Yuan's face. "You recognize me?" Xiao Yuan shifted his gaze to Han Dongdong's face. He didn't remember seeing this child before. He had no recollection of him at all. "Do you know Han Li?" Han Dongdong stared intently at Xiao Yuan. He remembered Xiao Yuan's face. Before coming to H City, he had checked his brother's address and social circle, just in case he couldn't find him. There was a picture of Xiao Yuan in it back then. He was more handsome then, now he was dark and thin. "You are." Xiao Yuan's expression changed at the mention of Han Li. Han Yongyang was his junior brother. Xiao Yuan carefully examined Han Dongdong's features. The little guy in front of him did look somewhat like Han Li. If you didn't look closely, you really couldn't tell the difference. "I'm his brother. I'm Han Dongdong. I know you, you're my brother's friend." Han Dongdong's face flushed with excitement. He almost jumped up. It felt so good to meet someone he knew. Even though he hadn't known him before, the thought that this was his brother's friend made him feel at ease. Lin Bing was also surprised when Han Dongdong said he was Han Li's younger brother. She hadn't expected it at all. Now that they mentioned it, they both had the surname Han, and looking at them, their chins did look quite similar. To be honest, Lin Bing didn't remember Han Li's appearance very well. He only recognized him by the scar on his face, and Han Li had always worn a hat pulled low when they met, so it was normal that she couldn't remember him clearly. After her initial excitement, Han Dongdong kept glancing at Lin Bing, wondering if it was just a coincidence. Han Dongdong glanced at Xiao Yuan, and with Xiao Yuan around, he felt a little more confident. Finally, he couldn't resist his gossipy, boyish heart and looked up, his beautiful sparkling eyes fixed on Lin Bing. "Are you my brother's blind date?" Lin Bing calmly looked at Han Dongdong and replied, "No, not a blind date." "Oh." Han Dongdong was disappointed, lowering his head listlessly. "However, we did meet once in H City and had a meal together," Lin Bing said calmly. If this could help them get closer, it would be good since Officer Xiao seemed like a decent person. "Alright, let's go to the basement to get the weapons. 5 minutes have already passed, we only have 10 minutes left, we need to hurry." "Officer Xiao, since you and Han Dongdong are related, then we can be considered friends. I'm Lin Bing." Han Dongdong's eyes lit up like light bulbs after Lin Bing mentioned having eaten with Han Li, and her mouth stretched almost to her ears with a smile. Sure enough, she was his blind date, and they even ate together. Xiao Yuan nodded to Lin Bing and said, "Okay. The armory is on the basement floor. Let's go together. Without fingerprints, entry is impossible. If they forcibly destroyed the door, the armory would self-destruct because there was an important classified document inside." "Wait a minute." Han Dongdong's voice was cheerful. He let go of Lin Bing's hand and then ran back towards the hall, saying as he ran, "I'm coming right away." A moment later, he came running back, but this time he was carrying a dirty rag doll. Han Dongdong smiled broadly, puffing out his little chest proudly and said, "Abu can hold things, it can hold a lot." Lin Bing felt like she could just die. Holy crap, everyone else seems to have convenient spatial abilities, but hers is the only one with problems. Are spatial abilities so common now? Chapter 57 is done. Xiao Yuan looked surprised. He knew about spatial abilities. Before the apocalypse, another team had captured a girl who seemed to have spatial powers. She was seen on the riverbank, someone called the police, and there was evidence on nearby surveillance footage, so she was detained for questioning. Lu Xian stared at the dirty rag doll with burning desire. She wanted it, but she knew now wasn't the time. "Let's go," Han Dongdong declared boldly, dragging the rag doll along. "Let's go. Officer Xiao, you're in front. Han Dongdong, you're second. Lu Xian, you're behind Han Dongdong. I'll bring up the rear." Lin Bing quickly arranged everyone's positions and then said to Xiao Yuan, "There's a group of frozen zombies down there. They'll thaw in 10 minutes. We need to get out before then." "Okay. By the way, you don't need to call me Officer Xiao anymore. Just call me Xiao Yuan." "I know." This time, their group went relatively smoothly and quickly reached the first basement level. The zombies were still frozen in ice. Through the ice, you could see that the area was full of zombies, all wearing police uniforms, densely packed together, quite frightening. Xiao Yuan's eyes stung when he saw his colleagues who had turned into zombies. Several of them were people he was quite close to. He suddenly turned to Lin Bing behind him and asked, "Is this your special ability?" He knew a little about special abilities. A small section of the important documents in the armory discussed special abilities, saying that such people existed before the apocalypse, with varying abilities, and the government had specifically investigated them. He knew this because he had once been a member of the Special Investigations Department. "Yes, do you also have superpowers?" "Yes, my superpower is related to the brain, but I haven't fully figured it out yet. You go in with Han Dongdong, Lu Xian, and I will stay outside," Lin Bing said to Lu Xian. Everyone knew that Lu Xian was an outsider and naturally couldn't be trusted, a fact Lu Xian herself knew. Xiao Yuan swiped his fingerprint and quickly opened the middle door. He and Han Dongdong went inside. The door automatically locked itself upon entering. It was a pre-programmed procedure that couldn't be changed. As soon as they entered, Han Dongdong took a chocolate from the zipper behind the doll and handed it to Xiao Yuan. The chocolate was from the supplies Luotong had collected. Han Dongdong had put it there when she was hiding in the warehouse and testing Abu's space. Xiao Yuan thanked her and took the chocolate. He tore open the wrapper and began to eat it heartily. He needed the high energy from the chocolate. He was indeed extremely hungry. The chocolate wasn't big and was cheap, but that didn't matter to Xiao Yuan. What mattered was that it replenished his energy. Han Dongdong handed Xiao Yuan another drink. Xiao Yuan didn't even have time to thank her before unscrewing the cap and gulping it down. He remembered Han Dongdong's kindness. Do you want more? I have some cookies. Han Dongdong said, looking down as she reached into Abu's zipper. No thank you. I'm fine. You eat them yourself. Xiao Yuan pushed away the cookies Han Dongdong offered, looking at her earnestly. Keep them for yourself. These things will become increasingly precious. I'm already full, little guy. During those days on the 4th floor, everyone there probably knew how precious food was, and Xiao Yuan was no exception. The armory contained several small rooms, all of them secret rooms. The classified documents Xiao Yuan mentioned were in one of these secret rooms, and they required not only fingerprint authentication but also retinal authentication. Both were indispensable. Little guy, remember. Make sure you hold on to your doll tightly. There will definitely be people with ill intentions. Be careful around strangers, understand? By the way, is Lin Bing reliable? Lin Bing is reliable, Han Dongdong said, his eyes crinkling. He added, she takes good care of me. Go inside and find something. You can store your weapon outside yourself. Can you do that? Yes, I'm very good at it. Han Dongdong nodded emphatically. Xiao Yuan walked to a cabinet, fumbled around and found a button underneath. He pressed it, and then the west wall slowly began to move. A small door appeared behind the wall. Xiao Yuan went over, authenticated it, and went inside. Han Dongdong glanced at it once and then looked away. He diligently began packing things into Abu's car, thinking to himself that he definitely had to tell them he was going to the supermarket. The car was gone, and so were all the food and supplies. He had only tried to take things from inside the car before, and now there were only a few small snacks left. It was practically empty. Xiao Yuan came out a while later, holding a small black metal box. He handed the box to Han Dongdong and solemnly instructed him. Keep this safe. Don't give it to anyone except your brother. Although Xiao Yuan had just eaten, he could feel his body temperature rising. His condition had worsened after going in earlier. His head felt like it was about to explode, buzzing and making a crackling sound. Strangely, however, the strength in his limbs was gradually returning. He was completely bewildered by his current physical condition. What about you? Didn't you give it to him yourself? What's wrong? Han Dongdong grabbed Xiao Yuan's hand, his little face full of confusion. However, the moment he touched Xiao Yuan's hand, Han Dongdong's eyes widened immediately. He exclaimed in panic, "Are you sick?" "It's nothing. Put this away first, don't give it to anyone." Xiao Yuan smiled at Han Dongdong. "You're quite capable, little guy, you finished so quickly. Let's go out then. Remember, don't tell anyone I'm sick. Okay? You need to take medicine if you're sick. Let's go to the pharmacy. Okay?" Han Dongdong put the iron black box into Abu's space, carefully placing it at the very back and covering it with cotton. Abu's space is different from ordinary spaces. Except for the ground, Abu's space is made entirely of cotton wool. It can be divided according to the space owner's wishes, and things can be placed anywhere, even in mid-air. Of course, it's best to use bottles for things like water. Otherwise, they will all be absorbed after entering. Han Dongdong didn't know how big Abu's storage space was. He wasn't good at calculating. However, he knew Abu could hold a lot of things, and he even knew that Abu needed dolls to upgrade. He had dreamt about this in his sleep. Besides, I just have a slightly elevated temperature. Everything else is normal. Xiao Yuan picked up Han Dongdong, took him, opened the fingerprint lock door and went out. Making a child worry about his health was such a failure. As an adult, he should be the protector. Once outside, Han Dongdong pouted, wanting to say something, but Xiao Yuan kissed his little cheek and whispered in his ear. "There's another woman, a female con artist, very cunning. Don't let it slip. I know you're the smartest and most capable, cute little guy, you know?" Han Dongdong hummed twice, completely agreeing with Xiao Yuan's assessment of him as smart and handsome. He slid off Xiao Yuan. He didn't want to burden him. He remembered there was a pharmacy in the supermarket. If possible, they could get some fever reducers. Lin Bing noticed Xiao Yuan's unusually flushed face. Was he running a fever? He had superpowers and they had awakened. Was this an upgrade or a depletion of his power? There are about 3 minutes left. Let's hurry. Lin Bing reminded him. Her time estimate might be inaccurate. She didn't have a watch, but leaving as soon as possible was the priority. This time the formation changed slightly. Xiao Yuan and Han Dongdong were in front, Lu Xian in the middle, and Lin Bing was still the last. The three of them quickly left the basement. As Lin Bing left, she locked the iron gate at the entrance and also froze it with a thick layer of ice, just in case. Upon returning to the lobby, Lu Xian's expression changed drastically. She quickly distanced herself from Lin Bing, looking at her with a mixture of shock and fear. Did you kill my companion? Lin Bing coldly stared at her. Take a good look yourself, see who betrayed whom. Lu Xian, wary of Lin Bing and the others, carefully surveyed the lobby. She noticed few signs of a struggle, but the car was gone. Remembering that she had left far more people in the lobby than the others, she realized the truth. So she was all alone. What was she to do? She couldn't survive alone in this terrifying world. Can I come with you? Lu Xian pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and finally mustered the courage to plead. Her eyes filled with hope. Of course her main target was Xiao Yuan. She knew he was much easier to talk to than Lin Bing. Xiao Yuan remained silent, avoiding Lu Xian's gaze, and said to Lin Bing, "Let's go, let's find a car first." Lin Bing went out first. Finding a durable and reliable car was the priority. Han Dongdong and Abu were the second to run out. Xiao Yuan followed Han Dongdong, walking quickly. He walked out the door, only to find Lu Xian still standing in the middle of the lobby, looking sad. He turned to her and said, "What are you still standing there for? Come on." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes immediately brightened. She looked up and smiled, only to find that he was already far away. She heard the banging behind her getting louder and louder, and she immediately ran out like lightning, following behind Xiao Yuan. Inside the supermarket, next to the milk powder shelf, a baby was fast asleep. From a distance, his fair skin was stained with some dirt, making his little head appear unusually large. Suddenly a banging sound rang out, sounding like a group of people were banging on the supermarket's locked door. The sleeping baby suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were black with white sclera and white pupils, a stark contrast to the eyes of a normal baby, making him appear exceptionally eerie. He grinned, revealing teeth as sharp as steel blades. He licked his dark lips, which were stained with dried blood, not tasty at all, and spat them out in disgust. He was overjoyed to smell the delicious food about to enter. Chapter 58. Supermarket. This supermarket is considered one of the larger ones in H City, with a wide variety of goods. During the apocalypse, the situation inside was particularly dire, with countless deaths and injuries, and several large zombies hiding within. Later, the police arrived and lost many lives before sealing it off and prohibiting entry. In the days following the apocalypse, the supermarket was indeed unusually quiet, as the doors and windows were tightly sealed, preventing small groups of refugees from risking rushing in to loot. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the summer sun was exceptionally hot. Several cars of varying shapes and sizes parked outside the supermarket. After the engines were turned off, a dozen or so men and women, aged between 20 and 35, got out. Their clothes were relatively clean and tidy, but many of them stared at the supermarket with an intense, almost burning gaze. Xu Shui followed closely behind Chu Fei, her hands empty, and at first glance, her appearance was unremarkable. She used special cosmetics to paint her face, giving it a sallow yellow hue, and even painted a large red pimple in the center of her cheek, containing some white stuff. Anyone who saw her would avoid her. Her neck, hands, and exposed chest skin were all covered in yellow cosmetics, emitting an unpleasant smell. When the apocalypse arrived, she happened to be with Chu Fei, in a luxurious hotel room. After they finished, Chu Fei fell into a deep sleep, while she couldn't wait to go online. Because Chu Fei had revealed the news of Lin Bing's disappearance, she had been thinking of reversing her previous post, adding some embellishments and ideally, using some serious material. Anyway, Lin Bing wasn't around, so she wasn't worried. Even if Lin Bing reappeared later and tried to clear her name, it would be too late. While in bed, Xu Shui was preoccupied with her thoughts and somewhat absent-minded. Chu Fei also lost interest and went to sleep after taking a shower. He wouldn't have gone out if he hadn't wanted to ask Xu Shui for news of Lin Bing. Oh well, he'd go home tomorrow. As for Xu Shui, he'd leave her for now. If she didn't know what was good for her, they could just part ways. Xu Shui excitedly sat down at the hotel's computer and eagerly opened the forum page. She hadn't expected that the page would be filled with posts about the apocalypse and zombies. She didn't believe it at first but clicked on each one. The posters and replies said the streets were full of these things. She ran to the French windows in her pajamas, pulled back the curtains, opened the window and peeked out. As soon as she opened the window, screams, the sounds of car crashes, and the sirens of ambulances and police cars filled the air. She was stunned. Only after confirming that it was all real did she frantically wake Chu Fei, wanting him to make a decision. What chilled her to the bone was that Chu Fei's high fever wouldn't break. He lay on the bed like a furnace, the heat almost enough to burn a person to death. Xu Shui was terrified. She knew from the post that there was a high chance of someone in this situation turning into a zombie, one of those man-eating monsters. The more Xu Shui thought about it, the more frightened she became. Xu Shui was considering whether to lock Chu Fei in a room or... Suddenly, Chu Fei opened his eyes, the whites of his eyes completely red. Xu Shui accidentally saw it, and her face turned pale with fright. Fortunately, Chu Fei only woke up briefly and then fell asleep again. Xu Shui stood there for a moment, then steeled her heart and dragged Chu Fei, who was still wearing a bathrobe, out of the room. As she dragged Chu Fei out, she saw a monster with a mouth full of blood limping towards her at the end of the corridor. Chu Fei was still at the door of her hotel room, his feet still inside. Xu Shui didn't care about anything else and kicked Chu Fei out. Then she locked the door tightly. I'm sorry, Chu Fei, I can't joke with my life. Xu Shui didn't know where Chu Fei went or how he survived. She only knew that when she escaped to a military base, Chu Fei was there too, and he had even awakened his lightning powers. When Xu Shui found out, she was filled with remorse. Her heart was bleeding. But as you can imagine, Chu Fei wouldn't give Xu Shui a kind look at that moment. Although he had a high fever, he was conscious. He never imagined that this woman who claimed to love him would be so cruel to him. However, Xu Shui was thick-skinned and kept clinging to Chu Fei, believing that someone who loved her so much wouldn't hold a grudge. Xu Shui didn't awaken any powers. A small number of people at the military base had awakened powers, the weakest being things like hearing, vision, and speed. Xu Shui, however, had no powers and didn't have a good life. When Xu Shui arrived at the garrison, her face was already sallow from makeup. When she rushed to Chu Fei, crying her heart out, Chu Fei didn't recognize her at first. He only saw an ordinary-looking woman rushing towards him, and he kicked her away. Later he realized it was Xu Shui. The garrison in H City was a small safe zone with a small number of people. Most of those who received word of the situation fled there, and now it was overcrowded. With so many people, food was scarce, so the military had arranged for people with supernatural abilities to collect supplies to sustain their daily lives. Chu Fei was one of the main forces involved in this supply-gathering effort. Xu Shui, on the other hand, had insisted on coming with Chu Fei. Whether Chu Fei was cold towards her, glared at her or scolded her, Xu Shui acted as if nothing had happened. If she felt really wronged, she would cry a couple of times, and then happily cling to Chu Fei again. The team leader of Chu Fei's supply-gathering squad was a middle-aged man with a rather sullen personality. They chose this supermarket because of a vote. Everyone said it was close to the safe zone, locked, and likely had plenty of supplies. Other supermarkets had already been looted of food and water in the first 2 days of the apocalypse, and they'd have to search countless supermarkets. This was a better option, even though they knew there might be some powerful items inside. But with so many of them, mostly superhumans, what was there to fear? One of the team members tried to break the lock with a hammer, but to no avail. The lock was too big. They even tried wrapping the chain around the outer iron gate several times, but still couldn't open it. Captain, what do we do? We can't break it open. It looks like something's been poured on it, there's no opening. The man trying to break the lock said anxiously to the captain. The captain walked over and carefully examined the lock. Turning to Chu Fei, who was standing not far away, he said, Chu Fei, come here and use lightning to open this. You two stand back a bit, Chu Fei told the two men. When they were about 5 meters away from the door, Chu Fei clasped his hands together, pressing them together until there was no air left. Then he suddenly opened his palms, a yellow energy wave dancing between them. With a flick of his wrists, the energy wave struck the large lock and chain. A flash of yellow energy and then a loud bang. Not only was the lock gone, but half of the door had collapsed from the energy wave. After doing this, Chu Fei stepped aside, standing behind the captain. Like Lin Bing, when he woke up, he couldn't contact any of his family members. He could only stay in the safe zone for the time being, slowly gathering information. If he could determine which city and district the Chu family had gone to, he could go there directly. Xu Shui looked at Chu Fei with burning eyes, her resolve to cling to him even stronger. When the yellow energy wave appeared, the infant zombie took a few steps back. Its white pupils flickered. It instinctively knew it couldn't confront this thing head-on. It slowly retreated a few more steps, eventually reaching the area of infant clothing. It crawled over, and as it crawled, its eyeballs fell out of their sockets. It picked up the eye sockets from the ground, stuffed them back in, and poked them hard until it was sure the eyeballs wouldn't fall out. Only then did it continue crawling into the corner, its flat nose almost parallel to the ground. It finally found an excellent spot, hiding inside, waiting for its opportunity. It wanted to eat more fresh food to increase its strength, and then it would eat the most delicious but also the most hated food. That was its happy decision. Under the cashier, a wrinkled bluish-gray hand emerged, its bluish-white mouth grinning. Its mouth was black and toothless. It was somewhat troubled. How could it eat the delicious food that was about to arrive without teeth? "Boss, how much longer until we reach H City?" Mosquito, sitting in the back car, grinned and spoke to Han Li through the walkie-talkie. "It should be soon, either this afternoon or tonight. The journey has been quite smooth this time. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we should definitely arrive today." Han Li stared at the two dark clouds outside the car window. The sun was bright, bathing the entire earth in golden light, but the two dark clouds in the sky gave him a bad feeling. Are you going back to H City?" Lin Carew suddenly exclaimed upon hearing their conversation, her voice trembling slightly as she stared at Mosquito in disbelief. Mosquito raised an eyebrow, turned his head and glanced at Lin Carew with a half-smile. Just as he was about to speak, Han Li answered from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Yes." Han Li's answer was decisive and concise. After a moment's thought, he added, "If you don't want to go back to H City, you can get off. Okay, don't waste time. Take turns eating your dry rations and hurry up. I'm hanging up now." The walkie-talkie ended. Lin Carew took the dry bun Mosquito handed her, swallowing the words she was about to say. She had wanted to ask Han Li if she could have someone take her there since she didn't want to go back to H City. She lowered her head and ate small bites, lost in thought. Chapter 59. Lin Bing and the others emerged from the police station. Lin Bing immediately noticed the bloody tire tracks left by the Land Rover on the ground. Because the car had been parked in the lobby on the first floor, the tires were stained with blood, leaving deep marks on the road. Lin Bing naturally looked to the left at the alleyway, a narrow lane barely wide enough for two cars to pass side by side. Parking was prohibited there. At that moment, Lu Xian followed Xiao Yuan, jogging out of the police station. Upon seeing Lu Xian, Lin Bing pointed to the alleyway on the left and asked, "Is this the way you said the small supermarket?" Lu Xian nodded, looking at the alleyway on the left. "Yes, about 50 meters, then turn the corner." The left side looked much the same as before Lu Xian entered the station. She then looked to the right. It was the road Lin Bing had driven into earlier. In the middle of the road, the wreckage of the black car remained, along with traces of the explosion. So this was where the accident had occurred. 50 meters is very close. Standing here you can almost see that place. But strangely, not only 50 meters, but even 100 meters ahead is completely empty. No one and no car. "Let's go take a look, and while we're at it, let's find something to eat," Lin Bing suggested. She'd been hungry since morning, and the thought of her car being driven away and the food inside being taken filled her with irritation. This time Lin Bing walked in front, holding Han Dongdong's hand. Xiao Yuan and Lu Xian followed behind, Lu Xian walking side by side with Xiao Yuan. But Xiao Yuan kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. Lu Xian's shorts were too short, her top was soaked with ice, and her bra was still on the first basement floor, not on her. Frankly, she needed to change. Lu Xian herself wasn't feeling well either. The soaked clothes were a minor issue. Walking under the blazing sun, her frozen arms were starting to heal, but the wounds on her arms were quite deep. She had nothing to stop the bleeding, and if she stayed in the sun too long, her arms would definitely bleed as she walked. This would attract zombies. Lu Xian's face grew paler and paler. Helpless, she leaned closer to Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Do you know where there's a clinic or hospital around here? My hand needs to be bandaged, otherwise it'll bleed again, which could attract zombies." When Lu Xian was scouting or working in the area, she never paid attention to clinics or hospitals. Those places were too unlucky, and most of the patients were sick. Even if they had money, it might be for life-saving purposes or something else, potentially shortening her lifespan. She never went to such places, so she knew nothing about them. Xiao Yuan stopped, examined her arm, and saw that the wound was indeed quite deep. He said, "There aren't any clinics around here, only a university-affiliated hospital, but it's more than half an hour's walk there. What should we do?" Lu Xian's tone was anxious. She glanced furtively at Lin Bing, who was still walking ahead, her unease growing. Lin Bing wouldn't tolerate any trouble. If her wound bled and attracted zombies, she would definitely be fired. Lin Bing sensed that the person behind her wasn't following, so she stopped and turned around. She saw that Xiao Yuan and Lu Xian had also stopped. Xiao Yuan was examining Lu Xian's wound. Han Dongdong, who was walking hand in hand with Lin Bing, stopped too when she did. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled Lin Bing's hand down, gesturing for her to lean closer. Lin Bing bent down, her head close to Han Dongdong's, and asked, "What's wrong?" Han Dongdong whispered, "Brother Xiao is also sick. He's very hot. That woman also has an injury on her hand. Why don't we go to the supermarket and then find some medicine?" Lin Bing looked at Han Dongdong, her expression uncertain, and after a long pause said, "After we collect the things from the supermarket, we'll continue along this road. If we see a clinic or pharmacy along the way, we'll stop and grab some." Du Xiang and Luotong were nowhere to be found. They had to be searched for. Leaving without finding them would be the best they could do. It was almost 10 o'clock now, and she would have about 2 hours to use her space. It contained medicine and gauze, medical supplies. Wouldn't those two survive 2 hours? However, they needed to find something to bandage Lu Xian's arm. They also needed to find some clothes. Lu Xian's clothes were soaking wet, and Xiao Yuan's clothes were so dirty they were unrecognizable and torn. While her clothes weren't enough for protection, she could use her spatial ability to change into something more protective after these 2 hours. The small supermarket Lu Xian mentioned wasn't on the main street, but rather in a small alley leading from the street. A little way in, the supermarket store was locked, but this didn't bother Lin Bing. She quickly conjured an ice key and unlocked it. Xiao Yuan and Lu Xian followed, standing together outside the supermarket. As soon as the door opened, a row of 4 zombies stood inside, men, women, and children, a family. Besides the 4 howling zombies by the door, a young boy, still wearing his school uniform, lay on the floor inside. His face mangled beyond recognition. 2 of the 4 zombies at the door had large chunks of flesh bitten off their shoulders and necks, along with blackened areas. Another had a knife stuck in his right chest, and half his face was bitten off. It seemed he was bitten first and then stabbed, hence the knife remained in his chest. The last zombie was an old woman, crawling at the doorway. She had no wounds, but her lifeless eyes stared at Lin Bing, her mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Unfortunately, she couldn't walk. This old woman was likely the first to be infected. The others were infected after being bitten by her. Lin Bing held a rusty shovel. She had seen it earlier, the one in front of the small supermarket. The door was wide open, and the shovel lay behind it, easily visible. Lin Bing used the shovel to smash the heads of the 4 zombies blocking the doorway one by one. Han Dongdong was a child, and there were 2 sick people behind her. She needed to contribute more. Currently, her condition wasn't particularly dangerous, so she should avoid using her powers if possible. She had used them a bit too much earlier, and although she still had some abilities, she needed to recover. Lin Bing was still smashing the zombie's head, and without looking up she said to the other 3, "You guys find a weapon and go in to collect the supplies. I don't know if there are any zombies inside. I'll go over after I finish this. Liu Xian knew Lin Bing was ruthless, but she was still shocked by Lin Bing's heroic figure as she shoveled the zombie. This woman was completely decisive. Not only did she shovel off the neck, but she also smashed the head. Was she a violent maniac? Hadn't she already killed the zombie? What was she still busy with? Although Liu Xian was complaining in her heart, she didn't dare to say it aloud. However, she silently added Lin Bing to her list of people you can't offend in her mind. Han Dongdong was used to it and ran in first with Abu in her arms. Xiao Yuan saw Lin Bing and followed her in second. Seeing Xiao Yuan go in, Liu Xian dawdled and followed behind. As Liu Xian went inside, Lin Bing, without even looking up, said, "There might be clothes inside. Go find some clean clothes or fabric first. Don't worry about the food. If you find any, bandage your hands first. If you have any extras, change into what you're wearing." Hearing Lin Bing's words, Liu Xian's body stiffened. After a moment, she let out a long sigh and replied, "Okay, I understand." Then she began searching for clean fabric and clothes. Of the 4 zombies, Lin Bing found 2 crystal cores, ordinary level 1 crystal cores, transparent in color. After washing, they looked quite beautiful under the sun. As soon as the crystal cores appeared, the little tattered book was put inside. At the same time, a message echoed in Lin Bing's mind. Upgrade complete in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Lin Bing didn't have a watch, so she didn't know that the 2 crystal cores had advanced the time in the space by 5 minutes. After Lin Bing finished packing up the crystal cores, Han Dongdong had already packed up most of the items in the small supermarket. There were only 4 zombies in the supermarket. Besides the dead, school uniform-wearing mutilated corpse lying on the ground, there was another mutilated corpse with only 2 legs. It was probably a family of 6. They decided to eat something and rest for a while at the supermarket. The small supermarket had a fairly complete selection, though not much. There were several cases of bottled water, which Han Dongdong packed all of, along with a considerable amount of drinks. Rice and noodles were all in bags, not much, and there were about 5 cases of instant noodles. There were also some condiments, which Han Dongdong packed into Abu's storage space. There were some candies and biscuits, but not many. They packed some daily necessities such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, shampoo and face wash, but not much either. Liu Xian couldn't find clean clothes, only some towels. However, to her surprise, she found several bottles of hydrogen peroxide and iodine, which she immediately poured on her wound. The wound stung, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. Finally, she wrapped her arm with a large towel, finding temporary relief. Han Dongdong packed everything usable from the supermarket. Since H City was an occupied area and would be deserted in the future, leaving nothing behind. They ate something to fill their stomachs, drank some water, and rested for about 5 minutes. Xiao Yuan suddenly stood up, walked out of the supermarket, and stared incredulously at a house in the distance. His breathing quickened, and his pupils dilated. The other 3 had also run out, looking at him with confusion. After a while, Xiao Yuan's breathing returned to normal. He touched his forehead, silent. Seeing that he had calmed down, Lin Bing asked, "What happened?" Xiao Yuan withdrew his gaze from the distance and slowly said, "I think I can see someone over there." "What's so strange about seeing someone?" Liu Xian asked, puzzled. "No. I mean, I can see things behind obstacles. For example, there's a road behind this house, and someone is lying there." Xiao Yuan himself frowned deeply. He looked at the other 3 hesitantly, saying, "Only if there really is someone lying there can I be sure I really saw it." X-ray vision? Lin Bing thought, if that's really an ability, that's impressive. Let's go take a look and confirm. Okay. Xiao Yuan readily agreed. He lowered his hand from his forehead, feeling that his body temperature seemed to have dropped slightly, and his forehead wasn't as hot as before. He wondered if it was related to his ability earlier. Chapter 60 Baby Zombies. Xiao Yuan's eyes pierced through the building and he saw a blurry figure lying on the roadside. Because he worked at the police station there, he knew the area well. The building was the headquarters of a bank, and the person was lying on the roadside right in front of the bank's main entrance. That road was a busy area, one of the more prosperous parts of H City. Directly opposite the bank was a large supermarket, one of the well-known supermarkets in H City. with a wide variety of goods and reasonable prices. Xiao Yuan often shopped there. Knowing the way well, Xiao Yuan walked in front and instructed the other three. The person is probably lying on the road below the bank. We'll just take a look from a distance to confirm if there's anyone there. Remember, don't go over there. There's a large supermarket right across from the bank, and it's always packed with people. There must be a lot of zombies. Once we're sure, we'll leave. Okay. Lin Bing, Lu Xian, and Han Dongdong all nodded in agreement. Although Han Dongdong had a slight urge to raid the supermarket, considering there were only a few of them, and thinking about the usual crowds in the supermarket, well, maybe she should forget it. Xiao Yuan stopped halfway, turned to look at the people behind him and said, I'll go check it myself. You guys wait here for me. I can escape faster by myself. What a blockhead. One person is enough to check. Why did he need so many people? Damn it, why didn't he think of that? Are you sure you're going alone? Lin Bing looked at him thoughtfully and asked, You remember they said you have illusion-type psychic abilities. You sensed someone was there. If you go and see for yourself and there's no one there but your brain still feels someone is there, then you'll definitely believe there is someone, right? Lin Bing meant that Xiao Yuan had psychic abilities, illusion type, and also a visual type. If what he saw was just his own illusion, then after Xiao Yuan went to check, maybe what he saw was also an illusion. Someone had to go with Xiao Yuan to determine if what he saw was real or not. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and finally understood Lin Bing's meaning. He nodded. Okay, you'll come with me. I'm afraid that won't work. We have to go together. After saying that, Lin Bing glanced at the short Han Dongdong, and then at Lu Xian, who was about the same height as her. Lu Xian wasn't considered one of their own. Although Han Dongdong had superpowers, he was just a child, and it was impossible to guard against him alone. It wouldn't be safe to leave him alone. How about I go with Officer Xiao? This was what Lu Xian said. Can you guarantee that your arm won't bleed at all? Lin Bing looked at Lu Xian with a half-smile. Better safe than sorry. Although she had applied medicine and bandaged it up now, what if it started bleeding when they got there? That would mean a huge wave of zombies would attack. Also, do you think freezing your arm with your ice power will stop the bleeding? If you're not afraid of losing that hand, I can help you freeze it. Lin Bing knew that Lu Xian had been hoping that she could help her freeze her hand slightly to stop the bleeding ever since they came out of the supermarket. However, her ice ability freezes objects at extremely low temperatures, which are unbearable for a human body, especially for extended periods. Without thawing, the frozen object would become a corpse. Ultimately, the four of them headed in that direction with Xiao Yuan first, Lu Xian in the middle, and Han Dongdong and Lin Bing at the back. The distance wasn't far. After about 5 minutes, they reached the alley entrance. Beyond the alley was the street, and further on was the main road. The bank was the second one on the right. Xiao Yuan peeked out onto the right side of the road, but the rows of cars in the aisle blocked his view. Since he was lying on the ground looking under the cars, he couldn't see if anyone was there. Lin Bing noticed, however, that there wasn't a single zombie around the main road, which was strange. Lin Bing looked towards the supermarket Xiao Yuan had mentioned. Sure enough, it was directly across the street. However, the supermarket door was open, and there were 4 cars parked on the sidewalk in front of it. There seemed to be a smell of gasoline in the air. Had the cars just been turned off? Can you see anyone over there? Xiao Yuan stood up, dusted off his knees, and turned to ask the 3 people behind him. Something's blocking the view we can't see. Xiao Yuan looked in that direction, finally making up his mind and said, Lin Bing, let's go together. You check for me. Lu Xian Dongdong, you two stay here, we'll be right back. Let's go. After saying that, the 2 of them bent over and moved quickly and quietly towards the car. They just needed to take a look to confirm the authenticity of Xiao Yuan's ability. They didn't need to worry about anything else. The surroundings were quiet, and their footsteps, however light, were exceptionally noticeable. Someone's there. Xiao Yuan was in front. He arrived first, hiding behind the car, and peeked out. Sure enough, there was a young man who looked like a college student lying there. His voice couldn't hide his surprise, but he still lowered his voice and said to Lin Bing, Hurry up, we'll go back after we've looked. Lin Bing was a step behind him and arrived at the same time. She also squatted behind the car and peeked out, but she was stunned when she saw it. Is anyone there? Xiao Yuan nudged her when she didn't move and asked urgently. Yes, someone is there, Lin Bing confirmed. However, she suddenly stood up and walked towards the spot. Xiao Yuan grabbed her and said, What are you doing? Weren't you just going to take a look and leave? Let's go back now that we're sure. Lin Bing looked at Xiao Yuan and explained, half relaxed and half helpless. That's Luotong, my companion. I have to bring him back. He might have fainted, but at least we found him. I thought it would take some effort to find him or... Hearing that it was Lin Bing's companion and that she had to save him, Xiao Yuan stood up and walked ahead saying, let's go together. I'm a man, I'm definitely stronger than you. I'll carry him. Lin Bing gave him a grateful look, and then they walked quickly together towards where Luotong was lying. They arrived quickly. Lin Bing called Luotong several times but he didn't wake up. She patted Luotong's face and slid ice around his face a few times, but Luotong still didn't respond and was completely unresponsive. After discussing for a while, the two decided that since they couldn't wake him, they wouldn't bother. Xiao Yuan would carry Luotong on his back, while Lin Bing would support him. So Xiao Yuan half-squatted beside Luotong, while Lin Bing bent down, grabbed Luotong's arms, pulled him up and placed him on Xiao Yuan's back. Just as they were settled, a commotion erupted in the supermarket. A group of people screamed and rushed out. A man covered in blood was running frantically towards Lin Bing. He was running too fast. By the time he saw the two people in front of him, he didn't have time to stop. With a thud, he collided with Lin Bing and Xiao Yuan. Lin Bing wasn't unable to avoid it. She tried to pull Xiao Yuan and Luotong away as well, but because Xiao Yuan was carrying someone, he couldn't avoid it, and the four of them crashed into each other. Xiao Yuan, Luotong, and Lin Bing all had varying amounts of the man's blood on their clothes. The man, however, fainted in that instant. Not only were they covered in blood, but everyone else coming out of the supermarket was also covered in blood to varying degrees, and the smell of blood in the air grew increasingly strong. Lin Bing was the first to react. She quickly helped Xiao Yuan up and calmly said, Don't carry him. Let's support him on either side. The blood is too thick here. Something bad is bound to happen. Are there any houses nearby? Let's find one and change our clothes. Xiao Yuan was quick as well, grabbing Luotong's other hand and together with Lin Bing, dragging him away quickly. He said as they walked, Yes, there are plenty in the alleys. Let's hurry. Something flew out of the supermarket too fast to see clearly. It smelled food. Lots of delicious food, and the most delicious one. It found it. There. Lin Bing had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Something was clinging to her back, its cold aura making it hard for her to breathe. On Lin Bing's back, the baby zombie had its mouth wide open, revealing teeth as sharp as steel blades. Its flat little nose looked particularly eerie. It held half an eyeball in its hand, trying to stuff it into its dark eye socket. Chu Fei stood by the supermarket door, leaning against the frame, breathing heavily. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. That baby zombie had almost bitten his neck off. Damn it! That damned baby zombie wasn't his match at first, but after eating the heads of several superhumans, its strength suddenly increased more than tenfold. Not only was its speed increased, but it even started using sonic attacks. The sudden sonic attack from the baby zombie caught him off guard. His head felt like it was about to explode. He curled up on the ground, clutching his head. The baby zombie grinned happily, its sharp, knife-like teeth getting closer and closer to his neck. He could only watch helplessly, unable to move, filled with despair, fearing he was going to die here. Just then, several superhumans broke through the encirclement and rushed out of the supermarket through the main entrance at incredible speed. Just before the baby zombie was about to bite off his neck, its flat nose twitched, as if attracted by something. Its large head turned almost 180 degrees unnaturally towards the supermarket exit. It sniffed hard again, then suddenly released Chu Fei, its prey already in its mouth, and leaped away, practically flying. In the blink of an eye, the baby zombie was gone. Chu Fei secretly rejoiced, slowly getting up from the ground, wondering which unlucky soul had been touched by this baby zombie. Chapter 61: Slaughter and Meeting. Lin Bing stopped in her tracks, releasing Luotong's arm. After the infant zombie shoved its eyeballs into their sockets, the eyeballs spun wildly within, fueled by its excitement. Simultaneously, Its mouth opened into an unbelievable arc, and its sharp steel-like teeth snapped forward, biting down hard on the back of Lin Bing's head. Lin Bing felt the movement on her back almost instantly. A chilling cold enveloped her entire body as she created an ice armor around herself. The infant zombie was incredibly fast. It bit. Immediately after biting, the infant zombie snapped its teeth shut, shattering what it had bitten into pieces. Tiny ice shards filled its mouth, its teeth grinding together, and a furious rage surged within it as it began to roar. After the zombie bit into the ice shield, Lin Bing quickly bent down, turned around and forcefully plunged the ice shard she had just conjured into the thing on its back. The sharp ice shards broke upon contact with the zombie's skin. Seeing this, Lin Bing quickly retreated a few steps in another direction, leading the infant zombie away from Xiao Yuan and Luo Tong. At the same time, she said to Xiao Yuan, who was about to attack the zombie, "Take Luo Tong and leave first." Lin Bing was halfway through her sentence when the infant zombie jumped towards her again. She didn't have time to dodge, so she used her supernatural power to conjure an ice wall in front of her. Bang! The infant zombie's face crashed into the ice wall, and bang! The ice wall shattered with a sound. Lin Bing never expected that the ice wall, which was usually as hard as iron, would be shattered so easily. It seemed that this infant zombie's body must be extremely strong. Lin Bing thought to herself, this infant zombie has most likely evolved into a level 2 zombie. Seems she has to think of a way to deal with it head-on. The repeated setbacks enraged the baby zombie. After smashing through the ice wall, it slammed its head into Lin Bing. Lin Bing quickly dodged to the left, and the baby zombie missed again, its entire body crashing into a roadside tree with a creak. The tree snapped at the point of impact, and the baby zombie lay on the branch, staring intently in Lin Bing's direction. Lin Bing's eyes remained fixed on the baby zombie clinging to the tree. Her mind raced, searching for a solution. Escape? Escape by car? That seemed unlikely. Not only was the baby zombie too fast, but even if there was a car nearby, opening the door would take time. Moreover, the car's condition and fuel availability were uncertain. The chances were too slim to consider. The baby zombie, however, moved. Its short legs pushed off the tree, and it shot towards Lin Bing like an arrow, its hard zombie head instantly appearing before her eyes. Lin Bing had already begun preparing when she saw the baby zombie move, but she was still a step too late. Although she could see it, her movements were a step too slow. Her body couldn't keep up with the speed of her vision, and she was knocked away by the baby zombie, her back slamming heavily against the hood of the car. She groaned, and a trickle of blood flowed from her mouth. When the baby zombie smelled the fresh blood, its two white pupils widened slightly, and it began to jump and leap, screaming incessantly. After its excitement subsided, it raised its head and opened its mouth to bite Lin Bing's face again. In that split second, the baby zombie's movements stopped. It froze in place, completely trapped in the thick block of ice. Lin Bing placed her hand on the ice that was trapping the baby zombie's head. She continuously channeled her supernatural power into it, constantly solidifying the ice and thickening it to ensure an absolute low temperature. The baby zombie was enraged again. The ice around its mouth cracked first, and slowly the crack widened, rising and falling. Unfortunately, Lin Bing's hand was still on the ice. Each time it cracked, Lin Bing reinforced the crack, and the ice returned to its intact state. Lin Bing was gambling. She had to outlast the baby zombie. If she could trap it in the ice for half an hour, even if it didn't die, its body and bones would be completely stiffened, rendering it immobile. She could then kill it. Unfortunately, she overlooked one crucial step. After the infant zombie found itself frozen in the icy substance, it began to struggle and move, but found it couldn't break through. The ice, though showing signs of loosening, quickly returned to its original state. Its white pupils flickered, and then suddenly it opened its mouth wide, its dark, bloodied mouth almost revealing its throat. Suddenly, its throat began to tremble, and layers of gray, halo-like substances slowly spread outwards from its mouth. The thick block of ice that had bound it tightly began to crack little by little, and finally, with a bang, it exploded. Lin Bing, quick as a flash, rolled over and hid beside the car. At the same time, a scream like a tenor pierced the entire street. The sound grew louder and louder, deafeningly loud, originating from the baby zombie's mouth, which was still open. the sound spreading further and further away. Car windows and street-side windows shattered. Vehicles directly facing the baby zombie's sonic attack were sent flying 2 meters away, tumbling several times before crashing heavily into distant places. Lin Bing, who was hiding beside the car, had nothing to shield her and was completely exposed to the baby zombie's line of sight. What's more, she smelled of blood. Lin Bing hadn't expected this little zombie to be a mutated zombie with special abilities, such as sonic attacks. This was terrible. She wiped the blood from her mouth and noticed that one of the people who had run out of the supermarket had started a car. Without thinking, she ran towards the car. There was only one person inside, the driver, and there was room. Escaping for one's life is when one's potential is most unleashed. Her speed surprised even herself. By the time she came to her senses, she was already at the car, opened the door and jumped in, shouting, "Drive! The zombies are coming! Quick, the zombies are coming!" The two voices rang out almost simultaneously, the sound of 2 car doors slamming together like a duet. Lin Bing turned her head to the left. Just as she got into the car, she saw a figure open the other door and climb in at the same time. When Lin Bing saw the person's face, she froze. It was her ex-fiancé, Chu Fei. Chu Fei was startled when he saw Lin Bing. The driver cursed under his breath. He saw 2 zombies flying like arrows in the rearview mirror, and another zombie trying to pry open the car door. Time was of the essence, so he held back his words, floored the accelerator, and the car shot off like a bullet. Suddenly, a screeching sound like scraping came from the roof of the car. The roof flew off as if sliced open by a knife. The car was still moving, but another car was suddenly thrown from behind, crashing heavily onto the roof of the moving car. Lin Bing, Chu Fei, and the driver jumped out of the car, rolled a few times on the ground and came to a stop. The thrown car collided with the moving car, lingered on the ground for several meters, and came to a stop against a tree. At the same time, there was a loud bang. The shells of the 2 cars were smashed beyond recognition, and the tree that was hit was ablaze by the burning cars, engulfed in flames. Lin Bing and Chu Fei were on opposite sides of the road, while the driver was on the same side as Chu Fei, but about a meter away from him. Lin Bing's hands and feet were scraped raw from the ground, tearing her clothes in places and revealing raw, bloody flesh beneath, specks of dirt clinging to it. Ignoring her injuries, she quickly stood still, assuming a defensive stance. The infant zombie was perched on the trunk of a tree not far from her, its mouth open, preparing for a sonic attack. At this moment, Lin Bing conjured over a dozen sharp, hard ice spikes in her hand. Before the infant zombie could unleash its sonic attack, she swiftly and accurately tossed the ice spikes into its mouth, aiming for its throat. The infant zombie, however, reacted with lightning speed. Sensing the attack coming at it, its open mouth snapped shut, its steel teeth crushing most of the ice spikes in its path. Only one managed to slip through, piercing its throat and protruding out. In excruciating pain, it howled, its eyes growing increasingly ferocious and savage. Having failed in its first attack, Lin Bing retreated quickly, leaving her original position. Her mind was extremely tense, unable to relax even for a moment. The greater the danger, the clearer her mind became. This infant zombie was too fast. It was likely truly trying to escape this time. Since escape was impossible, she would kill it. Right now, the thing couldn't be frozen, and the ice shards couldn't pierce it. Only the ice spikes were usable. How could she possibly kill this creature? The infant zombie's 10 black fingernails were fully exposed, gleaming coldly. Because of the previous stinging pain, its mouth dared not open as wide, only slightly, yet it roared. It pushed off the tree with its legs and charged towards Lin Bing's position, its 10 fingers spread like hooks, ready to attack. Meanwhile, Chu Fei, seeing Lin Bing in the car, was startled. Jumping out and seeing the infant zombie, he was even more shocked. It turned out that the unlucky one the infant zombie had afflicted was Lin Bing. He couldn't describe his feelings, but before he could think further, a zombie about 2 meters tall and muscular had already thrown a punch at him. He rolled to the ground, avoiding the zombie's attack range. After dodging, he half-squatted on the ground, sweat pouring down his face, breathing heavily. Having already fought the infant zombie and then been targeted by this muscular zombie, he hadn't even had time to recover his strength, having been forced to endure until now. He was at his last gasp, only holding on by sheer willpower. On the left side of the muscular zombie's waist, there was a large wound, as if a chunk of flesh had been torn off. The area was empty, its clothes tattered and stained with blood. However, the zombie's entire upper body was a mass of bulging muscles, its arm muscles bursting through its clothes. Its arms were as thick as a person's thigh, exuding power and quite frightening. Chu Fei inwardly groaned, clenching his fists together and squeezing out the air. Yellow lightning flickered between his hands, and he hurled the lightning towards the zombie. A thunderous boom echoed around the zombie, and after the strike, its body was completely blackened. Chu Fei felt a surge of joy. He smelled the stench of rotting flesh. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the zombie's grayish-white eyes dart around, its shoulders twitch a few times and its neck move. Despite its blackened and charred body, the zombie walked towards Chu Fei as if nothing had happened. Chu Fei's heart sank completely. He knew his stamina was insufficient, and the energy of the lightning strike wasn't as powerful as before. He hadn't expected it to be all show and no substance. Despite looking badly injured, this zombie could still walk and move, unlike when he attacked other zombies. He clenched his fists, his face growing increasingly grave, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. But he didn't give up. He slowly stood up, yellow lightning flashing in his hands, the hissing sound particularly piercing. He kept recalling the parts of the zombie that had been attacked, while simultaneously keeping a close eye on the tall, muscular zombie before him, not missing its every move. Chu Fei narrowed his eyes, examining the wound on the muscular zombie's waist. Although this zombie was just a living dead, without thought or soul, merely eating according to instinct, it seemed quite concerned about the wound on its waist, always unconsciously using its thick hand to shield it, a combination of offense and defense. Chu Fei knew the head was a zombie's Achilles heel, even if it were chopped off. But this zombie's body was so strong it could bend even a sharp knife, and its head was so hard it could smash through a wall, let alone be attacked with ordinary objects. It seemed the zombie's waist injury was the key. The zombie leaped at him, pinning Chu Fei to the ground. The zombie opened its foul-smelling mouth, its yellowed teeth gleaming coldly, getting closer and closer to Chu Fei's neck. Chu Fei transferred all his strength to his right hand, the yellow light on it shining brighter and brighter. Lightning enveloped his right hand, compressing it, making it thinner and smaller, yet its energy grew stronger. His hand slowly moved towards the zombie's waist. This delicious food before him smelled incredibly appetizing. The burly zombie was ecstatic. It knew that once it ate this food, it could evolve into a level 2 zombie, just like the infant zombie. The thought made its mouth water. Unable to wait any longer, it lunged at Chu Fei's neck. Just then the lightning, compressed to its limit in Chu Fei's hand, struck the zombie's waist wound with lightning speed. Chu Fei gripped the zombie's shoulder with his left hand, pinning it down, while his right hand continued to attack the wound on the zombie's right waist, relentlessly striking. The lightning strike traveled from Chu Fei's hand to the zombie's wound. The burly zombie's scream echoed through the street. Chu Fei had used all his strength in this lightning strike. Even the thickest hide couldn't withstand it. Moreover, lightning was always effective against these kinds of monsters. It leaped up from the ground, the lightning still striking its body. Its entire corpse trembled, its limbs completely out of its control. Chu Fei lay on the spot, utterly exhausted. This time he truly couldn't move anymore, not even a finger. He lay on the ground, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. At that moment he felt how beautiful life was. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on the tall, muscular zombie. That zombie was indeed formidable. Although severely injured, it wasn't completely dead and was still trembling. Just one more blow and this zombie would surely be finished. Unfortunately, he had no strength left and couldn't move. Ah! A voice screamed as it rushed towards the tall, muscular zombie, wielding 2 brand new cleavers, large kitchen knives, that it had swiped from a supermarket. The 2 knives landed one after the other on the tall, muscular zombie's neck. The tall, muscular zombie's neck was also black. The knives did cut in but got stuck at the front. The tall, muscular zombie even twisted its neck. The man who had been yelling stopped, released the cleaver, and leaped forward, charging at the burly zombie. The zombie, though still standing, was no longer able to move. The impact sent it crashing to the ground with a thud. Seeing the zombie fall, the man's eyes lit up. The cleaver was still stuck in the middle, not completely severing the zombie's neck. He paced frantically, finally spotting a large rock in a flower bed. Without a word, he grabbed the rock and ran towards the zombie. The zombie couldn't get up and struggled on the ground. The man, amused, used his foot to pin the zombie down. Then, holding the rock in both hands, began pounding it down on the cleaver between the zombie's neck and the cleaver. The cleaver cut in a step, then a little more until finally the zombie's head rolled off its neck. Its limbs twitched a few times, then it lay still. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still seemed unsatisfied. He carried the large rock back to the spot where the burly zombie's head had rolled out. Reaching the spot, he began to smash it relentlessly, harder and harder. But as he smashed, he felt the rock becoming lighter and lighter. What was happening? Before he could think further, the rock struck something hard with his next blow and suddenly split in two. Startled, he stepped back, grabbed the large cleaver he had been carrying, and began shoving it around inside the smashed zombie's head. His eyes fixed on the spot, trying to see what was happening. A transparent object, about the size of the top of his thumb, shimmering in the sunlight, appeared before his eyes. He was startled, then delighted. It was transparent and beautiful, truly lovely, and even a rock couldn't break it. It must be something valuable. However, he then wondered, this thing came from the zombie's body. Could it be infected with some kind of virus? He hesitated. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by, and the beautiful, transparent thing that had appeared in the burly black zombie's head vanished before his eyes. Not far away on the roof of a car, lay an infant zombie, its eyes fixed on him. In its mouth was the very thing found in the burly black zombie's head. The infant zombie gulped down the contents. This thing had only slightly less energy than the most delicious food it had just eaten. It had been fighting that delicious food, and was almost out of energy. Eating this thing would replenish its energy and allow it to level up. Perfect. The infant zombie, having swallowed the crystal core, suddenly stood up, head held high, arms outstretched, and screamed, "Ah!" As it screamed, the car it was using as a stepping stone suddenly sank, leaving two small footprints where it had been standing. The ground beneath its feet began to sink deeper and deeper. It screamed loudly, unseen sound waves spreading from its mouth, followed by a series of shattering glass sounds. Within a meter or so of it, everything, vehicles, trees, and other fixed objects, was shattered by the sound waves. The area within that meter was where the sound wave attack was strongest. It was excited. It could feel itself growing stronger, its limbs becoming more powerful, and its outermost skin evolving, becoming harder. It raised its short arms and slammed them down on the roof of a car beneath its feet. Bang! The entire car was dented and embedded in the concrete. It became even more excited, its white pupils seemingly gradually turning a light black. The person who had smashed out the crystal core was stunned by this turn of events. He quietly retreated step by step, feeling a dampness in his shirt. He wiped his face and found it covered in cold sweat that he couldn't stop sweating. He was the driver who jumped out of the car with Lin Bing and Chu Fei. He and the squad leader were from the same hometown and had a fairly good relationship. However, he watched helplessly as this tall, strong zombie punched his fellow villager, the squad leader, to death. Not only was the squad leader killed, but his body was also embedded in the wall, mixed with the mud, and couldn't be pulled out. It was this tall, strong zombie. How could he not hate him? With the apocalypse, most people had died. He had finally found someone he could trust, and now he was dead. He was both sad and regretful, regretting that he shouldn't have come here, shouldn't have gone out. But now regret was useless. Taking advantage of the infant zombie's inattention, getting away was the priority. After taking a few steps back, he turned around, intending to sneak away. As soon as he turned, he saw Chu Fei on the ground. He recognized him. He was one of the team's main fighters, and had put in a lot of effort fighting the zombies. He was probably exhausted and unable to move, and Chu Fei was looking at him. He glanced quickly in the direction of the baby zombie, seeing it staring intently in the opposite direction. He bent down, gently pulled Chu Fei up, and half-draped him on his back, quietly making their way to their other car. The car wasn't far and was quite sturdy. As long as the baby zombie didn't notice them, they were sure they could escape. The one being stared at by the baby zombie was Lin Bing. While Chu Fei was fighting the burly zombie, she and the baby zombie were giving it their all. After its throat injury, the baby zombie stopped opening its mouth wide and using sonic attacks, which reduced the pressure on Lin Bing considerably. The baby zombie attacked with sharp black nails and teeth, which Lin Bing directly blocked with ice armor and ice blocks, and attacked with ice shards and spikes. In this way it seemed like they were evenly matched. Although their strengths appeared roughly equal, Lin Bing knew she was at a disadvantage. This infant zombie was not only agile and fast, but most importantly, its stamina was limitless. It didn't tire, and its speed had remained almost constant since the beginning. But she was different, she was human. She would tire, her strength would be exhausted, and if this continued, she would be worn out and die. Time passed slowly, and her powers were nearly depleted. Even the ice spikes she conjured were no longer as cold and hard as before. At this moment, the infant zombie was attracted to a near level 2 crystal core. It rushed over, snatched it, and swallowed it. The energy of a near level 2 crystal core was only slightly less than that of a level 2 crystal core. As a level 2 zombie, the infant zombie's power would increase several times over upon consuming a crystal core of the same level. Furthermore, there was a very small chance that it would absorb the attributes of the original zombie owner of the crystal core. While the infant zombie was consuming the crystal core, it needed a short time to digest it. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Bing began running deeper into the alley. She didn't choose the alley she had come from. She was afraid Xiao Yuan and the others might still be there and hadn't gone far. She chose an unfamiliar alley, right next to the supermarket, and started running. That alley had many turns and houses, perfect for hiding. She sprinted towards the supermarket. The infant zombie was raising its head and howling. This meant the two zombies had different or similar attributes. She had to forcefully suppress it or guide its absorption. So, for now, Lin Bing was still in a safe period. Just as she was about to cross the supermarket, Lin Bing spotted Xu Shui staggering out of it. Xu Shui's skin was yellowish-white, covered in small pimples, and her body was also yellowish, as if she were seriously ill. If it weren't for someone familiar with her, they would never recognize Xu Shui. Unfortunately, time was precious, and she couldn't afford to waste it. She didn't even have time to deal with Xu Shui. Lin Bing glanced at Xu Shui briefly before quickly dashing through the alley. Time was of the essence and she didn't even bother to look back. She hoped that in her haste, Xu Shui hadn't chosen a dead end. The infant zombie's target was Lin Bing, so it didn't care about the exhausted Chu Fei or the weak driver. It kept its eyes fixed on Lin Bing, its intuition telling it that Lin Bing possessed something it needed to become stronger. Once the swallowed crystal core was digested, it pushed off with its legs and quickly followed Lin Bing, its speed even faster than before. Using the walls for leverage, each step it took left deep footprints, indicating its increased strength. While the infant zombie was chasing Lin Bing, the driver had already half-carried Chu Fei to the side of another intact car. The driver, surnamed Yuan and named Yuan Zheng, was an ordinary office worker who enjoyed exercising, so his physique was decent, just average, but certainly better than the average unhealthy office worker. Yuan Zheng opened the car door and let Chu Fei in. Then Yuan Zheng quickly ran to the other side, opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. He had left the keys inside for convenience, so he was starting the car when suddenly, the door was pulled open. He was startled and turned to look at the door. Seeing that it was someone he recognized, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was Xu Shui, who seemed to be one of Chu Fei's people. She had been following Chu Fei since the first day they entered the safe zone, and people had often whispered about her, so he remembered her clearly. Get in quickly, there's still room in the back. Seeing that it was someone he knew, Yuan Zheng didn't say much and directly told her to sit in the back. He was about to close the front door. After he finished speaking, Xu Shui withdrew her head and left his side. However, he didn't hear the sound of a car door opening behind him. He stuck his head out and looked back, only to see Xu Shui being dragged by a toothless old zombie. The toothless mouth was desperately gnawing at Xu Shui's arm, leaving only a foul smell and some disgusting marks. Yuan Zheng wasn't a very good person, but he wasn't a bad person either. Most of their companions who came with them were dead, with only limbs lying on the ground. Some had driven away early, and those who hadn't come out of the supermarket had probably already lost their lives. Now only these few survivors remained. Without harming his own life, he would help if he could. He left the parking space, picked up the large stick that had fallen to the ground, and ran quickly towards Xu Shui. Bang! The stick smashed into the old zombie's head. The old zombie was stunned by the blow. It was already slow, and now it was even more sluggish. Yuan Zheng dropped the stick and pulled Xu Shui towards the car. Suddenly Yuan Zheng found his leg was being pulled by something and he couldn't move. He looked down and saw that it was a teammate who had been bitten to death and turned into a zombie. The zombie was pulling on Yuan Zheng's trouser leg and wouldn't let go. It kept howling and opened its mouth, ready to bite Yuan Zheng's leg, but it was still some distance away. At this moment, Xu Shui suddenly shook off his hand and ran to the driver's seat of the car without hesitation. She jumped into the car, the keys were in the car. She quickly started the engine, and the car sped away, leaving only a blur. Yuan Zheng was almost unable to react, staring blankly in the direction the car had gone, until the force on his leg increased. He then snapped out of his daze, kicked away the zombie that had been his teammate, gritted his teeth, and finally picked up the big stick he had been holding and smashed the new zombie's head open. Yuan Zheng ignored the old zombie still standing there. His only thought was to find a car to get back. His team had 4 cars in total. One was wrecked by the baby zombies, the one they'd just driven off, and the other 2 had been taken by his teammates who had escaped earlier. He had to look for a vehicle on the roadside, hoping for a stroke of luck. While searching, he glanced towards the supermarket. It was dark inside, quite eerie. Thinking of the various zombies inside, Yuan Zheng couldn't help but shudder. He decided to look for a car further away. He was the only living person there, and he couldn't stay any longer. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He took off running away from the supermarket. As he ran, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Lin Bing saw a motorcycle with a full tank of gas. Beside the motorcycle lay a man who had been dead for some time, his body mangled beyond recognition. She could only tell he was male. His appearance and age were unknown. The motorcycle, however, was quite new with the key still in the ignition. What a stroke of luck! Lin Bing straightened the motorcycle, took a step and mounted. Just as she was settling in and about to start the engine, she heard a thumping sound in the distance. A sound she recognized many times. The sound of the infant zombie using its momentum to propel itself forward. Without thinking, she turned the key, pressed the pedals, and the motorcycle shot off like an arrow. The biggest advantage of motorcycles was that they weren't restricted to public roads. With good skills, one could ride anywhere, through streets and alleys. Lin Bing had been fascinated by them for a while in high school, and had even become quite proficient at them. Lin Bing sped along on her motorcycle, the infant zombie following closely behind. Trees and buildings lined the roadside, and the zombie pedaled with ease. Lin Bing accelerated, now moving so fast that the surrounding objects seemed to rush past. She couldn't pay attention to the road, nor did she know where she was going. She rode wherever it was easiest, wherever she could shake off the infant zombie. Time passed slowly. She found the road becoming smoother and easier to travel, and the surroundings becoming more open. Trees gradually increased, while buildings and streets decreased, and the houses appeared lower. The motorcycle began to slow down. Lin Bing grew anxious. She knew the gas was running out. The infant zombie followed closely behind, the black in its white pupils becoming increasingly pronounced. Ahead was a fork in the road. The motorcycle sped forward, and just as it crossed, a green military vehicle suddenly appeared from the fork and crashed into it, sending the motorcycle flying. Lin Bing jumped in the instant the motorcycle went off, clutching her head and rolling several times on the ground. Finally she stopped, realizing she couldn't stand up. Her legs were stiff and barely movable. She needed to rest. Her face was also stiff. Having ridden the motorcycle all the way with the wind blowing, now that she lay down she didn't even have the strength to move. She smiled bitterly. Was she going to die here today? Inside the vehicle. "Boss, something's wrong. Looks like we've hit something," the young man in the driver's seat said as he rolled down the window and stuck his head out to look. He exclaimed again, "Boss, it's a person. We've hit someone. They seem to be lying on the ground, unable to get up for a while. I'll go check it out. You roll up the window but don't open it carelessly. There might be something outside," Hanley said. pushing open the car door, stretching out his long legs, and quickly getting out of the car before closing the door behind him. The first green train stopped, followed by the two behind. Before Hanli even got close, he recognized Lin Bing's face. Seeing her, he quickened his pace, quickly squatting down beside her and gently helping her up. He asked, "Where are you hurt?" Lin Bing recognized Hanli as he approached. Seeing him, she felt a complete sense of relief, as if she had been reborn. With him there, she wouldn't die. She had always believed this. "It's nothing, just a bit weak, nothing else." After being helped up, Lin Bing felt a little better. She moved her hands and it was all right. She rubbed her face vigorously, and once it wasn't as stiff as before, she gave Hanli a relaxed smile. Then, pointing to the infant zombie perched on the tree, she said, "There's a level 2 zombie over there, chasing after me. I thought I was going to die at its hands. It's very strong and fast, and it can even use sonic attacks. Be careful." Hanli looked in the direction she was pointing. A rather pale infant zombie was perched on a tree, staring at them. When it saw Hanli looking at it, it suddenly let out a strange cry and disappeared into the woods behind it. It ran away very fast. A cowardly bully. Hanli calmly withdrew his gaze. There were plenty of these things, whether they were this kind of creature, animals, or plants. None of them were normal. He would be strange if he didn't encounter them a dozen times a day. Since it wisely avoided them, he let it go. Lin Bing stared dumbfounded at the infant zombie that had vanished from sight. Her mouth moved, but she ultimately said nothing. However, she thought to herself, as expected, "He's the strongest in the White Tiger base. He's got this kind of power now. But how can he be so strong and level up so quickly in just a few days since the apocalypse? I'm really curious. Can you stand up?" Hanli asked, looking into Lin Bing's eyes. "I don't know. My legs are stiff. I was dodging that infant zombie the whole time and I'm exhausted. Can you help me try?" Lin Bing said, taking Hanli's hand and asking him to lead her over. She saw he had several cars. She figured they could fit someone else, which would be safer. Even if they weren't going the same way, she could recover some strength in the car before going to find Luotong, Xiao Yuan and Han Dong Dong. Right, Han Dong Dong. Lin Bing was lost in thought when she suddenly found herself swaying. She snapped back to reality, her eyes widening, only to find Hanli had swept her up in his arms. She was stunned by his actions, and in that shock she forgot to mention Han Dong Dong. They weren't that close, were they? Seeing her surprised expression, Hanli remained calm and explained, "Weren't your legs stiff? My car isn't far, carrying you there will be faster. There are some dangerous things outside and you're not strong enough. It's safer to get back to the car quickly." Hearing this, Lin Bing consciously shut her mouth. It was indeed dangerous outside. Hanli placed her in the back seat of the first car. Since there was no one in the back, Hanli told her to lie down, saying, "No one sitting in the back, you can take a nap." After placing her in the back seat, Hanli returned to the front passenger seat and calmly said to the young man beside him, whose jaw had dropped in astonishment, "Drive." The young man closed his mouth with his hand, turned his head back, sat up straight and began to drive seriously, muttering to himself, "Boss, tell me, who is this girl? Do you know her? Why are you being so gentle with her? This isn't like you." He was getting excited, his face flushed, when Hanli glanced at him lightly. He immediately shut up as if he'd been silenced and obediently drove. Lin Bing lay flat on the back seat with her legs bent. As soon as she lay down and closed her eyes, she fell into a deep sleep. She was exhausted from the day. Fighting the zombie dogs in the morning and then dealing with the baby zombies had taken its toll. She slept soundly the whole way. When she woke up, she realized she had slept for a long time. Feeling disoriented and unsure of the time. Once fully awake, she suddenly remembered something she had forgotten to mention. She abruptly sat up in the back seat, leaning forward and grabbing Hanli's shoulder, urgently saying, "Right, we need to find Han Dong Dong." Before she could finish speaking, Hanli whirled around, his eyes fixed on her, his voice trembling. "What did you say?"